Chapter 1 Prologue. Of wooden cabin, Allongschwerd, Aurob. Before him lay a familiar yet alien arrangement. Chen Anyun stood there, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had worn a serene smile, scattering like stardust amidst the vast galaxy, under the gaze of xianxia filled with regret, pain, and pleading. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself back in this eerily familiar setting. Was it not agreed that upon the successful completion of his mission, he could return to Earth, accompanied by 10 minor reward objectives? He had thought he would finally lead the languid life he had long desired. How had he reverted to the very beginning of his journey? System, come forth and explain. Chen Anyun roared inwardly. Dear host, please calm your anger. I have just received a response from the heavenly Tao of this realm. It states that your mission has been executed with such perfection that this world has finally liberated itself from the constraints of a foolish author, becoming a true realm of freedom. Congratulations, dear host. Excellent, I commend you. But what does this have to do with me? Where's my reward? I demand to return to Earth. I want my 10 minor objectives. Dear host, it's not that I am unwilling to send you back, but your physical remains on Earth have long since decayed. Even if you were to return, you would exist solely in spirit form, rendering those 10 minor objectives useless. Then you deceived me from the start? How could I dare deceive you, dear host? Originally, the plan required you to make the leading ladies of this world regret more than before to complete the mission. However, your exceptional performance resulted in them all bearing lifelong regrets, thus breaking free from the author's constraints. The world has rebooted, depleting all its energy, and it can no longer cross dimensions to create a physical body for you. Moreover, after the world's reboot, you are no longer required to complete any tasks. You may now live your life as you wish, and the heavenly Tao has preserved all your cultivation. This means that you, dear host, are now an invincible being in this realm. Chen Anyun felt within himself, and indeed, as the system had stated, his energy reservoir was full, and his Tao was complete. His previous celestial level cultivation had been entirely retained. All right, Chen Anyun pondered. As an orphan, he realized there was little to miss back on Earth. The prospect of living freely in this world of immortals seemed rather appealing. As for the leading ladies from his previous life, he had no intention of stirring up any trouble. What had transpired before could merely be regarded as a grand dream shared among them. However, to be prudent, he asked, System, no one else in this world retains memories of the previous life, right? Theoretically speaking, perhaps, maybe, it should be so, the System stammered. A sense of foreboding arose within Chen Anyun. Oh no, it couldn't be. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room was flung open. A charming young girl appeared at the threshold, gazing intently at him, her expression indescribably complex. It seemed he need not inquire further. Chen Anyun instantly had his answer and could not suppress a long sigh within. As a game writer known for his sharp wit, only he understood the cruel things he had done to the girl before him. Of course, perhaps the root of it lay in the girl's own misdeeds, compounded by the urgings of the system's tasks. Yet Chen Anyun had to admit that he had indeed gone too far at that time, embodying the role of a dramatist and applying his own skills on her. Observing the intricate emotions reflected in the girl's eyes, Chen Anyun hesitated but ultimately decided to feign ignorance. Though he considered himself a scoundrel, he could not bring himself to accept a relationship built upon the foundation of a deceptive narrative. What was it called again? Even scoundrels have principles. Fortunately, his previous experiences had honed his acting skills to a considerable level. In the blink of an eye, his face returned to a placid demeanor, his tone laced with a hint of affection as he smiled and spoke. Chu Shimmy, is there something you need? At that moment, warm sunlight streamed through the partially covered window, casting a golden veil over Chen Anyun in the small wooden cabin. A gentle breeze rustled, playfully lifting a strand of the girl's long hair, only for it to settle down again. In that instant, even Chen Anyun felt as if everything had returned to that innocent and beautiful time. Now is not the time. Chu Huairou blinked, suppressing the surging emotions in her chest. The visage that haunted her dreams made her yearn to rush forward and meld herself into his embrace. Yet, the person he was now was not the same as before. Or rather, while he was still her senior brother, he had yet to undergo the future experiences that would leave indelible scars upon her heart. Upon realizing she had returned to the past, she had not thought of anything else and had rushed straight to her senior brother's room. Her sole intention was to see him. She had no ulterior motives. But upon seeing him, Chu Huairou finally calmed down, her mind beginning to function again. Though the emotions within her urged her to rush forward without a second thought, she managed to restrain herself, even biting her tongue to quell the impulse, filling her mouth with a faint metallic taste. How wonderful it was that nothing had yet transpired. How wonderful it was that everything could still be salvaged. This time, I shall hold you tightly in my embrace, so that no one can take you away. Though she thought this, Chu Huairou still managed to present a charming smile, befitting her current persona. It had been so long since she had made such an expression that her lips were stiff and awkward, but fortunately, Chen Anyun's leniency allowed her to maintain the facade. In a voice that trembled without her notice, she casually said, "Oh, it's nothing much. The sex grand competition is tomorrow, so I felt a bit anxious and thought I'd come to see my senior brother." Chen Anyun's lips twitched, unable to bear looking directly at his little junior sister's clumsy acting. He gently replied, "There's no need to worry, Shimmy. As you're still new to the sect, just enjoy the spectacle at the grand competition. You need not participate. And you, senior brother? Women are indeed born actors." After getting past her initial excitement, Chu Huairou gradually found her rhythm, her big sparkling eyes blinking adorably. Chen Anyun couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled the storyline of the recent events and said, "As the senior brother of Lingjian Peak, I must partake in the competition. However, I've heard that Zhang Xixiang from Zizhu Peak has achieved the pinnacle of Tongxian realm, so even I have little confidence." "Impossible!" Chu Huairou suddenly exclaimed loudly. Both froze for a moment. Realizing her emotional outburst, Chu Huairou quickly corrected herself. "What I meant was, senior brother, you train diligently every day. Zhang Xixiang can't possibly be your match. You must have confidence." "Let's hope so," Chen Anyun replied ambiguously, for in truth, with his current cultivation, battling a perfected Tongxian realm practitioner was akin to an adult crushing an ant. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Good night, senior brother." Chu Huairou silently scolded herself for losing control of her emotions, but was secretly relieved at her acting prowess, managing to conceal any sign of faltering before her senior brother. Chen Anyun observed his little junior sister's joy and felt it inappropriate to expose her pretense, merely smiling and replying, "Good night, Shimmy." Watching the door slam shut with a bang, Chen Anyun couldn't help but chuckle. He prepared to thoroughly contemplate his next steps. Since Chu Huairou retained memories of the previous life, he naturally would not naively assume this was an isolated case. Recalling the troublesome personalities and behaviors of those leading ladies, a sense of urgency ignited within him. Would it not be simpler to leave the sect entirely? The world is vast, and surely he could evade them with ease? Or perhaps he could ascend to the higher realms directly. With their cultivation levels, it would take them at least several hundred years to seek him out in the higher realms. As Chen Anyun pondered seriously, the door suddenly swung open with a loud clap, revealing a charming face peeking through the gap. "You will definitely win in tomorrow's competition, senior brother," Chu Huairou declared, shaking her little fists. "Whether or not I will still be here by then remains uncertain," Chen Anyun inwardly scoffed. Yet he could not express these genuine thoughts and instead maintained his gentle senior brother persona, smiling and asking, "Oh, what makes you say that?" He suddenly realized that each of those leading ladies was favored by the heavenly Tao, destined for either great fortunes or ascension. If he could not find a suitable way to withdraw, he would undoubtedly face endless troubles later on. As he contemplated this in silence, Chu Huairou suddenly looked at him, speaking earnestly and proudly, "Because my senior brother is invincible." After uttering this, she reverted to her playful and lively little sister demeanor and dashed away like the wind, leaving behind Chen Anyun, who was left in a daze, reflecting on her words. Invincible, is it? He had heard those words before, albeit in a different context at that time. Yet, the speaker remained the same, and the tone was identical. This involuntarily sent his thoughts drifting far away, back to the cherished moments spent with Chu Huairou in his previous life. Chapter 2. My senior brother is unrivaled in the world. 1. The previous master of Lingjian Peak, who was also Chen Anyun's mentor, had been missing for many years. Consequently, all matters, great and small, within Lingjian Peak were managed by him, the senior brother. He was universally kind to everyone, with a particular fondness for his junior sister, who was undeniably the most special among them. This was a widely acknowledged truth throughout Lingjian Peak. Chu Huairou, the junior sister, was eager to cling to Chen Anyun, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that these two would become the future master and mistress of Lingjian Peak within the Tai sect. Chen Anyun, possessing exceptional cultivation and a fair disposition, garnered immense respect among the disciples of Lingjian Peak. Thus, the majority of the disciples, having grown up together, wholeheartedly supported this pair. Regrettably, it was a foregone conclusion that unforeseen circumstances would inevitably arise. On that very day, the long-missing master unexpectedly returned, accompanied by a mortal named Zhou Qing. The returning master was gravely injured and hastily entrusted a few words to Chen Anyun before announcing his intention to enter solitary meditation. His sole request of Chen Anyun was to diligently instruct Zhou Qing, whom he had taken as his closed-door disciple. Chen Anyun, living up to this trust, began to earnestly guide Zhou Qing in his cultivation. Zhou Qing's progress was astonishingly rapid, far surpassing that of his peers, which aroused Chen Anyun's suspicions, leading him to wonder if Zhou Qing was concealing his true abilities. However, lacking evidence and seeing Zhou Qing's seemingly harmless demeanor, he gradually set aside his wariness and treated Zhou Qing as an ordinary junior disciple. The Tai sect was a paragon of righteousness, with the vast majority of its disciples being second- or third-generation cultivators, many of whom hailed from illustrious families of immortals. These disciples began their training from a young age, consistently admonished by their mentors to steer clear of the mundane world, thus remaining exceedingly curious about worldly affairs. Furthermore, Zhou Qing was ever eager to share tales of the mortal realm, and his humorous and witty discourse quickly endeared him to the disciples of Lingjian Peak, including the junior sister, Chu Huairou. Unbeknownst to Chen Anyun, in their conversations, Zhou Qing's name frequently surfaced. "Senior brother, when will you take me to the mortal city to play?" The junior sister would often ask with bright eyes full of anticipation. "Once I finish this busy period," Chen Anyun would invariably respond. This was typically followed by her look of disappointment, yet he was simply too occupied. With hundreds of disciples at Lingjian Peak requiring his attention and management, Chen Anyun was overwhelmed with responsibilities. By the time he finally completed his duties, he turned around only to realize that his once chatty junior sister had not approached him in what felt like an eternity. The next moment, he spotted Chu Huairou sneaking off with Zhou Qing to the nearby mortal city. The two strolled together, dined, and marveled at the fireworks. As they stood hand in hand, gazing at the vibrant blossoms illuminating the night sky, the light in the junior sister's eyes rivaled the brilliance of the entire cosmos. It dawned on him that, unbeknownst to him, Chu Huairou's heart had quietly entwined itself with Zhou Qing. Chen Anyun had never been remiss in his care for Chu Huairou, providing her with the finest resources for cultivation and meticulous attention. He had even risked his life to retrieve the demon-slaying sword at her waist from the clutches of monsters in the Demon Lock Tower, intending to present it as a 15th birthday gift. Yet, all of this seemed utterly meaningless now. He had lost not only to a mere candied hawthorn that could be bought for a few coins in the mortal world, but also to the dazzling fireworks that colored the sky. In that moment of profound anguish, Chen Anyun, like all heartbroken male leads, chose to silently retreat and protect her from the shadows, believing that with time, his feelings would fade. However, as he witnessed the burgeoning affection between Chu Huairou and Zhou Qing, he felt an ache that was all the more profound. Little did he know that during his silence, the expression on Chu Huairou's face mirrored his own disappointment. Just when he was on the verge of surrendering, a turning point emerged. By chance, he uncovered Zhou Qing's true identity as an undercover agent of the demonic path. Every interaction with his master and every approach toward Chu Huairou had merely been a part of his nefarious scheme. When he revealed the truth to Chu Huairou, he expected his junior sister, with whom he had grown up, to believe him. Instead, she looked at him with cold disappointment. "Senior brother, you have truly disappointed me. I always thought Ah Qing was overthinking. I never expected you to slander him over unfounded accusations." It was then that Chen Anyun realized that all his actions had been meticulously calculated against him. Yet, he was unwilling to give up. After fervently pleading with her, Chu Huairou erupted in anger, withdrawing a hairpin from her hair. "This hairpin was a gift from you for my 16th birthday. I held you in high regard, but you should never have slandered Ah Qing. From now on, our relationship shall be as severed as this pin." With a forceful gesture, she snapped the hairpin in two and cast the pieces before Chen Anyun, resolutely turning away. All that remained was Chen Anyun, who picked up the broken pin, rendered speechless and in shock. Months rolled by. Perhaps sensing Chen Anyun's thoughts, Zhou Qing had been remarkably subdued, providing Chen Anyun with no further opportunities. During these months, Chen Anyun could only watch helplessly as Zhou Qing and Chu Huairou's relationship deepened, culminating in an engagement, with plans for a wedding by year's end. On New Year's Eve, Lingjian Peak was ablaze with lights and festivity. As the seconds ticked by, the day of Chu Huairou and Zhou Qing's joyful union finally arrived. At this moment, apart from Chen Anyun and the master of Lingjian Peak, who was in seclusion for cultivation, all the disciples of Lingjian Peak were present to witness this grand wedding. Dressed in a resplendent crimson gown, adorned with an exquisite phoenix hairpin, Chu Huairou looked breathtakingly beautiful, akin to an ethereal being. After the couple exchanged their vows amidst the jubilant cheers of the disciples, they were on the brink of entering their new residence. However, just as the wedding neared its conclusion and everyone was enveloped in joy, an unforeseen calamity occurred. In a shocking twist, Zhou Qing, the groom, unexpectedly turned hostile before the astonished onlookers, brandishing a sword that pierced through the chest of the bride, Chu Huairou. This sudden action left everyone present in a state of shock, unable to utter a word. The once joyous atmosphere was instantly shattered, replaced by a chilling silence filled with disbelief. As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A colossal, ferocious black dragon, exuding an aura of immeasurable pressure, suddenly erupted from Chu Huairou's chest. With its gaping maw wide open, it unleashed a deafening roar and fiercely launched an assault in all directions. The attendees were rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events, unable to fathom why such a mysterious and powerful dragon lay hidden within Chu Huairou. Even more perplexing was the question of why Zhou Qing would so ruthlessly slay his newlywed wife and unleash this terrifying black dragon. Confusion and fear gripped the hearts of all present. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Chen Anyun, accompanied by the sect leader of Tai and several elders, rushed to the scene. They fearlessly engaged in a fierce battle against the black dragon, and after a harrowing struggle, managed to avert the complete destruction of Lingjin Peak. However, this fierce confrontation dealt a heavy blow to Tai's sect. During the effort to subdue the dragon, the sect leader sustained severe injuries, and 2 elders tragically lost their lives. Consequently, Tai's sect was left significantly weakened and depleted. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing had vanished without a trace, leaving behind Chu Huairou, lying unconscious on the ground. The entire Lingjin Peak was thrown into chaos. Yet, amidst the turmoil, no one noticed Chen Anyun observing his surroundings with a complex expression. In truth, he had traversed to this realm even before Zhou Qing's arrival and had fully integrated the memories of his original self. However, due to the constraints of the system, he was unable to alter the current narrative and could only watch as Chu Huairou developed feelings for another and as Zhou Qing harbored ulterior motives. Now, the system finally indicated that, with the temporary demise of the prominent female lead, he was free to reshape the narrative according to his desires. The system kindly provided him with the forthcoming storyline concerning Chu Huairou. According to the original plot, this calamity marked the beginning of Chu Huairou's rise as the main protagonist. It was from this moment that she would undergo a transformation, realizing that worldly affection was not worth clinging to, and begin to shoulder the responsibilities of being the princess of her hidden lineage, the Xian clan. Indeed, in the established narrative, Chu Huairou was the princess of the reclusive Xian clan, and the black dragon was an accompanying creature possessed by every royal of the clan. It would emerge to indiscriminately attack everything around its master in times of peril. As the destined child of this world, Chu Huairou was not fated to perish easily. She was merely gravely injured and unconscious. The treasured artifact she carried from the Xian clan would automatically begin to heal her body, and according to the original storyline, she would be lively and well again within a year. Moreover, her soul could detach and wander freely in this realm without being seen by anyone. It was during this period of soul exploration that she would later awaken with knowledge of many fortuitous encounters involving rare treasures. Conversely, Chen Anyun, as the tragic supporting male character, faced a grim fate. Following the progression of the plot, he would embark on a solitary quest, armed only with his sword, to confront Zhou Qing, who had completed his trial and officially become the son of the demon path, seeking vengeance for his junior sister. The outcome, of course, would be disastrous. He would soon be gravely injured by Zhou Qing's protectors and cast into the sea, ultimately losing his memory and drifting to another continent, thus becoming a stepping stone for another prominent female lead. This is not the most tragic part. The most lamentable aspect lies in the heart of Chu Huairou, where he will forever remain merely a senior brother who once devoted himself to her, evoking dreams and aspirations during her youth, yet never truly amounting to love. In her memories, Chen Anyun will eternally be just a senior brother. In the future, when Chu Huairou ascends to become a formidable empress, fleeting traces of ink will occasionally surface in her recollections, only to be swiftly brushed aside. The original's dismal fate necessitates, as per the agreement with the system, that he instills a deeper sense of regret in the future empress, destined to return as a ruler. Initially, Chen Anyun perceived this as a trivial concern. As a former nightmare screenwriter whose sharp narratives once led players to their demise, he found this challenge of not shedding tears to align perfectly with his inclinations. However, after years of traversing this realm, he has fully integrated into this world. To him, both Chu Huairou and the surrounding disciples are vibrant, flesh and blood beings. The absence of love from one individual towards another can never be deemed a fault. Moreover, he senses that despite the original's sacrifices for Chu Huairou without reciprocation, there lies no bitterness in his heart. He cannot help but ponder, is this approach somewhat cruel? System? The system responds, the host need not concern themselves, I assure you. Everything you undertake is undoubtedly beneficial for the world, and these female protagonists will ultimately reap rewards far exceeding their contributions. Very well. Considering my life and fate are now in the system's hands, I suppose I must place my trust in it. Chapter 3. My senior brother is unrivaled too, in truth. From Chen Anyun's perspective, Chu Huairou harbors some feelings for her senior brother. at least prior to the arrival of Shou Qing when engaging with other junior sisters. She would puff up her cheeks in indignation, speaking ill of that junior sister. Furthermore, when teased by other junior brothers about their relationship, she would shyly retreat behind him, her pretty face blushing like the peach blossoms on the mountains. Even when she initially began her relationship with Shou Qing, it seemed her intent was more to provoke Chen Anyun, who had become neglectful due to his overwhelming busyness. Otherwise, their physical interactions would not have merely culminated in handholding. Regrettably, the original's choice to evade emotional confrontation ultimately led Chu Huairou, in her repeated disappointments, to eventually choose Shou Qing. Thanks to the system's enhancement, Chen Anyun can now perceive Chu Huairou, transformed into a soul state, floating bewilderedly in midair. In the original narrative, Chen Anyun's solitary venture into the dragon's lair to avenge Chu Huairou would have easily touched the softest corners of a woman's heart. Unfortunately, he acted too swiftly, leaving before Chu Huairou could comprehend his intentions, departing from Lingjian Peak before she could react. Thus, throughout the original story, Chu Huairou remained unaware of his vengeance on her behalf. However, Chen Anyun is determined not to allow tragedy to repeat itself. Yet, as a mere screenwriter rather than an actor, deceiving others with his current performance skills proves to be quite a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he possesses something more reliable than acting: his system. The system not only allows for the exchange of merchandise within the marketplace by absorbing the protagonist's regret value, but it also thoughtfully bestowed upon Chen Anyun an S-grade skill card for self-hypnosis, max, at the onset of his journey. Days prior, he had transformed the script he meticulously crafted into a form of psychological suggestion, executing a flawless self-hypnosis. However, this hypnotic state would only truly commence once Chu Huairou fell into a deep slumber. When she awakened, the self-hypnosis would automatically dissolve, and he too would regain his consciousness. Thus, at that moment, upon witnessing Chu Huairou's bloodied wedding garment, a shadow of gloom overtook his visage. With each heavy step, as if encumbered by lead, he slowly approached her lifeless form. Every stride pierced his heart like countless fine needles, rendering him nearly breathless with agony. At last, he reached her side, extending trembling hands as if cradling an exquisitely fragile treasure, carefully drawing her into his embrace. He held her tightly, fearing that should he loosen his grip, she would dissipate like smoke. Yet, he uttered no profound words of sorrow. Instead, crystalline tears cascaded silently down his haggard cheeks. This voiceless lament conveyed a depth of pain and despair that words could scarcely encapsulate. In that moment, it felt as if his world had crumbled, all vibrancy stripped away, leaving only her presence as the solitary solace in his heart. The surrounding disciples bore witness to this poignant scene, deeply moved. They lowered their heads in silence, unable to confront the heart-wrenching expression on his face, fearful that their own tears would betray them. The air was thick with a suffocating sorrow, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It dawned upon them that prior to Shou Qing's arrival, the senior brother of Lingjian Peak had harbored affections for the junior sister. They were meant to be a celestial couple. Meanwhile, in her ethereal state, Chu Huairou felt a pang in her heart upon witnessing Chen Anyun's sorrowful countenance. Had the senior brother truly loved her? Despite having repeatedly overlooked her, he had indeed warned her, yet she had dismissed his concerns and unjustly blamed him, thus sealing her own fate. Shou Qing had consistently upheld decorum in their interactions, never crossing boundaries beyond gentle hand-holding, which had fostered her trust in him. Initially, she had sought to use Shou Qing to capture the senior brother's attention. But after her disillusionment with him, Shou Qing had remained by her side, tenderly caring for her. In a moment of impulsive rebellion against the senior brother, she had inexplicably accepted Shou Qing's proposal. Now, having been betrayed by the man she was to wed, she felt an overwhelming sorrow, making it difficult to empathize with Chen Anyun's current display of grief. Nevertheless, she floated before him, fully aware that he could not perceive her. Yet she reached out to gently pat his head, offering a semblance of comfort in her own way. System notification, regret value 10. What was once a joyous and highly anticipated wedding had tragically transformed into a heart-wrenching funeral. Yet, the departed cannot return, and the living must forge ahead. Despite the shock this sudden upheaval brought to the entire Tai sect, the leaders and elders were preoccupied with how to navigate the evolving circumstances of the cultivation world. Lingjian Peak did not remain mired in grief for long, gradually restoring its tranquility and serenity. However, since that day, the disciples of Lingjian Peak noticed a subtle change. Their usually amiable and charismatic senior brother could no longer exhibit the familiar smile they had known. Previously, Chen Anyun's countenance had always radiated a gentle smile, akin to the warm breeze of spring, making everyone who encountered him feel enveloped in comfort. Yet now, following the burial of the junior sister, that soft smile had vanished like morning mist, leaving only memories in the hearts of Lingjian Peak's disciples. Meanwhile, Chu Huairou began to adapt to her spiritual existence. Clad in the crimson garb she wore in life, she had become a true red-dressed ghost, though her attire was stained with blood. Her inherently lively spirit quickly resurfaced after a brief period of sorrow, as she began to exploit her invisibility to unearth the secrets of others. Astonishingly, Brother Zhang, who typically exuded arrogance, harbored feelings for the senior brother and had even penned secret love poems for him. What? The ice pot that had gone missing years ago was pilfered by Brother Wang? How on earth did he manage that? Ah. Sisterly dreamed of the senior brother's name. It appeared that many at Lingjin Peak had affections for their senior brother. Did this mean I lacked discernment? No. I seem to have never possessed any discernment at all. As events unfolded at Lingjin Peak, much of what Chu Huairou discovered revolved around her senior brother. It turned out that her unparalleled sword had been seized by him from the Demon Locking Tower. Moreover, the senior brother's cultivation had ascended to the returning origin realm. Surpassing all the prodigies of his generation, how remarkable he was. In this world, cultivation is divided into 6 realms: body refinement, object manipulation, profound understanding, returning origin, longevity, and celestial being. It suddenly occurred to her that while she had long admired the senior brother, she had never truly delved into the intricacies of his life beyond recognizing his kindness and later his neglect. Unconsciously, a surge of impulse welled within her, compelling her to see what Chen Anyun was doing. Without hesitation, she floated towards his dwelling. Soon, she arrived at the peak of Lingjin Peak, the highest point of the entire sect. Chen Anyun resided there, preferring simplicity, his abode a modest wooden house. Chu Huairou effortlessly glided through the walls and found him seated at a table, diligently wielding a brush as if engaged in writing. Clad in a moon-white robe, his chiseled features resembled a finely crafted sculpture, exuding a mature allure without appearing aged, instead radiating an innate pride. His lips, perfectly curved, suggested that his smile would be heartwarming. However, at that moment, they were tightly pressed, as if he were grappling with a difficult decision. Even as she was accustomed to Chen Anyun's presence, Chu Huairou found herself momentarily captivated. Was her senior brother truly this handsome? She could not help but secretly ponder. In her memory, Chen Anyun always wore a gentle smile, embodying the image of an elder brother, although his tenderness had once stirred her heart. The current visage of Chen Anyun, marked by a frosty seriousness, caused her heart to skip a beat unexpectedly. Indeed, she thought to herself, I wish to see what he is truly engaged in. Chu Huairou mused, somewhat in self-deception. Subsequently, she drifted closer to Chen Anyun. For reasons unknown. Despite being but a spiritual entity, she sensed the fervent vitality emanating from him, causing her cheeks to flush. And she instinctively moved half a step aside to focus on what he was writing. It read, Unfilial disciple Chen Anyun respectfully presents this. The disciple shall depart from Lingjin Peak starting today, with an uncertain return date. I implore the master to forgive me. Shock coursed through Chu Huairou as she realized her senior brother was indeed leaving. A wave of panic surged within her. It was then that she noticed Chen Anyun had already packed his belongings, his bedding meticulously arranged. Suddenly, her pupils dilated in alarm. She discovered that, at some point, her senior brother had replaced his sword with her own Wushuang sword. A somewhat frantic thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her senior brother intends to? Chapter 4. My senior brother is invincible. 3. System notification. Regret value 20. System notification. Regret value has accumulated to 200. Would you like to open the golden treasure chest? The first opening of the chest can trigger new user benefits, elevating the reward by 1 level. System notification. Congratulations to the host for opening the golden treasure chest. Obtaining the A-level passive skill, Absorption. Absorption. For every enemy killed, 1 life energy can be acquired from that enemy to restore one's own injuries. With a maximum storage of 20 life energy. System notification. New user benefits triggered. A-level passive skill absorption evolves into S-level passive skill extraction. Extraction. For every enemy killed, 1 life energy can be acquired from that enemy to restore one's own injuries, with a maximum storage of 20 life energy. Additionally, 1 cultivation level can be gained from that enemy. After finishing the letter, Chen Anyun pressed it down on the table with an inkstone. Based on the investigations conducted by the elders of Tai sect over the past few days, the truth behind the wedding had finally emerged. It turned out that Shou Qing was actually a candidate for the holy son of the demonic sect, Heavenly Demon Sect, as the last head of the demonic sect. The selection process for the holy son was naturally unconventional. According to the rules of the Heavenly Demon Sect, any candidate for the holy son must first infiltrate the righteous sects, and the one who creates the most significant upheaval would be crowned the contemporary holy son. In the history of the Heavenly Demon Sect, there was even a holy son who successfully caused a medium-sized righteous sect to crumble completely. The holy son is later regarded as the most accomplished among the successive leaders of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Initially, Shou Qing had devised a plan to seize the opportunity presented by the wedding to gather all disciples of the Lingjin Peak, intending to eradicate the entire peak in one fell swoop, thereby removing this branch, which had stood resilient for 100,000 years within the Tai sect, from the realm of cultivation. However, due to Chen Anyun's intervention, although he did not achieve complete success and failed to annihilate Lingjin Peak, the Tai sect nonetheless suffered significant losses, as the Tai sect is the foremost authority in the righteous path. Shou Qing can now firmly secure his position as the holy son of the current Heavenly Demon Sect through this accomplishment. Yet, whether Shou Qing is now the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect is of little consequence to Chen Anyun. Having departed from the Tai sect, he resolved with unwavering determination to strike it down with his sword. However, he did not intend to recklessly charge into the Heavenly Demon Sect alone. As the foremost authority of the demonic path, the Heavenly Demon Sect had managed to maintain its standing in the cultivation world despite its audacious election of a holy heir, which had humiliated the righteous sections. This resilience indicated that the sect possessed formidable strength, at the very least comparable to that of the Tai sect. To rush in blindly would be folly. The outcome for Zhou Qing was uncertain, but his own survival was undoubtedly at risk. Thus, he planned to commence his actions against the disciples on the periphery of the heavenly demon sect. This approach not only serves to strike at adversaries, but also allows one to gradually enhance their own abilities through the S-class skill acquired merely days prior, until the strength for vengeance is sufficiently amassed. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Chen Anyun stealthily departed from Lingjin Mountain, embarking on a journey under the starry sky towards the desolate expanse where the heavenly demon sect resides. Months later, in the vast wilderness, Crescent Moon City stood as the largest metropolis in the region. It was home to numerous mortals and a myriad of rogue cultivators. However, due to its proximity to the heavenly demon sect, most of these rogue practitioners were notorious figures with blood on their hands. They sought refuge here primarily to gain entrance to the sect in search of a powerful ally. Yet, despite its affiliation with the demonic path, the heavenly demon sect maintained strict admission standards, often overlooking the average rogue cultivators. On this day, a most unwelcome guest arrived in Crescent City, clad in white garments. His gaze was frigid, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Those nefarious individuals who met his eyes instinctively averted their gaze. This individual is, in fact, the long-missing Chen Anyun. Above him, a crimson figure is eagerly observing the surrounding scenery. Curiously, no matter how she floats back and forth, everyone remains utterly oblivious to her actions. This naturally accompanies the ethereal presence of her junior disciple, Chu Huairou, who has traveled countless miles to follow Chen Anyun. Over the past few months, she has witnessed her senior brother braving the elements, tirelessly journeying day and night towards this very place. Her suspicions have finally been confirmed. Indeed, her senior brother has come to exact vengeance on her behalf. This situation left her feeling both heartbroken and anxious. Heartbroken because her esteemed elder brother, who is revered by many at Lingjin Peak, despite his modesty, naturally enjoys the finest in terms of clothing, food, and shelter as the chief disciple overseeing Lingjin Peak. However, now he appeared disheveled, and to her dismay, a stubbly beard had formed on his once pristine face. Although this added a rugged masculinity, it only deepened Chu Huairou's concern for him. Her anxiety stemmed from the belief that this venture could lead to dire consequences. Despite knowing her elder brother could overpower his peers, he remained youthful and inexperienced. While achieving the Guan Yuan realm would make one a figure of authority in smaller sects, the heavenly demon sect was a formidable force in the cultivation world, rivaling the Tai sect, and could not be compared to lesser sections. Thus, charging into such a perilous situation with his current cultivation level would likely lead to grave consequences. Fortunately, her elder brother seemed to have a plan. Not recklessly rushing in as she feared, but instead arriving first at the nearest city to the heavenly demon sect. Although Chu Huairou, as a princess of the concealed Xuanzu clan, was aware of few who knew this secret. She had grown up in Lingjin Peak and was visiting Yueya City for the first time. As Chen Anyun strolled through the bustling streets, she floated around, incessantly chattering to him. Wow, elder brother, look, they are selling roasted insects. I didn't know insects could be eaten. Elder brother, why do the people here wear headscarves? Isn't it hot with all this desert surrounding us? Elder brother, look at this hairpin being sold by the vendor. Doesn't it resemble the one you gifted me? Her mood suddenly dampened as she recalled that the hairpin had been broken in two by her own hands. Just then, she noticed Chen Anyun had halted, his gaze fixed upon the hairpin. The vendor, oblivious to the backstory, immediately sensed the customer's interest and called out enthusiastically, "Oh dear, esteemed guest, look at this exquisite hairpin. It would be a perfect gift for your beloved." Chen Anyun remained silent, staring at the hairpin. Seeing a potential sale, the vendor eagerly presented it to him, grinning, "You have an eye for quality. This hairpin is a rare item transported from Zhangzhou. It's a bargain at just 3 taels of silver. Your beloved will surely adore it." However, Chen Anyun did not acquiesce to the vendor's wishes. Instead, he turned away with a somber tone, saying, "My beloved has passed away." The vendor was taken aback, his rehearsed lines caught in his throat. By the time he regained his composure to offer further persuasion, Chen Anyun had already vanished into the throng of pedestrians. "My beloved has passed away." Upon hearing this, Chu Huairou lost her enthusiasm for shopping, floating sorrowfully above Chen Anyun. "Elder brother, you are so exceptional. Why cling to me? Surely you can find someone better." Though she knew he could not hear her, she felt compelled to offer comfort. Yet, the image of another woman embracing Chen Chang'an suddenly flashed in her mind, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of discomfort, prompting her to fall silent. That night, Chen Anyun checked into an inn, requesting a room for the night. After months of arduous travel, he felt both physically and mentally exhausted. He instructed the attendant to prepare hot water for a soothing bath. As he removed his shirt, Chu Huairou floated in through the window, exclaiming, "Elder brother, the kitchen here is roasting a whole lamb. It looks delicious." Upon turning, she was met with the sight of Chen Anyun's sculpted physique, his broad shoulders, strong chest, and toned legs radiating an undeniable masculine allure. Startled, she gasped and quickly turned away, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, as she turned, a thought crossed her mind. It seems elder brother cannot see me now. With this realization, a wave of curiosity and courage surged within her. She slowly turned back to steal a glance at Chen Anyun, who stood there with his eyes closed, deeply focused and immersed in his own world. Chapter 5. My esteemed brother is unrivaled, for Chen Anyun slept soundly, awakening only when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window. Unbeknownst to him, while he slumbered, a spirit hovered silently above him, blushing throughout the night, clearly having not rested despite the fact that spirits seemingly do not require sleep. As Chen Anyun finally sat up, Chu Huairou's beautiful face displayed a bashful expression akin to a newlywed bride, her vibrant red dress enhancing her charm. Yet, Chen Anyun remained oblivious to this scene, his mind preoccupied with contemplating his forthcoming plans. Although this city may appear devoid of belonging, its proximity to the heavenly demon sect surely subjects it to their influence. Many establishments within this city may very well belong to the celestial demon sect. Thus, with a patient approach, I shall methodically search each one, and I am confident that I will soon encounter a disciple of the celestial demon sect. Without hesitation, Chen Anyun swiftly directed his attention to a casino situated within Crescent Moon City. Unlike the cities of mortals in the central continent, the casinos and brothels in Crescent Moon City are never lacking in the presence of cultivators. However, practitioners of the arcane arts are strictly forbidden from employing spells to cheat. Should they be discovered, they would not only be expelled from the casino but also face the dire consequence of losing their entire fortune. Behind these casinos lies an intimidating background. Naturally, if an immortal cultivator can cheat using spells without being detected, it would indeed be a testament to their abilities, akin to the sleight of hand found in the mortal realm. However, this only applies to lowly cultivators. For Chen Anyun, who has attained the realm of return to origin, maintaining an unblemished winning streak is exceedingly simple. Before long, Chen Anyun had won nearly all the cash on the casino's ledger. As he swaggered towards the exit, someone finally blocked his path. It was a corpulent man clad in a black robe, appearing to be the casino's manager. "My friend, my master requests your presence," he stated. Chen Anyun regarded the man with cold indifference, his voice icy as he replied, "What if I refuse?" In response to Chen Anyun's resolute demeanor, the man appeared unfazed. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips as he softly replied, "I would not dare to obstruct you, but my master is a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Surely, with your insights, you understand the implications of this. I implore you to consider your decision carefully." Upon hearing the man's introduction, Chen Anyun silently acknowledged the information, maintaining an impassive facade while feigning contemplation. The heavenly demon sect. In that case, lead the way. He mused to himself that he had indeed stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity, as he had been seeking members of the heavenly demon sect, and here they were, presenting themselves without effort. It was evident that the heavenly demon sect's influence over Crescent Moon City was far more extensive than he had anticipated. The man, taken aback by Chen Anyun's unexpected acquiescence, hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, "Then please, follow me." Although slightly puzzled by Chen Anyun's unusual behavior, the man felt a sense of relief that the other party was willing to cooperate. Thus, he led Chen Anyun down several corridors until they arrived at an opulent room adorned in gold and splendor. The man gently pushed open the door and gestured for Chen Anyun to enter. Nodding, Chen Anyun stepped inside. The man did not follow but respectfully closed the door behind him and departed. Inside the room sat a tall, middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, intently preparing tea at a small table. Even as Chen Anyun entered, the man did not look up until the tea had brewed and the room filled with its fragrant aroma. Finally, he raised his gaze, a half-smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chen Anyun. "You dare to be so brazen in my establishment. Your audacity is commendable." "Indeed, I possess a naturally bold disposition," Chen Anyun replied nonchalantly, taking a seat opposite the man. As the middle-aged man looked on in confusion, Chen Anyun poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. The man, about to reprimand him, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Anyun. Despite the man's seemingly high status, a mere glance was enough for Chen Anyun to discern that he was merely a pawn. Thus, he relaxed his aura slightly. Transcendental realm. The middle-aged man's face turned as pale as a sheet, his mind blank. Chen Anyun regarded him with a knowing smile, nodding ambiguously as he spoke in a calm tone. "Now, enlighten me." "Enlighten you about what?" the man stammered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he frantically recalled his recent actions, trying to identify how he had offended a figure of such stature. "I have heard you are a disciple of the heavenly demon sect?" Chen Anyun slowly extended his right hand, lifting the teacup while gently blowing away the steam before savoring a sip. I'm merely an outer disciple of the heavenly demon sect," the man stammered, his face filled with trepidation. "In truth, these enterprises belong to the inner disciples. I am but a steward managing them on their behalf." "Steward, you say?" Chen Anyun set down the cup, slightly furrowing his brow before inquiring anew, "What other enterprises in Crescent Moon City operate under similar circumstances?" "Reporting to you, almost all lucrative enterprises in Crescent Moon City bear the influence of the inner disciples of the heavenly demon sect," the man replied, his head bowed in deference. "Oh, what kinds of enterprises generate considerable wealth?" Chen Anyun asked, intrigued. "For instance, brothels, casinos, opium dens, pawn shops, and so forth." The man cautiously lifted his gaze to gauge Chen Anyun's reaction, relieved to find no signs of anger. "Ah, I see," Chen Anyun nodded. "Thank you for your information. Anytime." "Anytime," the man quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Chen Anyun turned to leave without a backward glance. just as the man exhaled in relief. A chilling voice pierced the air. I almost forgot. Outer disciples are still disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Before he could cry out, the man felt the world around him spin inexplicably, and he found himself staring at a familiar figure standing where he had just been. Who is this person without a head? He pondered. In the next moment, he found himself engulfed in eternal darkness. That night, at the grandest brothel in Crescent City, the fragrant pavilion, which was under the control of the notorious heavenly demon sect, such establishments were, of course, rife with tales of forced prostitution. Li Weidao was one of the unfortunate victims. She was the daughter of the leader of a minor cultivation sect in the Great Wilderness. However, last year, several disciples from her sect unknowingly offended the heavenly demon sect, prompting an elder from the sect to arrive and mercilessly slaughter everyone in her sect. She was subsequently abducted to Crescent City, her cultivation sealed, and reduced to a woman of ill repute. Tonight marked her first night of receiving clients. What added to her humiliation was that her first client was a mere mortal, rumored to be the illegitimate son of a heavenly demon sect elder. Although lacking in cultivation talent, he still wielded considerable influence in Crescent City. Despite her own powers being restrained, she had secretly resolved that, even if she were to perish tonight, she would take that mortal down with her. However, she clearly underestimated the methods of the heavenly demon sect. As she discreetly concealed a hairpin beneath her pillow, preparing to strike when her opponent was caught off guard, she suddenly felt her body weaken. She then witnessed the mortal, with a lecherous grin, retrieving an incense burner from his bosom and taunting, "Heh, did you not expect this, little beauty? This is the heavenly demon sect's finest aphrodisiac. The heavenly softening incense, which will ensure you do not resist while keeping you alert enough to fully enjoy tonight's events." With that, he eagerly began to disrobe, declaring, "I've longed to experience what a cultivator feels like." Despair washed over Li Weidao as she gazed at the man before her. Just as she was about to shut her eyes in resignation, a flash of silver light caught her attention. The man clutched his neck. Disbelief etched on his face as he collapsed to the ground. Then, she beheld a figure clad in a moon-white long robe, his gaze as frigid as ice, standing by the window, looking as if he had descended from the heavens. With a mere wave of his hand, she felt an immediate release. Not only was the drug's influence lifted, but the constraints on her cultivation also vanished silently. Overwhelmed with joy, she wept. Then, she heard the man ask casually, "Can you still wield a sword?" Li Weidao nodded fervently. Soon after, a longsword fell before her. As she picked it up from the ground, she realized that the celestial-like figure had already slipped away. Outside, the fragrant pavilion was in an uproar, filled with cries and the sounds of hurried footsteps. Suddenly, she remembered something and rushed to the window, shouting, "Kind benefactor, be cautious. The mastermind behind this brothel is a disciple of the heavenly demon sect." Just as her words faded, she saw the man return, holding a bloodied head in his grasp. With a thud, the severed head rolled to the ground. Chapter 6. My senior brother is unrivaled in the world. 5. Li Weitao's pupils constricted sharply. Even if the owner of that head had turned to ash, she would never forget that it was he, a year ago, who had led an elder of the heavenly demon sect to mercilessly slaughter over 100 disciples of her sect. The owner of this severed head is, in fact, the clandestine master of this brothel, a disciple of the Tianma sect's inner circle. Yet, in the next moment, she could not help but feel a surge of concern for the man standing before her. This individual is indeed a disciple of the inner sect of the heavenly demon sect, yet he effortlessly severed his head. How dare he? Li Weidao inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, and softly urged, "Benefactor, please leave this place at once. The person you have just slain is a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, and they possess a unique means of communication. Soon, his elders will undoubtedly come seeking vengeance." As her words fell, she noticed a faint smile emerging on the countenance of the man before her. This smile sent her already racing hard into a frenzy. "Oh, is there such a delightful turn of events?" he replied nonchalantly. "I was preparing to proceed to my next destination, but in that case, I would like to linger here a while longer." Li Weidao, filled with urgency, quickly warned, "The elders of the heavenly demon sect possess formidable strength in the returning origin realm. Isn't that just perfect?" The man replied, slightly raising his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds, fixated on the luminous moon suspended in the night sky, a smirk gracing his lips. "Moreover, you spoke too late. The person you mentioned has already arrived. Such audacity, to wreak havoc on the territory of my heavenly demon sect." A thunderous roar reverberated, as if it could shatter the very heavens and earth. Before the figure even materialized, a deep voice had already echoed from afar. Even Chen Anyun, upon hearing this voice, couldn't help but change countenance, instinctively narrowing his eyes. Chen Anyun was acutely aware that he had just stepped into the returning origin realm, his strength still nascent. The opponent he faced could very well be a top-tier expert entrenched in the returning origin realm for an extended period. From any perspective, Chen Anyun was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. However, there was not a shred of fear in his heart. Prior to arriving, he had anticipated the challenge posed by an expert of the returning origin realm and had made ample preparations for it. At this moment, he was resolute in his belief that he could triumph over the formidable foe before him. Swiftly, a shadow sliced through the air like lightning, descending from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man with flowing black hair materialized before Chen Anyun. He stood tall and imposing, akin to an unyielding mountain, radiating an unparalleled aura of authority and dominance. The elder's eyes were keen as a hawk, fixed intently on Chen Anyun, a look of disdain gracing his lips, as if he regarded him as inconsequential. He first surveyed the chaos surrounding the fragrant court, seemingly indifferent, until his gaze fell upon the bloodied head on the ground. His expression shifted abruptly, pupils constricting. "You dare to kill my heavenly demon sect's disciple in Crescent Moon City?" With a cold smile, Chen Anyun brandished his sword. "Not only do I intend to slay your disciples, but I shall also take down your elders, and subsequently the Holy Son and the sect master of the heavenly demon sect." Arrogance! The black-clad elder fumed, and before Chen Anyun could finish speaking, his hands, radiating a dark glow, were already descending toward Chen Anyun's head. Consumed by rage, the elder unleashed his ultimate skill without hesitation, the profound yin grasp. This seemingly ordinary maneuver possesses a remarkable depth, with 18 subsequent variations regardless of the opponent's response. Should the adversary attempt to evade, another 18 transformations await, rendering them defenseless. In such a scenario, survival becomes a mere illusion. Yet, to the astonishment of the cloaked elder, Chen Anyun does not flinch or retreat. Instead, he allows the elder's palm to strike directly against his chest. Seizing the fleeting moment of the elder's distraction, he thrusts his sword through the elder's heart. Both combatants stagger back, each sustaining grievous wounds from their singular clash. Ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Chen Anyun lets out a hearty laugh. "Come again." He advances once more. The cloaked elder hastily suppresses his injuries, raising his palms to confront the oncoming assault. Aiming directly for Chen Anyun's head, he cannot fathom that his opponent would dare to employ such a reckless tactic of trading injuries. However, as their forms draw nearer, he is taken aback to discover that Chen Anyun shows no inclination to retreat. Instead, he thrusts his sword toward the elder's throat, transforming the exchange from a mere trade of wounds to a deadly gamble for life itself. A madman. This is a lunatic. In the critical moment before their clash, the cloaked elder abruptly withdraws his attack, allowing them to pass each other. Though he evades the lethal strike, the sudden maneuver inflicts considerable internal harm upon him. While Chen Anyun remains unscathed. "Wait, esteemed friend, could there be a misunderstanding?" The elder exclaims, witnessing Chen Anyun's sword approach once more, prompting him to awkwardly sidestep. Fear begins to creep into his heart. Although the youth's cultivation may be inferior, his reckless willingness to risk his life instills a profound sense of trepidation. As a revered elder of the heavenly demon sect, he has wielded power in the desolate lands. Yet he feels he has not yet lived enough to engage in a life-or-death struggle with this individual. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Chen Anyun pauses slightly and inquires, "Are you an elder of the heavenly demon sect?" "I am Elder Wang of the inner sect of the heavenly demon sect," the elder replies. "Do not trouble yourself to share your name," Chen Anyun interrupts. "I have no interest in the names of the deceased." With that, he lunges forward once more. "Impudent brat. You go too far." The elder curses inwardly. Faced with Chen Anyun's relentless onslaught, his evasions grow increasingly desperate. Finally, he steels himself, abandoning his attempts to dodge, and instead strikes directly at Chen Anyun's brow with renewed fervor. "This fellow must be deceiving me. I refuse to believe there exists a person in this world who is unafraid of death. When the moment arrives, he will surely evade my strike." Just as the old man in black contemplated this notion, he suddenly felt the force of his palm strike true. Yet, he found no joy in this realization, for a long sword had pierced directly through his heart, leaving him with an icy chill. How could this be? He truly did not dodge. What on earth was his intention? This encapsulates the final thoughts of the elderly man in black. In the clash of narrow paths, it is the brave who prevail. The elderly man in black succumbed 1 second earlier than Chen Anyun. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting second that spared Chen Anyun's life. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a surge of pure vitality suddenly blossomed within him, preserving his last breath. Chen Anyun understood that this was the activation of his passive skill. Furthermore, he felt his true essence surge significantly, far surpassing the strength he had wielded when vanquishing that disciple of the heavenly demon sect. All of this is within his calculations. The practitioners of dark arts are unscrupulous in their pursuit of rapid advancement, ensnared by the material desires of mortals, inevitably compromising their integrity. Thus, he is convinced that he can triumph over the formidable through sheer will. Yet, the world has never offered shortcuts for every sip and peck. Although he has preserved his life, Chen Anyun is currently gravely injured. He glanced at Li Yuetao, who stood beside him, bewildered, and thought to himself that one must see a rescue through to its conclusion. With a surge of determination, he gathered his strength, enveloped Li Yuetao in his embrace, and in an instant, they soared beyond the Crescent Moon City. As soon as their feet touched the ground, Chen Anyun could no longer bear the weight of his own body. A wave of nausea surged within him, and he tasted blood as it erupted from his mouth. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Li Yuetao, witnessing this, seemed to awaken from a dream and hurriedly supported him, exclaiming, "Benefactor, benefactor." With trembling fingers, she gently touched the tip of his nose. Sensing the steadiness of his breath, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if he had merely slipped into unconsciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuetao resolved to carry Chen Anyun on her back. the instant she lifted him. A potent masculine aura enveloped her, wrapping her soft form in its embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson, but she quickly regained her composure, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She channeled her internal energy and sped away towards the distant outskirts of the city. Chapter 7. My senior brother is unrivaled in the world. 6. You truly lack shame. Chu Huairou exclaimed angrily, blocking the doorway. Unfortunately, Li Yuedao seemed oblivious as she gracefully passed through her, bearing a bowl of steaming porridge as she entered the room. At that moment, Chen Anyun sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, cultivating his energy. Benefactor, I have prepared some porridge, Li Yuedao said softly, her voice tinged with nervousness and anticipation. She approached the bedside cautiously, wary of disturbing Chen Anyun as he healed. Gradually, he withdrew the energy he had been using for recovery, his breath stabilizing. Upon hearing Li Yuetao's voice, he slightly opened his eyes and replied in a neutral tone. Just place it there. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Yuetao's gaze, but she quickly concealed her emotions. She gently set the porridge on the table and stood quietly beside it, her eyes fixed upon Chen Anyun. He seemed to sense her gaze but chose not to speak further. Closing his eyes once more, he focused on his recovery. Yet, Li Yuedao's heart was restless. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke again. Had it not been for your timely rescue yesterday, I fear I would have lost my honor. This immense gratitude is beyond what I can repay. As she spoke, she bit her lip and mustered her courage to continue, if you would not mind. I would, but before she could finish, Chen Anyun interrupted her. Opening his eyes, he looked earnestly at Li Yuedao and said, There is no need. I was gravely injured yesterday and fell into unconsciousness. Had you not swiftly relocated me to safety, I might not have survived. Thus, we are even in this regard. You need not feel guilt or burden yourself with any sense of obligation. Hearing these words brought Li Yuedao a measure of comfort, yet it was accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. She felt reassured that Chen Anyun was indeed the noble gentleman she believed him to be, unwilling to exploit another's misfortune. However, the disappointment lay in the realization that he harbored no ulterior motives towards her. This prompted her to experience a twinge of self-doubt regarding her appearance for the very first time. With renewed determination, she earnestly requested, Might you kindly reveal your name? Should fate allow, I shall strive wholeheartedly to repay your kindness. Chen Anyun sighed, acutely aware that he was not oblivious to the admiration reflected in the young woman's eyes. His act of saving her yesterday had merely been a spontaneous gesture. He had no desire to cultivate any further connection. After all, the venture he was about to undertake was fraught with peril, teetering on the brink of life and death. Contemplating this, Chen Anyun concluded that if certain matters could not be pursued, he ought not to foster any illusions in others. Thus, he replied, My lady, I am already devoted to another. Li Yuedao's face blanched, her heart racing with a sudden sense of panic. After a brief pause, she spoke with a hint of sorrow. Pray tell, which fortunate lady has captured your affections? Fortune is hardly the word, Chen Anyun candidly confessed. It is my junior sister from the sect. Ah, I see. Li Yuedao inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Might I inquire where this beloved of yours resides now? She has passed away. Ah, Li Yuedao gasped, taken aback by such a revelation, and quickly offered her apologies. I am so sorry. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Hearing her elder brother so openly declare his affection stirred a sense of shyness in Chu Huairou as she drifted about the rooftop. Yet, upon hearing the subsequent words, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Unbeknownst to her, the reason for her lingering existence as a spirit lay in the power of the ancestral treasures she possessed, leading her to believe she had indeed perished, her attachments merely preventing her from moving on. At that moment, however, she felt a profound sense of guilt. She had never anticipated that Chen Anyun would hold such deep and unwavering feelings for her. This left her feeling shy, while simultaneously prompting her to question within herself whether she truly deserved such treatment from her senior brother. After all, she had carelessly broken the hairpin gifted to her by him. With this thought, she floated to Chen Anyun's side and softly uttered, Senior brother, since I am already dead, perhaps you should just forget about me. She stifled the bitterness rising within her and continued, This girl, so beautiful, is only slightly less than I. And she loves you dearly. Why not just accept her? Her voice dwindled to a whisper. For some inexplicable reason, even knowing that her senior brother could not hear her words, the mere act of suggesting he forget her weighed heavily on her heart. What is wrong with me? Chu Huairou pressed against her chest, bewildered by the profound ache within her. Could it be that my feelings for my senior brother are not as extinguished as I had resolved? I had firmly decided to no longer harbor feelings for him. She could not comprehend why, despite Shou Qing being her betrothed, she had not thought of him in ages, nor felt any deep-seated resentment even after his betrayal. Yet, the mere thought of her senior brother being with another woman stirred a tumult of panic and anguish from the depths of her soul. Chu Huairou found herself engulfed in confusion. I shall take my leave now. Moments later, Li Yuedao fled in distress. Chen Anyun observed as Li Yuedao dashed out of the room, and he let out a soft sigh. Once the outside fell into silence, he slowly rose from the bed and approached the table, lifting the bowl of congee that sat before him. The bowl of porridge exuded an enticing aroma. its texture appearing dense and viscous, clearly indicating the meticulous effort invested by the one who prepared it. Chen Anyun tilted her head back and drank several mouthfuls of the clear porridge. Then, with a flicker of thought, she vanished from the room. By noon, Li Wutao entered once more, gazing at the vacant room and the empty bowl on the table, momentarily taken aback. She stood by the table, contemplative for a while, her heart brimming with emotion, which ultimately transformed into a soft sigh. Time swiftly passed, and months flew by. In the past few months, a significant event has transpired in the desolate wilderness. Remarkably, someone has managed to eradicate the influence of the Heavenly Demon sect within Crescent Moon City. Although the Heavenly Demon sect is associated with the demonic path, it is nonetheless a legitimate sect of cultivation. Logically, they would have little regard for the enterprises within Crescent Moon City. However, due to the chaotic mixture of individuals within the sect, compounded by the fact that practitioners of the demonic path often seek rapid advancement and neglect the cultivation of their inner selves, they find it challenging to restrain their desires. Consequently, the sect turned a blind eye to the actions of certain disciples and elders within Crescent Moon City. Initially, when several enterprises belonging to the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect were destroyed, and some met untimely deaths, including a guest elder, the sect's internal response was one of indifference. After all, the world of cultivation operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, and private conflicts are all too common. If the sect were to intervene every time a disciple perished, the elders would have little else to do but engage in endless brawls. However, as the losses among the disciples began to mount, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Demon sect finally took notice. When they began to tally the casualties, they were astounded to discover that over the past few months, more than 100 disciples and 6 guest elders had lost their lives in Crescent Moon City. It became evident that this was not merely a series of ordinary conflicts among cultivators. Rather, there was someone lurking in the shadows, silently targeting the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect. Moreover, this individual possessed exceptional skills, as indicated by the message relayed by an elder before their demise, suggesting that the ambusher was likely at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm. This cultivator, instead of seeking breakthroughs within his own sect, has audaciously ventured into the desolate wilderness to mercilessly slaughter the disciples and esteemed elders of the Heavenly Demon sect. In response to this egregious affront, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Demon sect, incensed by the affront, have resolved to dispatch an intersect elder of the longevity realm to investigate this matter. The longevity realm represents the true pinnacle of the cultivation world, where one can be regarded as an ancestor. As the name suggests, those who attain the longevity realm possess lifespans extending up to 10 millennia. Only the inner sect elders and the sect masters of the foremost cultivation sects reach this exalted state. Furthermore, the even loftier celestial realm has not graced the cultivation world for ages. It is said that those who achieve the celestial realm can transcend the void and ascend to higher realms. Thus, the Heavenly Demon sect is resolute in their pursuit of the audacious cultivator who dared to ambush their disciples. Chapter 8. My senior brother is unrivaled in the world. 7. Chen Anyun has achieved a breakthrough, harnessing the power of an S-rank passive skill. After vanquishing the last esteemed elder of the Heavenly Demon sect in Silvermoon City, he sensed the true essence within him beginning to transmute into a higher form of energy. At the age of 37, having reached the longevity realm, he cannot claim to be without peer, yet he is undeniably unparalleled within the annals of the cultivation world. Even the legendary founder of the Tai sect, Master Xianxia, only attained the longevity realm at the age of 60. Much less can be said for the vast majority of cultivators, who, even at the end of their lifespans, never come close to touching the threshold of this realm. Without entering the longevity realm, one ultimately becomes mere dust. This is a widely circulated saying within the realm of immortality cultivation. Generally, cultivators possess lifespans of less than 1,000 years, even those who reach the pinnacle of the returning to origin realm, merely a step away from the eternal life realm, cannot exceed this limit. However, upon breaking through to the eternal life realm, one's lifespan surges instantaneously to 10,000 years. Stepping into the eternal life realm is akin to having 1 foot already within the domain of the transcendent beings. As Chen Anyun felt the transformations within his body, he remained neither joyous nor sorrowful. The level of cultivation held little significance for him now. It merely served as a tool for murder. A higher cultivation merely indicated a greater efficiency in eliminating others, particularly those of superior cultivation. Nonetheless, having attained the eternal life realm, he could finally confront the holy son of the Heavenly Demon sect. Chen Anyun had never anticipated returning unscathed from this quest for vengeance. His previous actions in Crescent Moon City were not replicable, for true core disciples of the sect rarely ventured beyond its gates. To avenge Chu Huairou, the only viable course was to directly storm the sect. The night was as cool as water. Chen Anyun sat quietly in a courtyard of Crescent Moon City, which had once been the residence of a disciple from the Heavenly Demon sect. He diligently polished the long sword in his hand, treating it as if it were a treasured artifact. This unparalleled sword, measuring 3 feet in length, was forged from the exceedingly rare great crimson gold found within the cultivation realm. It had originally belonged to the unmatched demon lord of the 79th level of the Demon Lock Tower. Recalling the harrowing battle within the Demon Lock Tower, Chen Anyun's heart surged with emotion. He had fought 11 fierce battles against the unmatched demon lord, each one a life-or-death struggle. In the final duel, he risked a fatal blow to sever one of the demon lord's arms, successfully retrieving this precious sword from the tower. Since that moment, the unparalleled sword had remained by his little junior sister Chu Huairou's side. However, time flew by, and 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In the realm of cultivation, 6 years were but a fleeting moment. Yet, the one who had once always surrounded him, her smile like a blooming flower, had now become mere dust, and this unparalleled sword had once again returned to his grasp. Gazing at the sword, Chen Anyun was overwhelmed with memories. He recalled the moments spent with his little junior sister. Those beautiful times felt vividly alive in his mind. Now, however, things had changed, and only this sword remained as a testament to their shared past. He sighed softly, sheathing the unparalleled sword, and stood up, casting his gaze toward the horizon. That direction was where the heavenly demon sect, the leader of the demonic path for millennia, resided. Do not rush, Chen Anyun murmured to himself, audible only to his own ears. Tomorrow, I shall go to the heavenly demon sect. I will soon bring that person down to meet you. What if I do not wish to see that person? Seeing Chen Anyun's resolute demeanor, Chu Huairou reached out, attempting to touch his cheek. Yet in the next instant, her hand passed through the space where his head was. During this period, she has consistently remained by Chen Anyun's side, witnessing him triumph over formidable foes time and again, and observing his cultivation continually advance, elevating his realm. She feels an immense sense of pride and admiration for her esteemed senior brother, for she alone comprehends the extraordinary nature of his prowess and charm. Reflecting on the past, she finds it utterly laughable that she once agreed to marry Zhou Qing. Indeed, she can no longer delude herself into concealing her genuine feelings, although her senior brother may be oblivious to her. The countless days and nights spent in his company have undeniably solidified her emotions. Imagine sharing each day with such a graceful, unparalleled man who seems to have eyes only for her. How could she not develop feelings? Moreover, she has come to realize that his imprint has long been etched within her heart. This realization traces back to the tender care he has shown her and the meticulous attention he has provided. Never before did she consider leaving her senior brother. Occasionally, she even fantasized about a future where they would unite as husband and wife. However, fate delights in playing tricks, and she cannot fathom why she later lost her mind, becoming ensnared by the despicable Zhou Qing. Initially, she merely wished to evoke jealousy in him, to garner a tad more concern amidst his busy life. Now, every time Chu Huairou witnesses her senior brother vanquishing a powerful enemy, she finds herself exuberantly dancing in the air. Simultaneously, she cannot help but ponder how much better it would be without Zhou Qing. Perhaps she would still be at her senior brother's side, or they might have already wed. Perhaps he would not have to venture into this desolate land to engage in life and death struggles with disciples of the heavenly demon sect. She would not have morphed into this mere shadow, silently cheering for him from the sidelines, unnoticed. She yearns to touch him, to embrace him, to feel every inch of his skin against hers. Whenever such thoughts arise, an overwhelming sense of suffocation washes over her, compelling her to pause her contemplation. Her senior brother is set to confront the heavenly demon sect tomorrow. Will he perish? Chu Huairou cannot dare to entertain such thoughts. No, she can only harbor boundless faith in her senior brother. He shall not die. Such an extraordinary figure as he will undoubtedly eradicate the heavenly demon sect and dominate the world. Her senior brother is destined to be invincible. And as for herself, even if she can remain by his side in this state, she feels fulfilled. Even if, in time, he gradually meets and forms bonds with others, ultimately marrying and having children, perhaps even forgetting her, she shall never depart. Chapter 9. My senior brother is invincible. 8. The heavenly demon sect has been one of the foremost powers in the cultivation world since the formidable heavenly demon lord roamed the vast wilderness 100,000 years ago, establishing the sect. Its foundation is unfathomable. Not even during the most fervent times of the righteous path did anyone dare to confront it head-on. However, that record is fated to be shattered today. A young man clad in a robe of moonlit hue approached the gates of the heavenly demon sect, wielding a 3-foot-long sword. Exuding an air of indifference, he calmly inquired of the disciples guarding the entrance, "Might I ask where your holy son is? I have urgent business with him." His demeanor was so natural that the gatekeeper instinctively began to respond, "Our holy son is," but he was abruptly silenced by a companion, whose expression shifted to one of hostility. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the gates of the heavenly demon sect?" Regrettably, the young man merely shook his head, disappointment flickering across his face as if lamenting the lack of a satisfactory reply. Yet, before anyone could regain their composure, he suddenly stomped his foot, leaping into the air with an ethereal agility. In that instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, surging forth like a torrential flood. Then, a voice, as thunderous as a bell, resounded throughout the heavenly demon sect. "I am Chen Anyun, here today to seek your holy son Zhou Qing for a duel." As soon as his words fell, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his hand, revealing an exceptionally sharp longsword. In a heartbeat, a dazzling sword light soared into the sky, resembling a dragon emerging from the clouds, carrying an unparalleled ferocity as it struck down upon the gates of the heavenly demon sect. A deafening explosion echoed, enveloping the skies above the sect in resplendent light. The overwhelming sword energy descended upon the gates with the force of a mountain crashing down upon an egg, shaking the very earth and sky, rendering the scene utterly breathtaking. A voice, booming like a bell, suddenly rang out. Who dares to brazenly breach the protective array of the mountain? In an instant, azure lights appeared, and several figures soared into the air, encircling Chen Anyun. The leader among them was none other than the infamous sect master of the heavenly demon sect, Renwiching, whose cold gaze was fixed upon the sword-wielding Chen Anyun. Daring to intrude upon my heavenly demon sect's protective array, regardless of your reasons, you are destined to die. But I still wish to ask, who are you? Why do you dare to cause trouble in my heavenly demon sect? Facing several long-lived cultivators of the Tai sect, Chen Anyun remained unperturbed. Suddenly, Renwiching recalled something and regarded Chen Anyun with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. I see your foundation is still shallow. You must have recently entered the long-lived realm. It is unwise to throw away a promising future by seeking death in my heavenly demon sect. I propose this. Why not join my sect? I can arrange for you to become the new holy son, and Shou Qing will be at your mercy. Chen Anyun responded in a calm tone. I appreciate your kind offer, Sect Master Ren, but today, I have no intention of joining the heavenly demon sect. However, I must kill Shou Qing, so I kindly request you inform me of his whereabouts. Haha. Renwiching laughed, infuriated yet amused. Such audacity. But I wonder what gives you the confidence to speak so boldly. Do you think my heavenly demon sect lacks capable individuals? You will soon find out. Chen Anyun stood tall, sword in hand. Very well. Shou Qing is within that palace. Renwiching gestured casually. If you can survive your way there, you may kill him. It's a deal. Chen Anyun surged forward, flying directly toward the indicated palace. System prompt. Would you like to use 20,000 regret points to exchange for S-level passive skill? Famous sword? Famous sword can be triggered once a month when receiving a fatal attack. You will not die within a day, regardless of circumstances. System prompt. Exchange successful. Skill card has been automatically equipped. The system is Chen Anyun's greatest ally. Kill him. Renwiching waved his hand, and two elders of the Chaoxing realm soared into the air, aiming to intercept Chen Anyun from either side. However, Chen Anyun remained steadfast. Refusing to evade, and with two precise strokes of his long sword, he sent the elders hurtling backward. Renwiching's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from intervening directly, merely nodding slightly, prompting another two elders to charge at Chen Anyun. Undeterred, Chen Anyun's countenance remained resolute. He continued to exchange injuries for injuries, even managing to strike one elder squarely in the chest with a sword, nearly incapacitating him. Nevertheless, Chen Anyun was not deterred, and although his speed diminished, he resolutely pressed on towards the palace. If this young man were to survive, it seemed likely that a prodigy would emerge in the realm of cultivation, Renwiching mused. His keen perception allowed him to discern that while Chen Anyun had successfully repelled 4 elders, such a strategy of trading wounds was inherently unsustainable. Today, he had no hope of retreating unscathed. The 4 inner gate elders of the Tianma sect remained relentlessly entangled with Chen Anyun. Having been true masters of the Chaoxing realm for many years, they recognized the flaws in Chen Anyun's tactic. Consequently, their patience grew ever more profound. As Chen Anyun accumulated more injuries, his speed waned further. It was time to conclude this, Renwiching thought, closing his eyes, despite being of the demonic path. He could not bear to witness the fall of an unparalleled genius. Seizing the moment, one elder found the opportunity to strike, lunging a sword towards Chen Anyun's chest as he shifted his stance. This sword strikes with both swiftness and ferocity, moreover. The black light gleaming upon the blade clearly indicates it is no ordinary technique. This sword strike, Chen Anyun could no longer evade. In that moment, as the elder stood in stunned silence, he boldly stepped forward, allowing the blade to pierce his heart. In turn, he thrust the same sword into the elder's throat. Subsequently, with a surge of true essence, a pristine head soared into the sky. The elder has fallen. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Chen Anyun had already drawn the long sword from his chest, his expression devoid of emotion as he continued to soar toward the palace. As if he had just slain not a top elder of a prestigious sect who had lived for thousands of years and held the potential for immortality, but merely dispatched an insignificant creature. Thus, the battle that would shock the entire realm of cultivation had truly commenced. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a sanguine hue over the entire stronghold of the heavenly demon sect. Beneath this blood-red sky, a solitary figure wielding a sword remained defiantly suspended in the air. His moon-white robe was drenched in blood, and his long black hair flowed freely with the wind. At that moment, the heavenly demon sect, which boasted a sect leader and 17 elders, found itself with 7 dead and 11 injured. Even the sect leader, Renwiching, now found his left hand empty, leaving no one daring to approach. The once mighty heavenly demon sect, the leader of the demonic path in the cultivation world, now looked up in awe at this young man, as if he were a deity descending from the heavens. My senior brother is invincible. Chu Huairou floated above Chen Anyun, pride swelling within her as she beheld the scene. Her senior brother had truly accomplished the impossible. He had single-handedly challenged the entire sect of the heavenly demon sect with just one sword. She yearned to proclaim to the world that the magnificent figure standing before her was none other than her senior brother, Chu Huairou's pride and joy. Her gaze brimmed with admiration, pride, and infatuation for the man before her. So much so that when Chen Anyun stepped into the palace and beheaded the utterly terrified Shou Qing, She could scarcely tear her eyes away from him to glance at the man she had once loved deeply and hated fiercely. Just as Chen Anyun prepared to turn and leave after dispatching Shou Qing, an elderly figure clad in black appeared unexpectedly at the palace entrance. Young friend, your arrival has resulted in the slaying of my holy son and the injury of my sect leader, bringing disgrace upon the heavenly demon sect. Do you intend to depart without a word? Chen Anyun halted, his pupils constricting sharply. Upon entering the realm of longevity, Chen Anyun's perceptive abilities had undergone a significant enhancement. Even when facing formidable foes like the sect leader Ren Wuqing, he could distinctly sense their overwhelming aura and the surging true essence within them. However, when confronted with this elder, the sensation was entirely different. If he were to describe it, it would be nothingness. This nothingness did not imply absence or void. Rather, it represented an undetectable state. Although Chen Anyun could visually perceive the elder's form, to his senses, there was an emptiness as if nothing existed before him. This peculiar and contradictory feeling caused Chen Anyun to furrow his brow. Yet, as the passive skill of his famed sword had yet to dissipate, he felt astonished but not fearful. With a swift motion, he formed a hand seal, drawing his sword once more, its blade glinting with cold light as it sliced toward the elder's head. Regardless of the nature of this being, be it a demon or ghost, one could ascertain its reality through trial. However, in the next instant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The elder effortlessly pinched the sword between two fingers. Chen Anyun's expression changed instantly as he felt a tremendous force emanating from the elder's hands, akin to the overwhelming weight of a mountain. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the enigmatic elder, questioning, "Are you a practitioner of the celestial realm? Why do you linger in the lower realm instead of breaking through the void and descending to the higher planes?" Upon hearing Chen Anyun's inquiry, the elder let out a soft sigh, his tone reminiscent of a mentor patiently instructing an ignorant junior. "Ascend? It is not as simple as you imagine. Only when one truly steps into the celestial realm will they comprehend the difficulties and hardships involved." After a brief pause, the elder's tone turned icy, regrettably. "You may never know that day." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Chen Anyun abruptly felt an extraordinarily potent and more refined energy surging from the elder's hand through his sword, rapidly coursing into his own body. This is ethereal energy. It is said that only upon reaching the realm of celestial beings does one begin to cultivate a surge of such divine essence from within. The ethereal aura cannot grow further with the increase in cultivation, rather, it can only be gradually transformed from the entirety of one's true essence into celestial energy after ascending to the higher realms. Nevertheless, even this fleeting celestial essence inflicts wounds upon Chen Anyun that far exceed the harm inflicted by all the previous leaders and disciples of the heavenly demon sect combined. With a muffled groan, Chen Anyun found himself unable to sustain his body, collapsing into a half-kneeling position on the ground. Rest assured, as a disciple of the Tai sect, I shall not take your life. We, the old ones, have established a pact amongst ourselves to refrain from harming each other's disciples who have not yet reached the realm of transcendent beings. However, while you may escape the death penalty, the living punishment is inescapable. You have trespassed into my heavenly demon sect and slain several of my intersect elders. Thus, I shall strip you of your cultivation, reducing you to the status of a mere mortal. I trust the old fellows of the Tai sect will have no objection to this. Furthermore, even if they do, I, the Lord of Heavenly Demon, hold no fear of them." It was then that Chen Anyun realized the elder before him was none other than the true founder of the Heavenly Demon sect, the formidable Lord of Heavenly Demon who had once dominated the vast wilderness 100,000 years ago. At that moment, Chen Anyun felt as though his body had become a deflated balloon, as all his true essence gushed out through the breaches in his form. In the blink of an eye, he plummeted from the realm of longevity to that of returning to origin. The speed of his essence leaking began to slow slightly. "Begone! While your cultivation has not yet fully dissipated, leave my Heavenly Demon sect." Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Anyun silently retrieved the Wushuang sword from the ground, bypassed the elder, and then soared out of the palace, heading towards the distant horizon. At this moment, a voice echoed through the empty hall. Why leave a backup plan after crippling his cultivation? The celestial demon master seemed to be aware of the speaker's existence and was unperturbed. This individual was extraordinarily talented. Should they survive this calamity, they would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of deities. "Oh, what of your band of demons and progeny?" "Humph, a bunch of useless wretches." 2 months later, an ordinary disciple of Lingjin Peak stumbled upon the unconscious Chen Anyun at the foot of the mountain. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized that much had changed in the year of his absence. He learned that a month after his departure, the sect master had publicly revealed Chu Huairou's true identity. It turned out that she was of the Xian clan, the sole heir of the once mighty celestial dynasty that governed the realm of cultivation. Indeed, she was the princess of the Xian clan. Rather than perishing, she had instead been fortuitously awakened to her bloodline during her near-death experience. Days passed. At the entrance of Lingjin Peak, an elderly man with snow-white hair inquired, "Are you truly leaving?" He was Li Wuji, Chen Anyun's master and the peak's leader. Half a year after Chen Anyun's departure, he had successfully emerged from seclusion, burdened with profound regret over the matter of Shou Qing. Chen Anyun nodded, standing at the mountain gate clad in a flowing moon-white robe. Yet, his countenance was shadowed, and his hair was streaked with gray, a portent of the 5 signs of decline that herald the demise of a cultivator. "Will you not take one last look at her?" She should awaken soon. There's no need. I am now but a mere mortal, unworthy of her. You should still have 10 years to live. 10 years is sufficient. I have yet to experience life as an ordinary person. Chen Anyun bowed deeply to Li Wuji. I have disappointed you, master. Without hesitation, he turned to leave. A voice suddenly called out from behind. I am proud of you. Chen Anyun paused momentarily, then waved his hand and continued his descent. Then, a voice resounded, congratulations. Esteemed host, on exceeding your task. Who do you think I am? As he observed the rapidly increasing regret value and confirmed that his junior sister's soul was no longer with him, a barely perceptible smile crept upon Chen Anyun's lips. Chu Huairou awoke, having witnessed Chen Anyun's departure. She had shouted and wept desperately, tirelessly attempting to obstruct him. Yet, regardless of her pleas, he could not hear her. No matter how many times she tried to stop him, he effortlessly passed through her. She longed to tell him that he was not a failure, that he deserved her. No, it was she who felt unworthy of him. They could have shared a beautiful future, becoming a pair of celestial lovers, all because of her. She wished she could remain with him as he descended the mountain. However, in the next moment, she was pulled back into her own corporeal form. Afterward, she found herself trapped in a dark void for 3 days before finally awakening. Chu Huairou did not scream, though previously a spirit. She had been able to remain by his side. Now, having returned to life, it felt as though she had lost him forever. A profound sense of regret engulfed her heart, for she knew he was gone. The extraordinary man who had once looked at her with such admiration. The brother who had ventured alone into the celestial demon sect to avenge her would not return, disregarding her recently restored frailty and her master's admonitions. She frantically began her search for him. City by city, she scoured every river, valley, and village, yet his figure remained elusive. Brother, where are you? She cried in despair, showing his portrait to one passerby after another, but to no avail. It was not until years later that she finally accepted reality. The man who had gazed at her with such devotion, who had braved the demon sect for her sake, had truly departed from her life. In the subsequent years, a girl named Chu Huairou emerged in the realm of cultivation, with remarkable prowess and a righteous heart. She vanquished demons and dispelled evil wherever she went. Soon, her name spread throughout the central continent, even among ordinary folk, coupled with her stunning beauty and legendary lineage. Suitors flocked to her, yet she turned them all away, for no one knew that her actions were never motivated by a sense of chivalry. Rather, she wished to transform the entire continent into her stage, dancing alone in the spotlight. Since she could not find him, she hoped he might see her. Yet, each night, when solitude enveloped her, the tide of regret would crash over her, bringing her to her knees in tears. She would often gaze at the broken hairpin she had found on Chen Anyun's table, which he had left behind. Slowly, she began to mend it, for perhaps one day, in a tea house or tavern, he would hear of her. In this way, she could convey her thoughts to him, at least on the surface. Brother, I am doing well. So, even in this mortal realm, even without your former unparalleled radiance, I implore you, please, above all, take care of yourself. Chapter 11. Chu Huairou Ruer. Your father does not expect you to accomplish any grand feats for our Xian clan or for the world. I simply hope you can live happily and peacefully. The image of her father had grown hazy in Chu Huairou's mind, yet she still recalled his words when she was 5, as he entrusted her to Gu Qianxi, the master of Tai sect. Since then, she had lost contact with him and had never seen him again. Moreover, those around her seemed to remain tight-lipped about her father's whereabouts. Thus, Chu Huairou resolved to heed her father's teachings and live a simple, joyful life. Before long, she was brought to Lingjin Peak by Gu Qianxi, where a kindly old man with a white beard and a handsome young man awaited her. Gu Qianxi informed her that the amiable elder was to be her master. Li Wuji, her master, was a late bloomer, though he always lagged in his cultivation. He had broken through to immortality on the final day of his life, resulting in his elderly appearance. However, her attention was captured by the attractive young man. What is your name? Chen Anyun, peace is Inan, and cloud is Inyun. And you? The boy curiously examined her. Feeling a bit shy under his gaze, Chu Huairou softly replied, I am Chu Huairou. Li Wuji smiled and added, this is my first disciple, and he will be your elder brother. And what about me? You shall be the second senior sister. Must I be the second senior sister? Chu Huairou furrowed her small brows. Li Wuji paused in his smile, curious, do you wish to become the senior sister? I cannot agree to that. You would first need my foolish disciple's consent. No, no, no. Chu Huairou shook her head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattledrum. In the tales my father told me, it is always the favored one who is the junior sister, so I wish to be the junior sister. Ah. Is that not permissible? Chu Huairou tilted her head in inquiry. It seems it is not entirely unfeasible. Thus, Chu Huairou naturally became the junior sister of the entire Lingjin Peak. More importantly, she became Chen Anyun's sole junior sister. Chen Anyun relished solitude, finding joy in gazing at the moon alone. Chu Huairou, in contrast, thrived on activity, often clinging to him during his moonlit contemplations, despite their starkly contrasting personalities. They were inseparable. With you so attached to your senior brother, what will you do when he marries? Teased a senior sister nearby. Chu Huairou remained unfazed, confidently retorting, then why cannot I be the one to marry my senior brother? Her eyes brightened with realization. I understand. It must be that you have feelings for my senior brother. Hence your meddling. With her hands on her hips, disregarding the senior sister's attempts to signal her, she declared, "Let me tell you, my senior brother is mine alone. No one else can compete." A familiar cough echoed from behind. Chu Huairou's face turned crimson, and without daring to glance back, she dashed away, leaving only Chen Anyun staring at the senior sister's knowing smile, utterly bewildered. He had arrived too late and had heard nothing. That cough was merely a result of his throat discomfort. However, from that moment on, whenever the people of Lingjin Peak saw Chu Huairou and Chen Anyun together, they could not help but display bemused smiles. They were the senior brother and junior sister, childhood companions who had grown up together. At that time, Chu Huairou had never contemplated what the future might hold. She merely felt that each day spent joyfully with someone she cherished was the epitome of happiness. She sincerely wished for such moments to endure indefinitely. The turning point came with the master's disappearance, plunging Lingjin Peak into chaos. It was during this tumult that the senior brother unexpectedly became the acting peak master. This sudden development left everyone astonished and perplexed. Yet the senior brother shouldered this heavy responsibility in silence. Since assuming the role of acting peak master, his life became exceptionally busy. Each day, he not only persevered in cultivation to enhance his strength but also managed a myriad of tedious affairs. Every matter, big or small, within the peak required his direct attention and decision-making, from the disciples' progress and training to resource allocation and collaboration with other branches. Every task demanded utmost diligence. As the senior brother grew increasingly occupied, the time he could spend with Chu Huairou diminished. Once, they trained together, explored the mountains, and shared countless joyous moments. Yet now, those cherished memories seemed to drift further away. Eventually, Zhou Qing entered the picture. The distance between them widened, and their meetings became infrequent. Then, one day, Zhou Qing appeared to perceive Chu Huairou's feelings for the senior brother and encouraged herself, thinking that if the senior brother truly held affection for her, perhaps she might dare to pursue a relationship with him. Thus, the elder brother would become envious and pay more attention to her. During that period, she began to spend time with Zhou Qing, deliberately feigning intimacy in front of the elder brother. However, he did not express anger or resentment. Instead, he appeared genuinely happy for her. Was it possible that he had always regarded her merely as a younger sister? It was only after the bloody wedding that Chu Huairou thought to herself, the elder brother must be laughing at her, as she had discarded Zhou Qing and made her choice. Yet, to her surprise, the elder brother did not mock her. Instead, he embraced her with compassion and embarked on a monumental journey of vengeance. If one were to ask Chu Huairou when she experienced the happiest moments of her life, she would undoubtedly answer that it was during this journey of revenge that the elder brother undertook for her. For it was at this time that she truly spent a year in close companionship with him, finally understanding the depth of the man she once admired, who, beneath his refined exterior, was astonishingly charismatic and radiant. Especially during the cleansing of the heavenly demon sect in Crescent Moon City, Chen Anyun would sustain injuries almost daily. Regardless of how grievously he was wounded during the day, every night he would sit alone on a branch with a jug of wine, gently caressing his unparalleled sword while gazing at the moon. Was he thinking of her? At such moments, Chu Huairou would feel an unparalleled ache in her heart, as she gradually recognized her true feelings. It turned out that from the very first glance at that handsome boy, she had already fallen for him. And this affection had never wavered. Yet, he had always been by her side, and when such companionship became habitual and natural, it blinded her to the truth. Regrettably, she realized this far too late, especially when she understood that he was truly about to leave her. Thus, when the natural became habitual and the habitual no longer felt like a habit, Chu Huairou experienced an unprecedented pain that felt as if it were extracting her very essence. Indeed, he had long been an indispensable part of her life. However, after losing him, she could no longer be her complete self. In the aftermath, whenever she vanquished demons, she would often wander nearby mortal towns, fantasizing that at some moment, she might catch a glimpse of those familiar eyes again, and in that fleeting instant, she could pull him back, heedless of everything, into her embrace, declaring, "I, Chu Huairou, am willing to marry Chen Anyun." Alas, fantasies remain mere fantasies. From her master, she learned that he had at most 10 years left to live. Yet, for thousands of years afterward, even as she became the revered empress of unparalleled excellence, she never encountered him again. Yet, Chu Huairou alone understood that if there truly existed a celestial path in this world, she would willingly trade her current prowess and achievements for those fleeting moments on Lingjin Peak. To her astonishment, her wish was indeed granted. Therefore, when she pushed open the door and called out elder brother, heaven knows the strength it took to suppress the impulse to embrace him. Interestingly, she discovered that at that moment, her elder brother was still fretting over a rival for the sect competition. She could not help but chuckle inwardly. Who would have imagined that this anxious youth would become a peerless prodigy, single-handedly storming the heavenly demon sect in the future? Ultimately, she could not contain herself and exclaimed, "My elder brother is invincible." At the same time, she silently vowed, "This time, I shall absolutely not lose him again. Absolutely not." Chapter 12. The Sect Competition Master. What do you suppose would happen if the junior apprentice sister were to discover that all of this was a script I orchestrated intentionally? I advise the esteemed host to refrain from such actions. According to the system's analysis, should Chu Huairou learn the entire truth, there exists at least a 1% probability of her turning dark. 1%? How low is that? What about the remaining 99? She would eliminate you first, then succumb to darkness. Esteemed host, what are you doing? Packing my bags and preparing to flee. Fear not, esteemed host. Given Chu Huairou's character, as long as you continue to feign ignorance, it is highly probable that nothing will transpire. Very well. Chen Anyun ceased his actions and suddenly sighed, Master, do you think we might incur divine retribution for this? Why do you think so, esteemed host? Consider it. Does this not amount to deceiving their affections? Moreover, I have caused them to bear lifelong regrets. There is no need for concern, esteemed host. In truth, compared to what they have lost, the gains they have acquired from you far outweigh them, and indeed, by a considerable margin. Oh, pray tell, how so? Chen Anyun inquired with newfound interest. These prominent female protagonists originate from distinct novels penned by the same author, a notorious figure in the industry who firmly believes that tragedy is the true essence of all creation. Thus, while these heroines have lived grand lives under his quill, their ultimate fates are tragically grim. And so, thanks to your diligent efforts, this world has finally liberated itself from the grasp of that twisted author, allowing those heroines to break free from their predetermined destinies and truly seize control of their fates. For them, what could possibly be more significant than holding their destiny in their own hands? Therefore, esteemed host, rest assured that you have done nothing wrong. Your reasoning is sound. Chen Anyun acknowledged, stroking his chin. Moreover, considering your point, as long as I continue to feign ignorance, I should be able to live peacefully. Indeed, esteemed host. However, in the next moment, a figure clad in black flashed through Chen Anyun's mind. By the way, Master, while the situation with the junior sister seems manageable, what if it concerns Lioli? The system fell into silence. Don't be like that, Master. Your silence terrifies me. Please accept my condolences, esteemed host. If misfortune were to befall you, I shall also strive to endure. Condolences, my foot. Can't you think of a solution for me? What use are you? Chen Anyun massaged his temples. This individual is indeed 100 times more troublesome than Chu Huairou. However, fortunately, that woman is likely unaware that she is currently at Tai's sect. For the time being, there is no need to fear her arrival. Perhaps it is best to proceed step by step. Chen Anyun contemplated. The following day, as Chen Anyun opened the door to her room, she felt a soft body pressing against her, firmly grasping her right hand. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. Instinctively, he extended another hand to gently tousle Chu Huairou's hair. Good morning, Master Brother. Why are you here so early today? I came to cheer you on for your competition, Chu Huairou declared, raising her small fist and waving it enthusiastically. Chen Anyun's modest abode perched atop Lingjin Peak, bathed in the golden hues of dawn. The entire peak thrived with vitality. The distant mountains, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more majestic, while the mist in the valleys was tinged with shades of orange and red, creating an ethereal ambience. Their conversation flowed so effortlessly that it felt as though they had returned to a time long past. Thus, whether by design or happenstance, both Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou tacitly preserved this harmonious atmosphere. At this juncture in their timeline, their master had yet to vanish, and Chen Anyun remained merely the elder disciple of Lingjin Peak. Their relationship was at its most unblemished state, with no rifts between them. Chu Huairou sincerely cherished this second chance at life. Like a lark, she chattered cheerfully, while Chen Anyun listened with a fond smile, nodding in acknowledgement from time to time. Upon reaching the grand square of the sect, Chu Huairou reluctantly addressed Chen Anyun. Master Brother, I must head to my arena now, but I will join you shortly. Be cautious during your contest, Chen Anyun advised. I will do my best. Chu Huairou replied with a bright smile, as her figure disappeared into the distance. The system suddenly chimed in. Host, is it truly wise to act so youthful? Chen Anyun stiffened. If one were to consider their true ages, together they approached 3,000 years. Silence. He retorted. The outcome of the upcoming competition was unmistakable and devoid of suspense. Chen Anyun exerted every ounce of his strength, ensuring that his opponent did not face an overly humiliating defeat. After all, given his current celestial realm cultivation, his adversary was merely at the profound realm. It was no exaggeration to state that the disparity between them was several magnitudes greater than that between an ant and Tyson. As Chen Anyun stepped down from the arena, he spotted Chu Huairou waving at him from afar. Indeed, Master Brother, Zhang Shidi has just broken through. His foundation is still unstable, pure luck, he modestly chuckled before inquiring. And what of you? I won as well. Chu Huairou replied nonchalantly, then quickly added with a hint of fluster. That senior must have seen my youth and hesitated to strike, leading to his accidental loss. At least you are unscathed, Chen Anyun remarked, effortlessly sidestepping her clumsy pretense. He was surprised that, after all these years, his junior still exhibited such a competitive spirit, even though her cultivation had regressed to the materialization realm. The gap among the first three realms was not as exaggerated as those in later stages. Over a millennium of experience was sufficient for Chu Huairou to secure a victory without excessive difficulty. Yet, did she truly fear that he would grow suspicious? However, this was not the primary concern occupying Chen Anyun's thoughts. If memory served him correctly, at the end of this year, a significant event in the cultivation world, the opening of the Luozhou Lingzhu secret realm, was imminent. His current level of cultivation was insufficient to warrant his involvement in such matters. Yet, his master had disappeared during this very expedition. Moreover, and more importantly, The secret realm of the spirit pearl harbors a monumental secret. Chapter 13. The Saintess of Xianxia. This secret was only unveiled to Chen Anyun many years later. In truth, the Lingzhu secret realm is but a remnant of the once great force Xianxia, which fell from the upper realm. The slumbering figure within, the holy maiden xianxia, stands as one of the principal heroines of this world. However, her narrative is rather peculiar. According to the story, xianxia was originally a nominal disciple of Xianxia, indoctrinated from a young age to be a devoted supporter, believing that her very existence was solely for the benefit of Xianxia. Following the collapse of the sect, it lay in ruins, its fragments descending to the lower realm, where, aided by a divine artifact, it transformed into the Lingzhu secret realm. Amidst this catastrophe, xianxia emerged as the sole survivor of Xianxia. Additionally, the laws of Xianxia continued to operate, leading to a contest for the title of Holy Son or Holy Maiden every 1,000 years. As xianxia was the only survivor, she was naturally chosen as the Holy Maiden. Yet, unexpectedly, the former Holy Son, though seemingly dead, awoke under peculiar circumstances. Xianxia upheld strict regulations, permitting only one Holy Son or Holy Maiden to exist at any given time. Should the Holy Son be successfully revived, xianxia would become his prey, destined to be entirely consumed. However, having been entrenched in the indoctrination of Xianxia for so long, xianxia's mind had become distorted and clouded. Despite understanding the rules, the prospect of the Holy Son's revival drove her to recklessly disregard her own life, employing every means to facilitate his resurrection. To achieve this aim, she meticulously orchestrated the emergence of the Lingzhu secret realm, enticing cultivators from the lower realm to explore its depths. Furthermore, she covertly established a spirit absorption array, which would silently activate whenever a cultivator entered, mercilessly draining their life force. Yet, like all creatures, she too possessed an instinctual will to survive, and thus found herself ensnared in a cycle of endless torment and struggle, torn between her desire to resurrect the Holy Son and restore Xianxia, and her fear of becoming a sacrificial pawn. Her psyche began to warp and unravel. Chen Anyun, the character he portrayed, inadvertently trespassed into the Lingzhu secret realm in the future, becoming irresistibly drawn to xianxia while uncovering the secrets of Xianxia. He then devoted himself to redeeming her, striving to liberate her from the sect's grasp. However, the brainwashing of Xianxia proved too effective, no matter how hard Chen Anyun tried. Xianxia relentlessly moved closer to reviving the Holy Son. It was only in the final moments before the Holy Son's resurrection, just before xianxia's death, that she finally awakened to her regrets, yet it was too late. At this point, the tragic supporting character Chen Anyun reappeared, sacrificing himself and ensuring the Holy Son's revival ultimately failed. Ironically, xianxia remained blissfully unaware of the truth, erroneously attributing the failure of the Holy Son's resurrection to her own mistakes. Thus, upon her successful awakening, she felt no guilt towards Chen Anyun. In the original narrative, Chen Anyun was merely a common friend in xianxia's memories, who had once attempted to persuade her to leave Xianxia. How could this system endure? Thus, Chen Anyun meticulously crafted the script once more. Consequently, in later reflections on those events, Chen Anyun couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. The female protagonist possesses an unyielding determination. Once she sets her mind on something, nothing can sway her resolve. I exerted considerable effort to gradually reshape her understanding, helping her realize the importance of living for herself. Suddenly, it dawned on him that if xianxia had also undergone a rebirth, her foremost action would likely be to swiftly seal the Ling Pearl secret realm, followed by ruthlessly eliminating that Holy Son. In this scenario, it appeared that concerns for his master's safety could be alleviated. However, his own safety remained uncertain. This being hails from the upper realm, and even though Chen Anyun and she have shared countless experiences in the past, he cannot guarantee that he fully comprehends her. Moreover, had his master not gone missing, how would his junior sister react upon sensing a shift in the narrative? Would she perhaps uncover some clues in the unfolding events? Chen Anyun found himself lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, just as he pondered these thoughts, a breathtaking figure far away in the Lingzhu secret realm delicately raised her snow-white hand. In an instant, a monstrous visage materialized in midair, contorted with agony and thrashing in a frenzy. "Xianxia, you wretched being, how dare you commit such an act of insubordination?" In response, xianxia's eyes glimmered with icy resolve. Had it not been for your grace in a previous life, how could he have found himself in such a miserable state? What nonsense are you spouting? What past life and present life? Are we not all descended from the upper realm? Who on earth is he? The immense face appeared utterly bewildered, even forgetting to emit its cries of despair. "There is no need for you to know." xianxia raised her arm, and the colossal face once again succumbed to excruciating howls of torment. In a whisper only she could hear, she murmured, "Just a little longer, it won't be long. Soon I shall come to seek you, my husband." As she continued to refine the former Holy Son of Xiantian Palace, an image clad in moon-white robes involuntarily surfaced in her mind, accompanied by the words she would never forget, even if reduced to ashes, as a human being. "You owe nothing to anyone, xianxia. Live for yourself." xianxia stood there quietly, her eyes gently closed, feeling the tumultuous emotions surging from the depths of her heart. Her exquisite visage, as translucent as white jade, radiated a mesmerizing glow. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. The monstrous face twisted and trembled. Seemingly engulfed by an unbearable terror, its eyes widened in horror as it fixated on Ling Shizi. The smile was so faint, it was nearly imperceptible. Akin to a flower blooming in the darkness, though diminutive and fragile, it exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Yet, this seemingly trivial smile appeared particularly terrifying in the eyes of the colossal face, contorted in anguish. However, Ling Shizi remained indifferent to his thoughts. At that moment, within the secret realm, pale pink petals cascaded like snowflakes, blanketing the earth in a soft, fragrant tapestry. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying delicate threads of sweetness that danced at the tip of one's nose, uplifting the spirit. The sky was a deep blue, resembling a sapphire, while fluffy white clouds floated like cotton candy. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, creating patches of golden illumination. She extended her hand, catching a falling apricot blossom petal, savoring its delicate texture and faint breath of life. The petal quivered slightly in her palm, and Ling Shizi gently closed her eyes. Listening to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the flowers, her thoughts drifting ever further away. Chapter 14. Witnessing the apricot blossoms bloom. 1. Ling Shizi could still recall that morning, following the successful completion of the spirit-gathering array. The Holy Sun summoned her. At last, it was accomplished. In 3 years, I shall truly awaken. Ling Shizi, you have performed admirably. For the remaining 3 years, you may leave the secret realm and arrange your own affairs. In the solemn and austere Xianxia Palace, a floating spectral head spoke slowly, with a tone both haughty and somewhat guarded. Upon hearing this, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within Ling Shizi. She deeply bowed to the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Sun." This moment holds profound significance for Ling Shizi. It is not merely that she has finally obtained her own 3 years, a precious span of time to wield as she pleases, but rather that she has fulfilled her long-cherished aspiration to resurrect the Holy Sun and rejuvenate the Xianxia Palace. Although she understands that His Highness, the Holy Sun, sent her away from the secret realm at this crucial juncture as a precaution against her, she harbors no grievances or regrets. She firmly believes that under the renewed guidance of the resurrected Holy Sun, the Xianxia Palace will once again stand tall in the upper realm. However, when all the busyness and responsibilities momentarily dissipate, she finds herself engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Throughout her life, she has been confined to the mission of safeguarding the Xianxia Palace and serving the Holy Sun. Neither her mentors nor her parents have ever instructed her on what pursuits or experiences might lie beyond this duty. Ling Shizi strives to unearth those forgotten thoughts and desires. She cannot help but recall the fleeting glimpses of worldly splendor she once caught or the moments spent with her fellow disciples at the Xianxia Palace. Yet she feels a profound absence of longing within her heart. What should I do? Ling Shizi contemplates earnestly, so much so that when she regains her senses, she realizes she has unwittingly arrived in a small city of the mortal realm. Everywhere she looks, layers of black bricks and white tiles abound. Despite the gentle rain falling from the sky, the streets are bustling with people, alive with vibrancy. Ling Shizi stands on the street, quietly listening to the conversations of the mortals around her. From their words, she learns that today appears to be a special festival for them. Qiming. What, pray tell, are these mortals so diligently occupied with? With a heart brimming with curiosity, Ling Shizi began to keenly observe the passers-by. She focused intently on each individual, entirely oblivious to the rain that had thoroughly soaked her garments. At that moment, she suddenly sensed that the rain had seemingly ceased, lifting her gaze in confusion. The first thing that caught her cold, clear eyes was a flowing robe of moonlit white. It then dawned on her that the rain had not stopped. Rather, someone was holding an umbrella, silently shielding her from the downpour above. "Who are you?" she inquired. "I'm Chen Anyun. Why are you holding an umbrella for me?" "Because you were drenched by the rain. Does this mean you would help anyone who gets wet?" she asked, gesturing towards the other pedestrians who were equally soaked. "They are not as lovely as you," Chen Anyun candidly replied. "Thus, you are helping me because you find me attractive, is that so?" "Well, if you insist on interpreting it that way, it seems there is no harm in it," Chen Anyun patiently responded. Ling Shizi lifted her head, gazing at Chen Anyun's face. A remarkably handsome man, she mused to herself, certainly far more pleasing to the eye than the Holy Sun. Yet immediately, she was engulfed in self-reproach for daring to critique the Holy Sun's appearance. Temporarily calming her tumultuous thoughts, Ling Shizi regarded Chen Anyun earnestly and asked, "How should I repay you?" "Repay?" Chen Anyun was taken aback. He had never anticipated that such a celestial being would utter such a blunt term. He blurted out, "Their essay saying here, a drop of water received should be repaid with a fountain of grace. If you truly wish to repay me, why not become my wife?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he began to regret his flippant remark, feeling he had been overly brash. Yet this enchanting woman, radiating an ethereal aura, appeared innocent and naive, making it all too easy to entertain the thought of teasing her. "What does wife mean?" "Ah, wife is akin to lady." "Very well." "Ah, I knew that was too far-fetched. I was merely jesting. Please don't take it seriously." "Wait, what did you just say?" "I said, very well." Ling Shizi replied with utmost seriousness. "As long as you do not mind that we can only be married for 3 years. "Wait. It's not like that," Chen Anyun stammered, flustered, even unconsciously disregarding the 2 words 3 years. "My name is Ling Shizi, hailing from the Xianxia Palace of the distant hazardous shore." The distant hazardous shore? Xianxia Palace? What sort of place is that? Never mind. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Chen Anyun, and it seems I have lost all memory prior to awakening in this place. I must admit, my earlier words were rather reckless. I beg for your forgiveness, he said with a faint, rueful smile. Ling Shizi nodded, repeating his name twice before entirely overlooking the latter part of his statement. Instead, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, since I am now your wife, what shall we do next? Well, I suppose I won't suffer for having such a beautiful wife for free, Chen Anyun chuckled, straightening up with a mischievous glint in his eye. As we are now husband and wife, why don't we perform the wedding ceremony first? He gazed at the woman before him, pondering how she might respond. However, to his utter astonishment, she asked, what is a wedding ceremony? Is this something you're unaware of? Chen Anyun expressed his surprise, yet he patiently elucidated. The wedding ceremony is the ritual where two individuals become husband and wife. He assumed that this clarification would enlighten the woman, but to his astonishment, she inquired further, oh, I understand now. When shall we hold the wedding ceremony? Upon this, Chen Anyun could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He began to doubt the intentions of the woman he had unwittingly acquired. Could she possibly be lacking in common sense? Or was it merely a ploy to tease him? Chen Anyun fell into deep contemplation. Observing the man before her lost in silence, Ling Shizi felt no urgency. Rather, she harbored a subtle joy within. At least she had found a new target, one that was not entirely unsatisfactory, her husband. What should she do next? Ling Shizi was filled with anticipation. Chapter 15, The Blooming Apricot Flowers 2, X County welcomed a newlywed couple. The small town quickly became abuzz with discussions about this pair, for they were a striking match in both talent and beauty. Moreover, the neighbors soon noticed that not only did the couple possess exceptional looks, but their personalities were equally commendable. The husband was charming and cultured, always adorned with a gentle smile, treating everything around him with patience. The wife, on the other hand, was innocent and lively, brimming with curiosity. She exhibited a profound interest in the various novelties of life, often mingling with the local children. Half a year later, the couple established a clinic. Regardless of wealth or status, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to treating anyone who sought their medical assistance. Their skills were exceptional, often achieving miraculous results. And thus they quickly earned the respect and gratitude of the townsfolk. Naturally, the couple integrated seamlessly into the fabric of this small county. This was what one might call the healer's benevolence. After a long day, Ling Shizi's face bore no signs of fatigue. Instead, it radiated excitement. As she tidied the scattered herbs in the clinic, she hummed to herself, how fascinating. What are you talking about? Chen Anyun's voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Ah, husband. You're back. Ling Shizi exclaimed, showing no surprise as she leaned back into Chen Anyun's embrace. Gently holding her, Chen Anyun inquired, what is it? Did you encounter something interesting today? You seem rather joyful. Ling Shizi lifted her head, her face aglow with satisfaction. I simply find your earlier mention of the healer's benevolence to be quite intriguing. Chen Anyun chuckled, having grown accustomed to his wife's curiosity about new experiences. He tenderly caressed her hair and remarked, indeed, this is the life of mortals. Ling Shizi nodded, reflecting, I spent so much time cultivating at Xianxia Palace, unaware that the mortal realm could be so splendid. Chen Anyun gazed at his wife, yearning to inform her that the hardships of the mortal world often outweighed its joys. However, seeing Ling Shizi's enthusiasm, he chose to keep such thoughts to himself. The two stood embraced, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Ever since their meeting 6 months prior, Chen Anyun had noticed Ling Shizi's keen interest in experiencing different lives. Occasionally, he pondered whether their union was merely a part of her exploration. However, after they had truly become husband and wife, he gradually dismissed that notion. The clinic had been established by Ling Shizi to feel the experience of being a doctor. He wondered how long her fervor would last. Nevertheless, as it was her desire, he was more than willing to support her. After a tender moment, Ling Shizi asked, husband, what shall we do next? A smile graced Chen Anyun's lips, and as he gently caressed her hair, he softly replied, I almost forgot. With that, he slowly pushed Ling Shizi away and retrieved a piece of yellow silk from his robe. Curiosity sparked in Ling Shizi's eyes as she gazed at Chen Anyun, questioning, what is this? A smile danced on Chen Anyun's lips as he held up the silk proudly. This is the imperial edict. The current emperor is unwell, and the palace physicians are at a loss. Since we wish to experience the healer's benevolence, we cannot overlook this. Ling Shizi's eyes widened with astonishment at the mention of the imperial edict. Cautiously, she accepted the silk and examined it closely, noticing the golden characters that conveyed a sense of solemnity. The emperor is noble, and the lords are esteemed. A mere commoner should not dare to risk their life. Chen Anyun spoke leisurely. This represents the highest aspiration of a healer. Ling Shizi listened intently, her eyes sparkling with newfound understanding. The news of the couple's appeal to the imperial edict swiftly spread throughout X County. Those familiar with them rushed to dissuade them. The current sovereign is a tyrant. If you can cure him, all is well. If not, you may never leave the palace. Once the concerned townsfolk were calmed, Ling Shizi inquired, husband, what is a tyrant? Oh, a tyrant is an emperor with a volatile temper, one who frequently resorts to violence. Should we still attempt to treat such a tyrant? They seem less than fond of him, Ling Shizi observed, recalling the townspeople's favorable impression of her. We are primarily seeking to experience this sensation once he is cured. We can simply let him fall ill again, Chen Anyun replied candidly, having heard much about the tyrant during their 6 months in the town. You are truly clever, Ling Shizi exclaimed, planting a kiss on him. With such a beauty in his arms, Chen Anyun felt no need to maintain his composure. He swept Ling Shizi into his embrace and made his way toward their chamber. Days passed, and a group of soldiers arrived at Chen Anyun's clinic. They were first captivated by the sight of Ling Shizi, their eyes gleaming with admiration, before turning their attention to Chen Anyun, who was attending to a patient. You are the doctor who revealed the edict? The lead officer inquired. Indeed, that is I, Chen Anyun replied calmly with a slight nod. Then you must accompany us. The officer stated coldly. Do you not see that I am treating a patient? Chen Anyun showed no intention of leaving, even lifting his gaze. There are 3 patients here who require my attention. Please wait a moment. You are inviting trouble. Delaying the emperor's treatment, can you bear the consequences? The officer, furious, unsheathed a portion of his sword, its blade gleaming ominously. In my clinic, regardless of status, we adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Chen Anyun remained unfazed, while Ling Shizi's eyes sparkled with excitement, intrigued by the unfolding scene. The patients waiting for treatment, however, were visibly anxious, just as a confrontation seemed inevitable. The lead officer surprisingly sheathed his sword, offering a respectful gesture. It appears you possess considerable skill. Very well, we shall wait until you finish treating these patients. That is as it should be, Chen Anyun nodded, unreserved in his response. Let us proceed. With those words, Chen Anyun gradually tucked away his glimmering silver needles. Amidst the heartfelt gratitude of his patients, he stood tall, his movements graceful and composed. He was clad in a long robe as pure as snow, adorned with a silk cap, his stature upright and majestic like a pine, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Even the seasoned officer, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and possessing a mind as steady as a mountain, could not help but inwardly commend such grace, recognizing it as a rare spectacle in the world. Chapter 16, The Blooming Apricot Blossoms. 3. Within the imperial palace, the opulence was resplendent. However, the two, being cultivators, were largely unfazed by the extravagance of mortals, which instead led the officer who guided them into the palace to regard them with renewed admiration. If the gentleman possesses sufficient confidence in his medical skills, it would be prudent to have the lady wait outside the palace. He cast a glance at Ling Shizi's exquisite beauty and could not refrain from offering a suggestion. Not a problem. Chen Anyun naturally understood the implication. After all, tyrants are known for their unpredictable actions. Yet, Ling Shizi had originally come to experience life. Waiting outside the palace would diminish the purpose of her visit. Observing Chen Anyun's unwavering demeanor, the officer sighed internally and ceased his persuasion. Before long, the two were led by the palace attendants into the emperor's sleeping quarters. The emperor of this nation, now in the prime of his life, has been beset by illness for an extended period, his pallor suggesting that his days may be numbered. Yet, upon the entrance of Chen Anyun and Ling Shizi, a flicker of interest ignited in his eyes, though he was compelled to lower his gaze, subtly betraying a hint of avarice due to his precarious health. However, the two were unfazed. Chen Anyun, discerning the root of the emperor's ailment at a glance, felt confident that with the application of his craft, he could restore the emperor to his former vitality within 3 days. Yet, as he was accompanying Ling Shizi to experience the world, he refrained from employing any powers beyond that of a mortal. Instead, he patiently began to observe, inquire, and diagnose, engaging in earnest discussions with Ling Shizi regarding the appropriate remedies. For the ensuing half-month, the pair diligently visited the emperor's chamber each day, meticulously administering acupuncture and remedies, resulting in a remarkable improvement in the emperor's health. However, one day, as they prepared to enter the palace once more, they were intercepted by a eunuch outside the gates. Master Wang, what is the meaning of this? Ling Shizi inquired, a note of dissatisfaction in her voice. After the novelty of their medical endeavors had worn off, she had begun to grow weary of the charitable game, yet her sense of responsibility compelled her to see the emperor's healing through to the end. Master Wang, well aware of the emperor's disposition, averted his gaze and replied, His Majesty has issued a decree. Mr. Chen and Madam are both exceptionally talented, and having worked diligently in the medical arts recently, he fears for your well-being. Having recovered significantly, he requests that you both alternate your visits to the palace for treatment from this day forward. Chen Anyun stifled a chuckle. It seemed the emperor's scheming was laid bare before him. He harbored no concern for Ling Shizi's safety. Over the past year, his own cultivation had gradually been restored, allowing him to catch up with her, and now they both stood at the mid-stage of the returning origin realm. In the realm of ordinary sects, one could ascend to the position of a leader. Thus, Chen Anyun graciously acquiesced, departing with a serene demeanor under the sympathetic gaze of Lord Wang. As evening approached, Ling Shizi returned to their residence, and Chen Anyun, with keen curiosity, inquired, Did His Majesty impart any words to you? Ling Shizi, brimming with excitement, replied, He mentioned that if I were to pledge my allegiance to him, he would bestow upon me the title of imperial concubine. My dear, does this title not seem intriguing? A chill swept through Chen Anyun's heart, prompting him to clarify, this title signifies becoming his wife, and henceforth, one would be confined to the palace, devoid of freedom. Oh, that indeed sounds tedious, Ling Shizi remarked, her exhilaration swiftly waning, as she had anticipated something far more captivating. At that moment, Chen Anyun felt a sense of relief. Though he could not shake a flicker of trepidation that had briefly enveloped him, he wondered if the allure of being an imperial concubine might genuinely entice xianxia. Contemplating this, a wave of concern washed over him. Regarding the emperor, however, he felt no anxiety, as long as xianxia remained unwilling. He possessed countless means to extinguish any aspirations a mere mortal emperor might harbor. The following day, Chen Anyun arrived at the palace and, during the administration of medicine, delicately touched the emperor's forehead. Days later, the emperor regained his health, his countenance radiating joy. He promptly decreed an abundance of treasures as rewards and conferred upon Chen Chang'an the esteemed title of chief imperial physician. Simultaneously, he elevated xianxia's status to Princess Anfu. In an instant, the renowned couple's reputation as divine healers spread throughout the dynasty. Their miraculous medical skills and noble virtues extolled in every corner of the realm. Yet, unexpectedly, this illustrious couple vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a succinct yet heartfelt letter. The missive conveyed their yearning for a life of freedom and their desire to escape the constraints of court life. Upon learning of this, the emperor, while expressing his lament, refrained from dispatching a multitude of guards to search for them. Instead, following their departure, he underwent a remarkable transformations, diligently governing and ultimately becoming a wise ruler of the era. It is said among the people that the divine physician not only healed the emperor's ailments but also mended the emperor's heart. This legendary tale gradually transformed into a topic of conversation among the people during their leisure hours. The two individuals, who had once been at a medical establishment in a small county, have been preserved in memory for the admiration of the populace. As for their whereabouts at this moment, a notable young general suddenly emerged in a neighboring nation that was suffering from the frenzied invasions of foreign tribes, situated 1,000 miles away. She was striking and imposing, a true testament to the strength of womanhood. However, what was even more remarkable was that this young general's husband not only refrained from hindering her from seeking glory on the battlefield but, in fact, stood valiantly in the front lines, beating the war drums and cheering her on as she bravely confronted the enemy. Within merely half a year, this devoted couple joined forces, fighting side by side, leading the border troops to sweep across the vast grasslands with unparalleled might. Their momentum was unstoppable, achieving victory after victory, ultimately securing significant military accomplishments. Such remarkable feats quickly spread throughout the nation, causing a stir in both the court and among the common folk. Consequently, the emperor issued a decree to summon them personally. However, to everyone's astonishment, the missive delivered to the palace was a petition from the couple, expressing their disinterest in fame and fortune, and requesting to resign from their official positions to retreat into seclusion. Chapter 17. In full bloom, time flew by, and nearly 3 years had swiftly passed. During this not-so-lengthy period, the couple seemed to have traversed the tumultuous waves of life multiple times. They engaged in trade, leveraging their extraordinary insight and eloquence to navigate the commercial realm, amassing immense wealth and becoming affluent beyond compare. Yet, in the face of impoverished citizens enduring hardship, they selflessly distributed their hard-earned riches to assist others in overcoming their struggles. Subsequently, they took on the role of farmers, embracing a pastoral life dictated by the rising and setting sun. Day after day, they toiled under the scorching sun, tending to their modest fields. At one point, xianxia whimsically developed an interest in becoming a courtesan and desired to venture into that world. Fortunately, Chen Anyun, with earnest persuasion, dissuaded her from this notion. Ultimately, after wandering through various experiences, the couple returned to the place where they first met, Xiuxian. However, upon their return, they discreetly altered their appearances, rendering them unrecognizable to the locals. They had no intention of returning to their previous occupations but instead purchased a modest residence, transforming into an ordinary couple living a simple and tranquil life. In their leisure, they would visit tea houses, sipping inexpensive tea while listening to the storyteller animatedly recount the exploits of a legendary female hero from the Tai sect who vanquished demons and achieved monumental deeds. How delightful! xianxia mused, gazing dreamily at the storyteller as he deftly waved his fan. After 3 years of close companionship, Chen Anyun had come to understand xianxia's various whimsical thoughts and smiled, saying, "If you wish to pursue it, then do so. I believe we could indeed become a pair of chivalrous partners protecting the weak." In recent years, his cultivation had been restored, and he had re-entered the realm of perfection, surpassing xianxia. Yet, he could not recall his past memories. Perhaps it was a mere illusion. But only when he heard the storyteller narrating the tales of the female hero from the Tai sect did a flicker of inexplicable emotion stir within him. However, at present, his heart and mind were solely occupied by his beloved wife, leaving him indifferent to the happenings of the outside world. Had it been in the past, xianxia, with her vivacious and whimsical nature, would have likely bounced around like an exuberant bird, eagerly discussing detailed and comprehensive plans with Chen Anyun. Yet, at this moment, she merely sighed softly in regret, her voice as delicate as ripples caressing the lake's surface, almost imperceptible. Chen Anyun, standing beside her, was puzzled and inquired, "My dear, what did you just say? I did not catch that." xianxia gently shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing this, Chen Anyun wished to press on with his questioning, but at that moment, he felt a sudden weight on his chest. His wife's delicate head had gently rested upon him. Instinctively, he reached out to tenderly stroke her flowing, raven hair cascading down her back, a fond smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Indeed. We have traveled far and wide these years, and it has been quite exhausting for both body and soul. Perhaps it is time to take a well-deserved rest. After all, as a woman, it was only natural for her to occasionally be sentimental, especially someone like his lively and carefree wife, who now displayed such tender and endearing emotions." Catching Chen Anyun somewhat off guard, sensing her slight nod of agreement in his embrace, they remained quietly entwined, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. Little did he realize that within Ling Shizi's eyes, a shadowy glimmer remained. Chapter 18. In full bloom, my husband. I observe that men and women in the mortal realm are often fond of uttering the word love. But what is this love? On a day following their youthful escapades, after the fervor of the wolf's lair had subsided and they had returned to their pastoral lives, Ling Shizi abruptly inquired. Chen Anyun chuckled softly, explaining, "Love is a sentiment that runs deeper than mere fondness." "I see," Ling Shizi pondered thoughtfully. Then, in a tone tinged with vulnerability, she asked, "Do you love your husband?" "My dear? I suppose so." Ling Shizi hesitated, uncertain of her own feelings. Yet she had observed mortals long enough to know that this response would bring joy to Chen Anyun. She wished to see him happy. "I love you too, my dear," Chen Anyun joyfully declared as he lifted Ling Shizi into his embrace, whispering sweetly in her ear. Ling Shizi felt a quiet relief wash over her. Her answer had indeed been satisfactory. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt parched and her heart raced upon hearing Chen Anyun's words. Shortly after, Ling Shizi departed without a word. The 3-year period had come to an end. She fabricated a reason to leave and invoked a secret technique to open the passage to the Lingzhu secret realm. As she stepped back into that enigmatic domain, an unusual emotion surged within her. Gazing at the familiar scenery, she was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a sense of revulsion. It was hard to believe that just 3 years prior, every time she left the grand Xianxia palace and strolled through the secret haven, it was one of the few moments where she could genuinely unwind. Instinctively, she reached for her chest, as if trying to soothe an unexplainable ache hidden within. With furrowed brows, Ling Shizi sank into contemplation, striving to grasp the ephemeral feeling that flitted through her mind. Despite her earnest efforts, she found them futile. In resignation, she sighed softly and slowly made her way towards the Xianxia palace, unaware that her steps, unlike her usual light-hearted gait, now felt heavy, burdened by an unspoken confusion and disquiet. "Ling Shizi, your return is timely. In 3 days, we shall witness my pivotal moment of resurrection." The disembodied head floating in midair spoke in a tone that seemed calm, yet if one listened closely, subtle excitement lurked beneath the surface. "Yes, my lord," Ling Shizi replied, lowering her head, though her response lacked the fervor and reverence of yore. This prompted the spectral visage to furrow its brow, pondering, should this woman suddenly change her mind? The plans for my resurrection may encounter unforeseen complications. Although he had once held the esteemed title of Holy Son, many years had passed since, and it was uncertain how much of his former power would remain upon awakening. If Ling Shizi chose not to cooperate, the outcome could become unpredictable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the head's gaze intensified, scrutinizing Ling Shizi as if attempting to unveil her true intentions. He racked his memory, recalling the myriad complex thoughts of the female cultivators within the Xianxia palace that he had once glimpsed. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "You need not worry. When I fully awaken, although you may perish for the Xianxia palace, as the Holy Son, I can choose to cultivate the dual cultivation method with you, ensuring you bear my offspring before your slumber." His expression bore a proud and self-satisfied smile. Ling Shizi's heart quivered at his words. Memories of Chen Anyun's declarations from months prior flooding her mind. He had once mused that should they have a child, he hoped for a son who mirrored his own handsomeness, or a daughter who embodied her own beauty. At that moment, Ling Shizi understood the improbability of such a scenario. Yet she could not quell the stirring curiosity and longing within her. However, as these sentiments emerged from the revered Holy Son, she was taken aback to find a burgeoning sense of distaste rising within her. What was happening? It should not be this way. She had vowed in the depths of her heart that for the revival of the Xianxia palace, she would sacrifice anything, even herself, if necessary. With a forced calm, she raised her eyes to the ethereal figure, saying, "Thank you, my lord." The head exhaled a sigh of relief, his anxieties dissipating as he observed Ling Shizi's unhesitating acquiescence. Looking upon her enchanting form, a long-dormant desire stirred within him, awakening like a beast roused from slumber. This desire, far from diminishing over time, had intensified due to prolonged suppression. He couldn't help but beam with delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. Then hasten your preparations. I graciously permit you to perform the flower pinning ceremony, which is a grand occasion reserved solely for the marriage of the sect leader or Holy Son." Ling Shizi fell silent once more at this declaration. A figure flashed through her mind, but she quickly suppressed it with formidable willpower, as if it had never existed. Finally, she nodded slightly, replying respectfully, "As you command, my lord." After departing the Xianxia palace, Ling Shizi returned to her dwelling within the secret realm, burdened by her thoughts. Sitting in silence, she instinctively called out, "Husband," then smirked at herself, recognizing the foggy sensation that returned. When she had resolved to leave, she had felt no regret. Now, an intense longing blossomed in her heart. She suddenly yearned to see him, to witness his exuberance as he proudly showcased the fish he had just caught, or to hear him chatter endlessly about the day's events. The sudden surge of intense emotion compelled her to consider fleeing the secret realm almost immediately. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the gentle teachings of her parents and mentors echoed in her mind, causing her longing to wane. I am not mistaken. Revitalizing the Xianxia Palace has been my lifelong aspiration. Now that the saint has been revived, we are but a step away from glory. He will undoubtedly lead the Xianxia Palace back to its former glory. With this thought, her heart steadied. Yes, I must immerse myself in work. After all, only 3 days remain until the saint's resurrection. She rose, somewhat flustered, as if escaping, and stepped out of the room. Chapter 19. The Blossoming Apricot Flowers. 6. System Notification. Regret value 10. Ling Shizi's abrupt departure left Chen Anyun in a frenzy of searching for several days, until a sudden realization struck him. At first, he was taken aback, but then his eyes cleared instantly. A languor, emanating from his very core, manifested on his face. Is she leaving without a word? Truly, she shows no regard for our bond. Even after regaining his memories, Chen Anyun could not help but sigh. Although it was all scripted, the experiences were undeniably his own. Indeed, dear host, after meticulous analysis and deduction, this system can ascertain that Ling Shizi has likely returned to the Spirit Pearl secret realm, and it appears she is fully prepared for sacrifice. Hearing this, Chen Anyun sighed once more. He felt a sense of helplessness regarding someone like Ling Shizi, reminiscent of a friend from university who had been deceived into a pyramid scheme. Even as the police came knocking, accusing him of envy towards his newfound wealth, he had hoped that the past 3 years would awaken some semblance of her true self. Yet, she seemed thoroughly brainwashed. His sigh stemmed from the fact that, despite knowing she existed in the world, she appeared as elusive as a fleeting dream. Both unseen and untouchable. In stark contrast, Ling Shizi was tangible. He could behold her beauty and feel her soft skin. In a certain sense, he even had a taste of her essence, whenever he recalled those blush-inducing, heart-racing, and inappropriate scenes from the depths of his mind. Even after awakening from self-induced hypnosis, he found it impossible to avoid harboring genuine feelings for Ling Shizi. According to the original narrative, the protagonist and Ling Shizi were merely accidental acquaintances. However, through Chen Anyun's careful planning, they were meant to become the closest of companions, exploring the world together, sharing every thought. Unexpectedly, due to his amnesia and the ensuing chaos, they had transformed into a couple in both name and reality. Yet even after 3 years of intimate companionship, Ling Shizi could depart without a trace, suggesting that the principles and beliefs she held deep within her heart were deeply rooted and remarkably steadfast. Chen Anyun narrowed his eyes slightly, gently stroking his chin as he pondered. If the story were to unfold as originally intended, the protagonist would soon unwittingly uncover the grand conspiracy meticulously orchestrated by the Xianxia Palace's saint. However, by the time he realized this, it would be too late. He could only watch helplessly as the saint completed the resurrection ceremony step by step before him. Meanwhile, Ling Shizi, having violated the unbreakable rules of the Xianxia Palace, would plunge into a deep coma. Witnessing this, the protagonist felt an overwhelming surge of protective instinct. To save the girl who had unknowingly aided him in the secret realm, he stepped forward without hesitation, confronting the newly revived and immensely powerful saint of the Xianxia Palace in a breathtaking battle for life and death. In the original script, as the saint had just been resurrected, his strength had waned to the returning origin realm, only a hair's breadth apart in power from Chen Anyun. Thus, after a fierce struggle, Chen Anyun ultimately summoned every ounce of his strength to deliver a staggering blow that utterly defeated the saint. However, in that moment, he himself was caught in the powerful energy surge unleashed by the dying saint's final strike, the shattering star's palm, and was swept into an unknown realm. Thus, this chapter of his fate concluded, paving the way for the next phase of his journey. Meanwhile, as Ling Shizi awoke, she found her head pounding, her mind clouded, with no recollection of the events that had transpired. Unbeknownst to her, the man who had fought valiantly by her side was now lost to her. Yet, with the complete downfall of the saint of the Xianxia Palace, Ling Shizi unexpectedly acquired all of the palace's precious resources. These resources acted as golden keys, unlocking the path to the pinnacle of cultivation for her. Over the long years that followed, Ling Shizi, leveraging her exceptional talent and vast resources, overcame numerous adversities and continuously surpassed her limits. Eventually, she succeeded in breaking through to the celestial realm, becoming the illustrious Xianxia immortal sovereign. However, thousands of years later, during a great calamity, her heart faltered, leading to her inevitable demise. Reflecting on his forthcoming plans, Chen Anyun felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she was truly his wife of 3 years. She was unaware of the circumstances that led to her heart's disarray, and if he allowed her to live with regret, would that not lead to her greater suffering and death? No, dear host, the reason for Ling Shizi's heart's affliction is not merely her ignorance of events, but rather that, despite being the sole saintess of the Xianxia Palace, she was never free from the shackles imposed upon her, ultimately leading to her demise. Although you may become her regret, you will also provide her heart with completeness, widening her path ahead. Very well, Chen Anyun nodded. Then, I entrust the next steps to you. Rest assured, dear host, I will always be watching over you. Chen Anyun nodded again, closed his eyes, and entered a state of self-hypnosis. Moments later, his tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing depths akin to a profound abyss, imbued with a subtle, inscrutable expression, just as he had managed to uncover a few clues regarding Ling Shizi's disappearance. A torrent of information related to her and the mysterious Xianxia palace surged into his mind without warning. Upon calculating the time, he realized that less than 3 days remained until his beloved wife would perish due to that so-called saint of the Xianxia palace. The thought ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. After all, she was the one with whom he had shared a life of trials and tribulations for 3 years. Although he had always sensed that she harbored some secret, the notion that she would willingly sacrifice her life for another man was something he could never tolerate or accept, both emotionally and rationally. With a snap, extreme rage ignited like a wildfire, shattering the long-suppressed emotions within him, as if breaking an invisible chain. In an instant, his presence surged like a tidal wave, swelling uncontrollably. With each breath, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the air around to tremble ever so slightly. Incredibly, at this moment, his cultivation had once again ascended to the realm of immortality. Splendid! Chen Anyun inhaled deeply, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. Akin to a roaring river, and a wave of unprecedented confidence surged in his heart. The holy son of Xianxia Palace? You have already paved your path to demise. Following the faint traces left by Ling Shizi, he swiftly located an open space outside the city. The spiritual energy has yet to dissipate. It appears the temporary entrance to the Spirit Pearl secret realm remains unsealed. Drawing upon the imagery that had suddenly emerged in his mind, he silently recited the incantation and stepped forward. Without a moment's hesitation, compelled by an inexplicable force, he hurried directly towards the direction of Xianxia Palace. Before long, an ancient and desolate palace gate loomed before Chen Anyun. Despite having endured the ravages of time, this gate still emanated an unsettling aura. At that moment, with his cultivation firmly in the realm of immortality, Chen Anyun perceptively sensed the peculiarities concealed within this palace. The entire structure appeared dilapidated, as if forgotten by time in a distant corner. Yet beneath this seemingly ruinous exterior lay a powerful vitality that seemed on the verge of overflowing. This vibrant life force surged like tumultuous tides, relentlessly battering Chen Anyun's senses. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that it was not merely this palace. The entire Spirit Pearl secret realm was steeped in an extraordinarily rich vitality. The vibrant life force converges like an invisible torrent, steadily flowing towards the location of the palace. What a grand design! Chen Anyun could not help but inwardly scoff. If one were to draw a comparison, the entire Lingzhu secret realm resembles a colossal egg. Within it, the exceedingly rich vitality is akin to the egg white, while the side of the palace aptly represents the yolk. The egg white continuously supplies nourishment to the yolk, and the nature of the astonishing entity that will eventually emerge is already self-evident. Chen Anyun did not rush to seek out Ling Shizi's whereabouts, since Ling Shizi, having disregarded 3 years of marital affection, could vanish without a trace once she made her decision. Her stubbornness and resolve were undoubtedly beyond imagination. To hope to dissuade her from thoughts of self-sacrifice with mere eloquence in such a short time would be akin to chasing phantoms. Given this, it would be prudent to sever the roots of her obsession first. Moreover, time is of the essence, with only 2 days remaining. At that point, the holy son of Xianxia Palace will emerge from its shell. Subsequently, due to some inscrutable force, Ling Shizi will inevitably suffer a devastating blow from the rules of Xianxia Palace. This situation involves the profound techniques left behind by the celestial beings of the upper realm. Chen Anyun is acutely aware of his own limitations and recognizes that he is utterly incapable of unraveling such mysteries. However, as the saying goes, if one cannot resolve the problem, one may as well address the individual who presents it. With this thought, he secretly rejoices, feeling fortunate that he has arrived before it is too late. No matter how formidable an existence may be, as long as it remains in its embryonic state, much like an unhatched egg, it is inherently vulnerable and susceptible to destruction. If he were to wait until the so-called Holy Son successfully awakens, who knows what level of power he might possess. Regarding Ling Shizi, in the dynamics of a marital relationship, conflicts may arise but are often reconciled. Perhaps Ling Shizi initially struggles to accept the situation, yet she will inevitably forgive him once she comes to terms with it. He closed his eyes for a moment, quickly locating the focal point of gathered life force. He found it. A smile graced Chen Anyun's lips as he swiftly soared towards the sensed apex. Chapter 20. Witnessing the bloom of apricot blossoms. 7. Someone has entered. Despite her singular focus on reviving the Holy Son, Ling Shizi, the current saintess of Xuanyangong, immediately sensed an unexpected visitor in the secret realm. Particularly upon recognizing the familiar aura of this uninvited guest and the direction they were heading, her expression changed dramatically, prompting her to rush out without hesitation. Upon finally stepping into the exceedingly familiar palace, her gaze was instantly drawn to the Holy Son's hall, originally serving as the focal point of the formation. There, upon the elevated jade platform, sat an unmistakably familiar figure, nonchalantly seated in a cross-legged position. "Darling, are you well?" Chen Anyun greeted with a smile. "Hubby." Ling Shizi instinctively began, but her eyes immediately froze. Before her stood a man whose gaze was shrouded in darkness. His left hand rested casually on his knee, while his right hand idly toyed with an exquisite jade lotus lamp. The lamp danced gracefully in his nimble fingers, as if it were alive. With each twist and turn of the lamp, the wick within swayed gently, causing the light it emitted to flicker between brilliance and shadow. Amidst this interplay of illumination, a grotesque, contorted visage began to materialize in the void. The face appeared to be enduring immense agony, emitting chilling, spine-tingling howls. Yet, Chen Anyun remained utterly indifferent to this spectacle. At that moment, xianxia finally approached the Holy Sun's hall. Upon discerning the scene before her and the imminent actions of Chen Anyun, her beautiful eyes widened in horror, and she involuntarily cried out, "No!" Regrettably, her plea arrived too late. In the next instant, a subtle smile danced at the corners of Chen Anyun's mouth. He extended two long fingers without hesitation, decisively pinching the violently swaying wick. With a crisp snap, the previously flickering light was extinguished in an instant. Thud. xianxia, in a daze, collapsed to her knees. The humanoid apparition in the air paused momentarily before astonishingly returning to a state of normalcy, shedding its frenzied appearance. It gazed deeply at Chen Anyun, sighed heavily, and then vanished into the air like mist under the sun. Only then did Chen Anyun wave dismissively at xianxia, who appeared utterly despondent at the doorway, saying, "I apologize. I always thought that when a woman says no, she actually means yes." xianxia recalled that her husband, who presented himself as a modest gentleman in public, could sometimes adopt a rather frivolous demeanor and share many peculiar views when they were together. Hearing his voice, she abruptly lifted her head, fixing her gaze intently on Chen Anyun. The gaze she cast was so unfamiliar, contrasting sharply with the loving, fluid look she used to offer. At this moment, xianxia's eyes seemed to harbor a fierce fire, intent on incinerating Chen Anyun entirely. She truly wished to kill me. Chen Anyun was initially taken aback, a twinge of bitterness stirring within him. Yet, he had mentally prepared himself for the consequences of his actions. Nevertheless, witnessing the hatred radiating from the woman he had shared 3 years with still inflicted a pang in his heart. However, what was done was done. Rather than allowing xianxia to perish, he felt no remorse for his deeds and brazenly retorted, "What? Does my wife intend to murder her own husband? I will slay you." In the next instant, xianxia charged at him with her sword. Chen Anyun stood undaunted, ready to meet her blade. After all, it was normal for couples to engage in playful quarrels. As he reassured himself, he effortlessly brought xianxia down to the ground. Considering the significant difference in their levels of mastery, just as he was about to assist xianxia to her feet and lead her out of the secret realm, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him abruptly. Instinctively, he shielded xianxia behind him and looked up. At an unknown moment, a stoic, white-haired elder had appeared in midair, his icy gaze fixed upon him. With a mere glance, Chen Anyun felt an irresistible force binding him tightly, as if a profound and mysterious connection had formed between him and the entire Xiantian palace. Then, the elder's calm voice resonated, "The Holy Sun is dead. The Holy Maiden defeated. From this moment, you are the Holy Sun of Xiantian Palace. May I inquire, esteemed elder?" Chen Anyun asked cautiously. "I am the spirit of the Daoxian Ling Pearl, the treasured artifact of Xiantian Palace." Daoxian Ling Pearl? The secret realm of the Ling Pearl? At that moment, realization dawned upon Chen Anyun. This artifact capable of creating space also possessed a consciousness of its own, perhaps due to his implicit recognition as the new Holy Sun. The artifact's spirit treated him with much more courtesy and elucidated the various rules of Xiantian Palace. In this ancient sect, inherited from the primordial celestial realm, every generation meticulously selects the most outstanding young disciples to serve as candidates for the Holy Sun or Holy Maiden. However, the path is not strewn with flowers and glory, as only one among them can ultimately survive and ascend to the exalted throne. When this fierce competition concludes, the surviving individual will be favored by a mysterious law. Under the influence of this formidable power, they will absorb the boundless potential of the other competitors, thereby undergoing a transformation into a true paragon. This chosen one shall shoulder the responsibility of leading the new generation of Xiantian Palace, embarking on a journey to compete against prodigies from the finest sects across the realms, vying for the monumental fate that dictates the rise and fall of their sect. Only the strongest shall be deemed the Holy Sun. Victory means life. Defeat means death. Wait. Esteemed elder. Chen Anyun swiftly discerned a flaw in this rule. I voluntarily concede and relinquish the position of Holy Sun. Please allow xianxia to become the new Holy Maiden. Impossible, only the strongest shall be the Holy Sun. Indeed, Chen Anyun recognized that since the establishment of Xiantian Palace, no victor had ever chosen to forfeit the easily attainable victory. Thus, without hesitation, he willingly abandoned the title of Holy Sun. However, the spirit only acknowledged the strongest as the true victor. Consequently, Chen Anyun successfully exploited this loophole, unlocking an unprecedented new title, Half-Step Holy Sun. Chapter 21. Witnessing the bloom of apricot blossoms. 8. Chen Anyun languidly reclined on an antiquated chaise lounge, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. He cherished sunbathing. Even after losing his past memories, certain ingrained habits remained unchanged. In times gone by, during such moments, xianxia would always bring a small stool to sit beside him, chattering excitedly about her whimsical ideas and upcoming endeavors. Recalling the radiant smile on his wife's face and her animated gestures filled him with a subtle smile. Then, with a slight headache, he withdrew his senses from the nearby vicinity. Behind an apricot blossom tree, a petite figure was attempting to conceal herself. Yet, thanks to years of mutual understanding, Chen Anyun easily recognized it was his wife, Ling Shizi, whom he had just been thinking about. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh once more. Since the demise of the former Holy Sun, which he had caused 2 years ago, similar scenes had played out over 23 times. In retrospect, it is almost akin to a monthly occurrence, Chen Anyun thought to himself with a bitter smile. Despite the passage of time, Ling Shizi showed no sign of change. Resigned, he chose to feign ignorance, continuing to relish this moment of tranquility and leisure within this small independent world. Birthed from a celestial artifact, though modest in scale, it encompassed everything, the cycle of day and night, the changing of the seasons, all creating an uncanny sense of reality. Indistinguishable from the outside world. As time flowed, Chen Anyun's breathing gradually steadied and lengthened, as if he had slipped into a state of dreamy half-consciousness. At this moment, Ling Shizi, who had been waiting for the opportune time, suddenly sprang forth like a swift leopard. Her figure was as quick as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she was before Chen Anyun. In her hand, she wielded a long sword that shimmered with an eerie black light, mercilessly thrusting towards the vital point of Chen Anyun's chest, accompanied by a sharp whistle of wind. Yet, in the next instant, the gleaming sword inexplicably slipped from her grasp, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. With a dull thud, it embedded itself into the solid ground, the blade quivering slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Anyun had already embraced Ling Shizi. However, just as she settled into his arms, she unhesitatingly revealed her rows of teeth. As white as snow and as cold as frost, and fiercely bit towards his ear, Chen Anyun remained unfazed, merely letting out a soft sigh as he reluctantly released the enchanting figure in his arms, swiftly stepping back. Ling Shizi was not one to relent, launching herself forward once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Chen Anyun. Unfortunately, her ploy was easily discerned by him, with a casual wave of his hand. He struck lightly, yet with a resounding crack, Ling Shizi fell to the ground like a kite with its string severed. At this moment, she was utterly powerless, her body limp, glaring at the man before her with eyes wide and filled with ire. Indeed, you have made progress, Chen Anyun commented coolly, from the looks of it. You have likely entered the latter stage of the returning origin realm. Should you take the time to consolidate your strength, you may very well achieve a breakthrough into the celestial realm in the future. His demeanor remained calm and collected, strikingly unsettling. Upon hearing his words, Ling Shizi gritted her teeth in frustration, seething, "You bastard. I will kill you." Faced with her fury, Chen Anyun sighed helplessly and replied, "Indeed, however. It is now mealtime. Shall we temporarily cease hostilities until after we have dined? Then, you may continue your attempt on my life." His tone softened as he gently reassured her, "Rest assured, I will not flee. You can take your time planning my demise. There is no need to rush." "You bastard." Just moments ago, Ling Shizi began, tears streaming down her face. Observing her tears, Chen Anyun's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he remained impassive, continuing, however. "Your earlier execution of the star-cleaving moon-slicing sword technique had its flaws. It is essential to align with the corresponding stars in the sky when performing the techniques of the xianxia sect to achieve perfection." As Chen Anyun elaborated on the nuances of the sword technique, Ling Shizi found herself inexplicably comforted. She sniffed, rose to her feet, and with a disdainful huff, turned to leave, yet silently committed his insights to memory. Time flowed slowly within the Lingzhu secret realm. Thus, despite her countless years of dwelling there, time had left little mark upon her. Before the destruction of the xianxia palace, she had been an unremarkable disciple, and with the presence of the Holy Sun's true spirit, she dared not utilize any remaining resources of the sect. Even with the years that had passed, her cultivation had stagnated in the mid-returning origin realm, making the notion of assassinating Chen Anyun, who had ascended to the longevity realm, a mere fantasy. However, Ling Shizi, initially engulfed in despair and believing that revenge was unattainable, was taken aback by Chen Anyun's unexpected displays of concern following her failed assassination attempts. Not only would he offer objective evaluations and constructive feedback on her actions, but he would also generously provide her with invaluable cultivation resources. At first, she regarded these gestures from her foe with contempt and disdain. Yet, upon closer inspection of the resources, she was astounded to discover they encompassed a variety of rare treasures of heaven and earth, including profound techniques from the xianxia palace. These incantations, once deemed as unattainable for an ordinary disciple like myself, now seemed a distant memory. How could the once resplendent and formidable xianxia palace have fallen to such depths? The mere thought of it filled Lingxi with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It was all due to that individual who extinguished the Saint Sun's soul lamp, obliterating years of her dedication, rendering the revival of xianxia palace ultimately futile. She vowed to avenge the Saint Sun. However, now that she recognized these resources as originating from xianxia palace, Lingxi felt a sense of justification in claiming them. Though she remained uncertain of Chen Anyun's true intentions, she had secretly sworn to herself that when the opportune moment arose, she would strike him without mercy. After all, it was this man who, through his malevolent and ruthless means, had stripped her of what she had cherished as dearly as life itself. Chapter 22. The Blossoming Apricot Flowers. 9. Deep within her distant and hazy memories, Lingxi could still vividly recall fragments of her parents' Both of her parents served as agricultural stewards in Xiantian Palace, solely responsible for nurturing the invaluable spiritual plants and herbs. Yet their cultivation abilities were woefully inadequate, rendering them unable to even attain the status of outer disciples within the vast hierarchy of Xiantian Palace. Despite their lowly standing, whenever Xiantian Palace was mentioned, her parents' eyes would gleam with pride and reverence. For instance, they would often critique news from other sects across the realms, ultimately concluding with a remark that Xiantian Palace was far superior to those sections. Similarly, upon learning of a disciple's impressive feats during external training, they would raise their cups in delight, savoring the fine wine, and extolling, "Truly, he is a distinguished member of Xiantian Palace." Their words overflowed with admiration and love for their sect. However, the wheel of fate turned mercilessly, and an unexpected calamity shattered this tranquility. A trivial mistake, resulting in the accidental harm of a 10-year-old spiritual herb, led to severe punishment for her parents. They were nearly expelled from the sect. Fortunately, her father's honest and sincere demeanor had earned him a good reputation within the palace, allowing the higher-ups to show leniency, imposing only the harsh punishment of the fire whip as a lesson. The fire whip, a specialized punishment tool of Xiantian Palace, burned with a flame that was neither mundane nor the spiritual fire utilized by cultivators, but rather a form of fire known as yin fire. This flame did not scorch the flesh but seared the meridians, lingering for 10 days once touched. Before Lingxi's eyes, she witnessed her parents bound and subjected to merciless lashes from a whip wreathed in violet flames. Each strike sent forth a shower of dark purple sparks, embedding themselves into their wounds. Their faces contorted in agony, tears mingling with sweat as they streamed down their cheeks. Yet, astonishingly, when the brutal punishment concluded, her parents expressed profuse gratitude to the enforcers, as if their torment had been trivial. Throughout the ensuing 10 days, each night became a nightmare for Lingxi. Her parents' anguished cries echoed through their humble abode, depriving her of sleep. Listening to their heart-wrenching wails, Lingxi felt her heart twist in despair, overwhelmed by anger and confusion. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she cried out, "It was merely a low-grade spiritual herb of 10 years. You have diligently cultivated spiritual plants for a century. How could this be so unjust?" However, before she could finish, a sharp crack resounded as her mother struck her face, leaving her stunned and clutching her cheek in disbelief. She turned to her mother, who had always been tender and caring, but now met her gaze with icy, emotionless eyes that sent a chill through Lingxi's entire being. In that moment, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 steel needles, inflicting profound pain. From that instant, the father who had once worn a kind smile vanished, and the mother who had been nurturing seemed as if she had never existed. The once warm and loving household had transformed into a cold and unfamiliar place, with cherished memories reduced to mere illusions. The atmosphere at home grew unbearably frigid and silent. Her parents often spent countless days in the fields, leaving Lingxi alone to wait in solitude. She attempted to seek their affection as before, but they remained indifferent. She cried out and performed various deeds to earn their approval, but the only response was her mother's cold words, daring to dishonor Xiantian Palace in our presence. Had it not been for your blood ties to us, your words alone would warrant your demise. Lingxi was engulfed in torment. Even more despairing was the day after a night of drunkenness, when she inadvertently revealed her feelings to her friends. The following day, she discovered that though she had grown up with suddenly severed ties with her, her parents turned a blind eye to her suffering, and those around her avoided her as though she were a venomous serpent. Gradually, she felt as though she was ensnared in a desolate desert, utterly alone, becoming a veritable outcast. Time passed silently, the days slipping away like grains of sand. Lingxi's once resolute heart began to waver amidst the solitude. She descended into profound self-doubt. Had she truly erred, causing her parents and friends to treat her so harshly? As this thought resurfaced repeatedly, she reluctantly acknowledged that if everyone distanced themselves from her, perhaps the fault lay within herself. Tears, cold as ice, streamed down her pale cheeks. Yet, just as Lingxi was enveloped in endless regret and self-recrimination, believing all hope was lost, fate took an unexpected turn on an otherwise ordinary day. She was discovered to possess an extraordinarily rare quality of superior spiritual roots. This revelation struck her heart like a lightning bolt, illuminating the darkest corners of her despair. Consequently, she seamlessly passed the examination to become an outer disciple of Xiantian Palace. Though she was merely an outer disciple at present, it undeniably signified that she had embarked on a path entirely different from before. From this moment forth, she had become a legitimate disciple of Xiantian Palace. Everything seemed to have returned to its rightful course. The loving and gentle parents were suddenly back by her side. Former friends eagerly congratulated her, surrounding her with curious inquiries about the myriad benefits of being an outer disciple. Lingxi wept bitterly, feeling as though her once parched heart had begun to swell anew. Indeed, in that moment, she felt that all she had lost was once again firmly grasped in her hands. She paused for a moment, then joyfully recounted to her parents and friends the many advantages of the Xiantian Palace, her face adorned with the same reverence that they displayed. How wonderful the Xiantian Palace is, she thought. She had achieved everything she had yearned for, even more than she had possessed before. Yet, in a corner unnoticed by others, she occasionally felt an emptiness within her heart, an impression that something was slipping away. However, she dismissed it from her mind. Chapter 23. The Apricot Blossoms Bloom. 10. Humph. The techniques of the Xiantian palace seem rather unimpressive. Chen Anyun looked down at the once again beleaguered Ling Shizi with a mocking expression. Her cold words cut through Ling Shizi's heart like a biting wind. Ling Shizi's mind exploded with fury, her beautiful eyes wide with rage, nearly ready to erupt. She bit her lip, pressing her hands firmly against the ground, desperately twisting her body in an attempt to rise. However, this time, Chen Anyun appeared to exert considerable force, rendering her efforts futile. It felt as though an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon her, and after several attempts, all she could do was let her humiliating tears flow. Silence. You are merely using your superior cultivation to bully the weak. Ling Shizi's voice had become hoarse with anger. At this moment, her heart was filled with resentment. She fixed her furious gaze upon the man she loathed, suddenly realizing that perhaps her parents had felt the same disappointment and anger when they witnessed her mistakes. In response to Ling Shizi's accusations, Chen Anyun merely smiled lightly. Bullying the weak? Since you say so, from now on, do not sneakily attack me anymore. On the first day of each month, I will suppress my cultivation to match yours, and we shall compete openly. If I lose, I shall kneel and apologize to the Xiantian palace. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi was momentarily taken aback, then a glimmer of ecstatic hope crossed her eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline. All right. I hope you will keep your word. Of course, Chen Anyun smoothly transitioned, but what if I win? Win? Ling Shizi gazed at Chen Anyun with a somewhat dazed expression. Chen Anyun chuckled. Since it is a wager, one side cannot be the only one to stake a bet, can it? What do you propose? Simple. You must call me husband once more. All right. Ling Shizi quietly exhaled in relief. After all, she had uttered those two words countless times over the years, so this request seemed trivial. Regardless, even if her current strength was lacking and she could not exact vengeance on her enemy, she must devise a way to restore the reputation of the Xiantian palace. With this thought, Ling Shizi's trembling body gradually calmed, and she silently vowed to triumph over Chen Anyun in their next confrontation and redeem her honor. Over the past few years, she has gradually come to terms with reality, understanding that no matter what, she could never exact her vengeance upon Chen Anyun. Once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted. Chen Anyun spoke candidly, and with a casual flick of her wrist, a porcelain vial, roughly the size of a palm, landed before Ling Shizi. This is the healing medicine from your Xiantian palace. I have examined it, and its efficacy is passable. Take it. Ling Shizi skillfully retrieved the vial. Despite having performed this action numerous times before, she still found herself momentarily breathless upon opening it. That scoundrel, how could he dismiss the Jiutian Yusui pill, one of the sacred healing elixirs of Xuanyangong, as merely a mediocre remedy? She cautiously poured out a single pill and placed it delicately in her mouth. Chen Anyun observed Ling Shizi ingest the medicine with an expression of serene indifference, before gradually rising from the ground and stumbling away into the apricot blossom grove. Only when he confirmed that her aura had vanished from his perception did he exhale a sigh of relief, feeling his own energy visibly wane. What a foolish woman. He could not help but chuckle softly, the corners of his mouth curving upward into a gentle arc. Subsequently, he slowly raised a hand to rest gently upon his chest, carefully attuning himself to the current state of his body. How could my cultivation at the late stage of the returning origin realm decline so rapidly? His brows knitted tightly together as he silently cursed within. He had thought he could endure for at least a century. In a mere span of 7 to 8 years, he had astonishingly fallen from grace. Ling Shizi had always remained indifferent to Chen Anyun's acquisition of resources from the Xiantian palace. Thus, the reasons behind this predicament were known solely to Chen Anyun himself. Years ago, he had ascended to the status of a so-called half-step holy son of the Xiantian palace, which granted him partial privileges of the holy son, allowing him to freely access the palace's resources and examine its profound techniques. However, as a defeated contender, the entire Lingzhu secret realm began to erode his cultivation until the day he was utterly vanquished by Ling Shizi. Just yesterday, his cultivation had finally plummeted to the Chongqing realm, returning him once more to the familiar perfection of the Guiyuan realm. He realized that from this moment forth, his time was dwindling. Perhaps he could endure for another year or two. Chen Anyun pondered his remaining time. Was it destined that only one of him or Ling Shizi could survive? Even the weakest of immortal artifacts possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the peak of the Renyuan realm. This was not something he and Ling Shizi could contend with. He had never been a selfless individual. Had it been anyone else in front of him, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to ascend to the position of the Holy Son. Yet, each time he sought to steel his resolve, a vibrant and radiant smile would invariably emerge in his mind. It is not Ling Shizi's fault. Simultaneously, a voice whispered to him that no one can choose their birth. He did not wish to see his wife merely become an instrument devoted solely to the Xiantian palace. Even unto death, it seemed that a little more was needed. Chen Anyun retrieved a broken lotus lamp from her bosom, although the wick had extinguished. Upon closer inspection, one could still discern faint flickers of fireflies clinging to it. Chapter 24. The blossoming apricot flowers. In a moment of realization, winter yielded to spring, and the secret realm was once again awash with blooming apricot flowers. I have lost, Ling Shizi murmured, her head slightly bowed, her gaze fixed upon the long sword tightly gripped in her hand, her tone tinged with a sense of heaviness and resignation. Chen Anyun smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she regarded her. She playfully tapped her own cheek with a finger, half smiling, half-teasingly inquired. Oh, then you know what to do next. Do you not? In an instant, a blush adorned Ling Shizi's delicate face, reminiscent of a ripe apple, glistening with allure. Despite inwardly chastising this insufferable man as a rogue, she gritted her teeth and, like a docile kitten, slowly leaned closer to Chen Anyun, swiftly planting a kiss on his cheek. This insufferable man. How I wish to bite him, Ling Shizi thought, biting her lower lip in indignation. Indeed, she had once again lost this contest. However, over the years, such victories and defeats had become commonplace, and she had gradually grown accustomed to the outcome. Initially, their wagers merely entailed Ling Shizi calling him husband. With the passage of time, the stakes evolved into a myriad of playful challenges. Sometimes it was sharing a sumptuous meal together. Other times strolling hand in hand through the enchanting apricot blossom grove, savoring the gentle breeze and the romantic ambience of falling petals. Eventually, Chen Anyun boldly proposed more intimate requests, such as kisses or embraces, inching forward in their playful banter. The dynamic between them, once rife with playful antagonism, began to take on an unusual charm. It appeared that even a renewal of intimacy was merely a matter of time. As Ling Shizi gradually adapted to her defeats and Chen Anyun's relentless advances, she was startled to discover that her sense of disappointment was waning with each passing day. Over the years, she has devoted herself to relentless practice, diligently immersing herself in the various elite techniques of the Xianxia Palace. Each move and each stance has undergone countless rehearsals and contemplations, and gradually, her mastery of these arts has become increasingly proficient, reaching an exquisite level of perfection. However, she feels profoundly frustrated, for despite her remarkable accomplishments, she still finds herself unable to compete with Chen Anyun. Standing at the same realm, Chen Anyun looms before her like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how hard she strives, exerting every ounce of her strength, she can ultimately only endure under his prowess for a fleeting moment. This left her engulfed in a swirl of doubt. Could it be that her seemingly unremarkable and inexpensive husband was, in fact, an extraordinary prodigy hailing from one of the elite sects of the celestial realms? At last, after yet another effortless defeat at the hands of Chen Anyun, she could no longer suppress the curiosity and confusion bubbling within her. Summoning her courage, she ventured to inquire about his true identity. However, Chen Chang'an merely smiled faintly and resolutely dismissed her conjecture. Despite this, her keen intuition suggested that he was not deceiving her. At that moment, a bold and rebellious thought crept into her mind like a specter, recalling the harrowing image of her parents enduring the cruel punishment of the fire whip. The spirit of rebellion surged anew within her. At this juncture, she found herself involuntarily questioning whether the techniques imparted by the Xianxia Palace were, in truth, truly remarkable. The moment this notion emerged, it spread rapidly like wildfire. She was astonished to realize that such a rebellious thought had taken root in her mind, and she immediately slapped herself hard across the face. No, how could I entertain such absurd ideas? If I truly believe this, what distinguishes me from the weak and ineffectual version of myself from years past? The Xianxia Palace will forever remain the most powerful existence, she incessantly reminded herself, attempting to dispel the flicker of doubt that had just arisen. Ling Shizi felt remorseful within, yet in a hidden corner of her heart, that idea, once planted, began to grow uncontrollably. Particularly in recent times, she noticed that Chen Anyun no longer required the same level of cultivation as her. He began to confront her using a lower realm. Ling Shizi, of course, was oblivious to the fact that she was not truly defeated by a prodigy but rather by her own limitations. She began to question herself frantically, after all. Not only was she unable to defeat an opponent of the same realm, but she couldn't even triumph over someone of a lesser cultivation level. Thus, it could not possibly be an issue with the technique. The fault must lie with me. Just as Ling Shizi was engulfed in this uncertainty, a voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Ling Shizi, how bold of you to invite a wolf into your home. The voice belonged to the Holy Prince. Ling Shizi widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the person before her. She had witnessed the Holy Prince's soul lamp being extinguished mercilessly by Chen Anyun. How could he still be alive? Moreover, he seemed to have a corporeal form. However, the Holy Prince snorted coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Humph, I initially believed I would surely meet my demise this time. Who could have imagined that foolish fellow would willingly relinquish the title of Holy Prince for your sake? Upon hearing the Holy Prince's words, Ling Shizi's heart stirred, and her pulse raced uncontrollably. For me? Her thoughts became muddled, leaving her somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, the Holy Prince did not notice her state. Instead, he praised her with satisfaction. You have done well. It is precisely because of his foolish actions that I had the opportunity to employ secret techniques and narrowly escape death. However, my spirit has been gravely injured and will require time to recover. During this period, it will depend entirely on you to continue using your charms to keep Chen Anyun occupied, ensuring he does not detect any abnormalities. Once I have fully recovered and reclaim my dominion over this realm, I assure you, Ling Shizi, there shall be a place for you in my harem. The Holy Prince's words snapped her back to reality. Remember, you must fulfill your task diligently, or face the consequences. His voice brimmed with a menacing undertone as he stepped closer, reaching out towards Ling Shizi. However, she instinctively retreated a step, evading his grasp. The Holy Prince's expression darkened immediately. Ling Shizi quickly regained her composure, her gaze resolute as she respectfully replied, Yes, your highness, rest assured. I shall exert my utmost effort and not disgrace my mission. Humph, it is best that way. The holy prince scoffed and vanished into thin air. Ling Shizi maintained her respectful posture, yet for some inexplicable reason, reflecting on the holy prince's recent actions, she felt a nagging sense of something. What was that term again? Oiliness? Chapter 25, The Blossoming Apricot Flowers. 12. Ling Shizi often found herself lost in thought. Pondering why Chen Anyun felt compelled to engage in this daily display of bullying her within the secret realm. Did he derive endless amusement from tormenting her? Or perhaps he was simply a psychologically twisted individual with bizarre behavior? Yes, that was a term Chen Anyun had taught her. At that time, Ling Shizi's mind was filled with such notions. However, to this day, she finally realized that it was not that Chen Anyun was unwilling to leave. The true reason lay in the fact that if he chose to accept the title of Holy Prince, her fate would inevitably be one of utter annihilation. She had never been foolish. Even though the lofty Holy Prince solemnly promised her a place in his harem, she understood clearly that he was merely placating her. After all, the Xianxia Palace had endured for a full 100,000 years, and throughout its extensive history, no disciple who had participated in the contest for the title of Holy Prince and ultimately lost had ever survived. Perhaps she would become the unprecedented exception? But such an exception would solely exist in the context of Chen Anyun. Should the rightful Holy Prince ascend to the throne, then without a doubt, she would meet a tragic end. Yet Ling Shizi felt that this was only natural. It was all for the sake of the Xianxia Palace. As long as the palace could rise again, what did her life matter? Even if it meant sacrificing herself. Her own parents would not hesitate to abandon her in the face of a choice between her and the Xianxia Palace. However, incredulously, there existed a person who was entirely different. He disregarded the renowned and formidable Xianxia Palace, resolutely casting his gaze upon the inconspicuous her. What extraordinary qualities did she possess? Aside from her innate beauty, sharp intelligence, and exceptional grace, she could hardly identify any other compelling attributes. After all, we are speaking of the Xianxia Palace, a top-tier sect renowned throughout the realms. Even if it was now showing signs of decline, as the saying goes, a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Even a rotten boat has 3,000 nails. At the very least, with the vast resources of the Xianxia Palace, dominating a corner of the lower realms would be a mere trifle. Yet, why would he act in such a manner? Was it truly because of the love he professed? But what exactly is love? Moreover, now that the legendary Holy Prince had returned, where would that leave her? Faced with a barrage of questions, Ling Shizi fell once more into deep confusion. Yet, this did not deter her from sinking deeper. On one hand, her heart was filled with perplexity and bewilderment, while on the other, she found herself compelled by an overwhelming sense of pressure that dictated her every movement, driving her to engage in increasingly peculiar gambles with Chen Anyun. Simultaneously, she utilized the elixirs he provided to aid the Holy Prince in recovering from his injuries. Now, the Holy Prince was but a stone's throw away from her. If this were in the past, surely my parents would have been overjoyed, wouldn't they? Perhaps, with just a flick of his finger, they would have bound themselves and delivered me to the Holy Sun's bed. However, at this very moment, the Holy Sun audaciously began to engage in some frivolous and disrespectful behavior towards her. Yet each time he was skillfully met with a variety of excuses that led to his rejection. Strangely, she herself could not discern the reason behind her profound aversion to allowing this man, whom she and her family had revered and idolized since childhood, to touch her in any way. After encountering repeated failures, the Holy Sun seemed to realize Ling Shizi's resolute refusal and thus temporarily restrained himself, refraining from making further advances. Surprisingly, he was not angered by this, for he still had pressing matters to request from Ling Shizi. The time had come for their agreed duel. Just before Ling Shizi stepped out, the Holy Sun appeared unexpectedly, presenting a mysterious vial that he pressed into her hands. Ling Shizi received the vial with a look of suspicion and inquired, "What is this?" The Holy Sun's lips curled into a subtle, cunning smile as he lowered his voice and explained, "This is the secret spirit-eliminating wine crafted by my Xianxia Palace. It took me an immense effort to obtain it. Once consumed, your powers will vanish completely within 3 days, rendering you an ordinary person. At that time, you may strike him down when he least expects it." Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi felt a jolt in her heart and instinctively retorted, "He is my mortal enemy. Why would he willingly drink something I give him?" In response to Ling Shizi's skepticism, the Holy Sun confidently replied, "Rest assured, he will undoubtedly drink it." At that moment, a fleeting, inscrutable light flickered in his deep-set eyes as he added, "Those who are in love are easily ensnared by such things. His cultivation is commendable, deserving to be my rival amidst the realms. Yet, alas, love brings forth weaknesses." The Holy Sun smiled slyly, "And you are his greatest weakness." I, Ling Shizi, with a complex gaze, accepted the jade vial and suddenly asked, "Holy Sun, what is this love?" "Ah, the most useless of all things," he scoffed, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at the duelist location, Chen Anyun was indeed already waiting there. As he saw Ling Shizi approach, he offered a gentle smile. Then, he observed Ling Shizi hesitantly extend her hand, slowly revealing an exquisite wine bottle from her bosom. A flicker of darkness crossed his eyes, followed by a seemingly carefree smile as he teased, "My dear, are you not wishing to continue our magical duel today, but rather to challenge me to a drinking contest?" He raised an eyebrow, casting an encouraging glance at Ling Shizi. Hearing Chen Anyun's flippant remarks, the tension within Ling Shizi's heart eased slightly, perhaps influenced by Chen Anyun's demeanor. Or feeling that there was no turning back, she boldly declared with a hint of defiance, if I happen to lose this contest today, do you have the courage to drink this wine entirely? Chen Anyun raised an eyebrow at her words, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, how interesting. This is the first time I have heard that after a duel, it is the defeated who gets to propose conditions to the victor. Ling Shizi noticed the disdain etched on Chen Anyun's face and inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her. She pouted, feigning indifference, if you don't want to drink, then so be it. Holy son, this is not a matter of my effort. He simply refuses. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Anyun swiftly closed the distance between them, appearing like a phantom. Ling Shizi blinked, and when she came to her senses, the wine bottle was already in Chen Anyun's possession. But since it was my dear wife who invited me to drink, he said, smoothly uncorking the bottle and bringing it to his nose, nodding in satisfaction, fine wine. Don't. Although her wish was coming to fruition, Ling Shizi felt a tightening in her chest and couldn't help but shout, do you even know what this wine is before you drink it? She exclaimed, anger flaring within her. Isn't this the spirit-eliminating wine crafted by your xianxia palace? Chen Anyun, wearing a proud expression, replied, having spent several years in the xianxia palace, I certainly recognize it. Then why would you drink it? Ling Shizi instinctively glanced around, not seeing the holy son's figure, and for some reason, relief surged within her. There was still time. It was not too late. How could I refuse a drink offered by my wife? Chen Anyun remarked, savoring the aroma. Indeed, a fine wine. The essence of millennia is truly extraordinary. Are you not afraid I will kill you? Ling Shizi narrowed her eyes, her voice turning icy as she regarded him with a dangerous glare. Then do it, Chen Anyun replied without hesitation, his voice devoid of fear or retreat. In those fleeting moments, he felt the true essence within him, already on the brink of collapse, begin to dissipate like water breaking through a dam. Resigning himself, he languidly sat down, a faint smile gracing his features, his gaze never leaving the woman before him. Ling Shizi's beauty transcended mere physical allure. It radiated vitality and spirit. Vibrant and lively, each smile and frown she displayed captivated the heart, embodying an unparalleled beauty that left a strong visual impact. Chen Anyun gazed at her, as if wishing to etch her visage into his very soul, and for a rare moment, a hint of longing flickered in his eyes. What are you staring at? Ling Shizi sensed his unusual gaze, a wave of foreboding washing over her. It is time to end this, Chen Anyun spoke slowly, his tone unnervingly calm. What? Ling Shizi instinctively pressed for clarification, but Chen Anyun's voice was so soft that she could not discern his words. Nevertheless, his peculiar demeanor stirred an indescribable panic within her. Do you remember when you last asked me if I was one of the top prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Chen Anyun suddenly spoke again. Ling Shizi was taken aback, not expecting him to bring this up, and she momentarily suppressed her unease. Did you not deny it? Indeed, he nodded. In fact, I have begun to recall certain things recently. As he spoke, he unsheathed his sword and suddenly struck towards a void, accompanied by a scream as a disheveled figure tumbled from thin air. I have never been a prodigy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Merely an ordinary disciple of a common sect known as the Tai sect. What are you doing, Ling Shizi? Quickly restrain him. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the absolute spirit wine will erode all his true essence, and he will undoubtedly perish. The voices of 2 individuals echoed simultaneously in Ling Shizi's ears. Almost instinctively, she grasped her sword, yet when her gaze met Chen Anyun's smiling eyes, she felt as though the weapon in her hand weighed 1,000 pounds, rendering her unable to strike. Ling Shizi, if you do not act now, I shall show no mercy. A cacophony ensued. System prompt. Would you like to use 20,000 regret points to exchange for the S-rank active skill, Execution? Execution. Usable once a day. When the opponent's health falls below 20, it triggers an instant death effect. Yes. Chen Anyun swung his sword once more. His furious roar abruptly silenced. He collapsed onto the ground. In the next moment, he felt a soft body enveloping him. It seems, in the end, I have triumphed. His cultivation slipped further, now plummeting below the returning essence realm. This time, it seemed she could no longer endure, but victory was all that mattered, Chen Anyun thought. The sound of footsteps echoed as her husband, Ling Shizi, gazed intently at her, his voice trembling, and the sword he tightly gripped appeared to have lost its strength. Clattering to the ground. That elusive emotion resurfaced once more, yet she could no longer afford to dwell on it. Her eyes widened in horror, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks, for she had discerned a profound sense of death reflected in Chen Anyun's gaze. In that fleeting moment, the eyes of the 2 individuals were solely fixated on one another, never once casting a glance at the lifeless body that lay cold upon the ground. I am not worthy of such devotion, Ling Shizi murmured softly. Do not weep, Ling Shizi. Chen Anyun raised his hand to caress his wife's cheek, for I cherish you. Ling Shizi, I admire your candid disdain, your genuine affection, the openness you exude beneath the sun, and your unabashed self-praise. He gazed intently at Ling Shizi, whispering, Alas, I cannot contend with that old rascal. Upon hearing this, Ling Shizi felt an indescribable anguish swell within her, her entire being trembling incessantly. Yet deep within her heart, A resolute determination surged forth once again. Her eyes, once filled with sorrow, transformed into a visage of unwavering resolve. Her lips parted as if to utter something profound. However, before she could speak, Chen Anyun swiftly raised his palm, striking her forehead lightly. With a sigh, he implored, "Do not act foolishly. I have battled against the rules of this secret realm for a decade. My body has long since been spent." In the next instant, a cold voice echoed in her ear. The 171st contest for the Holy Son of Xianxia Palace concludes, with the outer disciple xianxia emerging victorious. At some point, the white-haired artifact spirit reappeared, observing the two in embrace with a serene expression. A sudden epiphany struck xianxia. If she were to refuse the title of Holy Son, would that not spare Chen Anyun from his demise? "No, I mustn't," she hastily began. But as she uttered those two words, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, and her consciousness began to fade. In her final moments, she heard Chen Anyun's somber voice resonate in her ears. "xianxia, remember, as a human being, you own nothing. Live henceforth for yourself." Chapter 27, xianxia Interlude. When xianxia gradually awakened, her eyes fluttered open to reveal an expanse of emptiness and tranquility. The entire secret realm seemed forgotten by time. Devoid of any presence aside from her own, she wandered alone through the vast halls of Xianxia Palace, its majestic structures adorned with intricate carvings, yet exuding an eerie solitude. As she walked, her thoughts swirled. Suddenly, she experienced an epiphany, realizing that the obsession which had shackled her spirit had quietly dissipated. "As a human, I own nothing," xianxia murmured, having grasped the profound truth within. She had long believed that the multitude had to be correct, but in retrospect, such notions seemed laughably naive. With this reflection, memories of her parents surfaced, once vivid shadows in her heart that had become an insurmountable knot. Yet now, recalling them brought her an unexpected serenity. Her heart as calm as still water, devoid of turbulence. In that instant, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her, her meridians unimpeded. As a formidable power erupted from within, she had finally shattered the long-standing bottleneck, stepping into the realm of immortality. However, the joy that should have filled her heart was merely a ripple upon a placid lake, quickly settling back into tranquility. At that moment, she finally had the time to ponder a question that had lingered in her mind for so long. What did Chen Anyun truly signify to her? She recalled the myriad moments they shared. Those fragments of time she had deliberately cast aside now felt as fresh as yesterday. They strolled along mountain paths, listening to the cheerful songs of birds. They sat by the stream, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze, and when faced with her whimsical demands, he would always respond with a faint smile, saying, "Very well, let it be so." But now, she was left alone, guarding these memories, while his figure grew increasingly indistinct. As if it could vanish into the wind at any moment, xianxia felt a pang of heartache and confusion, uncertain of how to define this affection and his place within her heart. Years later, after departing from the Lingzhu secret realm and returning to that small county town, fate seemed to play a cruel trick, for it was once again a drizzly Qiming festival. Among the crowd, she thought she saw the young man who had once sheltered her with an umbrella, smiling in her direction. Yet when she blinked, all that remained were hurried passers-by. It was only at this moment that xianxia awoke from her reverie, deeply experiencing the gut-wrenching pain of loss. The answer had always been clear, had it not? To her, he was her husband. Just as they had first encountered one another, their bond was never tainted by outside influences. It was she who capriciously entwined unrelated matters with him, ultimately leading to his demise. xianxia stared blankly at the dilapidated door of the medical clinic, as if merely pushing it open would reveal a handsome young man who would greet her with a smile, playfully chiding her for forgetting her umbrella. Remembering Chen Anyun's long-winded lectures, she let out a bittersweet laugh. She had finally come to realize it. Yes, she had rediscovered herself. Yet, it seemed she had lost something far more precious. As she stepped outside the city, gazing at the sprawling apricot blossoms, clarity washed over her. In the midst of the blooming blossoms, a figure clad in white knelt down, embracing her shoulders, exuding a solitude that tugged at the heartstrings. "Husband, if you have passed on, then in this life, xianxia shall remain devoted to you alone. But if you still exist somewhere, then I shall traverse heaven and hell to find you." Chapter 28, The Great Cataclysm, reflecting on her story with the Holy Maiden of Xianxia. Chen Anyun pulled his thoughts back to the present. Nevertheless, even if xianxia had undergone a transformation, would there not be further unforeseen events during his master's journey into the Lingzhu secret realm? Should he alert his master? No. After all, there was no real danger. But if he were to reveal a flaw and be discovered possessing memories of a previous life, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. One must realize that the individuals he had entangled himself with were favored by the heavens, each a remarkable talent in their own right. Had it not been for the narrative twists imposed by a careless author, their futures might have known no bounds beyond this realm. Initially, his dream had been to be a carefree fish, leisurely enjoying the rewards of the system while pursuing 10 small goals. Thus, it was clear that they were not destined to align. Speaking of narrative twists, Chen Anyun recalled the great cataclysm of his previous life and inwardly inquired, "System, since you mentioned that the heroines have transcended the limitations of this world, does that mean the great cataclysm has also vanished?" "Dear host, as far as I know, the great cataclysm remains distinct from narrative twists. The two are not directly correlated, Rather, the author has merely utilized the Great Cataclysm as a narrative device. Even without narrative twists, the Great Cataclysm will persist in the future. Then what significance do our actions hold? Certainly, even amidst the great calamities of heaven and earth. It is merely the ordinary cultivators like the host who may perish. Those favored by the heavenly path, such as the prominent heroines, will undoubtedly navigate such tribulations unscathed. Ascending to the higher realms. It stings, dear host. After all, I am a man with a system, am I not? Fear not, esteemed host. For I shall come to pay my respects to you annually. Chen Anyun fell into silence. Dear host, I sense that you have been rather jumpy of late. I am simply speaking the truth, the system continued. When the great calamity descends, those with higher cultivation will perish more swiftly. Only those endowed with extraordinary fortune may escape. And you, dear host, do not belong to this world. Thus, you will only attract karma, leading to certain demise. Chen Anyun's expression shifted, muttering, So? You mean I can only enjoy a few thousand years of leisure? Given the distance to the imminent calamity, it seemed somewhat acceptable. However, the system fell silent. Wishing to convey that if Chen Anyun could successfully form a Tao partner with one of the prominent figures, perhaps the heavenly path would extend its favor to him. Yet, seeing the host's contented demeanor, it chose to swallow the remainder of its thoughts. However, dear host, I must remind you that you are now at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and at any moment, you might attract the ascension tribulation. And so what? Chen Anyun replied cheerfully. If I find an opportunity to ascend, I can immediately shed a multitude of troubles. Have you forgotten, esteemed host? The great calamity has yet to commence. Observing Chen Anyun's smile freeze in an instant, the system felt the program running smoother than before, yet it dutifully continued. This world's path to the higher realms remains in a state of collapse. Should you provoke the tribulation, you will be compelled to hide like the other ancient beings, evading the will of heaven to avoid the lightning strikes. Indeed, if I invoke the tribulation, I would only become a recluse. And in this world, devoid of games, networks, films, or snacks, what joy is there? A sense of crisis surged through Chen Anyun. No, I must devise a plan. He resolved, rising abruptly. Senior brother, are you in there? Just as the system was about to respond, a sweet voice called from outside. Chen Anyun instantly recognized the visitor and, without a moment's thought, straightened himself, erasing any trace of his previous demeanor to adopt the image of a modest gentleman. I'm coming in. As expected, the visitor did not wait for a reply. And the door creaked open. In a flash, Chu Huairou entered, holding a steaming porcelain bowl. Senior brother, you worked hard in today's competition. Here. This is the spirit lotus seed soup I just meticulously prepared, capable of swiftly restoring your true essence and healing internal injuries. Do savor it while it's hot. Chen Anyun slowly lifted his gaze, meeting her clear, water-like eyes, which were fixated on him, reflecting his own image in their dark depths. Seeing her concerned and attentive expression, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, yet he maintained a smile and reached out to accept the exquisite porcelain bowl. Thank you for your kind gesture, junior sister. As he spoke, he inadvertently touched something smooth as he took the bowl. Chen Anyun's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively cast a quick glance at Chu Huairou. She appeared as calm as ever, seemingly unaffected. He relaxed slightly, relieved that it seemed merely a minor accident. Regaining his composure, he picked up a spoon and delicately scooped a small spoonful of the lotus seed soup into his mouth. Instantly, a rich aroma enveloped his palate. The flavor deep and sweet, intoxicating him. Please take your time to enjoy, senior brother. I will return shortly to collect the bowl, Chu Huairou said softly, gracefully turning to leave. Before exiting, she thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Very well, junior sister. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Anyun felt a smile creep onto his lips. He had initially feared that this little sister would become exceedingly troublesome, but it seemed that was not the case. She had a commendable sense of propriety. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Anyun, as Chu Huairou gently closed the door and turned away, a vibrant blush, reminiscent of a sunset, adorned her fair complexion, akin to a ripened apple. Her large, watery eyes sparkled with shyness and confusion, her delicate lips nibbling on her lower lip, one hand tightly grasping the other, before cautiously placing it against her heart. Beneath her thin garments, she could distinctly feel her heart racing wildly, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Chapter 29. The shield. Once Chu Huairou had gracefully exited, her figure gradually fading from view, and the door softly closing behind her, Chen Anyun set down the porcelain bowl. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze deepening as he began to ponder. Aside from becoming somewhat clingy, his junior sister appeared to retain her compliant demeanor. At present, it seemed that evading her attentions would not prove overly difficult. Meanwhile, far away in the mysterious realm, Ling Shizi, with her character, would undoubtedly first seek to seize control of Xiantian Palace. Given her current cultivation level, achieving this goal would likely require a considerable amount of time. Thus, Chen Anyun felt little need for immediate concern regarding this matter. As for the other prominent heroines, they either resided in distant lands with limited cultivation or had entirely departed this realm. In light of this, it appeared that he was indeed in a relatively secure position, with ample time to contemplate how to address the various matters concerning them. However, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable sentiment had begun to linger in Chen Anyun's heart since earlier, instilling within him a sense of unease. It should be noted that he had now attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm. possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to the subtle changes in the world around him. This inexplicable feeling in the depths of his heart was not without cause. It was undoubtedly a subtle force drawing him in a specific direction. But what could it be? This enigma loomed like a thick cloud over Chen Anyun's heart, leaving him in a state of profound perplexity. This inexplicable sense of crisis prompted him to finally engage his intellect. No, I cannot rely on procrastination. If I wait until those formidable women come knocking, I might inadvertently reveal my vulnerabilities. I must devise a strategy to secure my position unassailable. He recalled the various novels and dramas he had encountered in his previous life and suddenly experienced a spark of inspiration, excitedly inquiring within. System. What is the best way to rid oneself of a woman's entanglement? System. Oh no, the host has lost his mind. What should I do? I'm on standby. Urgent. However, before the system could respond, Chen Anyun began to articulate his thoughts. The most effective method to make a woman give up is to extinguish her hopes. With that, he paused mysteriously, creating a silence in the room. The system, ever intrigued, prompted him further. And how, pray tell, can the host accomplish this? Excellent question. Chen Anyun replied, pleased with the system's engagement, but then he shifted the conversation. That will depend on you. On me. The system sensed a rise in its internal temperature. Then, Chen Anyun feigned sorrow, his voice fluctuating. You know, I am a man of principles. No, you have long since abandoned those principles. Do not interrupt me. After a brief cough, he continued in a somber tone. You wouldn't want innocent people to become collateral damage, would you? Well, it seems that way. But what exactly do you mean? The system inquired, sensing alarms within itself. Isn't that perfect? Chen Anyun proclaimed, slapping his palm. Therefore, I need someone who is both unscathed and unafraid of danger to serve as my shield. A shield? The system was bewildered. Indeed. The best way to make a woman lose interest is to have the man she is entangled with already taken. Chen Anyun stated confidently. But I am not human. You can be. A wicked grin spread across Chen Anyun's face as a vibrant stone appeared in his palm. The stone of resurrection. As a product of the system, it instantly recognized the object. Indeed, with this, I can create a flawless woman. You merely need to control this body and perform. Brilliant. The system was astonished by Chen Anyun's ingenious idea. We will stage a grand tragic romance, and in the end, you will meet an untimely demise. Becoming the unattainable ideal I yearn for, after which I shall renounce all worldly desires. Wait, host, a grand tragic romance. Yes. With you. Yes? Ugh. Both the individual and the system simultaneously expressed their disgust. However, it seemed not entirely impossible. After their shared moment of revulsion, they resumed their discussion. The system was fully supportive of Chen Anyun's plan to extricate himself from the prominent female lead. As their fates were intertwined, they either thrived together or suffered together. Once they finalized the script, both the host and the system erupted into maniacal laughter. Yet, the system interjected, but host, this script feels eerily familiar. Wait. Isn't the first half merely a recounting of our escapades in the realm of Luofu? Truly, you have discerned it. Chen Anyun displayed a peculiar smile. But, no buts allowed. Life is fraught with the 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, unfulfilled desires, encounters of resentment, separation from loved ones, and the dominance of the 5 aggregates. Chen Anyun sighed, adding, you must understand, the ideal is something I have monopolized. Is that so? Chen Anyun nodded. The system fell into a prolonged silence as time ticked away, as if the entire world had frozen in this moment. Eventually, it hesitantly broke the stillness. So, host, you still cannot forget that matter? Its voice carried a hint of caution, as if wary of disturbing the tender recesses of someone's heart. Indeed. You have seen through me. Chen Anyun admitted without hesitation. He slightly lifted his gaze, staring into the distance as if peering through the void at the remnants of his past. But it has been so long. The system's words were laced with confusion. It could not comprehend why a man, so seemingly callous, could be haunted by a long-past failure. You do not understand. Chen Anyun slowly shook his head, exhaling softly. After all, that was my only failure. As his words fell, the deeply buried memories surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing him. Amongst the deluge of recollections, a cool figure gradually became discernible. She stood there quietly, her graceful form resembling a plum blossom blooming in the chill of winter, exuding an aura of distant, ethereal beauty that was difficult to approach. Chapter 30. Exchange of Lifetimes. 1. Note. This book contains no green tea or cattle, so read with ease. Moreover, Ji Webai is not the female lead. Please refrain from cursing. On that day, Chen Anyun had just left the Lingzhu secret realm to evade the lock of the celestial artifact with the system's assistance. He arrived in this small world known as Luofu. After perusing the original storyline of his predecessor, he displayed a smile that conveyed a sense of complete mastery over the situation. Ha ha ha. Is it not simply a matter of redemption followed by betrayal? No one understands redemption narratives better than I. It is no wonder that Chen Anyun brimmed with confidence. As a premier screenwriter in the second gaming realm, the trope of saving first and then striking was as assured as a butcher expertly slicing tofu. According to the background of the original plot, this was a world on the brink of collapse. The female protagonist, Ji Webai, was the prized disciple of the esteemed Tianyun sect, the leading sect in this small realm. With a noble lineage and unparalleled beauty, coupled with her gentle and approachable demeanor, Ji Yuebai's status within the Chen Anyun sect was undoubtedly exalted. Yet this celestial maiden, who shone like the moon in the sky, after rejecting the advances of countless prodigies from this world, secretly harbored affections for a seemingly unremarkable inner sect disciple, Li Shiyuan, who, to Chen Anyun, possessed little more than gentleness. What a typical opening for a Japanese light novel, filled with Chen Anyun's sardonic observations. Ideally, a beauty such as her would evoke admiration and longing, and as an ordinary inner sect disciple, Li Shiyuan should have been astonished and then mutually enamored. Initially, this was indeed the case. Amidst the heart-wrenching sighs of countless sect disciples, the two became partners, inseparable in the envy of all. Just as everyone believed their union would endure, Li Shiyuan mysteriously vanished during an excursion. After a year of frantic searching, during which Ji Yuebai was nearly engulfed by despair, Li Shiyuan returned to the sect, bringing with him a proud and solitary woman named Ming Tianxin, akin to a winter plum blossom. According to Li Shiyuan, he had encountered grave danger during his travels, sustaining severe injuries and nearly perishing, only to be saved by Ming Tianxin. He had only recently recovered and returned to the sect. In her relief, Ji Yuebai did not ponder deeply, considering that Ming Tianxin was still an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. In a moment of impulsiveness that she would come to regret for a lifetime, she persuaded the sect to take Ming Tianxin under its wing. Soon thereafter, Ming Tianxin began to shine within Tianyun's sect. Not only was her beauty on par with Ji Yuebai's, but her talent for cultivation surpassed it by a significant margin. She even garnered the attention of a long-retired elder, who made an exception to accept her as a disciple, elevating her status to one that even the sect leader would respectfully address as junior martial uncle. However, in contrast to Ji Yuebai's approachable demeanor, Ming Tianxin treated nearly everyone with an unyielding coldness, verging on the inhuman. Yet, why is it said to be nearly? Because there was one exception, Li Shiyuan, the one who had brought Ming Tianxin to the sect. As time passed, Ji Yuebai watched helplessly as Ming Tianxin's cultivation gradually surpassed her own, becoming the object of admiration for all disciples, while simultaneously witnessing her beloved grow ever closer to Ming Tianxin. One day, after the sect officially proclaimed Ming Tianxin as the saintess, Ji Yuebai, feeling dejected, set out in search of Li Shiyuan. Under the shade of a banyan tree, she stumbled upon the two of them in a warm embrace. In that fleeting moment, Ji Yuebai realized that she had utterly lost. However, amidst the anguish, she felt little animosity. Instead, she chose to step back and allow the two to be together. She opted to embark on a journey of exploration, believing that absence would ease her heart. It was precisely this journey that irrevocably altered Ji Yuebai's fate. During her travels, she inadvertently acquired an ancient legacy. Initially perceiving it as a monumental opportunity, upon her return to the sect, she was exposed for cultivating demonic arts. The origins of this ancient legacy trace back to a demonic patriarch from millennia ago in this realm. Yet, acknowledging that she had merely practiced the technique without committing any heinous acts, Ji Yuebai was only stripped of her powers and expelled from the sect. Thus, the once gentle and charming prodigy met a cruel fate, losing her beloved to another, her powers forsaken, and ultimately facing banishment. At this juncture, the original host made her entrance. Under the meticulous care and unwavering support of the original host, Ji Yuebai's heart, which had sunk into the abyss of despair, gradually began to revive. She started to reassess her path in life and resolutely made a stunning decision to join the demonic sect. The reason Ji Yuebai could integrate so seamlessly into the demonic sect and rise swiftly was largely due to that mysterious ancient legacy. This legacy seemed to be a key that unlocked the gates of power, endowing her with extraordinary talents and abilities. As time passed, through her own diligence and the enhancement of the ancient legacy, Ji Yuebai forged ahead, her name resounding far and wide, ultimately becoming a revered demonic saintess. Yet, as fate would have it, a crisis quietly loomed, threatening the very existence of the Xianxia world. Faced with this life-or-death juncture, Ji Yuebai showed no signs of retreat. She relentlessly challenged the shackles of heaven and earth. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, she successfully broke free from her constraints and ascended, embarking on a path of higher cultivation. As for the original host, who had silently accompanied and sacrificed so much, well, the female protagonist, heartbroken, naturally felt disheartened, severing her emotional ties and dedicating herself solely to the pursuit of the ultimate truth. The sacrifices and devotion the original host had given to Ji Yuebai culminated in nothing more than a brief expression of gratitude. Thank you. Without you, I could not have regained my composure so swiftly. After reflecting on the original storyline, Chen Anyun could only lament that the original host truly embodied the innate gentle male second lead. Just like before, despite possessing superior qualities over Li Shiyuan and performing numerous heartfelt gestures that could move the female protagonist to tears, he remained in the shadows, serving as an unnoticed stepping stone. Thus, Chen Anyun decisively resolved to alter his strategy, stepping from the background into the forefront, personally accompanying Ji Yuebai. From that point on, whether in the arduous trials of cultivation, perilous explorations of hidden realms, or confronting the heavy prejudices and numerous challenges from the righteous path, Chen Anyun steadfastly remained by Ji Yuebai's side. Together, they weathered storms, shared burdens, and encouraged one another. Throughout this lengthy and tumultuous journey, The wounds once deeply buried in Ji Yubai's heart gradually vanished without a trace. Her previously closed heart began to open slowly, unwittingly binding her affections entirely to Chen Anyun. Unbeknownst to them, their bond deepened, culminating in a promise that when their powers were sufficient, they would ascend together and become partners for eternity. Finally, in the moment of the Xiaoqian world's obliteration, Chen Anyun stood before Ji Yubai, prepared to sacrifice himself to ensure her ascension. In this small world of chaos, the heavenly principle seems to have encountered an inexplicable issue. Not only has it failed to collapse, but it has also reset the entire timeline of this realm. Everything has inexplicably reverted to the time when Ji Yubai was still at the Tianyun sect. Chapter 31. Exchange of Lives 2. What on earth is happening? This is not what we had anticipated. Please hold on, esteemed host. I am currently investigating the system, which indicates an unknown error. It appears we are somewhat trapped at this temporal juncture. Trapped at a time point? What does that imply? It means that this reset of the world is an autonomous action of this small realm. The timeline of our original world remains unaffected. However, due to the differing flow of time between the two worlds, we must await the moment when this realm returns to the reset point in order to return to our original world. Are you suggesting that we must once again endure 200 years in this small world until the day of its destruction? Theoretically, yes. And what about the female protagonist? Have the efforts of our prior 200 years been rendered entirely futile? Not necessarily. The female protagonist may still retain the memories of those 200 years, but that would be of no use. If she retains her memories, wouldn't that turn into a tale of dual rebirth, akin to a whimsical fantasy drama? The mission would be rendered void. Indeed, that seems to be the case. The system, having discerned the anomaly, reassured Chen Anyun, esteemed host, there is no need for concern. This incident falls under the category of an unknown error, and the responsibility does not lie with us. You may as well consider this a prolonged vacation. A vacation lasting 200 years? Chen Anyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It sounded rather appealing, especially the notion of relaxation. However, just to be prudent, it would be wise for you to ascertain the state of the female protagonist. That is a valid point. Chen Anyun concurred with the system. At this current time point, it is still relatively early, even more than a decade prior to when Chen Anyun originally arrived in this small world. At this juncture, Ji Yubai and Li Shi should have only just met. Chen Anyun took out a round mirror, sweeping her hand across it. The surface shimmered, quickly revealing a hazy image. This is the Haotian mirror, generously provided by the system, allowing one to observe the person or matter that occupies their thoughts. Gradually, the scenery within the mirror became increasingly vivid. A delicate drizzle cascaded from the sky, enveloping the entire world within the mirror in a veil of misty water. A graceful figure, adorned in a pale yellow dress, gently walked along a winding mountain path, sheltered by an umbrella. This is Ji Yubai. Having accompanied her in this realm for many years, Chen Anyun recognized her at a glance. He was not surprised by Ji Yuebai's actions, for even many years later, her unique penchant for strolling in the rain with an umbrella remained unchanged. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile emerged on his lips, only to swiftly freeze in place. At that moment, following Ji Yuebai's line of sight, he noticed a solitary figure standing not far on the mountain path. Ji Yuebai paused for a moment, then approached to find it was the youth Li Shiyuan, who had only joined the sect yesterday and had not yet cultivated any powers. He was drenched, with rainwater dripping from his hair, yet curiously, a pristine umbrella lay on the ground beside him. Initially, Ji Yuebai assumed this new disciple was not entirely sane, preferring to be soaked rather than using the umbrella for shelter. However, as she drew closer, she discovered the reason. Beneath the umbrella curled two small raccoon dogs, shivering with fear and helplessness. Witnessing this scene, a tenderness welled up in Ji Yuebai's eyes. Her inherently kind heart instantly warmed towards this unfamiliar Li Shiyuan. She stepped forward and gently inquired, "Why do you not seek refuge under the umbrella?" Li Shiyuan looked up, revealing a youthful and bashful countenance, and replied, "I fear these little ones will get wet and fall ill." Ji Yuebai smiled softly and suggested, "But if you continue like this, you too will fall ill. Let us take these adorable raccoon dogs back and care for them together." Li Shiyuan nodded. And thus they cradled the raccoon dogs, holding the umbrella as they proceeded slowly through the rain. Chen Anyun, with a complex expression, closed the Haotian mirror. The bad news was that his efforts over the past 200 years had indeed been in vain. The good news was that Ji Yuebai seemed to lack memories of her previous life. This meant that everything that would occur to her henceforth would unfold anew. Chen Anyun rubbed his head, feeling an ominous presence lingering. He was not a heartless individual, and after enduring the trials of 2 missions, he was far from achieving the ultimate state of unity and simplicity. Although self-hypnosis significantly suppressed the emotions he experienced in each event, the feelings and investments made by the hypnotized self were not entirely ephemeral. "Host, what shall we do next?" the system inquired. Chen Anyun pondered for a moment before resolving. "In that case, let us divide our tasks. You will investigate the cause of this system error to ensure it does not recur, while I will seal away the memories of these 200 years. If necessary, I shall start anew. But we have not yet arrived in this world at this point in time. Then let us venture into the demonic realm. It will allow us to solidify our preparations. Take care, host. I will now report this system error to the upper system. Rest assured, this minor world is limited to the immortal realm. I am invincible here." After finalizing their plans, the two began their separate endeavors. At that moment, Chen Anyun remained unaware of the adage, one misstep in the game leads to total defeat. Shortly after he turned off the Haotian mirror, Ji Yuebai, who had been walking shoulder to shoulder with Li Shiyuan, suddenly slowed her pace and raised her head. Her gaze filled with complexity as she observed Li Shiyuan's back. Chapter 32, Exchange of Lifetimes. 3. We have arrived. The soft whisper resonated like thunder in Ji Yuebai's ears. Arrived? She murmured, awakening from her reverie, her eyes clouded with confusion, seemingly lost in her thoughts. It was not until she noticed the shy smile on the youth's face that she gradually came to her senses. His lips curved gently, revealing a bashful smile as he softly stated, Sister Ji, we have reached my residence. His voice was clear and melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing Ji Yuebai's heart. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuebai finally lifted her gaze, directing it towards the familiar structure before her. How could it not be familiar? This dwelling held countless memories belonging to the two of them, those beautiful moments flashing through her mind like vivid images. They had played and laughed here, their joy echoing in every corner. They had once embraced each other on a tranquil night, feeling each other's warmth. This seemingly ordinary little house had witnessed the entirety of their journey from acquaintance to understanding and love. Now, standing once more before this door, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Ji Yuebai. There was joy in returning to familiar grounds, yet also sorrow, as the cherished past had long since faded. Or perhaps had never truly begun. Nonetheless, this experience remained one of the most precious treasures etched in her heart. Reflecting on the events of her previous life, Ji Yuebai felt a profound sense of loss. Upon discovering that time had reversed, bringing her back to her youth, her first instinct was to seek out Chen Anyun. Yet, realizing she had returned to this very day felt like an inexplicable twist of fate. In truth, she had harbored a secret from Chen Anyun, decades prior. She had stealthily returned to Tianyun's sect, wishing to catch a glimpse of Li Shiyuan's life. She had hoped to witness a harmonious bond between Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxing, allowing her heart to find closure and fully embrace her relationship with Chen Anyun. However, she learned that Li Shiyuan had long since passed, while Meng Tianxing had ascended to the position of sect leader, seemingly without forming a partnership with him. What was meant to be a resolution of her lingering attachment had transformed into a new obsession. This matter has long weighed heavily on Ji Yuebai's heart. Her emotions involuntarily plunged into a profound state of confusion, as her mind incessantly replayed the scene from years ago when she witnessed those two tightly embracing each other. That image had been etched into her heart like a brutal scar, yet at this moment, she began to question whether all of it had merely been a misunderstanding. After all, if the reality was indeed as she had perceived, why had Li Shiyuan met such a tragic fate? It must be acknowledged that within the vast realm of cultivation, although methods to extend one's lifespan are exceedingly rare, how could someone of Meng Tianxing's unparalleled talent and extraordinary gifts be utterly unprepared for such an eventuality? Upon reflection, it appeared that there remained but one possibility, that Li Shiyuan had never once entertained the thought of abandoning her. Through her diligent investigation, she ultimately uncovered the truth from an old friend at Tianyun's sect. It turned out that beneath that tree, Meng Tianxing had merely stumbled and was caught by Li Shiyuan. And from her vantage point, it had appeared as if they were embracing. After she departed, the two had quickly gone their separate ways. And Li Shiyuan had sought her for quite some time. Realizing this, her heart ached with unbearable pain. It was her overly intense sense of pride that had sabotaged her, pushing the one she loved dearly into another's embrace. Consequently, she had become the tragic failure in this romantic tale. Yet now, with the truth revealed, she came to a startling realization. It was not she who had lost this love, but rather her own stubbornness and obstinacy that had led to this irrevocable situation. Thus, from that moment forth, Li Shiyuan became Ji Yuebai's bittersweet memory, a white moonlight forever illuminating her regrets. Even though she sincerely loved Chen Anyun, not a single day passed when she could erase Li Shiyuan from her thoughts. She acknowledged that this was unfair to Chen Anyun and admitted her own greed. But Li Shiyuan was dead, and how could the deceased be compared to the living? She resolved to bury this greed deep within her heart eternally. However, Ji Yuebai never anticipated that fate would grant her another opportunity. The one she thought to be lost returned to stand before her, alive once more. Should she seek to mend the past regrets or continue to walk hand in hand with the one destined for her future? Ji Yuebai found herself ensnared in a fog of uncertainty. Yet, one thing remained clear. When she beheld that young man holding an umbrella for the fox spirit in the rain, her heart could not help but flutter. Li Shidi, I will temporarily leave this fox spirit in your care. I will come to see them whenever I have the time. Sister Ji, you are most considerate. I shall take good care of them. The familiar, gentle expression of the youth seemed to transcend time, perfectly resonating with her memories of the past. Ji Yuebai gazed at his face, a tumultuous wave of complex emotions surging within her. However, at that very moment, it felt as though she had been struck by an unseen force, her body trembling involuntarily as she hurriedly fled from the house filled with memories. At this juncture, Ji Yuebai's heart was a tangled mass, yet deep within, the answer was on the verge of revelation. I'm sorry, Anyun. She silently murmured this name in her heart, the words as soft as whispers in the wind. Reflecting on the myriad moments they shared, Ji Yuebai understood that everything she had done now amounted to betrayal against Chen Anyun. However, as fate had granted her a second chance, an opportunity to rectify past regrets. She was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, given Li Shiyuan's mediocre aptitude, he would likely never transcend the realm of cultivation. And even if they were to spend their lives together, it would only be a fleeting century. Jiwei bit her lip, resolutely determined, no matter what awaited her ahead. She must pursue the truth and ascertain whether she had indeed misunderstood Li Shiyuan. Only by doing so could she truly unburden her heart and attain genuine redemption. Anyun. Once I have rectified this regret, I will surely come to find you again. I will make amends. Tears blurred her vision as Jiwei repeatedly repented within her heart. Chapter 33, Exchange of Lifetimes. 4. The Demonic Path, the Great Ming Palace. It is a place yearned for by all practitioners of the demonic arts. Since the disappearance of the leader of the demonic sect several centuries ago, the demonic path has effectively splintered into three major sects: the Harmony sect, the Blood Demonic Gate, and the Great Freedom and Leisure sect. Nevertheless, the three sects have cooperatively refrained from contesting the Great Ming Palace. Today, although the palace is surrounded by guards from the three sects, it remains devoid of any inhabitants, as if awaiting a new master. Amidst the gazes of many, a young man clad in white languidly sat atop the eaves of the Great Ming Palace, one hand grasping a sword while the other held a wine flask, drinking heartily as if oblivious to the world around him. Were it not for the numerous bodies sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony, it is likely that all would have dismissed this young man as a madman. Before long, three figures approached from a distance. Leading them was a pale, frail scholar whose slender frame seemed as if it could be toppled by a gust of wind, yet his elongated eyes sparkled with wisdom. Following closely behind was a woman dressed in vibrant red, her graceful form exuding allure with every movement. Bringing up the rear was a burly man with a bare torso, muscles rippling with power, his scarred face instilling fear in those who beheld it. These three were none other than the renowned leaders of the current demonic sects, Han Juzai, Yi Hongyi, and Zhang Rentu. The three sects have always been at odds, their conflicts manifesting both openly and covertly. Yet, in truth, they share a common enemy and are intertwined like branches of the same tree. At this moment, upon learning that someone dared to wreak havoc in the Great Ming Palace, all three were taken aback. It must be noted that every disciple sent to guard the palace was an elite master of their respective sections. Yet now, even these formidable disciples were unable to subdue the mysterious young man. Unless the three of them intervened personally, sending additional forces would likely be futile. Thus, amidst their astonishment, they wasted no time in making their way to the palace to ascertain the situation. Who dares to show such disrespect to the Great Ming Palace? The white-clad youth's nonchalance instantly provoked their ire. Before Han Juzai and Yi Hongyi could react, the hot-tempered Zhang Rentu could no longer contain his fury. His eyes turning red as he bellowed and lunged at the youth with his long knife like a ferocious tiger. "Brother Zhang," Han Juzai exclaimed, about to intervene. But upon seeing Yi Hongyi gently shake her head, he swallowed his words. Indeed, it would not hurt to allow Zhang Rentu to test the opponent's strength first. After all, with Zhang Rentu's perfect cultivation in the returning origin realm, even if he were to be overpowered, he could at least gauge the depth of his opponent's abilities. However, what transpired next left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The young man in white remained utterly motionless, merely raising his hand to elegantly sweep his sleeve. Zhang Rentu was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the hard floor, creating a profound pit with a resounding thud. Longxing Zhenren. Zhang Rentu was no ordinary figure, being a consummate master of the Guiyuan realm. Yet he was effortlessly vanquished by a single move from his opponent, utterly defenseless. The identity of this formidable adversary was becoming increasingly clear. In this realm, only those who have ascended to the Longxing realm possess such terrifying power, deserving of the esteemed title of Zhenren. At that very moment, the white-clad youth, who had been quietly seated, finally rose with deliberate grace. His tall and upright figure resembled an unyielding mountain. His frost-like, icy gaze scanned each individual present, akin to two piercing beams of cold light. Almost instantaneously, everyone upon whom his eyes rested felt an invisible, immense pressure, instinctively retreating a step backward. Fear etched their faces, as if confronting a malevolent deity from the depths of the underworld. Subsequently, those who usually held themselves in high regard, believing themselves to be exceptional, collectively bowed their noble heads, refraining from any semblance of disrespect. At this moment, the atmosphere descended into a deathly silence. Only the chilling yet authoritative voice of the young man resonated through the air. "I am Chen Anyun. From this day forth, the demonic path shall be led by me. Those who follow shall prosper, those who oppose shall perish. Do any of you dare to dispute this?" After a heart-stopping pause, Han Juzai and Yi Hongyi exchanged knowing glances, as if sharing an unspoken connection. Together, they stepped forward without hesitation, kneeling before Chen Anyun and bowing their heads respectfully. Following suit, the others from the demonic path, as if awakening from a dream, began to bow down one after another. Even the notoriously fierce Zhang Rentu, despite enduring excruciating pain, managed to turn his body with great effort, trembling hands supporting him as he knelt. In that instant, the once silent valley erupted with a deafening chorus of voices, akin to tumultuous waves crashing one upon another, echoing through the heavens and shaking the very earth. "We shall faithfully obey the command of the master." The sound coalesced into a torrent, reverberating with boundless awe and submission, spreading in all directions. Chapter 34. Exchange of Remaining Lives 5. At Tianyun Sect. A gentle rain began to fall, a soft patter that seemed unending. What could Anyun possibly be doing now? Ji Webai stood quietly by the window, gazing outside. Her thoughts drifting away. Memories of her time spent with Chen Anyun often intertwined with fleeting moments shared with Li Shiyuan. Now, although Li Shiyuan stood beside her, her heart remained restless, continually recalling the past associated with Chen Anyun. At this moment, two colorful raccoon dogs nestled comfortably in her warm embrace, one on each side. Soundly asleep, producing soft snoring sounds, their appearance utterly adorable. Their tiny bodies rose and fell gently with each breath, seemingly immersed in a sweet dreamland. With this thought, Ji Webai couldn't help but sigh softly. At this hour, Chen Anyun was perhaps still just an ordinary disciple of the demonic path. It was during her lowest moments that she met him, gradually regaining her cultivation under his care and joining the demonic sect, only to discover how deeply prejudiced the world was against it. The so-called demonic path was merely a more extreme form of cultivation, primarily about pushing one's own potential, rather than engaging in heinous acts. It was merely that those who had committed wrongdoings cast the blame upon the demonic path. Take the dual cultivation techniques of the Hehuan sect, which may sound scandalous, yet they embody profound yin-yang principles. If she could dual cultivate with Li Shiyuan, perhaps it could assist him in breaking through the limitations of his talent and stepping into the realm of returning to origin. At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she chided herself inwardly. Senior Sister Ji, if there is anything troubling you, feel free to share it with me. After all, some matters, when bottled up, only become more burdensome. It is better to express them. Perhaps it will lighten your heart. The gentle youth looked at Ji Webai with concern etched on his face. His words imbued with sincerity, inadvertently interrupting her chaotic thoughts. Strangely enough, during this period, the relationship between them had progressed remarkably, far surpassing that of their previous lives. Hearing the youth's inquiry, Ji Webai hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "There is nothing of significance, merely reminiscing about some trivial matters from the past." Yet, only she understood that the deeply buried secrets and worries within her heart were not easily disclosed. In the next moment, Ji Webai suddenly felt a warmth radiating from the hand she held. Startled, she looked up to find the slightly bashful face of the youth before her. He grasped her hand tightly, his palm slightly clammy, as if this sudden gesture had required immense courage. "Even though my strength is still limited and I may not be able to truly help you with your problems, I will always be here to quietly listen to your heart whenever you need me." The youth's voice trembled slightly, clearly nervous, fearing that his audacity might displease Ji Webai. Observing the flustered and helpless expression on his face, Ji Webai couldn't help but smile gently, her lips curving in a soft grin. That smile bloomed like flowers in spring, vibrant and captivating. However, in that instant, another figure, Chen Anyun, resurfaced in her mind. In contrast to Li Shiyuan's current vulnerability and inexperience, the Chen Anyun she remembered had always radiated strength and confidence. Regardless of the trials and tribulations he faced, that man remained composed and assured, always stepping forward without hesitation, standing resolutely before her, shielding her from all storms with his broad shoulders. At this thought, Ji Weibai's heart trembled, an indescribable feeling surged within her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Li Shiyuan's trembling hand and softly said, "Rest assured, when the time is ripe, I will undoubtedly share everything with you without reservation." Upon hearing her words, Li Shiyuan's previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly. They stood there, hand in hand, side by side at the window. Unbeknownst to them, the rain had ceased. A gentle breeze brushed against them, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. In that moment, they resembled a couple from the mortal realm, enveloped in a warm atmosphere that belonged solely to them, as time seemed to freeze. In the realm of cultivation, there are no days and nights. Unbeknownst to them, several years passed. For Ji Webai, everything within Tianyun's sect felt like a replay of her previous life. The once gentle youth, shaped and refined by the passage of time, had gradually matured into a graceful and refined gentleman, much like in her previous life. Amidst the envious glares of many male disciples, she and Li Shiyuan officially became partners, admired by all as a celestial couple. However, unlike before, Ji Weibai's cultivation had far surpassed that of her past. After all, she had already ascended to the realm of immortality in her previous life. Standing at the pinnacle of cultivation, with a solid foundation beneath her, her path in this life unfolded remarkably smoothly. Yet, for nearly a year, Ji Webai had often felt a sense of unease. In the stillness of the night, she would unconsciously recall those past memories. Among them, the most concerning was the approaching time that coincided with Li Shiyuan's external training in her previous life. Whenever this thought crossed her mind, her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to let go. Now, she had fully rekindled the deep affection shared with Li Shiyuan. Especially in the past 2 years, even the faint silhouette of Chen Anyun had gradually blurred in the ocean of her thoughts. Yet, no matter what, she could not shake off the knot hidden deep within her heart. As fate would have it, just after a tender night together, Li Shiyuan unexpectedly expressed his intention to depart. Though Ji Webai now held a transcendent status within Tianyun's sect, almost being appointed the next holy maiden. According to the sect's rules, once an inner disciple successfully broke through to the Xianxia realm, they must ascend the mountain for a year of trials and tempering. Despite her exalted position, Ji Webai had not yet ascended to the seat of the sect leader, and thus, by both sentiment and reason, she had no authority to intervene. Several years prior, Ji Webai had resolved to thoroughly investigate the matter that had long troubled her from her previous life. However, as their relationship deepened, the scales within her heart began to sway from the initial path she had set. After much anguish and internal conflict, she ultimately made a resolute decision. Xianxia, you have just ascended to the Xianxia realm and need time to stabilize your cultivation. I hope you can postpone this journey for half a year. Understood, senior sister. Li Xianxia, perplexed, expressed no dissent. Ji Webai sighed in relief, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of guilt and unease surged within her. Each time she recalled Chen Anyun's strong and affectionate visage, her heart felt as though it were pricked by needles, for she knew she had no justification for her choice. Anyun, please forgive my selfishness, she silently repented countless times in her heart. Li Xianxia had but a mere 100 years of life, which was but a fleeting moment compared to our long existence. Once he departed from this world, she vowed to return to his side, to forever accompany him, and to atone for the hurt she had caused him. In a valley not far from Anyun's sect, despite the serene and distant beauty of the landscape, Chen Anyun was filled with restlessness and frustration. He himself was uncertain as to what compelled him to this place. Recently, a strange voice echoed in his mind, as if an invisible force was urging him to come here, promising that something of great importance awaited him in this valley. Thus, driven by curiosity and anticipation, Chen Anyun arrived. However, a month passed without the appearance of the person or event he had been unknowingly drawn to. The monotonous waiting gradually eroded his initial enthusiasm and patience. Perhaps it is merely my illusion. Chen Anyun shook his head in resignation, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It was absurd for the revered leader of a demonic sect to have impulsively lingered here for an entire month without reason. Just as he felt disheartened and prepared to leave, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. It was a subordinate, rushing towards him, carrying a disheveled and ragged woman. According to the report, this woman had been wandering outside the valley for over 10 days, and having gone without food for so long, she had collapsed from extreme weakness. Chen Anyun had previously ordered his subordinates to bring any suspicious individuals they encountered near the valley to him. Thus, upon discovering the unconscious woman, they acted promptly. Chen Anyun closed his eyes momentarily, gently scanning the woman with his spiritual sense. A faint frown creased his brow as a hint of disappointment surged within him. The woman's hair was a tangled mess, and her face was obscured by dirt, making it difficult to discern her true appearance. Nevertheless, with his keen perception, he could easily ascertain that she was merely a mortal. Take her away, give her some food, and then send her on her way, he instructed casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Strangely, upon seeing this woman, his previously agitated heart found a semblance of calm. Although he had intended to leave, he now decided to remain for another month. The two demonic cultivators exchanged glances, not daring to delay, and prepared to take the woman away. Just then, unexpectedly, the woman, who had been unconscious, suddenly awakened. She slowly opened her eyes, first glancing at Chen Anyun before hastily looking away, not uttering a word. Then, with gritted teeth, she summoned her strength and struggled to stand, albeit unsteadily, before resolutely walking towards an empty direction. Her unusual calmness piqued Chen Anyun's interest. Typically, when waking in such an unfamiliar environment around strangers, one would panic or seek help. Yet this woman remained silent and composed throughout. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Wait, what is your name?" Upon hearing his voice, the woman's steps faltered, her body momentarily stiffening. However, after a brief moment, she continued walking forward without hesitation. Time passed. The surroundings remained tranquil, with only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. As Chen Anyun chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, a cold voice drifted towards him from a distance. Meng Tianxin. Meng Tianxin? Chen Anyun murmured to himself, perplexed, although he was certain he had never heard that name before. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if it had been deeply etched in his mind. Could it be that his inexplicable journey to this valley and the month of waiting were truly connected to this woman named Meng Tianxin? With this thought, his mind began to race. Throughout the month, aside from the mysterious woman bearing that name, he had made no other significant discoveries. Thus, despite an undercurrent of unease, Chen Anyun was not one to act hesitantly. When he saw Meng Tianxin preparing to leave, he opened his mouth to retain her. Yet, just as he did, a sudden thud echoed as she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground, her eyes closing again in unconsciousness. Chen Anyun sighed softly and took a step forward, extending his hand to gently push aside the dried strands of hair covering her forehead. At that moment, his breath caught in his throat. He had previously overlooked her appearance due to her dirted state, but as he cleared her hair away, he was astonished to find that, aside from the smudges on her cheeks, her features were strikingly beautiful. How could such a stunning woman arrive in this state, tattered and alone? This question flickered through Chen Anyun's mind, dispelling the last remnants of doubt within him. Could it be that the significant thing he had been waiting for all along was this very woman before him? Realizing this, he disregarded her soiled appearance and without hesitation lifted her into his arms with gentle yet swift movements. Then, with a swift motion, he darted towards the direction of the Daming Palace, like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 36. The Exchange of Lifetimes. 7. Greetings, Holy Maiden. May the Holy Maiden be at peace. Nodding respectfully to the disciples of the Chen Anyun sect, who bowed in reverence, Ji Yuebai continued her forward journey. It had been several years since Li Shiyuan last ventured out for training. Perhaps due to the divergence of time, in this lifetime, Li Shiyuan had not encountered Meng Tianxin, and thus it was impossible for him to bring her back to the sect. Consequently, in the recently concluded selection for the sect's Holy Maiden, Ji Yuebai was unsurprisingly elected as the new Holy Maiden, her status elevated above all but the reclusive elders who had long forsaken worldly affairs. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Ji Yuebai felt little joy within her heart. Instead, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the great banyan tree. In her previous life, it was beneath this fairy tree that she witnessed the embrace between Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin, a sight that compelled her to withdraw from the fray, choosing instead to embark on a journey of training, ultimately leading her to inadvertently acquire the demonic inheritance and be cast out by the sect. However, that time of her banishment was long past. Yet today marked the anniversary of her encounter with Chen Anyun in her previous life. It was a time that, even now, elicited feelings of darkness and despair. During that period, she had lost her beloved, her cultivation had been utterly devastated, and she wandered aimlessly like a mere specter, clinging to the last remnants of her existence. Thus, she drifted without purpose, and after an indeterminate time, she found herself inexplicably drawn to a secluded, profound valley. Having gone without food for an extended period, her frail body could no longer endure, and she eventually collapsed beside a crystal-clear stream. When she finally stirred back to consciousness, her gaze fell upon a young man in a white long gown. He lounged languidly against a large tree, holding a slender bamboo pole, seemingly engaged in the tranquil pursuit of fishing by the stream. Nearby, a plump crucian carp was skewered on a sharp branch, steadily roasting over a roaring campfire. As the flames intensified, the fish emanated an enticing aroma that tantalized her empty stomach. Perhaps due to her prolonged hunger, her belly audibly grumbled, shattering the surrounding tranquility and inevitably attracting the young man's attention. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily lowered her head, inwardly cursing her situation and wishing for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Just then, she felt a warm presence against her cheek. The once sizzling, fragrant fish had been offered to her lips. The young man remained silent throughout, merely placing the roasted fish before her before returning to his previous position, resuming his focus on the fishing rod as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in his actions, she sensed a warmth that she had not encountered in a long time. Thus, like a famished creature, she grasped the roasted fish with both hands and devoured it voraciously. The delectable aroma filled the air. Yet she paid no heed to savoring the taste, desperately shoving the fish into her mouth as if to consume all her grievances and hunger in one go. At the same time, tears, glistening and uncontrollable, streamed down her dirt-streaked cheeks, falling to the ground and stirring up tiny clouds of dust. Since the day she was heartlessly expelled from her sect, this marked the first instance where she allowed herself to indulge in her emotions, letting tears flow freely. The facade of feigned strength she had so carefully maintained crumbled in an instant, leaving behind only vulnerability and helplessness. As she devoured the last morsel of fish with a ravenous appetite, she was about to express her gratitude to the unfamiliar young man clad in white before her, when she heard his melodious and gentle voice. "If you have no other place to go, perhaps you might consider accompanying me." Although it was their first encounter, and the dish was merely a commonplace grilled fish, an indescribable feeling surged within her at that fleeting moment, leading Ji Yuebai to irrevocably acknowledge the man before her. Thus, she nodded without hesitation. From that moment forth, he became a radiant beacon, piercing through the dense darkness and illuminating her once desolate world, becoming her salvation. In an instant, Ji Yuebai was seized by a fervent impulse to set off immediately to the valley of her memories. A profound premonition gripped her, urging her to act, lest she lose something of great significance. Just then, she heard the voice of Li Shiyuan behind her, "Senior sister. So this is where you've been. I finally found you." Much like in her previous life, even though they had become partners, Li Shiyuan still referred to her as senior sister. The fluttering of her heart ceased abruptly. Indeed, unlike her past existence, she now had Li Shiyuan by her side, who had yet to betray her. How could she possibly leave him now? "I have prepared your favorite lotus leaf chicken for you." Li Shiyuan's voice was as tender as ever. Unable to resist, Ji Yuebai caressed her beloved's cheek, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the reflection in her pupils was solely that of the young man before her. "Very well, let us return home," she said with a smile, nodding in agreement, allowing Li Shiyuan to take her right hand. Chapter 37, A Life Exchange 8. By the decree of the leader, from this day forth, Meng Tianxin shall be recognized as our holy maiden of the demon path. A resounding and authoritative voice echoed throughout the square in front of the Grand Ming Palace. This voice struck the hearts of all present like a clap of thunder. Immediately, the crowd united in a chorus. "We pay homage to the leader. We honor the holy maiden." The waves of sound surged higher and higher, as if threatening to shatter the very sky. Before the grand and magnificent Grand Ming Palace, a sea of figures clad in black robes, their expressions stern and austere, gathered. Each one bowed deeply to the ground, expressing their utmost reverence and obedience to the two figures standing before them. There stood the newly appointed holy maiden, a vision of grace and unparalleled beauty. Yet, astonishingly, this new holy maiden possessed no discernible cultivation whatsoever. Nonetheless, no one dared to express even a hint of doubt or disrespect. For any command that issued from the lips of leader Chen Anyun was deemed sufficient by these practitioners of the demon path. Mengtian Xin found herself perplexed. She had no recollection of a past, nor did she seem to harbor any surplus of emotions. Her demeanor remained coldly indifferent towards all, not merely detached, but imbued with an air of haughty aloofness. This intrigued Chen Anyun immensely. A mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, a person stripped of their memories, yet exuding an innate arrogance in their interactions with others. Furthermore, she possessed almost none of the common knowledge one would expect of a regular individual. On the very first day she was brought back, when Chen Anyun offered her a place to sleep, she unabashedly shed her garments and nestled into Chen Anyun's bed. Such an absurd act somehow radiated a sense of harmony that felt entirely natural. This left Chen Anyun's senses in a state of profound disconnection. However, Chen Anyun possessed a rather peculiar intuition that Ming Tianxin acted in such a manner because she was fully aware that Chen Anyun would never engage in any malevolent actions against her. This is quite peculiar. How could she confidently ascertain that I would not engage in such actions, given that we are not intimately acquainted? What if I were a lecherous individual? Yet, the unfortunate truth remains that despite her breathtaking beauty, Chen Anyun herself would indeed refrain from committing any inappropriate acts towards her. This sensation, when articulated, resembles the notion of having one's own anticipations preempted by another. Furthermore, Meng Tianxin possesses an extraordinary talent, advancing in her cultivation with remarkable swiftness. The hurdles that often confound the average individual appear to her as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. This caused the demonic cultivators, who had only superficially submitted to Chen Anyun due to her influence, to genuinely bow down at her feet. In summary, the impression that Ming Tianxin left on Chen Anyun was less that of a woman and more akin to a finely crafted object. However, this perception was soon cast aside by Chen Anyun, as he was astonished to discover that, with the passage of time, Ming Tianxin was gradually undergoing a transformation. If one were to characterize it, she had begun to gain a touch more charisma. This inexplicably bestowed upon him a peculiar joy of nurturing. Regrettably, on numerous occasions, Ming Tianxin regarded herself as the object of her imitation. For instance, at present, she has increasingly lost interest in her cultivation, preferring instead to accompany herself to the stream to fish and bask in the sunlight. Furthermore, this facet of Ming Tianxin's humanity is only revealed in the presence of Chen Anyun, while she continues to present a frosty demeanor towards everyone else. This is certainly not a favorable phenomenon. Chen Anyun pondered in silence before summoning Yi Hongyi into the palace with a grand gesture. If he intended to teach Ming Tianxin the ways of humanity, it was imperative to find a commendable mentor. Yi Hongyi was, in Chen Anyun's eyes, the most suitable woman to embody that role. However, he seemed to have overlooked the fact that this woman was the leader of the Hehuan sect. Thus, on a certain day, several years later, as Chen Anyun sat at his desk, he perused a collection of recent information regarding the cultivation realm that had been gathered from the demonic path. Over the past few years, he has gradually refined the cultivation techniques of the three sects of demon path, eliminating numerous self-serving methods while enhancing the efficiency of conventional practices, significantly raising the upper and lower limits of demon arts. Subsequently, he executed a number of truly nefarious practitioners and villains masquerading under the guise of demonism. Consequently, the reputation of the demon path has diminished in the cultivation community, transitioning into a gray area tacitly accepted by ordinary cultivators. Among the information gathered by the practitioners of the demon path, what intrigued Chen Anyun the most was the recent grand competition held by the righteous sects, occurring once every 100 years. It was said that Ji Weibai, the saintess of Tianyun's sect, was poised to emerge victorious in this prestigious event. However, due to her partner sustaining injuries in a previous competition, she had diminished her own cultivation in order to assist him, ultimately succumbing to the sword master of the 100 Sword sect, leaving many to lament her fate. Ji Weibai? Chen Anyun mulled over the name, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. As he strained to recall, he instinctively tilted his head back, finding it nestled amidst a realm of warm, fragrant jade. Before he could react, a pair of delicate hands pressed against his temples, gently massaging them. A trickle of true essence flowed into Chen Anyun's body through his temples, enveloping him in a soothing wave of drowsiness. This interruption disrupted Chen Anyun's thoughts. Is this what that woman, Yi Hongyi, taught you? Chen Anyun sighed, reflecting that handing Ming Tianxin over to Yi Hongyi was perhaps the worst decision he had ever made in his life. Behind him, Ming Tianxin revealed a faint smile, one that was both enigmatic and silent. Compared to her frosty demeanor from years past, she now seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, Chen Anyun understood that this was merely a facade. She had buried her innate haughtiness deep within herself when confronting her own feelings. Chapter 38, Exchange of Lifetimes, 9. The once-in-a-century contest among the righteous seemed rather intriguing. Would you care to accompany me to witness it? Chen Anyun inquired with notable enthusiasm. In recent years, as the demonic path gradually stabilized, he had delegated internal authority back to the leaders of the three sects, leading to a somewhat monotonous existence as he remained confined within the grand halls of the Ming Palace. All right, Ming Tianxin replied calmly. Even though Chen Anyun was not particularly adept at discerning others' emotions, he could detect the indifference laced within her response. You are, after all, my designated saintess, the foremost prodigy of the demonic path. Are you not even a little curious about the geniuses of the righteous path? Why should I be curious? Ming Tianxin paused her massage, raising a slender finger in response to Chen Anyun's eager gaze. First, the title of saintess was thrust upon me by you. Then she raised a second finger. Second, did you not often say that a person's energy is finite, and one should only care about what they truly enjoy? Did I say that? Chen Anyun was taken aback, attempting to recall, perhaps uttering such words inadvertently while offering encouragement to the growing Ming Tianxin a couple of years prior. It seemed Ming Tianxin had indeed matured. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Do you have something you like?" No sooner had the question left his lips than a pair of delicate arms entwined around his chest. He then felt a warm breath against his ear, accompanied by a subtle, cold fragrance that caused his body to tense instinctively. Then, he heard Ming Tianxin's voice, tinged with an uncharacteristic unease. "I like you." Chen Anyun was momentarily stunned. He suddenly yearned to ask, "Did Ji Hongyi teach you this as well?" However, sensing the slight tremor of her body behind him, he wisely chose to remain silent. Nevertheless, the formidable leader of the demonic path, who commanded with an iron fist and instilled fear in many, ultimately accompanied the ethereal and aloof saintess Ming Tianxin to witness the climactic battle among the prodigies of the righteous path. Disguised, the two stealthily blended into a throng of wandering cultivators who had gathered to partake in the excitement. This decisive battle has undoubtedly captivated the attention of the entire realm of immortals, as both factions involved are far from ordinary. One side is represented by the unparalleled sword prodigy from the 100 Swords sect, whose mastery of swordsmanship and fierce sword intent has long resonated throughout the world. The opposing side is the enchanting saintess of the Longhuan sacred land, renowned for her exceptional celestial arts and graceful demeanor, equally regarded as a paragon among the people. Both of these formidable individuals possess early-stage cultivation in the returning origin realm, their strengths evenly matched. Chen Anyun watched with rapt attention, while Ming Tianxin spent much of the time helplessly observing their leader. The swordsman from the 100 Swords sect moved like lightning, his long sword weaving through the air, creating a dazzling display of sword energy. The saintess of the Longhuan Holy Land, equally undaunted, danced gracefully, unleashing a myriad of exquisite celestial techniques. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, and the intensity of their battle escalated. The spectators held their breath, captivated by every detail of the unfolding duel, anxious not to miss a single thrilling moment. Ultimately, the swordsman from the 100 Swords sect erupted with an overwhelming aura, resembling a drawn blade, sharp and unstoppable, with unwavering determination and courage characteristic of a sword cultivator. He narrowly triumphed over the saintess of the Longhuan Holy Land by a hair's breadth. As the outcome was settled, thunderous applause resonated throughout the arena. In that moment, the swordsman was adorned with glory, hailed as the foremost prodigy of the righteous path. "What do you think?" Chen Anyun inquired with keen interest. "3 moves," came the confident reply. Within 3 moves, I am certain I could defeat that swordsman from the 100 Swords sect." Chen Anyun pressed his forehead. But upon seeing Ming Tianxin's earnest expression, he couldn't help but smile. "You, coming out to witness the spectacle, should adopt the spectator's mindset. Are we merely here to spectate?" Ming Tianxin exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. What else could it be? To gather intelligence on potential threats against us? Do I really need to do that? Chen Anyun felt slightly insulted by Ming Tianxin's insinuation. "Of course not," Ming Tianxin replied with a sly smile. Chen Anyun then realized he had been playfully teased by Ming Tianxin. A sense of melancholy washed over him. It seemed the expressionless, obedient little darling from years ago was a distant memory. Yet, truth be told, the current Ming Tianxin, far more human than machine-like, was much more endearing to him. The two conversed leisurely amidst the crowd of wandering cultivators, gradually making their way outward. At this moment, Chen Anyun once again heard that familiar name. Although the Baijian sect emerged victorious in the grand competition, the Tianyun sect suffered a humiliating defeat. It was said that the sect's saintess, Ji Yuebai, had already broken through to the mid-stage of the returning origin realm. Had it not been for the burden of her companion, victory would have been almost assured. Alas, what a pity. Several wandering cultivators shook their heads, discussing amongst themselves, as if it were their own loss. "What's wrong?" Ming Tianxin asked with concern upon noticing Chen Anyun's momentary distraction. "It's nothing much. I just feel that Ji Yuebai's name is strangely familiar." As if there is some connection between us, Chen Anyun admitted, revealing her thoughts to Ming Tianxin. "What is so strange about that?" Ming Tianxin grasped Chen Anyun's hand. Ji Yuebai is the first prodigy among the righteous sects to break through to the mid-stage of the returning origin realm. Such news would certainly be recorded in the reports. Perhaps you have come across it before. Chen Anyun nodded in agreement with Ming Tianxin's reasoning, just as she was about to take a step forward. She realized that their fingers had intertwined without her noticing. Amused, she glanced at Ming Tianxin, who turned her head away, yet showed no intention of releasing her grip. "Yi Hongyi told me that if you desire something, you must strive for it. No one in this world will wait for you without reason. Do not wait until you lose something to regret it." She spoke wisely. Chen Anyun tightened her hold on Ming Tianxin's delicate hand and gently pulled her into an embrace, enveloped by warmth and softness. Leaning close, she whispered, "It's still early. Why don't we explore the surroundings a bit before returning?" A silence ensued. Yet Chen Anyun remained unhurried, for the rosy hue of Ming Tianxin's ears had already betrayed her true feelings. After a moment, a soft reply emerged. Chapter 39. exchanging lifetimes. 10. Ji Webai gazed, somewhat dazed, at the two individuals suddenly embracing amidst the wandering cultivators, just moments ago on the high platform. She had whimsically glanced in that direction and happened to witness their intimate moment. For reasons unknown, though they were strangers, she felt a pang in her chest, as if something precious was slipping away from her grasp. Shaking her head, she self-deprecatingly smiled. After all, she had responsibilities to address within her sect and no time to dwell on the affairs of wandering cultivators. Nevertheless, she found it difficult to withdraw her gaze until the couple disappeared into the crowd. Let us go, esteemed saintess. Two ordinary disciples of the Chen Anyun sect quietly urged her from behind, their tone lacking the genuine respect they once held. Ji Webai numbly nodded and followed them away. In truth, Ji Webai was never one to lack discernment or to misunderstand priorities. Upon learning of Li Shiyuan's severe injury, although anxious, she meticulously assessed the situation and discovered that while his injuries were grave, they did not threaten his life. Thus, she initially planned to visit Li Shiyuan and, after the grand competition concluded, devote herself fully to his healing and recovery. However, unexpectedly, while he lay unconscious, he incessantly murmured, "Senior sister, I'm in pain," his frail and tormented voice echoing throughout the night without respite. Ji Weibai's heart ultimately softened. Upon hearing such a pitiful cry, she could no longer remain indifferent. Therefore, she resolved to take the risk of expending her precious true essence to stabilize his condition and alleviate his suffering. At first, Ji Weibai intended to employ only a small amount of true essence, as the next day she was to compete against the sword cultivators of the Baijian sect. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon Li Shiyuan's gradual awakening, as she prepared to cease the flow of her true essence, he would open his eyes wide, gazing at her with a look reminiscent of a frightened fawn. The plea and helplessness in his eyes pierced through the softest part of Ji Weibai's heart like a dagger. Faced with such a gaze, how could she bear to withdraw? Thus, time and again, Ji Weibai continued to expend her precious true essence, striving to ease her beloved's pain. Naturally, the outcome was that, due to insufficient true essence, she ultimately succumbed to defeat against the sword cultivators of the Baijian sect. Ji Weibai, Li Shiyuan, do you understand your crimes? In the grand hall of the sect, the law elder looked at the saintess with disappointment. Ji Weibai had been raised under his watchful eyes. Both he and the other elders had high hopes for her. If the defeat had been due to a lack of skill, it might have been acceptable. But he could not tolerate such a ludicrous reason for failure. Initially, when Ji Weibai had fallen for Li Shiyuan, they had vehemently opposed the relationship. But Ji Weibai remained resolute, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. Who could have foreseen that such a grave error would arise? The century-old competition of the righteous sects was not merely a contest of wins and losses, it involved a struggle for resources among the various sects. A rule established by the ancestors centuries ago. The Tianyun sect's current standing was largely due to the previous saint's son, Fu Qingsong, who had dominated the competition 3 times in a row. When Ji Weibai broke through to the mid-stage of the returning origin realm, the entire sect rejoiced, believing victory was assured. Yet, they never anticipated such an absurd defeat, as they watched their spiritual stone mines and cultivation grounds being taken by the Baijian sect. How could the Tianyun sect not feel anger? How could they not harbor resentment? Now, Ji Weibai and Li Shiyuan knelt in the center of the hall, facing the elder's furious rebuke. Li Shiyuan, having never encountered such a scene, instinctively took a step back, nearly retreating behind Ji Weibai. The elders present could not help but raise their eyebrows in disbelief, thinking that Ji Weibai's judgment of character was utterly flawed. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, regardless of gender, it is the capable who take precedence. Yet, as partners on the path, one should not merely cling to another's coattails but should be able to advance and retreat together, unlike the individual before them, who seemed eager to shrink behind Ji Weibai. In an effort to reveal the true nature of Ji Weibai's partner, the law elder deliberately bypassed her. Addressing Li Shiyuan, did you knowingly provoke this situation, deliberately depleting the saintess's true essence, leading to her defeat in the contest? If you confess, I may impose a lighter punishment. And no, I know nothing of it. It was my senior sister who voluntarily used her true essence to heal me. Li Shiyuan stammered in a flurry of panic. Nonsense. Had you not lured her into this, would the saintess have wasted her true essence so willingly? He turned to his senior sister, pleading with Ji Weibai for an explanation. The law elder nodded in satisfaction, thinking that surely the saintess would no longer be obstinate. Indeed. Upon hearing Li Shiyuan's attempt to shift blame, the elders in the grand hall began to murmur amongst themselves with growing skepticism. Enough. Ji Weibai suddenly exclaimed with a voice that startled all present. Her delicate form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with resolute determination. She locked her gaze on Li Shiyuan, paused briefly, and then spoke slowly. This matter arose solely from my own stubbornness and has nothing to do with my junior brother. I willingly choose to meditate in solitude for 10 years at the cliff of reflection and resign from my position as saintess. The moment her words fell, she seemed to be drained of all strength, her knees buckling as she knelt before them. At that moment, Ji Weibai's heart was a tumult of emotions. Li Shiyuan's claims were indeed true. Throughout this ordeal, he had never once asked her to heal him. Yet, inexplicably, another figure surfaced in her mind. If Chen Anyun were present now, he would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation, shielding her closely and bearing all burdens alone. Indeed, Chen Anyun would act just so. As this thought crossed her mind, an indescribable sense of loss washed over Ji Yuebai. Yet, simultaneously, she found herself silently defending Li Shiyuan. After all, her junior brother possessed only average talents. He was but an ordinary cultivator. How could she expect him to be as relentlessly courageous as Chen Anyun? With such thoughts, Ji Yubai's emotions became increasingly intricate. At this moment, the law enforcement elder was utterly bewildered. Had he been born on some azure planet, he would likely have leapt up in a fit of rage, berating the folly of romantic infatuation. Yet now, he found himself at a loss for the appropriate adjectives to describe the actions of his cherished saintess, prompting him to glance towards the individual seated in the grand hall. This was none other than Fu Qingsong, the current leader of Tianyun's sect and the mentor of Ji Yuebai, who had remained silent since the outset. Fu Qingsong sighed. A rare hint of weariness etched upon his brow, and with a wave of his hand, he declared, "Let it be as she has said, seal her cultivation and confine her to contemplation for 10 years. As for her position as saintess, we shall discuss it once her period of reflection concludes. As you command, sect leader." Chapter 40, A Life Exchange 11, as sect leader Fu Qingsong swept away. The elders of Tianyun's sect wore somber expressions, shaking their heads in resignation, and one by one, they gradually exited the grand hall. In the blink of an eye, the once majestic hall had become desolate, leaving only Li Shiyuan and Ji Yuebai behind. Upon witnessing the departure of the previously fierce and imposing elders, Li Shiyuan felt his anxieties finally settle back into his core. He collapsed onto the ground, resembling a deflated balloon, yet upon glimpsing Ji Yuebai's silhouette, his spirits soared as if he had found his anchor, and he scrambled towards her with fervor. Hearing Li Shiyuan's voice filled with reliance, Ji Yuebai's movements halted abruptly. However, recalling the earlier scene in the hall, her gaze became profoundly intricate. She stared at the man before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. In that instant, Li Shiyuan seemed to possess an unexpected air of strangeness to her. Yet, as her eyes met his, shimmering like those of a startled fawn, her heart softened. And she sighed gently, extending her arms to envelop him tenderly. Feeling Ji Yuebai's warm embrace, the tension that had coiled tightly within Li Shiyuan began to unravel completely. The complexity tinged with coldness in Ji Yuebai's earlier gaze had instilled a sense of inexplicable dread within him, but now, wrapped in the familiar warmth, he truly felt that the gentle, understanding Ji Yuebai had returned to his side. He buried his face deep in Ji Yuebai's embrace, murmuring with a muffled voice, I am afraid. Chen Anyun, are you not afraid at all?" Meanwhile, within an ancient secret realm, a young man in white soared through the air, cradling a breathtaking maiden in one arm while wielding a sword in the other, valiantly fending off the assaults of two towering black giants, each standing 100 feet tall. "Ah, what a rare encounter with two puppets of the longevity realm," Chen Anyun exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his sword transforming into countless blades that converged into a colossal wave of sword energy, cleaving down towards the immobile puppets. The battle was so cataclysmic that it seemed to rend the heavens and split the earth. The ancient secret realm was nearly reduced to a desolate ruin. I ask you, are you truly not the slightest bit afraid? Beneath the colossal, shattered forms of two puppets, within the only pavilion that remained relatively intact, Meng Tianxin tenderly assisted Chen Anyun in tending to his myriad wounds while she could not help but inquire again. Afraid? When one meets over a cup of wine, one must drink to oblivion. How often can one truly laugh through life? I am too exhilarated to even cry out. Observing the man before her, who, despite having exhausted his true essence and bearing countless injuries, still feigned bravado, Meng Tianxin sharply prodded one of his wounds. Instantly, the man, who had just moments ago endured a fatal blow from a puppet to protect her, his shoulder pierced through without a sound or a change of expression, suddenly donned a mask of agony. "Ah, be gentle. I thought you were impervious to pain." Meng Tianxin lowered her gaze, concealing the starlight brimming in her eyes from Chen Anyun. Seasons turned, and time flowed unceasingly, marking the passage of another decade. 5 years ago, the demonic sects officially unified into 3, renaming themselves the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land, no longer identifying as a demonic faction. A year later, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land, Chen Anyun, took the initiative to challenge the leaders of the righteous sects one by one, emerging victorious each time, thereby earning renown across the realm. Just as the entire cultivation world trembled with unease at the rise of the demonic path, Chen Anyun, alongside the leaders of the 7 sects, proclaimed the formal inclusion of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land into the righteous fold, marking the end of the dichotomy between righteous and demonic paths. The Heavenly Demon Sacred Land officially became the 8th great power within the cultivation realm. A year later, Lord Chen Anyun and Saintess Meng Tianxin were officially united as partners on the path. In an instant, the entire cultivation world was abuzz. And it was only after 3 years that the fervor gradually subsided. On this day, it marked the conclusion of Ji Yuebai's decade-long seclusion. 10 years prior, after resolutely rejecting Li Shiyuan's tearful pleas for her to stay, she courageously sealed her own cultivation and ascended to the cliff of reflection. It is somewhat ironic that, while she was fully aware that this self-imposed punishment was a sacrifice made for his sake, she also understood that openly evading punishment would result in the forfeiture of her powers and expulsion from the sect. Yet, Li Shiyuan continued to beseech her to remain. Over the past decade, she had anticipated a profound sense of longing and concern for Li Shiyuan. Yet, unexpectedly, as she settled into tranquility, it was the shadow of Chen Anyun that lingered in her thoughts. After her cultivation was sealed, her physical condition resembled that of an ordinary person. And given that the Cliff of Reflection was inherently a place of punishment for errant disciples, the living conditions were hardly favorable. Meals were delivered by disciples from the punishment hall only every 3 days, rendering hunger a constant companion. In moments of starvation, Ji Weibai would invariably recall that grilled fish, endlessly savoring its flavor in her mind. In truth, since her rebirth, she had attempted to recreate that grilled fish on several occasions. Despite using the finest seasonings and achieving the perfect cooking temperature, she could never replicate the taste of that original grilled fish. It was only at this moment, on the Cliff of Reflection, that she comprehended that her nostalgia was not for the fish itself, but rather for the warmth she had once felt. Now, with the person who had once provided her warmth no longer present, how could she possibly conjure a grilled fish imbued with such warmth? Chapter 41. Exchange of Lifetimes. 12. Senior G, this is your treasured sword. A decade in the cultivation world is but a fleeting instant, however. For the disciples at the lower echelons, it constitutes a significant span of time. The disciples guarding the Cliff of Reflection had changed twice. And Ji Weibai occasionally overheard their fervent discussions about which senior brother or sister had recently shone brightly within the sect. Most of the names mentioned were unfamiliar to her. The restrictions on her cultivation had just been lifted by an elder from the punishment hall. Observing the elder's hesitant demeanor, Ji Weibai expressed her sincere gratitude. While she may have been muddled in matters of the heart, it did not imply that she was oblivious to the elder's genuine concern for her well-being. 2 friends, who were usually quite close, awaited her at the foot of the mountain. Beaming as they congratulated her on her successful escape and warmly inviting her to a banquet they had prepared especially for her, Ji Weibai gladly accepted. Listening intently as her friends chattered excitedly about the various happenings within the sect over the past decade, she listened earnestly, occasionally responding with a smile. Then she casually inquired, "What about Li Shiyuan?" The chatter of her friends abruptly ceased, and after a brief moment of awkwardness, they skillfully diverted the conversation. Ji Weibai paid it no mind, allowing them to continue their discussion. As the trio approached a certain spot, Ji Weibai suddenly halted in her tracks. She fixed her gaze upon a familiar banyan tree, beneath which she spotted a well-known figure. It was none other than Li Shiyuan, whom she had not seen for 10 years, now gently embracing a seemingly petite young woman. When had this transpired? Ji Weibai understood the elder's earlier expression and her friend's evasive remarks. In truth, she had been mentally prepared. Even her friends remembered the date of her return, so how could her beloved have possibly forgotten? Over the past decade, she has come to understand many issues profoundly. Initially, she intended to have a conversation with Li Shiyuan upon her exit, but it seems that even this step can be spared. "I'm sorry. We don't know how to approach you," her friend said with a sense of guilt. It has been 4 or 5 years since that woman, who was a junior sister just entering the sect 5 years ago, became an outer disciple. "Sister Ji, please don't act impulsively. It's fine." Ji Weibai shook her head and walked towards Li Shiyuan. She anticipated that her heart would ache, but unexpectedly, it was not as painful as she had imagined. Fate had played a grand joke on her. It seemed destined that their relationship would not end well. Li Shiyuan quickly noticed Ji Weibai approaching, and his complexion turned pale as his body visibly trembled. However, he surprisingly pulled the woman in his arms behind him. "Sister, you're back?" "Yes, I have returned." Seeing the unfamiliar woman curled up behind Li Shiyuan, peeking at her, Ji Weibai suddenly found it somewhat amusing. She had envisioned many scenarios for meeting Li Shiyuan after her return, but she never imagined it would unfold like this. "Sister, please do not harm her. Let me explain." Li Shiyuan gathered his courage and spoke loudly. "No need," Ji Weibai shook her head. In truth, when he drew the woman behind him, she understood everything. The person before her lacked the courage to face difficulties. Rather, he wished to protect the one behind him, who had never been her. His feelings for her had never been love but rather attachment. Although it took many years, she finally received the answer she once sought. However, this answer was somewhat distant from her initial expectations. Thus, the bright moon that once illuminated her heart shattered into countless fragments in that fleeting moment. "Junior brotherly." Ji Weibai's tone turned unexpectedly cold. "From this moment on, our ties are severed, and we owe each other nothing." The same words, the same person, the same location. Ji Weibai had never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to utter these words a second time. Yet, when she did, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. She did not harbor hatred for Li Shiyuan. It was only at this moment that she realized she had been waiting for this day since discovering her rebirth. Therefore, this time, it was she who had changed her heart. Or perhaps, she had already changed her heart in her previous life. The brilliance of that moonlight had been so enchanting that it had led her to unwittingly indulge in its glow. And in that instant, she could finally confront her true feelings. She could finally stop suppressing the longing within her heart. "I must find him. I need to go now." After hastily greeting her friends, Ji Weibai took to the skies on her sword, soaring towards the sect's exit. The two friends exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they understood. Let her go. Such matters are not easily accepted. A little venting might be beneficial. Upon leaving the sect, Ji Weibai propelled herself with all her strength. guiding her flying sword towards the valley etched in her memory, even though she knew she could not possibly encounter him there again. She stubbornly desired to see it for herself. Suddenly, she began to resent herself. Such precious memories, how could she simply abandon them? Soon, she landed at the spot where the small creek from her memories once flowed. Yet, there was nothing. No grilled fish, no creek, and certainly no young man from before. The entire valley was serene and desolate, as if the vastness of the universe contained only her. What on earth have I done? Xianxia finally realized. Covering her face with her hands and weeping bitterly. No, I must find him. I will find him. Xianxia desperately attempted to calm herself, striving to recall every detail shared with Chen Anyun. Right, he should be among the demonic cultivators. He must still be there. Xianxia's eyes brightened, as if she had grasped a lifeline. There is still time. It must be possible. She fervently prayed in her heart. As the former saintess of the demonic path, Xianxia found it exceedingly simple to locate the gathering places of demonic cultivators. She had anticipated spending considerable time seeking news of Chen Anyun, but to her surprise, a casual inquiry to a low-ranking demonic cultivator yielded the information she sought. Chen Anyun, the master of the heavenly demon sacred land? Indeed, esteemed senior. You may be unaware due to your prolonged seclusion, but the heavenly demon sacred land has become the 8th major force of the righteous path. And there is no longer any conflict between righteous and demonic factions in the cultivation world. Xianxia wearily released the round-faced cultivator before her. The former demonic disciple, upon regaining his freedom, seized the opportunity to flee. He ran for quite some time before stopping, panting heavily. Cursing under his breath, what kind of ancient relic just crawled out? Always talking about demonic paths. I'm no expert. I'm now a disciple of the heavenly demon sacred land. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and turned to find a pair of icy eyes staring back at him, causing him to shudder involuntarily and quickly adopt a fawning smile. Ah, esteemed senior, I was merely speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. I wish to see your master, Xianxia stated calmly. Esteemed senior, you are putting me in a difficult position, the round-faced cultivator replied with a distressed expression. I'm merely an ordinary cultivator in the Xian realm. The master is a figure of great renown, far beyond the reach of someone like me. Xianxia lowered her head, pondering for a moment, knowing that the round-faced cultivator was not deceiving her. The demonic path is strictly hierarchical, and even if one seeks redemption, the internal atmosphere cannot change overnight. With this realization, she probed her spiritual sense into the round-faced cultivator's being and remarked with a smirk. You are actually a disciple of the Huan sect? No, please don't say that. The round-faced cultivator jumped in alarm, hastily offering a series of apologies. Noticing Xianxia's displeased expression, he quickly clarified. The master is extraordinarily talented. She has integrated the 3 sects techniques into one. At this point, there's no distinction between the Huan sect and others. Our foundational techniques here at the Sacred Land are compatible and on par with the time-honored techniques of any righteous lineage. Modified techniques? 3 sects combined? Although Xianxia acknowledged that Chen Anyun was indeed remarkable, this seemed rather far-fetched. Could they simply share the same name? Please recount the events of the past decade. Yes, esteemed senior, the round-faced cultivator obliged. Thus, Xianxia listened with a glimmer of hope as he recounted the transformations of the demonic path, now known as the heavenly demon sacred land, over the years. Initially, she maintained a composed demeanor, nodding along. However, her heart raced when she heard a familiar name, Meng Tianxin, who, it turned out, was Chen Anyun's partner. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. How could this be? Upon hearing the name Meng Tianxin, her intuition suggested that it was almost certain that the Chen Anyun she sought was indeed the one she had in mind. Yet, how could Chen Anyun possibly be associated with Meng Tianxin? Suddenly, she found the world around her to be rather absurd. In her previous life, it was she who witnessed Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin in an embrace, which ultimately led her to make the decision to step back and allow them to flourish. In this lifetime, I have inadvertently obstructed the encounter between Li Shiyuan and Meng Tianxin, only to discover that Meng Tianxin has become the Dao partner of Chen Anyun. This cannot be mere coincidence. There must be something amiss. Xianxia acknowledges her own foolishness. A foolishness so profound that it took her an inordinate amount of time to comprehend her own heart. Consequently, she has nearly lost the lover she should have effortlessly held in her grasp. In truth, when Xianxia stood at the cliff of reflection, she had already contemplated this dilemma. What if, upon finding Chen Anyun, he had already taken a Dao partner? What if she had missed her chance? Each time this thought crossed her mind, it felt as though a dull blade were methodically slicing through her heart, rendering her breathless with anguish. Thus, she forced herself to avoid this contemplation, yet she often found herself trembling beneath the covers in the stillness of the night. She realized that when she finally dared to confront this issue, the answer might not be one she could accept. The reassurances she had previously offered herself about a future compensation now seemed profoundly absurd. Chen Anyun possesses no memory of his past life. What confidence could she possibly have that he would love her in this life? Therefore, if the answer were one she dreaded to see, could she still bestow her blessings upon him and depart gracefully as she once imagined? Xianxia understood that she likely could not. Just as Li Shiyuan's affection for her was more rooted in attachment, her love for Li Shiyuan was, in truth, imbued with a sense of compassion. Hence, Li Shiyuan and Chen Anyun were fundamentally different. In both this life and the previous, she could effortlessly let go of Li Shiyuan. However, the mere thought of relinquishing Chen Anyun filled her with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Yet, alas, a missed opportunity is simply that missed. As a prodigy of this world and the saneness of Tianyun's sect, she harbors her own pride. She cannot morally usurp another's beloved. Thus, upon her return to that valley, she resolved that if Chen Anyun had indeed found a Dao partner, a lover, she would willingly retreat into the shadows, silently safeguarding his path, just as he had once done for her. Except when it comes to Meng Tianqin. This woman is undoubtedly troubled. In her previous life, she had investigated Meng Tianqin's origins. Yet, this individual seems to have materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace of her former existence. If she had appeared beside Li Shiyuan in her last life, usurping her position, she could have rationalized it as mere coincidence. However, in this lifetime, she has manifested beside Chen Anyun, as if deliberately intent on usurping her life. The thought sent a shiver down Ji Yubai's spine, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts. Ji Yubai contemplated her next course of action, swiftly arriving at a decision. Take me to the Daming Palace. Chapter 43, Exchange of Lifetimes, 14, Host. Something significant has transpired, the system exclaimed in a state of panic, upon absorbing the recent memories. Chen Anyun could hardly contain the turmoil within. Why is Meng Tianqin now by my side, having become my partner? Wasn't she the supporting character who led the protagonist astray in my previous life? What is happening? And where's Ji Yubai? Where has my grand protagonist gone? Forget the protagonist and supporting character for now. Host, the main system has identified the cause of the time regression in this minor world. Let us take it one step at a time. Allow me to gather my thoughts. It was you who awakened my true consciousness, wasn't he it? Indeed. Host, do you recall our agreement? Of course, once the narrative deviates from the script, the system is to awaken your true consciousness and rectify the storyline. So, what now? Chen Anyun exclaimed in frustration. The plot has diverged drastically. The person beside me is not the protagonist. What can we do? Furthermore, in my memories, the protagonist seems to still be with her white moonlight and has become the saintess of Tianyun's sect. Host, please do not be furious. I am powerless in this situation. Did we not agree to act separately? Due to the temporal reset in this minor world, I exerted great effort to connect with the main system and discern the cause. Upon my return, I immediately awakened your true consciousness. Fine, perhaps I misjudged you. So, what is the cause? The cause? Ah, yes, host, we are in serious trouble. According to the main system's investigation, the heavenly Tao of this minor world has awakened and birthed the consciousness of Tianqin, which is now rebelling against her fate as a mere stepping stone for the protagonist. And so, thus, unless the consciousness of Tianqin utterly defeats the protagonist, or vice versa, this minor world will continue to reset endlessly until its destruction, leaving us trapped within. Is that not baffling? How could this happen? Wait. Tianqin, I believe I have stumbled upon something remarkable. A sudden realization struck Chen Anyun. System, do you recall the name of the woman currently by my side? Meng Tianqin? Yes, Meng Tianqin. Chen Anyun sighed. Do you know where I encountered her? Before the system could respond, Chen Anyun murmured. I met her in the valley where I first encountered the protagonist. Both the individual and the system fell silent, exchanging glances. System. It seems we have made a grave error from the outset. Could it be that Ji Yubai is, in fact, a reincarnation with memories intact? The likelihood is slim. Host. If she had memories of her past life, why would she not seek you out immediately? No, I believe the chances are significant. She merely chose her own white moonlight over seeking me. Unexpectedly, Chen Anyun felt a pang of defeat. How could Ji Yubai's actions towards Tianyun's sect escape his notice? In the previous life, he believed he had exhausted every possible effort. After 200 years of mutual support, one would expect even a stone would grow warm. Hence, when he witnessed Ji Yubai's meeting with Li Shiyuan through the Haotian mirror, he was resolute that Ji Yubai possessed no memories of her past life. Host. I do not comprehend. The system's voice brimmed with confusion. How could a deceased white moonlight possibly compete with genuine companionship and possession? It is precisely because she is dead that she denies the living any chance of competition. Human beings excel at idealizing what they have lost to an unattainable perfection. As a result of his professional inclination, he had already constructed a comprehensive narrative of the entire situation. Damn it, losing to a mere pretty boy is utterly infuriating. Chen Anyun lamented with a sigh. What shall we do now? The system inquired. Continue to correct the storyline and align with the true protagonist? Chen Anyun remained silent. Host. I apologize, but neither the previous version of myself nor the present desires to forgive her, even if it means remaining trapped here indefinitely? Chen Anyun fell into silence once more. Very well, host. Follow your heart. The system suddenly interjected. This time, it was Chen Anyun who was astonished. Hadn't the system already proclaimed this before? The recent system error was not our fault. Thus we are not obligated to bear the consequences of an error that is not ours. Furthermore, the main system has already identified the issue. Perhaps it will soon intervene personally to rescue us. Is that true? Indeed. Chen Anyun was immediately moved to tears. You are truly wonderful. Apologies. While this system possesses no gender, it has a preference for enchanting and charming young ladies. Please maintain your distance, esteemed host. Being dismissed by the system left Chen Anyun both amused and exasperated. In that case, I shall not concern myself with any script and let events unfold naturally. Will the esteemed host continue to practice self-hypnosis? Is there any alternative? According to the system's analysis, considering the host's current acting skills, it would be prudent to remain in a state of hypnosis to avoid arousing the suspicion of the heavenly heart consciousness. It is crucial to note that, for the heavenly heart consciousness, the female protagonist is the only binding restraint, while the host is merely an ordinary NPC. However, should she discover that the host is an entity transcending this small world, the consequences are unpredictable even for this system. Is it truly that serious? Very well. Then I shall simply embrace this situation entirely. Chen Anyun made her final decision. At the same time, the round-faced cultivator, accompanied by Webai, had arrived outside the Daming Palace. Chapter 44. Exchange of Remaining Lives 15. Once they entered the precincts of the Daming Palace, Webai did not continue to trouble the round-faced cultivator, allowing him to depart freely. As the saintess of the demonic path in her previous life, she held little affection for this long-established sanctum of demonic heritage, hence her stay was brief. In her past life, Chen Anyun was not as assertive as she is now. During the time, the three sects vied for the position of leader, and she and Chen Anyun formed alliances and employed various strategies to survive amid the conflicts of the three sections. It was likely due to that tumultuous period of deception and intrigue that she was able to swiftly recover from her emotional wounds. It was only after Chen Anyun ascended to the eternal life realm and successfully seized the position of leader that everything settled into tranquility. Subsequently, most of Chen Anyun's time was spent in cultivation and travel, without concern for demonic affairs, let alone revising techniques or calming the strife between righteous and demonic paths. Despite this, the familiar architecture before her evoked many memories. It seems that in this life, Anyun must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to advance to the eternal life realm ahead of time. Webai mused silently. Recognizing that such occurrences are not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, she was quite certain that Chen Anyun did not retain memories of her past life. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly seek her out. This situation filled her with both relief and sorrow. After 200 years of mutual support, she was acutely aware of his inherent pride. No matter how deeply he loved himself, he would never accept betrayal. Her actions were tantamount to treachery. As this thought crossed her mind, her heart ached once more. And as she gazed upon the grand Daming Palace, a fleeting notion of escape flickered within her. However, she quickly suppressed this thought. For her purpose in coming here was not Chen Anyun, but rather Meng Tianxing, regardless of whether she still had the right to remain by his side. She must first uncover the intentions of this woman and reveal her true identity. Friend, please pause. Just as Webai was about to step into the Daming Palace, a frail voice suddenly resonated behind her. When did this happen? Had she been so lost in her memories that she hadn't noticed? The figure behind her seemed to materialize out of thin air, instantly triggering alarms in Weibai's mind. Activating her defensive artifacts, she turned, drew her sword, and adopted a stance of vigilance, executing each action seamlessly. As one of the system-designated heroines, she was undeniably deserving of her reputation in all aspects, save for matters of the heart. Then, she beheld an elderly man with white hair and a commonplace visage, standing a short distance away with an air of indifference. "Who are you?" she inquired, her spiritual perception revealing nothing but emptiness, as if he were a mere mortal. Yet to regard this elder as an ordinary person would be an affront to her intelligence. His cultivation must far surpass her own. Webai searched her memory but found no recollection of this elder's appearance. However, given his presence here, it was highly probable that he was a cultivator from the heavenly demon-sacred land, and to Webai, he appeared more foe than friend. "Higi, I am Zuzu, and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," the elder said. "Awaiting me? Why?" Although the elder seemed devoid of malice, Webai remained on high alert. "Because you are the one I have been waiting for." His cryptic words furrowed Weibai's brow. "If you require assistance from me, please speak plainly. My master is the esteemed Fu Qingxong, the sect leader of the Tianyun sect. If you have no further business, I beseech you to allow me to depart." "Want to leave? Even without mentioning your master, I shall not hinder your exit. But are you certain you will not regret it later?" A peculiar smile played upon the elder's lips. "For I am the one who can alleviate your doubts." "Alleviate my doubts?" Webai scoffed. Her experiences spanning 2 lives rendered her skeptical of the elder's claims. Yet in the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply, akin to the point of a needle. For the elder, Zuzu slowly uttered, "Do you wish to know why time has reversed in this realm, and who Meng Tianxing truly is?" "What do you know?" "Not only that, but I am also aware that you, and the current sovereign of the heavenly demon-sacred land, Chen Anyun, once shared a bond, only to have it disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. My connection with Anyun has been shattered by someone." The impact of this sentence on Webai was profound, causing her eyes to widen almost instantaneously. "Do you not wish to know all of this?" Webai inhaled deeply, lowering her guard as she bowed gracefully to the old man, saying, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." "If you seek to uncover everything, then follow me," he replied. Turning away, Webai cast a glance back at the imposing Daming Palace, the mysterious elder's words echoing in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely followed him. Suddenly, the old man halted, spinning around to gaze past her, his eyes fixed on the Daming Palace. Jiwebai followed his line of sight but saw nothing. However, she heard him muttering, "Alas, foolish child." Just as she was about to inquire, the elder had already walked far away, leaving her with a heart full of questions as she trailed behind him. Ming Tianxin withdrew her gaze from a distant point. A curious maidservant followed her glance but saw only a pale wall of the palace. "My lady, are you missing the Holy Lord again?" The maidservant mused internally, recalling the Holy Lord's captivating presence and extraordinary talent, and the exquisite beauty of the Holy Lady, whose grace was unparalleled. The sight of them together brought a sense of joy. Moreover, despite their noble status, they never mistreated their subordinates. With this thought, a smile crept onto her face until she noticed Ming Tianxin's gentle cough, prompting her to quickly suppress her smile and present the gilded silk in her hands. In Ming Tianxin's grasp was a half-finished cloak, its luxurious patterns still discernible despite its incomplete state. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, and upon seeing the maidservant's peculiar smile, a hint of amusement flickered at the corners of her mouth. She resumed weaving the cloak in her hands, as if the earlier events were of little significance. Chapter 45, Exchange of Lifetimes 16. Jiwebai, do you comprehend why you continually encounter obstacles in Ming Tianxin's presence? And why matters never unfold to your satisfaction? I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder, Jiwebai said respectfully. The old man stepped forward and gently tapped her forehead. Instantly, a torrent of memories surged into her mind. The pain forced her to crouch down. After a while, she slowly began to process the influx of memories. Within them, she witnessed the world's destruction and how Chen Anyun sacrificed himself to save her amidst the collapse. Subsequently, she ascended to the vast world, rising steadily to ultimately attain the status of a celestial sovereign. Is this truly me? The elder nodded. This is your original destiny. You possess great fortune, destined to be the protagonist of this world. However, the heavenly will of this realm refused to allow its demise, thus forcibly altering your fate and reversing time. Yet, the cost of such actions is beyond your imagination. Then why does she always appear by my side? In my past life, I parted ways with Li Shiyuan because of her, and in this life, she has become Chen Anyun's partner. Naturally, it is because two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. In this realm, which is a lesser world, there can only be one protagonist. Therefore, her desire to defy fate leads her to replace your life, thus concealing the higher heavenly will. Realization dawned upon Jiwebai, and she bowed deeply to the elder, saying, I implore you to teach me. It should be so, the elder replied with a smile. If she truly embodies a heavenly heart, impartial and unwavering. You have already lost more than half the battle. Reversal seems hopeless. Regrettably, in her attempt to replace you, she has ensnared herself in the very game. I observe her red one star in motion. She has likely developed genuine feelings for that young man. You simply need to orchestrate a separation, allowing her to let go, and everything will return to its rightful course. But their bond is profound, and Chen Anyun is not one to abandon his commitments. What am I to do? You simply need to do this. Time flew by, and a year later, the long-standing tranquility of the cultivation world was shattered by a rumor. The heavens are about to collapse, all due to the demoness of the heavenly demon sacred land. This proclamation echoed like thunder, instantly shaking the entire cultivation realm. Such seemingly absurd and unfounded remarks have spread like a tempest, becoming widely known within mere months. Both the esteemed upper echelons of practitioners and the lowly, wandering cultivators engage in fervent discussions regarding this statement. In a flash, various conspiracy theories have emerged, each more outrageous than the last. Some assert that this is undoubtedly a contrived excuse fabricated by the 7 orthodox sects to expel the heavenly demon sacred land once more. Others speculate that a colossal secret lies hidden within. After all, the notion of the heavens collapsing is inherently ludicrous and hard to believe, especially considering that the root of the calamity is merely a single woman. However, it is perplexing that such patently false rumors are treated as truth by the leaders of the 7 orthodox sects, who seem utterly convinced of their validity. They have collectively dispatched envoys to the heavenly demon sacred land, demanding that the sacred lord, Chen Anyun, prioritize the welfare of the world and swiftly eliminate the demoness. Ming Tianxin. Faced with the aggressive stance of the 7 sects, the usually composed Chen Anyun rarely loses his temper but finds himself infuriated. Without hesitation, he orders the expulsion of the unwelcome guests from each sect. Yet, who could have anticipated that the 7 sects would disregard their dignity and send their respective leaders, accompanied by numerous elite disciples, marching fiercely towards the Daming Palace, intent on achieving their goal at all costs, seemingly prepared to besiege the heavenly demon sacred land? In response, the heavenly demon sacred land did not hesitate to issue a decree from the sacred lord, summoning its practitioners to the Daming Palace to confront the threat. In an instant, the entire realm of cultivation seemed to be transported back thousands of years to the epoch of the righteous and demonic battle, filled with an atmosphere of alarm. Chen Anyun stood quietly before the grand and magnificent Daming Palace, his gaze fixed on the horizon, thoughts swirling tumultuously like turbulent waves. The assertion that the heavens are collapsing solely due to the demoness of the heavenly demon sacred land was something he could never accept. Could it truly be that the so-called righteous sects would not tolerate the existence of the demonic path, denying even the chance for redemption, determined instead to eradicate it entirely? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold smile crept upon Chen Anyun's lips. Had they offered a more plausible excuse? He might have considered their past relationship and granted them some leniency to clarify matters. However, since they have cast such baseless accusations upon Meng Tianqi, spreading them far and wide, their next encounter would see his sword demanding answers on his behalf. Beside him, Meng Tianqi gazed tenderly at Chen Anyun, refraining from speaking. She understood that uttering self-sacrificial sentiments, suggesting she should offer herself up, would only serve to insult the man before her. The man, after expelling the 7 sects messengers, had already resolved to stand against the world. Your Holiness, he reported, according to my intelligence, 3 sect leaders from the righteous path have stationed their elite disciples near the Daming Palace. The remaining 4 sects are hastening their arrival, expected to reach here by tomorrow at the latest. The disciple who came to inform Chen Anyun gazed up at him, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Having been raised in the demonic path, he had witnessed firsthand the myriad changes and developments that the heavenly demon sacred land had undergone over the past decade. Thus, even when faced with the formidable adversaries of the 7 sects, he remained unwaveringly confident in his sovereign. Chen Anyun nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Well done. In that case, relay the command to all within the sacred land to rest and recuperate today. Gather strength for tomorrow's battle. At that time, we shall confront the enemy together. The disciple respectfully acknowledged the command and then turned to leave. Under the moonlight, the Daming Palace stood tall, its shadows casting a staggered silhouette in the distance. The sacred ground of the demonic path, which has stood for millennia, is in itself a formidable spiritual artifact. Once the formation is activated, even a master of the longevity realm would find it challenging to breach its defenses. Moreover, it harbors boundless lethal traps. Otherwise, the battle between righteousness and evil would not have resulted in mutual devastation. Jiyubai stood atop a high vantage point, gazing at the distant Daming Palace, her eyes filled with profound contemplation. The elder's words still echoed in her ears. However, Jiyubai was indifferent to whether she was the fated daughter of destiny. What truly troubled her was the realization that she and Chen Anyun were drifting further apart in this lifetime. Even more unbearable was the fact that Meng Tianqi had usurped her place, standing by Chen Anyun's side. What a ridiculous situation this is. Yet, the schemes of the elder have ignited a glimmer of hope within Jiyubai's heart. If the two could part ways, perhaps Chen Anyun would forgive her upon learning the truth. No, even if forgiveness were not immediately forthcoming, as long as Meng Tianqi was not by his side, she could gradually make amends and find a way to win him back. The future is long. This time, she would not allow him to perish while saving her. As long as he does not belong to another, he will eventually belong to her. Although Meng Tianqi has taken everything from her, by tomorrow, she will reclaim all that she has lost. Chapter 46, Exchange of Lifetimes, 17. The next day, the leaders of the 7 sects arrived in a grand procession at the Daming Palace. Chen Anyun stood resolutely outside the palace, one hand gently caressing the hilt of his sword, while Meng Tianqi stood beside him, her expression calm as she regarded the approaching righteous sections. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the disciples of the heavenly demon Holy Land had swiftly assembled. They formed a disciplined square formation, each face solemn and prepared, at the command of their leader. The protective formation of the sect was activated immediately. Rays of light surged from the ground, intertwining to form a colossal luminous screen that enveloped the entire Daming Palace. A breathtaking battle between righteousness and evil seemed poised to erupt. In the crowd of Tianyun sect, Jiyubai beheld Chen Anyun for the first time in decades, and a wave of emotion blurred her vision. He still radiated vitality and charm. As if time had reversed, yet the woman beside him was no longer her. She envied the woman at Chen Anyun's side. Once, she too stood alongside him, facing the trials of the cultivation world together. Contemplating this, dark clouds gathered in her heart, intensifying her resentment towards Meng Tianqi. As the two factions faced off, it was Master Jin Shan from Chengtian Temple who spoke first. Amitabha, Holy Master Chen, we harbor no intent to oppose you. Surrender the demoness, and we shall depart peacefully, returning to our respective sections. The heavenly demon Holy Land shall remain one of the 8 righteous sects, will it not? Chen Anyun scoffed. I respect you as a monk, hence I have indulged your words. Such absurdity is no different from baseless accusations. Meng Tianqi is my lawful partner. If you wish to target her, you might as well inquire if my sword is sharp enough. Why waste words on him? Shouted the sword master of Baijian sect. By killing him, the demoness will have nowhere to escape. After millennia of righteous and demonic conflict, today shall mark its conclusion. Very well. The last time, I merely used a fraction of my strength to unsettle your sword heart. This time, I shall personally shatter it, rendering you unworthy to wield a sword. Good, good, good. The sword master of Baijian sect's fury surged. The last time Chen Anyun had visited for a duel, he had exerted all his might and still fell short, feeling humiliated when Chen Anyun claimed to have only used a fraction of his strength. He could not bear the disgrace and drew his sword, advancing. Chen Anyun stepped forward, and with that single movement, his aura surged dramatically, akin to smoke signals rising in the desert, piercing the heavens and stretching into the horizon. The leaders of the 7 sects' pupils constricted simultaneously. This was the manifestation of one who had reached the pinnacle of the longevity realm. They had assumed the assembly of the 7 sects would lead to an overwhelming advantage. But they were taken aback to discover Chen Anyun had attained the pinnacle of the longevity realm. This meant that even if all 7 of them attacked together, it would surely result in a grueling battle. The sword master of Bai Jiansek's expression changed. His sword, which was about to be drawn, halted in its sheath as the clash of true essence nearly caused him injury. Then, Master Jin Shan continued, Holy Master Chen, what if we can prove that the rumors are indeed false? Chen Anyun did not answer. Instead, he took Ming Tian Xian's hand in his, their fingers entwined. He then raised his head, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he faced the leaders of the 7 sects. All words had become superfluous. Fine. For the sake of personal gain, you would abandon the lives of the masses. Such malevolent and unprincipled conduct warrants no moral discourse. Let us all engage him. Ultimately, the sword master of Bai Jiansek unsheathed his long sword, and the other leaders sighed inwardly, each producing their favorite artifacts. Master Jin Shan wielded the demon-subduing staff and sighed, Holy Master Chen still does not trust us, but we truly have no intention of further bloodshed. Let us engage in battle ourselves, just the 8 of us. Disciples, retreat 10 miles. Do not advance. With a wave of his hand, Chen Anyun commanded the disciples of the heavenly demon Holy Land to withdraw reluctantly. Holy Master Chen acts with great righteousness. Master Jin Shan exhaled in relief. He feared that Chen Anyun, facing 7 alone, would resort to threatening their disciples. Even though Chen Anyun had reached the pinnacle of the longevity realm, he doubted that the latter could defeat the leaders of the 7 sects. Step back. Allow me to defeat them first, and I shall come for you. Chen Anyun spoke gently to Ming Tian Xian. I will wait for you, she replied, lifting her gaze to deeply regard the man before her. Before retreating into the Daming Palace. Hold on. At that moment, Ji Yubai grew anxious. Her aim was to unveil Ming Tian Xian's true nature and reclaim her beloved. If Chen Anyun were to engage in battle with the 7 sects and ultimately perish, what significance would her actions hold? Given Ji Yubai's unique position in this incident, the leaders of the 7 sects, upon hearing her voice, bore no anger and allowed her to soar to the front lines. She looked at Ming Tian Xian and exclaimed, even if Holy Master Chen possesses unparalleled strength, he stands no chance against 7. Are you willing to watch him die for you without revealing your true self? Ming Tian Xian abruptly turned around. What should I reveal about my true self? This was still Ji Yubai, witnessing for the first time in 2 lifetimes the display of anger from Ming Tianxin. At this moment, Ming Tianxin resembled a solitary cold plum standing proudly amidst the snow, her gaze sweeping over the leaders of the 7 sects before finally resting upon Ji Yuebai's face. You have unjustly conspired against me from the outset. And now the 7 sects surround me at the Daming Palace, pressing me so relentlessly that it seems I am the one at fault. If Anyun were to suffer defeat today, I would willingly accompany him to death. Alas, my husband is not someone who can be vanquished by a mere group of mediocrities. Did you not recall? This cannot be. Ji Yuebai, in a state of alarm, fixed his gaze upon Ming Tianxin, yet found in her eyes a clarity and composure that was utterly unwavering. At that moment, Chen Anyun had also flown to Ming Tianxin's side. There's no need to provide them with so many explanations. If it's a battle, then let it be. I understand. It was then that Ji Yuebai suddenly displayed an expression of epiphany, her gaze towards Ming Tianxin now laced with a hint of pity. So you have deceived even yourself, remaining oblivious to your own reality. What on earth are you talking about? Although Ming Tianxin despised the look in Ji Yuebai's eyes, her heart jolted at the utterance of those words. She halted Chen Anyun, who was about to step forward to shield her, and calmly regarded Ji Yuebai, as if awaiting her next words. Ji Yuebai sighed. Would you dare accompany me to a certain place? Once there, you will remember everything. After saying this, she cast a complex look at Chen Anyun, suppressing the bitterness within her heart, and spoke in the most composed tone she could muster. Do you not wish to uncover the true identity of your companion? And what of it? Chen Anyun's voice was as cold as a needle piercing her heart. Tianxin is perfectly well as she is now, and her past is of no concern to me. Very well, since we have reached the limits of our discourse, let us settle this through action. Both sides were prepared to strike once more. Wait. Unexpectedly, it was Ming Tianxin who spoke up this time. She fixed her gaze on Ji Yuebai and coldly stated, I may not know what leverage you possess, but as you said, let us all go and see. I shall personally expose your lies. May it be so. Upon realizing she had achieved her aim, Ji Yuebai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Without allowing anyone else to voice their objections, she promptly produced a magical artifact, which swelled in the wind, quickly transforming into a flying shuttle of over 20 meters in length. This journey is long, so I kindly request all esteemed seniors and Lord Chen to board. Genies, where exactly are we headed? Why did you not mention it before? Inquired one of the sect leaders. Please trust in Yuebai. This destination will surely unveil the truth to everyone. Chapter 47. Exchange of remaining lives 18. No one questioned Ji Yuebai about their destination. On board the shuttle, 8 immortal beings could be considered invincible in this realm, thus they could journey anywhere. However, as the surrounding scenery grew increasingly monotonous and the air grew colder, Ji Yuebai's master, Fu Qingsong, finally spoke. Yuebai, are we headed to the extreme north? No, Ji Yuebai shook her head. It is not the extreme north. Then, she revealed a strange smile. In truth, the extreme north no longer exists. The extreme north no longer exists? What does that mean? The absence of the extreme north means Ji Webai took a deep breath and articulated each word carefully. It signifies that the extreme north has vanished from this realm. She proclaimed with unyielding conviction. Moreover, the extreme south, extreme east, vast wilderness, and desolate plains have all disappeared within this realm. Only one of the four great regions remains, the territory occupied by our righteous seven sects in the demonic path. Absurd. Someone immediately rebuked. Ji Webai paid no heed to him. Continuing at a measured pace, esteemed seniors, think carefully. Was it not 20 years ago that disciples from other regions came to debate? Many of you sect leaders also journeyed to other regions, yet since 20 years ago, has there been any news from those lands? The people on the ship were all astute individuals, and with her prompting, they fell into contemplation, beginning to ponder. Yet no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not recall any events concerning other regions over the past 20 years. This is truly a thought-provoking revelation. Then, Ji Webai spoke, saying, in fact, the world we inhabit has already faced obliteration once. The celestial order of this realm, unwilling to witness its own demise, reverse fate at the cost of relinquishing the majority of this world, thus reshaping our territory. Where is the evidence? My dear niece, do you realize how utterly preposterous your words are? Were it not for Ji Webai's prior revelation of Ming Tian Xian's true identity, which had already astonished them, and their subsequent ability to accept some of the more absurd notions, they might very well think Ji Webai has lost her sanity. The evidence lay in Ji Webai's furtive glance at Chen Anyun, who remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by her words. Summoning her courage, she continued, ladies and gentlemen, please look below. Unbeknownst to them, the flying shuttle had already decelerated. Everyone turned their gaze downward. Beneath the thick ice, towering mountains rose in majestic layers. Pavilions and towers adorned the slopes, and even some cultivators could be seen within, either seated, standing, conversing, or sparring, all vividly alive. Yet their existence was forever frozen at that singular moment in time. As all eyes followed the peaks downward, Fu Qing-song, trembling with anticipation, gazed towards a familiar sight. Indeed, he beheld a well-known, ancient, and steadfast mountain gate, encased in ice, inscribed with the three grand characters, Tianyun Zhou. These three characters were inscribed by the founder of the Tianyun sect, the revered Tianyun Jinren, and there is no possibility of misidentification. Soon, the leaders of other sects also recognized this frozen mountain range. The Tianyun sect. This is indeed the stronghold of the Tianyun sect. How could the Tianyun sect be located here? What, then, was the Tianyun sect we encountered earlier? The seven sect leaders were all filled with astonishment. At this moment, the flying shuttle finally came to a halt. Ji Webai gestured towards the space above and softly said, everyone, please look here. Then, under the astonished gaze of the seven sect leaders, she soared a few feet into the air, raised her hand, and gently tapped it. A resonant sound echoed through the void, reminiscent of metal striking metal. Ji Weibai's voice then took on an oddly hollow tone. I have measured the realm for all of you. It spans 3,700 miles wide and rises to an elevation of 12,000 feet. This is the entirety of our remaining world. What kind of world is this? How does it differ from a cage? One of the disciples from the 100 Swords sect unsheathed his sword and slashed at the sky. The formidable essence of the Changxing realm swiftly tore through the heavens, creating an opening. Yet, through this aperture, only endless darkness was visible. As if some great terror lay concealed within, sending chills down one's spine. Soon after, the gash mended itself, restoring the appearance of blue skies and white clouds. At this sight, nearly everyone began to believe Ji Weibai's words. Only Chen Anyun and Ming Tianqin, standing at the bow of the ship, remained silent and aloof. Ji Webai turned to Chen Anyun and said, Holy Master Chen, this companion of yours is the consciousness of the heavenly Tao born out of necessity to save this realm. All eyes turned toward Ming Tianqin. I am not the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. Ming Tianqin shook her head, speaking earnestly. Her gaze shifting to Chen Anyun, who gently patted her hand, instilling in her an unparalleled sense of security. Then, with an icy tone, Chen Anyun remarked, Has your charade come to an end? Even if what you say holds merit, what proof do you have that my companion is indeed the consciousness of the heavenly Tao? Moreover, if she is what you claim, why is she beside me? Ji Webai did not look at Chen Anyun but took a step forward. Staring into Ming Tianqin's eyes, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao in this realm is known as Tianqin, and you are called Ming Tianqin. Is there not a connection between the two? Furthermore, where did you live before encountering Holy Master Chen? What were you doing? Why are you reluctant to share? Can you genuinely not recall? I truly cannot remember. Ming Tianqin's voice was somewhat hoarse. Before meeting Anyun, I was just an ordinary person. Indeed, an ordinary person. Yet within less than 20 years, you attained the pinnacle of the Gu Yuan realm, just a step away from immortality. Such talent, are you truly ordinary? Enough. Chen Anyun rebuked, tenderly pulling Ming Tianqin into his embrace. Ji Webai felt a pang in her heart from Chen Anyun's reprimand, yet she understood that she could not retreat now. If she allowed Chen Anyun and Ming Tianqin to depart, her ambitions would never be fulfilled. Taking a deep breath, she moved aside, revealing a magnificent sphere of light that had been obscured by her presence. Everyone's attention had previously been fixated on the heavens and Ming Tianqin, and no one had noticed when this luminous sphere had emerged. This sphere could communicate with the heavenly Tao of this realm. Since you claim to be an ordinary person, why not come forth and give it a try? She said, turning back to Chen Anyun, her tone earnest, as long as she remains here, This realm will be an immense prison for all. Even so, will you still protect her? Wait. Just as Chen Anyun was about to speak, Meng Tianxin stepped forward. A cold smile on her lips. Tianxin. Meng Tianxin strode toward the light sphere, casting a complex glance at Chen Anyun, clenching her fists as she approached the sphere. Finally, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, she proclaimed, I am Meng Tianxin. If what she says is true, may the heavenly Tao respond. I am Meng Tianxin. If what she says is true, may the heavenly Tao respond. She repeated thrice, and to the astonishment of all, the heavens indeed began to shift. The once blue sky and white clouds morphed into a chaotic expanse, and a pair of enormous eyes emerged from the tumult, circling before settling upon her. It was real. Fearlessly, Meng Tianxin met the gaze of those colossal eyes amidst the chaos. What are you? Who am I? Why can't I remember my past? Please clarify this for me. The eyes scrutinized her for a moment, then a sudden gust of wind erupted, lifting Meng Tianxin and gently placing her back upon the flying shuttle. It is now evident to all that the owner of those celestial eyes is fiercely protective of her. Meng Tianxin turned around, and on the faces of everyone, there was a look of sudden realization and understanding. Even Chen Anyun displayed an expression akin to one awakening from a dream. This pierced her heart, yet steeling herself, she soared once more towards the luminous orb. I am not the celestial heart, I am merely myself, Meng Tianxin. Wait, Tianxin. Before Chen Anyun could intervene, Meng Tianxin's figure had already vanished into the radiant sphere. Instantly, Chen Anyun's eyes reddened, and she propelled herself towards the orb. Anyun. No, Jiwebai shouted, unable to conceal her feelings for Chen Anyun any longer. However, in the next moment, the sphere of white light emitted a thunderous rumble, akin to the roar of a tempest. Suddenly, it erupted violently. Even cultivators of the longevity realm were momentarily blinded by the dazzling white light, instinctively shielding their eyes. Then, they beheld the earth trembling beneath them. Those eyes reappeared. But unlike before, this time they recognized the true form of the eyes, antlers of a deer and ears of a cow. It was an immense dragon's head. At that moment, as the dragon's head reared high, the mountains began to shift, gradually crumbling away like soil. This is perilous. Retreat from the flying shuttle. Just as someone cried out, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, cleaving the flying shuttle in two. Fortunately, the few individuals aboard possessed formidable cultivation. Though slightly disheveled, they managed to escape. Hovering in midair, utterly astonished by the scene before them, the winds roared like tigers, and the clouds surged like dragons. Moments ago, the sky was clear. But in an instant, it transformed into a tempest of howling winds and crackling thunder. Meanwhile, the dragon-S form continued to extend, revealing beneath the crumbling mountains glimmering scales of gold. Chen Anyun gazed at the dragon's head, his focus sharpening. He spotted Meng Tianxin. At that moment, she stood atop the colossal dragon's head, expressionless, observing everything around her. She watched as he and the others struggled amidst the lightning and gale, devoid of joy or sorrow. Chen Anyun's heart sank at the sight of her icy gaze. Jiwebai, having flown to his side, felt a pang of sorrow at his anguished expression, for reasons unknown. Despite the expectation that she should have triumphed this time, witnessing Chen Anyun's plight brought her no joy. Yet, recognizing the urgency of the situation, she shouted, Saint Chen. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The heavenly path harbors none of the emotions inherent to humanity. You see, this decaying world is but a manifestation of her corporeal form. Now that her consciousness has returned, the very fabric of existence is on the brink of collapse. We must escape and seek the passage to ascend to the higher realm. Just then, a disciple from the 100 Swords sect suddenly swung his sword, striking the dragon's body. This scene resembles the futile struggle of a mantis against a chariot, yet it yields astonishing results. The seemingly impervious dragon's body bears a massive scar, carved by a single sword strike, spanning hundreds of meters. Even Meng Tianxin, who stands atop the dragon's head, feels a slight shiver in her elegantly arched brows. How can this heavenly path be so feeble? I understand now. She has constructed a world with her own body, desperately seeking a glimmer of survival, and thus has reached the end of her strength. If this realm falls, it will undoubtedly open a spatial passage. If we can vanquish her, we shall escape and ascend to the higher realms. Very well, let us unite our efforts today to bring down the heavens. Kill, 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 kill. The leaders of the 7 sects begin to unleash their divine abilities, inflicting terrible wounds upon the colossal dragon's form. This provokes the dragon's head to rear back, releasing a heart-wrenching wail that reverberates through the heavens. Ha ha ha, the fall of the heavenly path is at hand. The sword master of the 100 Swords sect laughs maniacally in the fierce wind, but just then, a sword aura that pierces the sky rushes upward toward him. Chen Anyun, have you lost your mind? The sword master of the 100 Swords sect narrowly evades with all his might, shouting furiously at Chen Anyun. I have warned you. Meng Tianxin is my partner. If you wish to harm her, you must first contend with my blade. Chen Anyun pays him no heed, drawing his sword once more, unleashing waves of sword energy toward the other sect leaders, instantly throwing the focused attackers into disarray. What partner? The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. In her eyes, you are no different from an ant. Why waste words? This man is consumed by lust. Let us strike him down first. Indeed, it is as it should be. The 7 momentarily cease their assault on the dragon's body, converging towards Chen Anyun. Come forth. Chen Anyun laughs heartily, his face devoid of fear as he raises his sword to meet the 7. Let the battle commence. In the midst of a cataclysmic storm as if the world were ending, the 8 cultivators of the longevity realm engage in a fierce battle, casting shadows over the sky. Although Chen Anyun holds a slight upper hand in cultivation compared to the other 7, facing their combined assault proves to be a daunting challenge. Gradually, he finds himself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by their numbers. However, the leaders of the 7 sects harbor their own trepidations. They fear that should they corner Chen Anyun too severely, he might retaliate recklessly, risking their very lives. Thus, despite their advantage, they hesitate to press too hard, leading to an unexpectedly bizarre stalemate in this intense conflict. At that moment, the already dire weather escalates into something even more terrifying. Above, the thunderous roars become deafening, echoing like a stampede of countless horses across the sky. Following this, innumerable orbs of lightning descend like raindrops, indiscriminately sweeping toward the 8 combatants engaged in their fierce struggle. The sudden turn of events left everyone utterly unprepared. Among them, Fu Qingsong and Chen Anyun were caught off guard, each struck violently by a bolt of lightning. In an instant, both figures trembled violently, crimson blood spurting from their mouths, their bodies hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, clearly gravely injured. This is bad. The heavenly Tao is regaining its strength. How can it be so swift? Our time is limited. Chen Anyun, get away. If you wish to perish, do so alone. We have no intention of accompanying you on this mad journey. Haha, you cannot dictate that. Monk, hold him back. The rest of you, attack the dragon's body. Excellent. System prompt. Do you wish to use 20,000 regret points to exchange for the S-rank passive skill, Resilience? Resilience, a passive skill that triggers automatically once per day when health falls below 50%, increasing defense by 200 for 5 minutes. Exchange. Seeing the others preparing to assault the dragon's form once more, Chen Anyun, bolstered by the newly acquired passive, endured an attack from behind and leaped forward, sword drawn, aiming for those behind him. The others hastily ceased their assault, turning to deflect Chen Anyun's strike, gritting their teeth as they re-engaged in fierce combat with him. However, as the gathering storm of lightning grew ever more menacing, their attacks gradually slowed, diverting more magical energy towards self-preservation. No matter how weakened the heavenly Tao, it remains a formidable realm. Once it regained its breath, the 8 soon found themselves perilously ensnared in a tempest of lightning. Ji Yuebai gritted his teeth, desperately soaring upward, narrowly evading several incoming bolts, finally reaching the dragon's head. Stop it, Meng Tianqin. Do you wish to condemn us all? Ji Yuebai shouted loudly towards Meng Tianqin. Meng Tianqin. Halt. Meng Tianqin, cease your actions. The dragon's head swayed from side to side, while the thunder above coalesced into an ominous ocean. A multitude of lethal intentions permeating the storm. This is truly the power of heavenly tribulation. To dare to challenge the heavens is to naturally face divine retribution. In the blink of an eye, along with Chen Anyun, several individuals were struck by 2 more attacks, their bodies beginning to bear scars. Meng Tianqin. I know your target is me. Ji Yuebai exclaimed anxiously, unable to restrain the secret within her heart. Yet the thunder in the sky continued to surge like raging waves, showing no signs of abating. Meng, Tian, Xian, do you truly intend to kill Chen Anyun as well? Ji Yuebai shouted with all her might. The dragon's head momentarily paused, and Meng Tianqin, standing atop it, suddenly turned to face Ji Yuebai. At that moment, the thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to cease. Meng Tianqin, is it really you? Can you still understand my words? Meng Tianqin remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion, merely gazing at Ji Yuebai. Only when her gaze followed Ji Yuebai's finger and finally rested upon the scarred Chen Anyun did a trace of visible panic cross her face. Anyun, she murmured. Yes. Chen Anyun, you have won, and I have lost, Ji Yuebai stated despondently, even though he knows you are the consciousness of Tianqin. Even though he is unaware of your feelings for him now, he is still willing to fight for you, to die for you. I have completely lost. In retrospect, since the day I chose to visit Tianyun's sect for one last glimpse of Li Shiyuan, I had already lost. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Ji Yuebai's face. Love is inherently selfish. 2 genuinely loving individuals cannot tolerate even a grain of sand between them. Yet I have built a towering mountain between them. Therefore, I have lost. Take my remaining years, live well, treat him well, for he is someone worthy of your utmost devotion. Ji Yuebai spoke sincerely, her gaze shifting towards the 8 individuals still locked in battle. She looked towards the man who stood resolutely amid the storm, wielding a sword to face 7 adversaries without flinching. I truly wish I could hold on to this moment, she thought. Then, she heard a soft sigh. No. It is you who has won. Boom. The earth-shattering roar erupted like a stampede of 1,000 horses, reverberating with deafening intensity. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn open by an invisible hand, and countless dazzling bolts of lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, a sight that was utterly breathtaking. For a fleeting moment, the entire world appeared to be engulfed by this overwhelming silver light, obscuring all other colors. Ji Yuebai's eyes widened in terror as she beheld this apocalyptic scene. At that moment, she caught a final glimpse of those around her being completely consumed by the surging silver light, vanishing without a trace. Soon after, Ji Yuebai felt her body lighten abruptly, as if stripped of all weight, and she began to plummet downward uncontrollably. Concurrently, an indescribable sensation of dizziness washed over her, her consciousness gradually drifting away at an alarming speed, as if destined to fall into an endless abyss of darkness. Yet in the final moments, she sensed that someone seemed to have caught her. She even thought she saw the elderly figure who had revealed all truths to her, earnestly advising Meng Tianqing. Just as her consciousness was about to fade completely, she heard a voice softly whispering in her ear, "You have won. But you have won the future and lost him." Chapter 50, The Final Moment Interlude. Returning to the main storyline, Chen Anyun awoke to find himself astride a magnificent steed. A large red flower was tied atop the horse's head, lending an amusing air to the scene. Surrounding him were jubilant crowds and the resounding sounds of drums and gongs. Master, what is happening here?" Chen Anyun exclaimed in bewilderment. Had he not just conspired with his master on how to feign failure? How had he suddenly found himself in a situation reminiscent of ancient times, celebrating a triumphant examination? Moreover, in his memories, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with the 7 sect leaders. How had the scene shifted so dramatically in the blink of an eye? "Dear host, please remain calm. I have good news. The main system has personally intervened and rescued us from that world." "Ah, just like that. We are saved? What is our current situation? Are we back in the Great Thousand World?" "Not yet." "Then what are you saying?" "Even the main system cannot forcibly intervene in the operation of the world. The more powerful the entity, the greater the constraints imposed upon it." "All right, I suppose you have a point. So what is our current predicament?" "This is a transaction between the main system and this world." "Transaction? What does that mean?" "The heavenly will of this small world has willingly chosen to cease its resistance, consenting to become a stepping stone for the great heroine." "You should have already recalled Meng Tianqing, the consciousness of this world, right?" Chen Anyun fell silent. Yes. He had fully recalled everything, and with the information provided by the system, he had a general understanding of the unfolding events. The main system had declared responsibility for this incident, and since it was ultimately with the host's assistance that the plot was redirected, the main system would grant them a substantial reward. "Host, we are about to prosper. Look, just in terms of spiritual artifacts." The system began to enumerate the rewards from the main system, but Chen Anyun felt somewhat dazed, a sense of emptiness gnawing at him, as if a piece were missing. The cold and proud figure unconsciously surfaced in his mind. "She is not truly cold," Chen Anyun suddenly said. "Host, she prepares exquisite meals during her cultivation. She meticulously arranges my garments before each of my outings. She weaves beautiful cloaks for me with gold leaf and silver thread. She holds my hand as I sleep, resting it upon my chest." "Host," Chen Anyun sighed. Her pride stems from her position as the heavenly will, naturally looking down upon all else. Yet her heart is as warm as any ordinary person's. It is not cold. "All right, you have done well, master. Despite the fact that we stumbled, we managed to rectify our course." Chen Anyun smiled faintly. "Host, you look far worse when you smile than when you cry. Is that so?" Chen Anyun touched his cheek, discovering the muscles were indeed horrifically stiff. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. "Is it really that obvious?" "It is indeed that obvious," the system asserted without hesitation. Then mysteriously added, "Would you not like to know the nature of the transaction between the main system and the heavenly will of the small world?" "Ah." Just then, the thunderous sound of firecrackers jolted him awake. The top scholar has returned home. Congratulations to Chen Anyun for achieving the highest honor in the imperial examination. Our Ming County has produced a top scholar. Quickly, inform the Ming family that Chen Anyun has won the top scholar title and is coming to propose marriage. Indeed, Miss Ming and Master Chen have been childhood friends, deeply in love with one another. Had it not been for the opposition of old Master Ming 3 years ago, they would have long since united as husband and wife. As fate would have it, old Master Ming established a 3-year pact. Should Master Chen achieve the highest honors in the imperial examinations, he would wholeheartedly approve and welcome him with open arms. Time flows like a river, and fortunes shift. Let not the young be belittled for their poverty. Well done, Master Chen. Come. Let us witness the spectacle. Master Chen? Miss Ming? Chen Anyun was utterly bewildered. He was swept along by the jubilant crowd, resonating with drums and gongs, towards a grand estate adorned with a plaque reading Ming residence. The usually stern old Master Ming awaited them outside, wearing an unusually warm smile as he graciously received the accolades and congratulations of the gathering. Is that not the famed swordsman from the 100 Swords sect? How has he become old Master Ming? Chen Anyun felt as though his mind was in a haze. Moreover, amidst the guests and the onlookers, he spotted Fu Qingsong, Zhang Rintu, Yi Hongyi, and others, all displaying expressions of gleeful spectators, their faces radiating the joy of those who have watched a long-awaited romance finally blossom. What is this nonsense? Tongzi, come out and explain. Then, he caught sight of Ji Yubai clad in the attire of a maid, walking ahead. Chen Anyun's gaze lingered on her for merely 0.01 seconds before he surpassed her, directing his attention towards the ethereal figure behind her. Miss Ming, no. Meng Tianqing stood there, her head lowered, a bashful smile adorning her face. It was not until she sensed his gaze that she slightly lifted her delicate head. In her beautiful eyes, his reflection appeared. Chapter 51. And thus, as the entire vast world resets, will that small world follow suit? Naturally. The small world has always been a vassal of the vast world. What, dear host, do you still wish to seek out Meng Tianqing? After all, once you both exchanged vows, the entire world collapsed, leaving no time even for the wedding night. Now, do you wish to make amends? Thank you. But if it were the me of that time, I might have recklessly pursued it. Truly, you are worthy of being the esteemed host. Chen Anyun smiled silently. The system continued. However, dear host, rest assured, having shed the constraints of the unscrupulous author, that small world has attained complete freedom. It will no longer fall for the rise of the heroine. Hence, the heavenly path shall no longer allow Tianqin's consciousness to compete with the heroine for fate. Your Ming Tianqin will most likely not reappear. Is that so? That sounds quite agreeable. The system, not detecting the desired expression on Chen Anyun's face, spoke with a tone of disappointment. Truly, dear host, you are indeed the scum among scums, so easily dismissing such a precious emotion. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a knock on the door resounded once more. Chen Anyun, without a moment's thought, knew it was his little junior sister coming to clear the dishes. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the charming visage of his junior sister. She cast a glance at the empty porcelain bowl, her face lighting up with a hint of joy, and, feigning modesty, inquired, "Senior brother, how does this porridge taste?" "Delicious." For reasons unknown, despite being aware that the seemingly innocent and lovely girl before him was, in truth, an empress who had reigned for millennia and wielded decisive authority in the celestial realm, he could not shake the feeling of confronting a mischievous child seeking his approval. Is it possible that in just 2 days, my junior sister's acting skills have reached such a remarkable level? Indeed, upon hearing his praise, Chu Huairou revealed a sweet smile once more, cradling the porcelain bowl in her arms, and with a hint of implication, remarked, "If you enjoy it, senior brother, I could make it for you every day." "Ah, but if you were to find a partner in the future, this clinginess might arouse jealousy," Chen Anyun teased. "Who says so? If he dares to feel jealous, I would slay him on the spot." Chu Huairou retorted anxiously, her voice unexpectedly laced with a subtle air of menace. Had any other cultivator of the transcendence realm been present, they would likely have been terrified by this faint aura, succumbing to their inner demons. Naturally, Chen Anyun, with great professionalism, brushed aside this trace of hostility. However, Chu Huairou soon realized her words might have been misconstrued and, seizing the moment before her senior brother could respond, quickly changed her tone to one of playful affection. "Wait, why would I seek a partner? Isn't having you, senior brother, enough for me?" In truth, what she longed to express was, "Would you not consider being my partner, senior brother?" Yet, burdened by guilt from the past, she found herself unable to voice such sentiments. Nevertheless, her resolve remained strong. As long as her senior brother was not claimed by another, he would ultimately belong to her. With this determination in her heart, Chu Huairou bid Chen Anyun good night. As time swiftly passed, the year drew to a close. The grand competition of the sect had concluded, and Chen Anyun, unsurprisingly, emerged victorious after a series of arduous battles. Chu Huairou, on the other hand, faced a Transcendence Realm senior sister after 2 rounds and, after exchanging a few moves, readily conceded defeat. From that point on, she devoted herself to cheering for her senior brother. Fortunately, with a considerable amount of time remaining before Zhou Qing ascended the mountain in the previous life, her current behavior aligned perfectly with her senior brother's persona, and the disciples of Tai sect had long grown accustomed to it. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, the mortals below donned thick cotton garments. However, once a cultivator had transcended the body refinement realm, they were impervious to the elements. Within Tai sect, apart from the leaves that fell in a flurry, there was little difference from ordinary days. In recent days, news had spread across 13 states that the secret realm of Lingyu in Luozhou was about to open. Almost all top-tier sects were poised to send a longevity realm elder to partake in the bounty. As one of the foremost sects in Zhangzhou, Tai sect would undoubtedly follow suit, dispatching its chosen representative, Li Wuji, the master of Lingjin Peak, and the teacher of both Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou. As for this journey, it may last a few days or stretch into months. During this time, all affairs of Lingjin Peak will be under your senior brother Chen Anyun's purview. Obey your master's orders. In the great hall of Lingjin Peak, Li Wuji was addressing his disciples regarding their future arrangements. "Master, the Lingzhu secret realm is fraught with danger. You must exercise caution." As the most favored disciple, Chu Huairou grasped Li Wuji's arm, her face etched with concern. "Ha ha ha, look at you all, a bunch of burly men, yet none can compare to Huairou's filial piety." Li Wuji chided his several disciples with a sideways glance before turning to Chu Huairou, a smile crinkling the wrinkles of his aged face. "Fear not, my dear. I am well aware of my own limitations. I am most fearful of death. Half of my techniques are dedicated to fleeing. If I cannot defeat an opponent, do you think I cannot escape?" Seeing the worry on his disciples' faces persist, Li Wuji, touched, gently patted Chu Huairou's head. "Rest assured. I know of your interest in the mortal realm. I shall bring you back some intriguing trinkets." "Thank you, master." Chu Huairou's expression brightened, though a shadow of worry remained in her eyes. Only Chen Anyun understood her genuine concern for Li Wuji's safety. Despite Li Wuji's safe return in the previous life, he had been missing for 2 years and had suffered severe injuries. Who could say if this time would mirror that past? However, well aware of the intricacies of the Lingzhu secret realm, Chen Anyun deemed her worries unnecessary. Given Lingxi's temperament, it was uncertain whether the secret realm would even open this time. It was highly likely that Master would simply make a brief appearance and return empty-handed. Of course, such thoughts he kept to himself, determined not to reveal them. The following morning, Li Wuji departed from Lingjin Peak. Chen Anyun, well-versed in the routine, commenced his stewardship of the peak. He harbored no fears of drawing Chu Huairou's suspicion, for Li Wuji was inherently a lazy individual, often indulging in drinking or wandering about. Even when present at the mountain, he frequently relied on Chen Anyun to handle matters. Among the disciples entering through the back door of Lingjian Peak, Chen Anyun's name sometimes held greater weight than Li Wuji's. After all, when Li Wuji attempted to enforce discipline, there was a high likelihood he would end up drunk in a tavern, forgetting the issue entirely. Conversely, Chen Anyun would certainly not hesitate to discipline errant disciples. Thus, at first glance, everything seemed to unfold just as it had in the previous life. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Tianma sect, Zhou Qing reveled in the unexpected intelligence he had acquired regarding the princess of the Xian clan. Hehehe, fortune smiles upon me. Who could have imagined that the Xian princess was concealed atop Lingjin Peak, masquerading as an ordinary true disciple? His eyes sparkled with ambition. This time, the position of Holy Son of Tianma sect shall be mine. Chapter 52, New Year's Eve. Though the passage of time seemed irrelevant in the world of cultivation, the majority of disciples at Tai sect had once been mere mortals before ascending the mountain. Thus, the tradition of celebrating the New Year naturally found its way to the heights. The night of New Year's Eve arrived, and even the most diligent disciples of Lingjin Peak set aside their cultivation to join their fellow brothers in adorning the place with festive decorations. Brother Zhang, where are you off to? On behalf of a few junior brothers, I am heading to the nearby mortal town to procure some couplets. Perfect. I shall accompany you. Who would dare take you down the mountain without senior brother's permission? Zhang Lingyun regarded Chu Huairou, her hands clasped in a pleading gesture, and her expression one of feigned innocence, yet his heart remained unmoved. Few could withstand the charm of the little junior sister's coaxing, and Zhang Lingyun was precisely one of those rare exceptions. Before embarking on his cultivation journey, he had always kept a distance from women, dedicating himself to rigorous study. By the time he reached adulthood, he had already achieved the status of a jiren. Serendipitously entering Tai's sect, he continued to cultivate diligently, treating all his junior brothers and sisters equally, without a hint of pretense. He had gained a reputation as both a diligent scholar and an aloof beauty among the disciples of Lingjin Peak. I'm merely stepping out for a brief look. Not going far at all. Besides, with senior brother so busy lately, how could you bear to trouble him? Chu Huairou earnestly advised. Indeed, your words hold merit. After the departure of our master, the senior brother is preoccupied with numerous affairs and should not be troubled over such trifles. Her eyes sparkled with understanding. Zhang Lingyun, without hesitation, turned to leave. Wait, Chu Huairou called out hurriedly. With a sigh, Zhang Lingyun replied, little junior sister, both the senior brother and our master have imposed restrictions. Unless they personally grant permission, I cannot allow you to descend the mountain. Very well, I shall not press you further, brother Zhang. Chu Huairou nodded, seemingly resigned. Before abruptly shifting the topic, how is the senior brother faring? Naturally well, Zhang Lingyun responded, relieved to see the notoriously troublesome junior sister finally relent. The senior brother possesses exceptional skills and handles matters with fairness. The brothers and sisters on Lingjin Peak hold him in high esteem. And what more? Chu Huairou inquired with keen interest. Zhang Lingyun contemplated for a moment, and to his surprise, a hint of a smile broke through his usually stoic demeanor. He is compassionate. Even disciples of humble beginnings and limited cultivation receive his utmost care and patient guidance. Indeed, the senior brother is truly remarkable, Chu Huairou exclaimed, her admiration for her idol evident. Noticing her enthusiastic praise, Zhang Lingyun found himself more favorably inclined towards the little junior sister. That is certainly the case. When did you develop feelings for the senior brother? She teased. Ah, how did you know? Zhang Lingyun's face reflected sheer astonishment. Humph, the truth shall out, brother Zhang. Chu Huairou declared triumphantly. It was thanks to her past as a wandering spirit that she inadvertently witnessed Zhang Lingyun's sorrowful demeanor over Chen Anyun, thus uncovering the secret. Just moments ago, seeing him so impenetrable, she could not resist the urge to tease him. At that moment, Zhang Lingyun's face was flushed, a far cry from his usual icy demeanor toward his junior sisters. After a brief pause, he implored his junior sister to show mercy. Zhang Lingyun decisively conceded. Very well. Chu Huairou replied with grace, in that case, during our visit to the mortal town, it is my duty to take you on a tour of the earthly realm. As for the elder brother, he was perpetually occupied with myriad responsibilities. It would be best if he remained unaware of this outing. Agreed. By the way, brother Zhangham, I still prefer your former rebellious demeanor. As dusk fell, all the disciples of Lingjin Peak gathered in the grand hall, mingling in small groups, some drinking, others boasting. Chen Anyun sat at the head of the table, smiling as he observed the playful banter among his juniors. If one were to describe it, Li Wuji resembled a doting mother, protective yet somewhat petty, consistently indulging his disciples. In contrast, Chen Anyun embodied a stern father, quietly and meticulously observing everything around him, occasionally intervening to correct wayward juniors, thus solidifying the unity of Lingjin Peak. However, such a role can easily become burdensome. Therefore, when the atmosphere in the hall reached its zenith, Chen Anyun discreetly withdrew, walking alone on Lingjin Peak, gazing at the moonlit sky. It was not only Chu Huairou who cherished the warm, familial atmosphere of Lingjin Peak. He too, in his third life, longed for it. Isn't that so, junior sister? Despite Chu Huairou's attempts to tread lightly, Chen Anyun effortlessly recognized the sound of her tiptoeing. Once discovered, Chu Huairou abandoned her childish idea of startling her brother and approached him confidently, presenting a gift she had purchased in the mortal town. Brother, Happy New Year. Having lived a second life, she recalled numerous opportunities and spiritual herbs that were easily attainable at her current stage, some of which were rare treasures even for practitioners in the returning origin realm. Yet, she understood that her brother did not place value on the worth of her gifts. As expected, he accepted her present with delight, then adopted a serious expression, gently flicking her forehead with his finger. You sneaked down the mountain again, didn't you? Don't worry, it was kind-hearted brother who brought me along. There was no danger. I issued a prohibition, did I not? Who took you down this time? I shall ensure they are properly reprimanded. Oh, it was brother Zhang Lingyun. Without hesitation, Chu Huairou divulged her benefactor, her gaze drifting to the ground, a hint of unease stirring within her. Yet, in the next moment, a beautifully crafted hairpin appeared before her. Happy birthday, junior sister. Indeed, besides New Year's Eve. Today marked Chu Huairou's 16th birthday, the same day many years ago when she was brought to Lingjin Peak, and also the day she met Chen Anyun. Chu Huairou stared blankly at the hairpin. In her previous life, she had broken this very pin with her own hands, never imagining it would return to her in such a manner. Do you not like it? I do. She almost snatched the hairpin back into her embrace, the sensation of reclaiming such a cherished item causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Elder brother, you are my favorite. Indeed. She had uttered these words to Chen Anyun more than once, fully aware that, just like on every previous occasion, Chen Anyun would perceive this affection merely as that of a junior sister for her senior brother, or perhaps a younger sister for her elder brother. However, she remained unperturbed. She was in the future, having borne witness to all that her beloved senior had done for her. Thus, as long as she refrained from being as willful as in her past life, and allowed events to unfold naturally, the bond between her and her senior brother would inevitably flourish. Therefore, time, please hasten your passage. The 16-year-old maiden, in the presence of the one she cherished, silently made her birthday wish. At this moment, she remains blissfully unaware that she is about to face a treacherous betrayal from her own master. Thousands of miles away, Li Wuji has indeed encountered a futile endeavor. The so-called opening of the Spirit Pearl secret realm has turned out to be the greatest blunder in the cultivation world in nearly a century, leaving all the top sects of the 13 states in utter disarray. However, he is unconcerned, finding immense satisfaction in the gains from this venture. After all, for cultivators from prominent sects, what could be more joyous than acquiring a disciple of exceptional talent? Xianxia. Master, what is it? The enchanting and whimsical young lady before him invariably evokes memories of his lively and spirited young disciple. Surely, they will get along splendidly in the future. We must set off back to the mountain. Yes, Master. Chapter 53. The Convergence of World Lines in the Great Wilderness, at the Heavenly Demon Sect. Despite the fact that the Heavenly Demon Master has remained silent and hidden for millennia, the sect still stands tall at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, becoming the coveted goal for countless practitioners of the demonic path. At this moment, an ancient and solemn hall stands within the Heavenly Demon Sect. The antiquated furnishings surrounding it seem to whisper tales of its long-standing history. Flickering candlelight dances, casting shadows that intermittently illuminate the faces of two individuals within the hall. So you intend to participate in this contest for the position of Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect? And you have set your sights on the Tai sect as your target? Yes, I humbly request the sect master as support. How naive you are. Do you not realize that the Tai sect is a top-tier sect in the Central Plains, a paragon of righteousness? Of course, I am aware, but this time, I possess unwavering confidence in my success. Good, such ambition. If you can complete the trials at the Tai sect, then the title of Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect shall undoubtedly belong to you. Thank you, Sect Master, for your support. After departing from the Heavenly Demon Sect, Zhou Qing hastily made his way towards Luoxia. This venture has been meticulously planned. In his quest to infiltrate the Spirit Sword Peak, he has spared no expense, acquiring invaluable intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion, which specializes in selling information. For instance, his target, Chu Huairou, is innocent and naive, unaware of matters between men and women, and she often clings to the senior disciple of Spirit Sword Peak, Chen Anyun. Moreover, while Chen Anyun is cultured and refined, he is also known for his rigid and serious demeanor. In his view, the prospect of undermining the relationship between the two and subsequently winning the fair maiden's heart was exceedingly effortless. Particularly, the intelligence he had acquired at the cost of his last spirit stone led him to believe that fate was favoring him. The current master of Lingjin Peak had inexplicably distanced himself from the peak and was now in Luozhou, awaiting the opening of the Spirit Pearl secret realm. Although the Tianma sect resided in the vast wilderness, independent of the 13 states, it was situated closer to Luozhou than to Zhangzhou. Thus, Zhou Qing resolutely set his course for Luozhou. Having expended all his resources to procure information, by the time Zhou Qing arrived in Luozhou, he found himself in a state that required no disguise. His destitution was glaringly evident. This was precisely in accordance with his wishes. He had long learned from the intelligence that the master of Lingjin Peak, Li Wuji, was a person of considerable chivalry and benevolence. Such individuals are most susceptible to being exploited due to their inherent compassion. However, upon arriving at the so-called location of the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm, he was met with utter disbelief. What? The Spirit Pearl Secret Realm does not exist. All sects across the 13 states have been deceived. Everyone has already returned to their respective sects. Recalling the duplicitous demeanor of the merchants from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Xiaoqing felt a surge of anger, compelling him to recklessly storm into the branch of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in Luozhou. He was soon greeted with courteous insistence by two towering guest elders in the returning Origin Realm, ushering him into the pavilion. When you purchase information, rest assured, it is genuine, remarked the short and stout master of the branch with a squinting smile. Do not attempt to deceive me. The matter of the Spirit Pearl Secret Realm was made public half a month ago. The memory of selling the last relic left by his father, at a grievous loss to that same smiling merchant, caused Xiaoqing to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Today, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the deeds of the pavilion are known throughout the world. Xiaoqing declared with a tone of assured victory, fully aware that an entity like the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would place immense value on its reputation. Throughout the millennia, there have been few negative rumors surrounding the pavilion, suggesting that they have managed their affairs judiciously. Then, he witnessed the rotund figure before him abruptly lose his jovial expression, transforming into a fierce visage as he waved his hand and commanded, "Bring forth the latest news." Xiaoqing, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, has encountered shameless violence from two burly men in Luozhou and, feeling unworthy of his sect, has tragically taken his own life. The news is valued at 1 low-grade spirit stone. What? Wait. Do not fear, young brother. Rest assured that our brothers here are highly skilled, and we guarantee your satisfaction. Moreover, the renowned Thousand Island Lake beyond the city is a deep and desolate place. Thus, after signing his name on a grand sheet proclaiming, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's information is accurate, with prices fair to all, Xiaoqing fled in a hasty scramble. He finally understood why such a nefarious force could endure for millennia across the 13 states while maintaining an excellent reputation, their business thriving evermore. Just as his ambitious plans faced a devastating blow, severely undermining his confidence, fate seemed to extend a hand in his moment of despair. Upon exiting the city, he unexpectedly encountered Li Wuji and Chen Anyun, who were on their way back to the mountains. This unexpected encounter ignited a glimmer of hope within him, who had previously felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. The meticulously prepared words and the intricately crafted script seemed, at this moment, to have finally found their purpose. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within, and then, without hesitation, commenced a poignant performance, filled with tears and heartfelt expressions. With tears streaming down his face, he recounted the tragedies of his lineage, the injustices he faced, and his unwavering pursuit of the path to immortality. His earnest emotions and sorrowful words moved even the birds passing by. Li Wuji listened quietly to his lamentations, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Gazing at the ragged, frail boy before him, yet with resolute eyes, Li Wuji let out a deep sigh, lamenting the hardships of the world and the malevolence of the human heart. Ultimately, he was touched by compassion and decided to take this pitiful child as his disciple, bringing him back to Lingjian Peak. Xiaoqing was nearly overwhelmed with gratitude, almost kneeling to express his thanks, yet he restrained his elation and respectfully performed a deep bow to Li Wuji. As he lifted his gaze, it fell upon Chen Anyun standing nearby. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her skin fairer than snow, and her lips akin to cherries. She stood there quietly, observing Xiaoqing with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing her lips. For a moment, Xiaoqing was entranced, nearly forgetting his surroundings. However, after just a brief lapse, he quickly regained his composure. He reminded himself to maintain decorum, while secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, he had not embarrassed himself before the fair maiden. Moreover, receiving the attention of such a stunningly beautiful girl revitalized his nearly shattered confidence, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Excellent. It truly is difficult to begin anything. Xiaoqing silently repeated this phrase to himself, his eyes shimmering with determination. The previous events must have been a trial set by the heavens, and I have successfully passed this test. As the saying goes, after extremes, there will be a reversal. After adversity, there comes prosperity. Henceforth, this marks the beginning of Xiaoqing's ascent to greatness. Entering the Tai sect is merely the first step. In the future, I shall seize the position of the holy son of the Tianma sect, then govern the sect, pushing forward in contemporary times, and it all begins today. Chapter 54. The multicolored stone senior brother, Master has sent us a letter, stating that the outcome of the Lingzhu secret realm was a misunderstanding. He has now set off back to the mountain and has taken on 2 new disciples. Our Lingjian Peak will soon welcome a new junior brother and sister. Chu Huairo held a bird-shaped artifact, engrossed in the words inscribed upon it, reveling in the joy of her master's safe return. Although she was unaware of why the developments differed from her previous life, Li Wuji's safe return filled her with genuine happiness. Oh? What are the names of these 2 junior disciples? Chen Anyun inquired nonchalantly. One is named Chen Anyun, and the other is Xiaoqing. Chu Huairo's face remained impassive, especially when she uttered Xiaoqing's name, her expression betraying no change, nor did her tone waver in the slightest. Yet, Chen Anyun had no inclination to scrutinize his younger sister's subtle expressions any further. Chen Anyun, the name sent a jolt through him. and he could discern without any doubt who this individual was. Yet, to his surprise, there was actually Shou Qing, in this lifetime, devoid of the Lingzhu secret realm. He had still managed to connect with his own master, which was indeed a testament to his capabilities. In the previous life, Shou Qing had been slain by him with a single sword strike, leaving no complete remains behind. Hence, the original self's animosity towards Shou Qing had long dissipated. Chen Anyun, naturally, was disinclined to seek trouble with him. However, were they not comrades? Would he not fear being reported for voluntarily offering himself up in such a manner? Surely, living a good life would be far more appealing. The person before him was none other than the woman he had pierced through on the very day of their wedding, a woman who had once wielded immense power as the empress of a celestial dynasty. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living one. After a brief moment of silence for Shou Qing in this lifetime, Chen Anyun cast aside thoughts of him and began to ponder the matter concerning xianxia. Having been granted a second chance, he had long intended to maintain a respectful distance from the prominent female figures of this world. However, fate had other plans. As these illustrious women retained memories from their previous lives and began to seek him out, Chen Anyun was inherently averse to complications. His greatest passion was to live a leisurely life, utterly disinterested in entanglements of any sort. It seemed that the plan for a shield must be put into action. Thus, after Chu Huairou took her leave, he once more retrieved the multicolored stone. This stone is a compensation bestowed upon the great protagonist Jiwa by following the failure of her mission. It is also the last remnant left behind when the Luofu small world collapsed, reducing everything to nothingness. This stone bears 9 orifices, capable of corresponding with a person, and is imbued with 5-colored divine light, embodying the transformations of yin and yang, aligning with the principles of heaven and earth. With a mere touch of craftsmanship, it can be refined into a human form, and whether born of nature or celestial womb, it serves as an exceptional vessel for a profound technique known as external avatar. The system excitedly exclaimed, "Host, we must promptly commence that plan." Chen Anyun nodded, securing the doors and windows, layering protective barriers to avoid being inadvertently seen and misjudged as a member of some peculiar affinity group. Thus, he began to carve the colorful stone with his true essence. A bit rougher there, yes. A little higher, yes, but not too large. Shut up. Fine, if you make that part larger, I will be quiet. The meticulous efforts continued until midnight. Before the two, one human, one system, stood the carefully crafted figure. Both fell silent. Host, is this what you refer to as a viral sensation in your original world? Close enough, Chen Anyun replied, somewhat lacking in confidence. May I speak frankly? Is that sharply defined chin perhaps a concealed weapon? Enough. As a screenwriter completely unacquainted with artistry, Chen Anyun admitted that his sculpting skills were indeed rather dismal. Host, stop. I beseech you, spare me. If you truly lack talent in this area, why not let me take over? You? Is that true? Do you not trust me, host? When have I ever boasted? Well, I suppose that is settled, then. I entrust this to you. Chen Anyun clasped his hands together. Rest assured, host. You may retire for the night. By morning, I shall present you with a flawless doll. With trust in his system and anticipation for the so-called perfect doll, Chen Anyun drifted into slumber. The following day, upon awakening, he beheld a beautiful woman seated before him, a gentle smile adorning her features. Even as a formidable being in the realm of celestial beings, nearly invincible in the lower realms, he tumbled from his bed to the floor. Meng Tianqin. He felt his voice had transformed. Then he observed on Meng Tianqin's face a triumphant smile that she would never normally display. What do you think, host? Isn't my doll-making skill unparalleled? Chen Anyun fell silent. After a moment, he declared, System, I formally request to initiate the unbinding procedure. No. Host, let us not speak of non-existent unbinding procedures. Do you not see that Meng Tianqin's appearance is your best option? Ignoring Chen Anyun's mounting frustration, the system continued to expound. Firstly, she is undeniably beautiful. As an embodiment of the heavenly path, her form and visage are utterly perfect. Even the system-certified great protagonists cannot surpass her in appearance. Even if the system's exaggerated expressions and gestures seem comical, they are profoundly interpreted through Meng Tianqin's body, embodying the truth of when beauty reaches a certain level. Every frown and smile is enchanting. Though still irked, Chen Anyun found himself involuntarily nodding. Secondly, since the Luofu world is liberated from constraints, the risk of obliteration has vanished, and Meng Tianqin's consciousness is unlikely to re-emerge, thus avoiding the possibility of a face-off. Although he felt resolute, the thought of Meng Tianqin never appearing again left him unexpectedly despondent. He quickly composed himself and nodded in agreement with the system's reasoning. Lastly, I have completely refined the colorful stone for you. Even if you wish to alter it now, it is too late. We cannot possibly seek another stone merely to toy with a minor world. The colorful stone is exceedingly rare. Not only in the lower realms 13 states, but even in the upper realms 9 heavens and 10 lands, it is difficult to procure. Each piece of colorful stone is actually a remnant of a once vibrant small world that has perished and collapsed. If a doll were crafted from other pseudo-materials, the astuteness of the great protagonist would almost certainly unveil its origin. However, a doll fashioned from colorful stone would be indistinguishable even to the celestial lords of the upper realm, should they remain unaware of the truth. Then you should exit from her body. Chen Anyun resignedly conceded. The system's analysis was indeed sound, and he recognized that acquiring another piece of colorful stone was beyond his reach. Very well, host. As the system's words resonated, the brilliance faded from Ming Tianxin's face, returning to a blank expression. Yet this demeanor aligned more closely with her true image in Chen Anyun's mind. Chen Anyun attempted to utilize a storage technique to retrieve the doll, casting the spell several times, yet the doll remained unmoved. Ineffectual, host. The colorful stone is a treasure of heaven and earth. Once it takes form, it is indistinguishable from a living being and can no longer be stored in spatial realms. Then what shall we do? The wardrobe will have to suffice for now. Chen Anyun sighed, extending his arms to lift Ming Tianxin and place her within the wardrobe. The softness in his hands lingered, and it took him 10 recitations of the calming heart technique to settle his emotions. He then cast several protective barriers to ensure that even if Li Wuji were to come, he could not open it, finally allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. The human and the system returned to the table, fervently discussing their intended shield plan. Unbeknownst to them, from the wardrobe's crevice, the expressionless doll-like Ming Tianxin subtly twitched her delicate eyebrows before swiftly returning to stillness. Chapter 55. Farewell, vast world. In the central continent, the land resembles a crescent moon, broad in the center but narrow on the east and west. At this moment, in an unremarkable corner of the northwestern edge of the crescent, a wide flying sword was speeding eastward, carrying 3 figures. The sword traversed the stars and moon, soaring with such swiftness that it covered 100 zhang in a mere blink. Soon, the stars receded, and the bright moon sank into the sea. Then, with the dawn, it bathed in the warm valley, brushed against the sacred tree, and descended to illuminate the 4 corners, draping the 3 figures on the flying sword in a golden sheen. Home at last. Li Wuji chuckled heartily, pressing his flying sword down upon the clouds. With the dawn's embrace, a majestic mountain peak emerged abruptly above the mist. Amidst the mountain range, celestial cranes and peacocks unfurled their wings, ethereal figures guiding auspicious vapors eastward. Within the swirling mists, the delicate pavilions appeared shrouded in smoke and emerald hues, with jade steps leading to hundreds of terraces. The melodious chime of bells seemed to resonate from the heavens. Lingjin Peak welcomed yet another splendid day. What do you think? Does Lingjin Peak not embody an abundance of spiritual energy and an aura of elegance? Li Wuji exclaimed with pride. Chen Lingxi smiled silently, while Shou Qing's expression shifted from astonishment to deep emotion. Master, is this the legendary grandeur of the immortal realm? Li Wuji reveled in Shou Qing's words, laughing heartily, then turned serious. Chen Lingxi, Shou Qing. The disciples responded in unison. Today, I shall guide you into this immortal gate. You must diligently cultivate and not indulge in any form of negligence, striving to achieve your aspirations and embark upon the path of immortality. Yes, master. Li Wuji cherished the role of mentor, particularly relishing the sense of accomplishment when accepting disciples into Lingjin Peak, contributing to the thriving community within Tai's sect. However, once the disciples were admitted, his enthusiasm waned, leaving the responsibilities to Chen Anyun, the eldest disciple of Lingjin Peak. His duties encompassed, but were not limited to, imparting teachings, resolving queries, and managing accommodations and resources for cultivation. In truth, apart from a few early disciples such as Chen Anyun, Chu Huairou, and Zhang Lingyun, the majority of disciples, whether true disciples or inner disciples, seldom encountered Li Wuji. Most began their journey into cultivation under Chen Anyun's guidance. Thus, it was natural that upon bringing Chen Lingxi and Shou Qing to the Grand Hall of Lingjin Peak, Li Wuji nonchalantly introduced, "This is your elder brother, Chen Anyun. The rest will be arranged by him, as I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he slipped away without hesitation. As for those pressing matters, the disciples of Lingjin Peak understood well. Chen Anyun had long since grown accustomed to his master's unreliability. With a soft sigh, he gathered his complex emotions upon seeing Lingxi once more and naturally displayed a gentle smile. "Junior sister Chen, junior brother Zhou, welcome to Lingjin Peak. There's something interesting." Chu Huairou, who had been observing, seamlessly shifted her gaze from Shou Qing to the newly arrived senior sister Chen Lingxi. This senior sister is not only exceptionally beautiful, but ever since she entered the Grand Hall, her gaze has remained fixated on the senior brother. Although the senior brother is indeed quite handsome and charming, the notion of love at first sight seems rather absurd. Could it be that they are already acquainted? Furthermore, the more Chu Huairou observes Chen Lingxi, the more she feels a striking resemblance to someone she knows. Yes, it seems to be the celestial venerable Lingxi, whom she encountered briefly at the Peach Banquet, who resides in the perilous realm of Li Xianxia. The resemblance only grows stronger. Chu Huairou feels as if she has stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The vast world encompasses countless small realms, divided into the upper and lower realms. The lower realm is expansive, with the 13 provinces spanning countless miles, surrounded by various desolate and treacherous lands. Conversely, the upper realm is somewhat smaller, yet is stratified into 9 heavens and 10 earths, each layer being a distinct space. For instance, the Xiantian immortal dynasty that she governed in her previous life was a unified empire atop the northern region, ruling not only over mortals, but also commanding the celestial beings within its domain. The 9 heavens are overseen by 9 celestial venerables, with the venerable Lingxi presiding over the perilous realm of Li Xianxia. This implies that, in this new life, the future venerable Lingxi who will govern Xianxia, has unexpectedly become her senior sister, and she has fallen in love at first sight with her senior brother? For the first time since her rebirth, Chu Huairou feels as if certain matters are slipping beyond her control. Meanwhile, on the other side, husband. Upon seeing Chen Anyun, the myriad emotions within Chen Lingxi's heart instantly coalesced into this singular title. Fortunately, the longing, regret, and pain accumulated over millennia have gradually settled within her heart during this period of rebirth. This allowed her to suppress the tumultuous affection swirling in her mind as she stood before Chen Anyun, gazing quietly with her deep gray eyes while he gently elucidated the customs and matters of Lingjian Peak. She listened attentively, blinking earnestly to prevent any transparent liquid from overflowing from her eyes. Lingjian Peak was splendid, save for the woman standing beside her husband, who was reportedly the little junior sister of Lingjian Peak and bore a somewhat familiar countenance, which was rather distracting. Her husband still appeared as gentle as jade, yet only she understood that he was fundamentally a relaxed man, albeit somewhat domineering in certain respects. Furthermore, it would be even better if some apricot blossoms could be planted. It was only when Chen Anyun brought her before a brand new house, informing her that it had been hastily completed by the junior brothers of Tiangong Peak in the 2 days following the news of the new disciple's arrival, that she reluctantly diverted her gaze from him. With the brightest smile and the warmest tone, she expressed, "Thank you, senior brother. I warmly welcome you to visit often. It is truly wonderful to see you again, my husband." Chapter 56, Untitled Senior Brother. "I have a question regarding the luck meridians that I would like to consult you about." The young girl slightly raised her head, her cheeks a delicate pink, so close that it seemed a mere inch forward would bring them into contact. She parted her lips, and as she spoke, a fragrance akin to elegant orchids wafted forth, lingering faintly at Chen Anyun's nostrils. Chen Anyun turned his head away, somewhat speechless, striving not to gaze into Chen Lingxi's star-like eyes, feeling a twinge of helplessness in his heart. Isn't it the case that at this point in time, having already defeated the Xiantian Holy Sun and gained mastery over the Lingzhu secret realm, you should at the very least have reached the perfection of the Gu Yuan realm? Even if you have not yet attained the longevity realm, why then are you seeking my advice on the manipulating objects realm? What difficulty could there possibly be? Before Chen Anyun could speak, the nearby Chu Huairou stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly explaining Chen Lingxi's question, then signaling with her eyes that since the question had been asked, the other could now take her leave. TSK. Chen Lingxi had already recognized Chu Huairou's identity, though the expanse of the world was vast. The elite circles were but a small cluster. Initially distracted by her husband upon entering, she had not noticed it. But now, Chen Lingxi could ascertain with absolute certainty that the childhood friend and shadow of her husband before her was none other than the future Empress of Beiju. Moreover, it seemed she harbored some improper thoughts regarding her husband. Very well, very well. How could I have forgotten to splash wine on your face during the peach banquet back then? Though such thoughts lingered in her mind, Chen Lingxi still wore a look of sudden realization and cheerfully remarked, "Thank you, senior sister." "No, please, just call me junior sister, Chen Shiji," Chu Huairou gently corrected her. "Such a thing cannot be. In the world of cultivation, merit is paramount. How can I presume to elevate myself?" Chen Lingxi responded, a hint of fluster evident on her face. "Since we are all of the same sect, it is only natural to observe the hierarchy of respect. Senior sister is indeed older than I, so it is only fitting to call me junior sister," she insisted. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose, mocking her for being an older woman. This undoubtedly struck a nerve with Chen Lingxi. When the Xiantian Palace met its demise, she was barely in her 20s. However, having resided within the Lingzhu secret realm for thousands of years, she was, in truth, over a millennium old. A glimmer of danger flickered in her gaze. Yet her countenance remained adorned with a charming smile. Even among fellow disciples, one must honor the order of seniority. Sister Chu entered the sect before I did. Hence she is my senior. I have heard that Sister Chu is the second true disciple to be accepted by our master. Therefore, I ought to address her as second sister. With a decisive clap of her palm, she continued, "It seems I am the last female disciple to join the entire Lingjian Peak, which means I am indeed the true little junior sister." Upon uttering this, Chen Lingxi turned to Chen Anyun and remarked with a smile, "From now on, the senior brother may refer to me as little junior sister." Chu Huairou. The two women exchanged glances. In this moment, they discerned from each other's eyes an unfathomable irony, accompanied by an oceanic expanse of hostility. Chen Anyun sighed, supporting her forehead. Only after managing to send Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou away did she wearily address the system, saying, "System, we must devise a reason to be absent for a while. This will enable us to seamlessly return the celestial puppet to the sect and execute our plan. Women, especially those of striking beauty, indeed become a formidable force when gathered together. In truth, why does the esteemed host not simply choose a prominent heroine to be with? This way, although the other heroines may not immediately relinquish their claims, at least the conflict could be redirected towards the prominent heroine accompanying the esteemed host. Isn't this much easier for you, esteemed host?" Chen Anyun shook his head, declining the system's suggestion. In truth, during his previous life, he had encountered these prominent female protagonists more than once. It is rather astonishing to think that after reaching a certain level of identity and cultivation, one could completely avoid appearing before these grand figures. However, in his past existence, Chen Anyun had the advantage of the heavenly path and the system aiding him, disrupting the perceptions of the entire vast world. This meant that even when he appeared before familiar faces, who called him Chen Anyun, those individuals would not associate him with the Chen Anyun of the past. In everyone's eyes, the Chen Anyun who had once been entangled with a certain prominent female figure had vanished, and the Chen Anyun before them, though identical in appearance, height, personality, and cultivation, bore no connection whatsoever to the Chen Anyun who had disappeared. Thus, even if Chen Anyun did not deliberately evade recognition and boldly approach Chu Huairou or Ling Shizi, they would fail to recognize him. For instance, Chu Huairou would never dream that during the stillness of night, as she yearned and wept for the past, the person she longed for might be nearby. Entangled with another woman, greedily absorbing the immense remorse value she continuously offered without a trace of shame. Hence, Chen Anyun referred to himself as scum. And the system acknowledged its host's self-awareness. Yet, as a partner who had shared countless trials over the years, it observed Chen Anyun's experiences of betrayal, redemption, and separation while sincerely praying to the main system for the host's well-being, hoping he could find even a sliver of happiness. Zhou Qing was unexpectedly taken aback to find that although he had successfully entered the Lingjian Peak, he seemed to lack any sense of presence. On the day of his initiation, standing alongside Chen Lingxi, Chen Anyun, and their target, Chu Huairou, he felt a distinct sense of disconnection from the trio despite their numbers. However, he quickly reassured himself, acknowledging his origins from the Tianma sect, which naturally set him apart from these orthodox disciples. Yet, this realization posed a dilemma. How could he approach Chu Huairou given their stark differences? Additionally, he noted that his senior brother, Chen Anyun, regarded him with a peculiar gaze, seemingly tinged with pity. Could it be that old man, Li Wuji, had divulged his fabricated backstory to him? The orthodox path remains so rigid. A mere concoction of a tragic tale about a poverty-stricken youth seeking enlightenment could evoke such sympathy from him. This must be leveraged to his advantage. After a few days of observation, he discerned that Chu Huairou appeared excessively fixated on Chen Anyun. Even Chen Lingxi, who had entered at the same time, seemed to orbit around Chen Anyun consistently. Darn it, that overly principled man from the intel had such charisma? Back at Tianma sect, had the senior sisters preferred his type of youthful allure? This cannot continue. Thus the first step must be to shatter the perfect illusion that Chen Anyun holds in Chu Huairou's eyes. Soon, Zhou Qing discovered an excellent opportunity. Chapter 57. Scheming. The rejuvenation pool is a wondrous site located on the back mountain of Lingjian Peak. Not only do flowers bloom in vibrant competition throughout the year, but the water of the pool remains warm in all seasons, providing a skin-nourishing effect. Consequently, it has swiftly become the most beloved natural bathing spot for the female disciples of Lingjian Peak. Though this area is outdoors, the Tai sect, as a paragon of righteousness, has always upheld strict regulations, admitting only those of impeccable character. Thus, since the establishment of Lingjian Peak, there has never been an incident of peeping. However, this centuries-old tacit understanding was ultimately shattered by a piercing scream. In the grand hall, two female disciples, who were bathing that day, were furiously cursing the peeper. Yet, the individual had fled too swiftly, and with the night deepening, discerning the culprit became an almost impossible task. Calm down, my junior sisters. Tomorrow, I will notify the brothers from Tiangong Peak to come and install a bamboo fence. Such incidents will surely not happen again. And if I find out which male disciple violated the rules, regardless of whether he is from Lingjian Peak, I shall not show leniency, one senior brother reassured. After the two junior sisters finished their tirade, their anger dissipated. Hearing their respected senior brother's gentle words of comfort, their spirits lifted significantly. Then, let us return to rest early, one of them suggested, glancing at the other disciples drawn in by the earlier commotion. You too? Yes, senior brother. As the disciples began to leave the grand hall one by one, Chen Anyun also turned to exit. Chu Huairou, intending to follow, suddenly found Zhou Qing obstructing her path, appearing indecisive and hesitant. Damn it! Chu Huairou silently cursed. From the moment she first laid eyes on Zhou Qing, she had planned to toy with him, seeking revenge for the grievances of her past life. However, the arrival of Chen Lingxi had instilled a palpable sense of crisis within her, causing her to engage in a battle of wits with that woman for several days, completely forgetting about Zhou Qing's presence. Now, he dared to confront her directly, wearing that all too familiar expression of hesitance that she had seen countless times in her previous life. A fine young man. Yet he insisted on adopting such a timid demeanor. It was simply irksome. Seeing Chu Huairou's gaze shift towards him, Zhou Qing's eyes brightened. He quickly assumed a resolute demeanor, gritting his teeth as he hastened towards her. Why not just get rid of him tonight? Chu Huairou mused, feeling an acute impatience towards anyone other than Chen Anyun, though she herself was merely at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. As a former empress who once stood at the apex of the cultivation world, eliminating a mere practitioner of the transcendence realm was hardly a daunting task. How shall I dispose of him? Chu Huairou began to contemplate seriously. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing, whose fate was seemingly in peril, noticed her contemplative expression and felt a surge of joy. It appeared she was indeed quite concerned about the incident of being spied upon. After all, she was a girl. Zhou Qing harbored no fear of being suspected, for in everyone's eyes, he was merely a newly initiated disciple who had yet to master the body refinement realm. Junior sister Chu, he began, knowing from his first day of joining that Chu Huairou aspired to be the little sister of Ling Jin Peak. And thus he had no intention of provoking her as Chen Lingxi did. What is it? Chu Huairou asked casually, her mind still preoccupied with the final deliberations between poisoning and decapitation. Zhou Qing wore a difficult-to-read expression before his gaze sharpened. As if he had made a momentous decision, I believe I saw the peeper. Oh, Chu Huairou exhaled, relieved. Poisoning had narrowly triumphed over dismemberment. And while it was somewhat disappointing, she could accept a different method of execution, having witnessed Zhou Qing being executed by their senior brother in her past life. With this realization, her tone brightened slightly. Hearing her somewhat cheerful tone, Zhou Qing was elated, convinced that his plan had succeeded halfway. As long as Chu Huairou was intrigued. Even if she initially doubted him, he had planted the seeds of suspicion that could be nurtured over time. He lowered his voice conspiratorially, though I did not see the face. I distinctly noticed that the peeper was wearing a moon-white Taoist robe. It was common knowledge among all disciples of Ling Jin Peak that only their senior brother, Chen Anyun, favored moon-white robes. Zhou Qing did not need to name him explicitly. Any discerning individual would immediately suspect Chen Anyun. What? Chu Huairou finally snapped back to reality. She had not truly heard Zhou Qing's words. Her mind still racing through the most efficient methods to eliminate him without exposing herself. After all, she was still the innocent and virtuous little sister in the eyes of her senior brother. If she were to ruin her reputation for a moment's satisfaction, it would undoubtedly be a loss greater than the gain. Zhou Qing assumed Chu Huairou was in disbelief that her admired senior brother could be the lascivious peeper, and quickly reiterated, what I meant to say is, although I did not see his face, I did see that the peeper was wearing a moon-white Taoist robe. At this moment, Chu Huairou understood clearly. She lifted her gaze and regarded Zhou Qing with earnestness. She was exceedingly familiar with this tactic. In her previous life, Zhou Qing had similarly employed such a strategy to gradually tarnish her senior brother's image in her heart, ultimately leading them further apart. Thus, the thoughts that had just crossed her mind were inconsequential. Perhaps dismemberment was a more fitting resolution. Yet, Zhou Qing's target was herself, was it not? If memory serves. In her past existence, his ambition was to seize the position of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, suppressing the murderous intent that surged within her. Chu Huairou suddenly conceived a more refined idea. She gazed at Zhou Qing, a gentle smile that befitted her current persona gracing her face, and softly inquired, Senior brother Zhou, why do you choose to share this with me? This seems somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Zhou Qing gazed at Chu Huairou, feeling that something was amiss. Nevertheless, she displayed a bashful expression and stammered, well, actually, Chu junior sister, the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt you were exceptionally wonderful, so I don't want to hide anything from you. Is that true? Chu Huairou chuckled lightly. Of course it is, Zhou Qing gulped, suddenly realizing that there was a dangerously enchanting aura about Chu Huairou, reminiscent of a captivating yet treacherous poppy flower. This revelation inadvertently added a touch of sincerity to her words. But what if someone bullies me? Who would dare to bully you? You wouldn't want me to fight for you, would you? After all, I am just a novice disciple. It's senior sister Chen Lingxi. Zhou Qing sighed in relief, realizing it was the girl who had entered the sect alongside her. While she had a vivid impression of her appearance, she was merely a body refinement realm cultivator. Someone Zhou Qing felt could easily be handled. Just as he prepared to boast, he noticed that Chu Huairou had already turned and left. He couldn't help but shake his head, chuckling inwardly. Is the shyness? It seems that, just as the reports suggested, Chu Huairou is indeed a naive young girl. And the earlier sense of danger must have been merely a misperception. The position of the holy son of the heavenly demon sect appears destined to be mine. Chapter 58. The moon rising over the sea a few days later, the incident at the rejuvenation pool gradually subsided, and Ling Jin Peak returned to its usual tranquility. Chen Anyun was well aware that Zhou Qing was behind the incident, attempting to frame him in front of the junior sister. In his previous life, that fellow had engaged in such antics frequently. However, he had no intention of exposing him. It was akin to being offended by a terminally ill patient whose cancer had spread entirely. At such a moment, one would naturally appear exceptionally magnanimous. That brother. Let him live another day, as long as he doesn't foolishly offend Chen Lingxi. Watching the sunrise a few more times at Ling Jin Peak should still be within reach. After all, with Chu Huairou's current cultivation level, any confrontation would require careful consideration of maintaining one's reputation, and Chen Lingxi was likely not far from the longevity realm. After discussing with the system, he had also found a reason to embark on a journey. Presently, Chen Anyun's outward cultivation level was complete in the transcendental realm, merely a step away from the return to origin realm. Given that Ling Jin Peak was a lineage of sword cultivators, it was only natural that upon entering the return to origin realm, one would forge a more powerful flying sword. To forge a flying sword, one certainly required precious materials. At this time in his previous life, Li Wuji had gone missing, placing the burden of Ling Jin Peak squarely on his shoulders, leaving him utterly exhausted. Now that Li Wuji had returned safely, it was entirely reasonable for someone on the verge of entering the return to origin realm to venture forth in search of suitable materials for sword forging. What? You intend to go to the Endless Sea? Li Wuji expressed surprise. Among sword cultivators, even the most indulgent of masters would not assist their disciples in forging flying swords, as the search for materials was in itself a form of tempering for cultivators. The old adage, a fine sword is forged through grinding, rings true. Yes, master. For the flying sword I intend to forge, I still lack some water-repellent gold, a material that can only be found in the endless sea. Naturally, I must make the journey. All right, how long will you be gone? At least a month, perhaps several months, Chen Anyun replied, providing a time frame that was not excessively long. After all, the treasure hunt was merely a pretext. He needed a plausible reason to bring back the doll. Naturally, there was another significant reason for his trip to the endless sea, which he could not divulge to Li Wuji. However, it was not lost on the system. Host, you have chosen to go to the endless sea to eliminate that frog spirit, correct? Indeed, although that creature won't emerge for a few more years. I might as well take advantage of my idle time to do a good deed. The system let out a chuckle, its voice imbued with a distinctly human touch. How kind-hearted, host. Even when faced with the one who would devour your woman, you choose to travel thousands of miles to assist her in averting an impending crisis. No, you misunderstand. I am merely alleviating future troubles for myself, Chen Anyun clarified, responding to the system's teasing. Moreover, it wasn't her fault. She had no other choice at that time. What I am doing now is simply to provide her with an additional option in this life. Consider it a clean slate. After bidding farewell to Li Wuji, Chen Anyun stepped onto his flying sword and soared towards the east. He did not conceal his quest for sword-forging materials, having already said his goodbyes to the disciples at Lingjin Peak. Thus, regardless of how reluctant Chu Huairua and Chen Lingxi were, they could only watch him depart with a sense of longing. Zhou Qing, however, appeared exceedingly excited, hoping that he would return alive and well. As the flying sword journeyed eastward, within a mere 3 days, it had traversed 3 continents. At last, an expanse of boundless ocean unfolded before his eyes. The moment coincided with dusk, as the sun withdrew its final rays. The warm air began to carry a hint of chill. A gentle breeze swept across the vast waters. The solitary figure and sword seemed remarkably isolated, akin to a single leaf adrift in this vast sea. As the sky darkened, suddenly, a large, round, reddish-yellow full moon ascended from the ocean. It appeared as a brilliant gem, its glow not overly blinding. Yet it tinged a corner of the azure sky with a peach blossom hue. Such a magnificent sight compelled even Chen Anyun to pause, suspending his flying sword mid-air. As the large orb rose higher, it appeared to shrink, the red hue fading until it transformed into a radiant moon, hanging in the celestial river. Chen Anyun reclined upon his flying sword, gazing at the luminous moon, allowing the sword to drift across the ocean. Once upon a time, he too had witnessed the same scenery, adrift at sea. As he reminisced, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Anyun's lips, until he noticed a faint mist rapidly enveloping the waters. He realized he had found what he sought. For the layers of mist now blanketing the sea emerged from the being that proclaimed itself the sea god. A frog spirit of semi-divine nature. This time, the demonic fog seemed more potent. Was it possible that this lifetime, it would emerge prematurely? Not far from here. On a secluded island, a beautiful girl clad in white anxiously watched the mist over the sea. When she lifted her gaze to the moon above, her expression froze, and she became momentarily entranced. The moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the horizon. Such a beautiful scene rendered her utterly speechless, as the pain within her heart surged once more. Anyun, in this new life, where are you now? However, if possible, I hope that in this lifetime, you shall not be so foolish, nor shall you long for the enchanting moonlit scenes upon the sea, and above all, do not appear here. She earnestly prayed. Then, reminiscent of the countless years that had passed in the previous life, she could not help but recall the day she first encountered Chen Anyun, as well as the memory of herself, gently smiling and nestled against him. Chapter 59, The Moonlight on the Sea 2, The Sea Clan. A burgeoning and formidable race for nearly 3,000 years has recently seen its influence dwindle upon the endless ocean. The current queen of the Sea Clan, Li Xiuqing, cherishes her childhood companion, Wang Fu Yunxing, and has chosen not to take male consorts, desiring instead a singular, lifelong partnership. Consequently, the royal family has diminished. Despite the couple's utmost efforts, the next generation boasts only Princess Li Susu as its heir. As a member of the royal family, great care is taken in the cultivation of the heir, be it in the arts of cultivation or governance. Li Susu's mentors are renowned masters painstakingly invited from across the Sea Clan. It is hoped that she will one day ascend as the new queen. Regrettably, Li Susu has not inherited her mother's formidable talents, particularly in the realm of cultivation, where she pales in comparison even to ordinary members of the Sea Clan. Initially, Li Susu diligently pursued her studies in cultivation. However, after enduring several disappointed glances from her master and eavesdropping on conversations between them and her mother, she began to abandon her efforts. Not only that, but she also embarked on various mischiefs. She would sneakily replace her master's spirit tea with seahorse urine when he was not paying attention. She would hide the clothes of her maids while they bathed, watching them frantically search in desperation. At first, Li Xiuqing attempted to reason with her, but each time Li Susu promised to behave, her mischief would only escalate. Each time Li Xiuqing raised the riding whip, ready to administer a stern lesson, she ultimately relented under her husband's pleas and the sight of their daughter as tearful. pleading eyes. Thus, the situation remained unresolved. Until one fateful day, she witnessed her daughter mercilessly drowning a darling young beast in the sea. Watching with delight as it struggled desperately for breath while she clapped her hands in innocent laughter. At that moment, Li Xiuqing could no longer bear it. The young beast had been procured out of concern for Li Susu's solitude, as she had no siblings. Following a heated argument between the couple from that day forward, several exceptionally talented and handsome young men from the Sea clan were discreetly selected and brought into the royal palace. 6 years passed. This is not a new maid. She is your sister, your mother's biological sister. The gentle voice of her mother, the expression of humiliation on her father's face, and the timid gaze of the girl beside them comprised the entirety of 11-year-old Li Susu's first encounter with her 5-year-old sister, Li Xianxia. Your sister was taken away when she was very small, and we have only just managed to bring her back. She has not had a good life. Susu is a good child, so you must get along well with your sister. All right, Susu is a good child and will surely treat her sister kindly. Since the incident 5 years prior, her mother had ceased to arrange new mentors to guide her in cultivation and studies. Instead, she often took her out to explore and enjoy life. Aside from that, the royal palace continued to operate as usual. And Li Susu lived a life surrounded by adoration for 6 years. The unhappy events of her childhood had gradually faded from her memory, and over the years, she had not only blossomed in beauty but also developed a gentle disposition reminiscent of her mother. Thus, she readily accepted her unexpected sister. Moreover, her sister was stunning, resembling a little princess with delicate features and flowing white hair akin to their mother's, which filled Li Susu with envy, for her own hair was a light gray, inherited from her father. Naturally, since this was her own sister, calling her a princess seemed entirely fitting. However, she noticed that her sister's crimson eyes bore a hint of timidity, seemingly fearful of everything around her. Consequently, Li Susu's imagination began to run wild. Her dear sister must have had a difficult time during their separation. Could it be that she had been bullied? Driven by a natural instinct to protect, she declared loudly to Li Xianxia, "From now on, you are my sister, Li Susu's sister. No one shall dare to bully you again." Upon receiving her sister's kind declaration, Li Xianxia, filled with trepidation, suddenly felt a wave of warmth. Thus, the two became sisters, sharing meals, sleeping side by side, playing together, and later, cultivating together. Initially, their bond deepened, especially as Li Xianxia was obedient and docile, awakening a protective instinct in Li Susu. They began to confide in each other, sharing secrets known only to sisters. However, soon a rift emerged between them. When Li Susu turned 12, her sister Li Xianxia, having cultivated for merely a year, surpassed her, achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. By the time Li Susu reached 14, Li Xianxia, after only 3 years of cultivation, broke through to the realm of object manipulation. When their masters beamed with pride and congratulated their mother on her sister's accomplishments, Li Susu, still mired in the body refinement stage, stared in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she progress so rapidly in such a challenging endeavor? No. It must be that I have been too engrossed in leisure and have neglected my studies. If I apply myself, I too can swiftly reach the realm of object manipulation. I shall work diligently. The young girl vowed within her heart, resolutely accepting the reality of her sister's superior talent, as she refused to become a burden needing protection. With an unprecedented fervor, she commenced her rigorous training, and thus, she achieved the pinnacle of body refinement. Her master beamed as he praised her to her mother. The eldest princess has finally focused on her cultivation. This year she has made remarkable progress. At this tender age, a young girl's vanity is easily satisfied. The praise from her master and her mother's beaming smile transform her eyes into charming crescents, her lips curving upward in delight. Naturally, as her elder sister, I cannot be outshone by my younger sibling. After all, my sister is the epitome of genius. With one arm wrapped around her sister's shoulders, the girl beams with joy as if embracing a treasured gem. Over the years spent together, she has genuinely come to regard Li Xianxia as her true sister, taking immense pride in her accomplishments. However, as another year passes, she finds herself in despair. How could this be? I can sense the threshold of the Yuwu realm. Yet no matter what I do, I cannot push it open. Why? Li Xianxia has already reached the Tongxian realm, gradually emerging as a standout among the younger generation of the Sea tribe in various competitions. Whenever Li Susu sneaks out to play, she invariably hears the heartfelt admiration of ordinary sea folk for her sister. In those moments, she fervently encourages herself. Li Susu, do not give up. You can certainly do this. Since you have glimpsed that door, you must be able to open it. Until one day, she inadvertently overhears her master praising her in front of her mother. The grand princess is becoming increasingly diligent in her training. It appears she is not inherently unruly, merely a late bloomer. Just as a smile begins to spread across her face, eager to surprise her mother, she hears, if she perseveres, it is not impossible for the grand princess to reach the Tongxian realm before she turns 40. Who knows? She might even touch the threshold of the Gui Yuan realm. Unfortunately, the second princess? Her talent is extraordinary. Not only does she have the prospect of longevity, but she even possesses a celestial grace. In truth, when Li Xianxia was 5 years old, it was not the first time she encountered Li Susu. From the moment she became aware, she could always see Li Susu frolicking freely within the palace grounds from the tower window, enjoying playful moments with her mother and an unfamiliar man. Amidst her envy, the maid Changgu informed her that the man was her father. Her mother had done something she deemed deeply unfair to him, and only when her father forgave her could she leave the tower and rejoin them, thus restoring their family unit. Although the young girl was precocious, she could not comprehend why her mother had committed an act against her father, sacrificing her own freedom in hopes of earning forgiveness. She simply awaited that moment with eager anticipation. Finally, at the age of 5, she was brought out of the tower. And in her mother's expectant gaze, she timidly called out to the man, "Father." The father merely cast a fleeting glance her way, coldly uttering 2 words, "Unworthy." Then he turned and walked away. Such a frigid demeanor, yet it brought an overwhelming sense of relief and joy to her mother. Subsequently, her mother guided her to stand before Li Susu. "This is not merely a new maid. This is your sister, a true sister from the same mother." Despite the turmoil and trepidation swirling within her, Li Xianxin had no desire to return to that tower. Thus, bolstered by her mother's encouraging gaze, she stepped forward to face Li Susu. The outcome, it seemed, far exceeded her expectations. "From now on, you shall be my sister," Li Susu declared with commanding confidence. "No one shall dare to bully you again." Li Susu's assertive proclamation left a profound imprint on Li Xianxin's heart, filling her with an unprecedented warmth. In this moment, she truly felt the warmth of having a genuine family, embodied in the presence of her sister. The bond between the 2 sisters deepened with each passing day. However, as they matured, the disparity between them became increasingly pronounced, regardless of the cultivation techniques or spells. She grasped them almost instantaneously, while her sister required extensive contemplation. Initially, she found joy in keeping pace with her sister's progress. Yet, a decade swiftly passed, and upon looking back, she found herself unable to even catch a glimpse of her sister's shadow. It was unclear when it began, but the individuals in the royal palace started to value her opinions and insights more. Both her mother and her master began to direct their attention towards her. She could sense that her sister was putting forth considerable effort. Yet, talent is a cruel and lamentable thing. Fortunately, despite the circumstances, the bond between the sisters remained steadfast, seemingly untouched by external influences, until the palace began to deliberate on the heir to the throne. The demeanor of the eldest princess suggested that the future king of the Sea tribe would undoubtedly be the second princess. Was there any doubt? The second princess was a prodigy, reportedly on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the transcendence realm, while the eldest princess seemed to have languished in the body refinement realm for many years. In the vast ocean, strength reigned supreme. I shall support the second princess unconditionally. Furthermore, during gatherings with other tribes, her mother often brought her along to engage with other exceptional talents, while her sister received no such invitations. In truth, Li Xianxin had no desire to become the king of the Sea tribe. She believed her sister should inherit the title. For as long as her sister remained strong and she stood resolutely behind her, they could govern the Sea tribe with great efficacy. She conveyed her thoughts to her mother, who, taken aback, earnestly replied, "If that is the case, Xianxin, continue to grow stronger until your voice resonates throughout the entire Sea tribe. Then, whoever you designate as the king shall indeed be the king." From that day forth, Li Xianxin devoted herself even more fervently to her cultivation. Even when her sister occasionally invited her to play, she often declined in favor of focusing on her training. Then, one day, an unexpected event occurred. Her room was ransacked. Her clothes lay shredded and her everyday belongings were scattered chaotically. Even the small, sentimental toys had been ruthlessly shattered. Strangely enough, someone had the audacity to commit theft within the royal palace of the Sea tribe, leaving the second princess's quarters in disarray. Li Xianxin felt a tinge of sadness as she tidied up the remnants of her room, for it held countless memories shared with her sister. At that moment, she remained oblivious to her mother's sorrowful gaze and her sister's calm demeanor beside her. Subsequently, the saplings she had planted with her sister were reduced to ashes by fire one fateful day. The spirit beast they had nurtured together was discovered drowned in the palace's water pool. In her fury, she reproached the maidservants for their negligence. Yet she could discern the trepidation etched on their faces. Li Xianxin vaguely sensed that something had imperceptibly changed. She was not a fool. The maidservant's hesitance and her mother's resigned expression had long led her to a conclusion, though she was reluctant to accept it. Until one day, her sister summoned her to meet at the edge of the sea cliff. She thought it was time for a sincere conversation with her sister. She intended to convey that she harbored no aspirations for the position of heir, as long as her sister wished it. She would gladly support her in becoming the new queen of the Sea tribe. Under the setting sun, the 2 sisters finally unveiled the masks they had unknowingly worn, revealing their most authentic selves. This marks the first quarrel between the 2 sisters in over 20 years. "Sister, why must you act this way?" "Why?" "Because it brings me immense comfort and joy, just like when we were children. In comparison to you, I am but a useless and insignificant person. Everyone at home is engrossed in discussions about your future ascension to the throne, while I fear I shall merely serve as a pawn for future alliances. So, can I indulge in a little freedom right now, dear sister?" Stunned by her sister's uncharacteristic frenzy, Li Xianxin could only stare in disbelief. "What jest is this? Mother and father have always cared for you above all else. In their eyes, I am the one who appears more like an outsider, merely a tool for the succession." This is her innermost sentiment. For so many years, my mother has only cared about her cultivation level, yet she frequently engages in delightful discussions with my sister. Haha. Surely you jest. In the past, I clandestinely hid the maid's garments and drowned the cub that my mother gifted me. They would scold me, even threaten to strike me. And now, astonishingly, they cannot even muster the energy to reprimand me. Do you understand? When my mother learned of this incident, the pity in her gaze was utterly revolting. I wish I could erase it from my memory. And despite this, you dare to shamelessly claim that they care more about me? It's simply laughable, Li Susu said with a distant gaze. Do you know? The spirit beast we raised together struggled desperately when I held it underwater. Yet it refused to claw at me or inflict harm. How utterly absurd. I was taking its life. Gradually, it ceased its struggles. Li Susu, have you lost your mind? I harbor no interest in the so-called Sea King. If you desire it, take it. Ha ha ha. Those who are emboldened can certainly say such things. It is all you're doing. You have stolen my mother's affection and taken everything from me. I loathe you. You thief. Li Susu suddenly dashed toward the edge of the cliff. Sister, what are you doing? Li Xianxia panicked and rushed to embrace Li Susu. Then, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and her strength and essence began to drain rapidly from the wound. Yet she clung tightly to Li Susu, exerting all her might to reverse their positions. Look at you. Just like that spirit beast, while I am taking your life, you still wish to protect me. Li Susu, tears streaming down her face, displayed a frenzied expression before forcefully pushing. Ha, that will do. Li Xianxia tumbled from the cliff. In midair, her gaze met her sister's. In those eyes lay fear, a sudden clarity of reason, helplessness, confusion, and a profound sense of regret. But beneath those gazes, there lingered the last remnants of deep exhaustion and liberation. This fleeting sense of liberation penetrates deeply, chilling to the very bone. Ah, has my sister truly grown so weary? Then I must entrust you to mother, dear sister. Li Xianxia has completely lost the will to struggle. Chapter 61. The moon rises over the sea. 4. The relentless sound of crashing waves resonates around Li Xianxia. Am I not dead? A tearing pain radiates from her waist, finally rousing her muddled mind. She opens her eyes, only to be pierced by the harsh sunlight, causing her to instinctively raise her hand in defense, only to realize she has lost sensation in her limbs. What? Where are my hands? The terror of losing a body part swiftly overcomes her sensitivity to the sunlight. Struggling to rise, the intense pain in her waist forces her back down, eliciting a painful sound. Then, she sees the face of a young man reflected in her gaze, descending from above. Awake? Although Chen Anyun attempts to convey a gentle smile, the girl, who has completely lost control of her body, instinctively directs a wary look towards him. Do you remember what happened? Chen Anyun inquires with curiosity, captivated by the beauty of the injured girl before him. In her mind, Li Xianxia begins to recall everything that transpired, including her sister's final glance. Sorry, I've forgotten. She replies, a twinge of pain in her heart. She is reluctant to share this experience with a stranger, even if he may have just rescued her. Wait. It seems I have been saved. The realization dawns upon her, and she lowers her guard somewhat, asking, Did you save me? Clearly, Chen Anyun answers with a nod. And who are you? Where is this place? Feeling the hard surface beneath her, Li Xianxia queries. My name is Chen Anyun. As for this place, he stands proudly, turning in a circle before stepping on the vessel beneath him, which he describes as a rather spacious raft rather than a ship. This is my domain. You may also call it the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl? That has quite a fitting name. Li Xianxia forces her head to turn, enduring the pain in her waist as she surveys her surroundings. No wonder she felt so cold earlier. It offers no shelter from the wind. Gazing at the so-called Black Pearl, even in her dire condition, Li Xianxia cannot help but smile. If not for her cultivator's physique, she feared the relentless sea breeze might have claimed her life. She then notices her arms are wrapped in layers of cloth, with wooden planks tucked inside, explaining her inability to move earlier. At this moment, Chen Anyun explained, your hands are already broken, which can largely be attributed to my sacrifice of the flag from the Black Pearl and a few precious deck boards. As for your own injuries, I regret to say that I am currently powerless to assist. However, you do not appear to be of ordinary status. If your home is not too far away, I could certainly find a way to escort you back. Home? The image of her sister resurfaced in Li Xianxia's mind. She shook her head, revealing a sorrowful smile. I no longer have a home. I see, Chen Anyun remarked, a look of concern crossing his face. If you have had a falling out with your family, I personally suggest it would be wise to concede sooner rather than later. This sea area is inhabited by certain maritime tribes. With your beauty, should you inadvertently fall into their clutches, what would happen if I were caught? You might become pregnant. Li Xianxia never anticipated such an outcome from Chen Anyun's words. Realizing the implication, her face flushed crimson. You rogue. Do not underestimate human nature, he chuckled. Even if you possess some martial prowess, in your current state, how can you resist? Observing the somewhat reckless yet sincerely concerned youth urging her to return, the girl pursed her lips and suddenly conceived a compromise. Then why not have you take care of me for a while? Me? Chen Anyun was taken aback, then shook his head. As you can see, due to something shameful given to me by a certain individual, my true essence is currently occupied in suppressing that entity's rampage. I am hardly different from an ordinary body refinement practitioner. That is of no concern. I can offer you spirit stones. Did you not understand? I am saying that this area is rife with maritime tribes. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is not merely a matter of spirit stones. 50,000. Do you think I am the kind of person? 100,000. You have a keen eye. Chen Anyun sighed, recognizing that the girl seemed to have experienced a significant rupture with her family and genuinely wished to avoid returning. If she were to be captured by those maritime tribes, the prospect of pregnancy was not a mere jest, coupled with her injuries. It could be said that every family has its own troubles. Very well, let us return to the base first, he concluded. You appear in need of a wheelchair. Chen Anyun maneuvered the wooden raft. Chapter 62, The Moon Rises Over the Sea, 5. Is this what you call a base? Xianxia stared in disbelief at the circular reef before her, measuring no more than 10 meters in diameter. Do you not feel a sense of security anchoring the black pearl in the middle of the reef? Chen Anyun replied with pride as he docked the raft onto a makeshift pier of logs and stones. How foolish of me, the girl mused. Realizing that despite the existence of the black pearl, she had harbored illusions about his so-called base. Fortunately, there was a half-circle of makeshift houses surrounding the dock, with gaps thoughtfully covered by cloth, ensuring that it appeared well protected from the wind. Once Chen Anyun secured the raft, he approached Xianxia. What are you doing? The girl's question was cut short as he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Rude. You rogue. Put me down. Feeling the heat radiating from his arms around her legs and neck, Xianxia struggled, her cheeks flushed. Are you certain? Chen Anyun gazed into her eyes. Should I release you? Will you walk over on your own? Xianxia hesitated, letting out a soft sound akin to a kitten, before turning her head away in annoyance. Only then did Chen Anyun successfully carry her into the house. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior, the interior of the dwelling could be described as a hidden paradise. Upon entering, Xianxia's eyes widened with surprise. To shield against rain, the roof was fashioned from an enormous shell, gleaming with a delicate luster, resembling a marvelous piece of art that evoked awe. Her gaze then naturally drifted to the wooden bed, which was not only spotless but also adorned with a layer of what appeared to be soft and comfortable bedding. Chen Anyun gently placed Xianxia on the bed. He then sat beside her, cautiously beginning to remove the splints from her hands. His fingers moved with dexterity and care, each motion deliberate. Before long, as the final splint was removed, her fair arms were revealed once more. It must be acknowledged that once cultivators undergo the trials of body refinement, their physical prowess far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Despite only a day having passed since her injury, Xianxia's arms appeared to have returned to an almost pristine state. However, complete mobility would likely require a couple more days of recuperation. Taking advantage of the moment, Xianxia gently rotated her wrists, attempting to alleviate the stiffness resulting from prolonged immobilization. Meanwhile, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, scrutinizing the sparse furnishings of the room. Regrettably, aside from the bed beneath her and a lone table beside it, there was no other furniture in sight. Moreover, even decorative items were limited to an empty seashell resting on the table, though she had not received affection from her parents growing up. As the second princess of the maritime tribe, she had yet to reside in such a humble abode. What is the seashell doing on the table? That is no ordinary seashell. It is a phonograph I created based on the principles of an item from my hometown. Chen Anyun replied tersely. A phonograph? What purpose does that serve? Xianxia's curiosity about Chen Anyun's identity grew. You must not be of the maritime tribe, right? How did you end up here in the endless sea? A phonograph record sound, of course. And how do you know I'm not one of the maritime people? Maritime families typically display totems of their ancestors. Ah, I see. Chen Anyun nodded, readily confessing, I am indeed not of the maritime tribe. After barely escaping from a small world, I found myself here, and at that moment, I was rather hungry. A scoundrel offered me a fruit shaped like a seashell, claiming it would make one strong. After consuming it, however, the fruit refused to digest and threatened to explode at any moment. I had to use all my essence to suppress it, thus trapping myself here. A fruit shaped like a seashell? Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. You must be referring to the sacred fruit of the maritime tribe, the great conch, right? The girl burst into laughter. That fruit takes 500 years to mature, and each time it bears only one fruit. Do you know where the most recent one has matured? Could it be in your family? Observing the triumphant expression on the young girl's face, Chen Anyun tactfully assumed the role of a supportive companion. The girl cast a gaze filled with potential, and it was no wonder she offered a staggering sum of 100,000 spirit stones. Chen Anyun silently acknowledged her wealth. Indeed, she was a lady of affluence. Xianxia gently patted Chen Anyun's shoulder, assuring him, do not worry, even if your cultivation is modest, I shall not mock you, for my sister. Her voice suddenly trailed off. What about your sister? Oh, it's nothing. The smile on her face abruptly faded. And even though Chen Anyun was not particularly inclined to ponder the thoughts of others, he could sense something amiss. The two fell into a moment of silence, which Chen Anyun eventually broke. Shall I help you with the injury on your waist? That would be well, Xianxia replied, quietly relieved. Then, Chen Anyun said, then you should undress. Shall I assist, or will you? What? Xianxia exclaimed, her hands instinctively covering her chest in shock. You want me to undress? What other option is there? I cannot apply medicine through your clothing. Then, you mustn't peek. All right, I shall close my eyes. No, wait. How can I come over with my eyes shut? I wouldn't be able to see. Just close your eyes, and I shall guide you. Subsequently, to the left. A bit more to the left. Chen Anyun pressed down, feeling a soft and smooth surface beneath his fingers. You lecher. Where are you touching? That is my left. Not yours. Oh, understood. Further down, a little lower. Shameless. Where are you going? ISNT your upper part, my lower part? Oh dear, I've mixed it up. After applying the medicine to the front, Chen Anyun opened his eyes, both of them left panting from the exertion. Truth be told, had he been applying the medicine with his eyes open, it would have been a matter of merely glancing, maybe reciting the calming mantra once. Yet, the method they had just employed had nearly allowed Chen Anyun to memorize the mantra backwards despite being blindfolded. Now for the back. This time, I want to close my eyes. Why? I fear my energy may not keep up. Only Xianxia buried her face in the pillow, her cheeks flushed. You rogue. She muttered under her breath. Once the medicine was fully applied, Chen Anyun removed Li Xianxin's shoes and socks, inevitably brushing against her delicate skin. This time, Li Xianxin merely let out a soft groan, remaining silent. Not shy anymore? Chen Anyun asked in surprise. Li Xianxin shot him a glance, resigned. You've seen and touched everything. What more is there to say? Fair point. Chen Anyun thought to himself, appreciating the girl's magnanimity as he laid her flat on the bed and kindly tucked her in. Where are you going? As Chen Anyun turned to leave the room, Li Xianxin couldn't help but inquire. I won't be leaving. Would you prefer I sleep in here with you? Li Xianxin curled up under the covers, exposing only her small face. She had taken a glance around earlier and noticed that while there were 2 additional rooms on the reef, they were cluttered with debris, clearly uninhabitable. Where would he sleep if she occupied his bed? Why not sleep on the floor? She tentatively suggested. Forget it. I might as well sleep on my black pearl. Humph. Unappreciative. Yes. Chen Anyun feigned compliance as he gently closed the door behind him. As the room darkened, Li Xianxin closed her eyes, yet sleep eluded her. The final gaze from her sister lingered in her mind like a haunting specter, and a sudden fear welled up within her. She hastily called out, Hey, what is it? Chen Anyun's voice drifted in from outside, stifling a yawn. Reassured, the girl opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to utter the words afraid of the dark. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, I just wanted to call you. What if you left me behind? I have already paid. Rest assured, I am always fair. Then sing a song for me, Li Xianxin blurted out unexpectedly. Huh? I have paid for your care, so what's wrong with wanting to hear a song? Her cheeks flushed. She had never been so willful in her life and felt utterly mad. Outside, Chen Anyun remained silent. After a moment of waiting, a hollow feeling of disappointment washed over her. Then, a deep voice began to resonate from outside, accompanied by a somewhat distant melody. The heavens are vast, the task completed. Crossing the cold river. The night is boundless, the moon's reflection in the cup mocks the absurdity. Who grants me the freedom to roam the rivers and lakes? Who drunkenly wanders the ends of the earth, awakening to find no home? Beneath the western ridge, the autumn rain kisses my window. Whether loved or despised, it matters not. For melancholy is a form of clarity. The spring breeze blows over the green waters of Jiangnan, yet fails to warm the frost in people's hearts. Sudden and unexpected. Is that the light we seek? Meeting each other too late, yet still not too late. Let us not squander the blooming seasons. Trading the ancient path in the western wind for a quaint bridge and flowing waters. Thousands of mountains and rivers, countless lights, past events are like smoke, washed away by the waves. Let us brew tea and share stories of our lives, seasoned with frost and snow. Li Xianxin had never heard such a song. Yet she felt an undercurrent of sorrow in its melody. Did he too have a home he could not return to? As these thoughts crossed her mind, an inexplicable calm washed over her, and she gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 63. The bright moon rises over the sea. 6. Li Xianxin awoke when the sun was high in the sky. As a princess of the sea tribe, expected to bear great responsibilities, her mother had always enforced strict discipline, instilling in her the habit of rising at dawn. Yet, for some reason, the humble bedding in this small room seemed to possess a magical quality, making her reluctant to get out of bed, even in her half-awake state. Curled up under the covers, listening to the rhythmic crashing of waves outside, and feeling the occasional chill seeping through the window gaps, she found herself slipping back into a drowsy state. A hint of satisfaction crept in as she thought to herself that she was no longer a princess. Suddenly, the curtains were yanked open. The dim room transformed into a bright space in an instant. The briny sea breeze rushed in, carrying a biting chill that swept through the room. In a mere moment, the girl's sleepiness vanished without a trace. Immediately, a pair of somewhat irritated crimson eyes met the dark, amused gaze of a young man. The weather is splendid today, Chen Anyun said. Supporting a makeshift wheelchair that looked freshly constructed yet practical, he energetically invited the somewhat grumpy girl. Boss, would you like to go fishing together? Huh? The black pearl gently floats upon the tranquil sea, rising and falling rhythmically with the waves. Li Xianxin's wheelchair is thoughtfully secured at the center of the wooden raft. The young girl gazes out at the vast, boundless ocean, which stretches endlessly to the horizon, forming an infinite expanse of azure. A gentle sea breeze caresses her face like a tender hand, carrying the unique salty scent of the ocean, refreshing her spirit. The sun, resembling a colossal fireball, continuously radiates warm and dazzling light, casting golden sparkles upon the water's surface. Chen Anyun methodically organizes the slightly worn fishing net on the raft, his movements skilled and efficient. His long, lustrous black hair cascades down his back like a waterfall, casually gathered with a piece of twine, adding to his carefree and unrestrained demeanor. At this moment, he is clad in a coarse linen garment, speckled with droplets of seawater and salt, and his feet are adorned with simple straw sandals. This attire renders him a seasoned fisherman, devoid of the demeanor typically associated with a cultivator. Sunlight casts uneven shadows on his chiseled features, accentuating his already handsome visage, rendering it even more profound and three-dimensional. Li Xianxia cannot help but secretly muse, this fellow is rather handsome. Among the sea tribe, men are predominantly robust and brawny, with rugged and bold features. Even those like Li Xianxia's father, who possesses a relatively delicate countenance, are considered rare beauties. However, in comparison to Chen Anyun, he falls significantly short. After watching him for some time without detection, Li Xianxia feels her cheeks flush and her heart race, unable to suppress a contented smile. Just as she is lost in thought, a massive tuna is flung onto the raft by Chen Anyun. The fish thrashes, sending countless droplets of water spraying in all directions. Li Xianxia snaps back to reality, dodging the splashes while joyfully bending down to help Chen Anyun secure the flailing fish's tail. By the time the fish calms down, half of her clothes are soaked, and several damp strands of hair fall across her forehead. For the first time in 20 years, she experiences a sense of ease. Free from the burden of contemplating the cultivation methods for the morrow, the indifference of her father, and the concerns of succession. All that matters is her happiness. As they return, night has fallen. Chen Anyun and Li Xianxia sit side by side at the edge of the raft, a colossal tuna humorously occupying half the space behind them. Unlike the daytime scenery, the vast ocean now resembles a massive expanse of deep blue satin. A gentle breeze stirs the surface, creating ripples that shimmer like countless sparkling diamonds embedded within. Then, before this pair, a radiant full moon slowly ascends. Initially, the moon appears as a faint yellow halo, shyly peeking above the horizon. As time passes, it rises higher, becoming increasingly luminous until the entire disk is clearly visible. The silvery moonlight cascades over the sea like a gossamer veil, bestowing a soft glow upon the tranquil waters. Eventually, the moon ascends higher, finally suspended alone in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling stars, forming a dreamlike tableau. The moon rises over the sea. What a fantastical scene this is. The moonlight is reflected in Li Xianxia's pupils, and she had never imagined that her life could lead her to such an extraordinary predicament. She slightly turned her head, discreetly glancing at the young man beside her, who was also gazing up at the sky. Who could he possibly be? The girl could not help but ponder. Was their encounter a reality, or merely a figment of her imagination? Time flies, and before they knew it, the two had cohabited in this humble abode for several months. By day, they ventured out to sea for fishing, occasionally collecting various debris that drifted in from unknown origins. In the evenings, under the girl's eager gaze, Chen Anyun always showcased his culinary skills, excelling in steaming, frying, boiling, and grilling, transforming the fish they caught into a plethora of delectable dishes. Li Xianxia's external injuries had largely healed, yet regrettably, the wound on her waist, inflicted by a particularly malevolent artifact, would take time to mend, forcing her to spend most of her days in a wheelchair. Fortunately, despite her noble lineage, the girl possessed remarkable dexterity. The items she salvaged would always reveal artistic value far beyond their original forms through her skilled hands. Thus, while the interior of their modest dwelling remained quite simple, it was a world apart from what it had been months prior. Alas, it seemed that all her talents were directed towards this endeavor. For when Li Xianxia attempted to mimic Chen Anyun and prepare dinner herself, she carelessly placed the freshly caught fish into a pot of scalding hot oil. Accompanied by the splattering of hot oil, she felt a searing pain on her skin and momentarily mistook it for an enemy attack. In Chen Anyun's horrified gaze, she drew her sword and, before he could utter a word of caution, struck down their only iron pot, reducing it to scrap. Moreover, in her fervor, she inadvertently exacerbated her waist injury, causing her to tumble from her wheelchair. Ultimately, this culminated in a poignant tableau of a fair-haired, crimson-eyed maiden, shrieking in despair as she crawled across the soiled ground, mixed with oil and dirt. Nearby, a half-burnt fish lay sprawled, its wide eyes gazing coldly at the scene. In summary, the quality of their dinners plummeted in the following days. "I shall never cook again," Li Xianxia declared angrily while Chen Anyun meticulously bandaged her wounds. "No laughing," she admonished. Chen Anyun offered no reply, though his trembling muscles betrayed his thoughts. Yet, this was merely a minor episode in their shared life. Recently, while fishing, they inadvertently salvaged a bookcase from the sea. Most of the tomes within were mundane plays and novels crafted by mortals. Chen Anyun skimmed through them. Apart from a play about a heroine slaying demons and a tale of a couple of renowned healers from a small kingdom that struck him as oddly familiar, the rest were rather cliché. He casually handed the bookcase to Li Xianxia. For several days thereafter, she became utterly engrossed in one particular play from the collection. Reading late into the night, her cheeks often flushed with embarrassment. This inadvertently led Chen Anyun to wonder if she had misjudged the situation. Could there be something extraordinary hidden within the bookshelf? Yet, unbeknownst to her, the script that captivated Li Xianxia told a tale of a wealthy young lady who fell in love with a poor scholar. Those cliché plotlines, upon merely glimpsing the title, had already allowed Chen Anyun to reconstruct the story's trajectory, yet the young girl remained utterly engrossed. As days passed, Li Songyan's injury at her waist gradually healed. It seemed that the period they had agreed upon for mutual care was nearing its conclusion. However, for reasons unknown, neither of them broached the subject. They maintained a peculiar understanding, preserving this strange relationship without any desire to disrupt it. Until one day, while returning from a fishing expedition, a layer of hazy mist suddenly enveloped the Black Pearl. What is this? Chen Anyun curiously surveyed the surrounding fog. It was not uncommon for fog to arise over the sea. Each spring, the vast waters often experienced much denser fog than this. Yet, when Chen Anyun reached out to touch it, she felt a mysterious flow of her vital essence inexplicably escape her body, only to be drawn away by the mist. The mist can absorb true essence? Chen Anyun could not help but feel a surge of interest. On the other side, Li Sangyan also noticed this phenomenon. As a princess of the sea tribe, her understanding of the endless sea far surpassed that of Chen Anyun. Her expression changed, and she exclaimed, "Is this the demonic mist?" Demonic mist? Chen Anyun reflected on the amount of true energy he had just lost, shaking his head, believing that this mist did not warrant such a title. It was not that simple. Li Sangyan perceived the confusion on Chen Anyun's face. Her elegant brows knitting together. This demonic mist is a term used by the common folk of the sea tribe, but it has a lesser-known name, known as xianxia. Xianxia? Chen Anyun pondered over the words. Yes, xianxia, the young woman spoke with a melodious voice, recounting. Thousands of years ago, the endless sea was ruled by a sea god. Despite the current governance of the sea tribe and many other races, thousands of years ago, all beings, including the sea tribe, were servants of the sea god. The sea god was exceedingly tyrannical, often brutally punishing and even devouring his servants. Although the various tribes harbored resentment, they were powerless to resist due to the sea god's overwhelming strength. Until one day, the sea god returned from an outing, inexplicably gravely injured. The tribe seized this opportunity, forming an alliance to launch an attack on the wounded sea god, hoping to eliminate him and gain their freedom. As she spoke, the stars sparkled in her eyes. And even though she had not witnessed it herself, the image of their ancestors uniting against the sea god filled her with fervor. And then? Did they defeat the sea god? Chen Anyun, not being of the sea tribe, could not fully empathize, but he was nonetheless intrigued by the tale's conclusion. No, they failed. She replied with a bitter smile. Even in his injured state, the sea god's power could not be shaken by those whom he had long oppressed. In that battle, the elite forces of the tribe suffered heavy casualties and returned in defeat. However, the young woman rallied her spirits, saying, the sea god also suffered greatly. His injuries compounded as he forcefully suppressed the tribes. When he saw the tribes gathering again for a final stand, the sea god conceded. What? He conceded? Chen Anyun was taken aback by the sea god's unexpected maneuver. Indeed, the sea god swore an oath, willing to acknowledge the independence of the tribes and no longer treat them as servants, but henceforth, the tribes must still revere him. Did anyone believe that? Chen Anyun chuckled. Isn't this just a stalling tactic? What of servitude? In the end, it's still a matter of strength? Once he regains his power, the tribes, despite lacking the title of servants, would still be no different. Yes, many of our ancestors had already foreseen this, Li Sangyan sighed. But this was a fade. Had the sea god been determined to oppose the tribes, they would have united against him with unwavering resolve. However, because the sea god conceded and the tribes had suffered great losses in the previous battle, another voice soon emerged advocating for acceptance of the sea god's terms and recuperation. Recuperation? What significance would that hold when the sea god regains his strength? Would it merely provide him with more servants? Chen Anyun remarked incredulously. Li Sangyan shook her head. You do not understand the situation at that time. After the first battle against the sea god, every household in the tribes donned mourning attire, and the cries of sorrow echoed from east to west, ceaselessly. Thus, when the news of the sea god's concession spread, the majority favored the notion of recuperation. So, did that war simply come to an end? Not at all. The girl's voice rose again with fervor. Just as the sea god's ploy seemed to succeed and the tribes began to retreat, a woman named Li and her husband stepped forward. They had somehow obtained a shard of a celestial artifact and, taking advantage of the sea god's complacency, attempted to assassinate him. And they succeeded. The sea god was almost obliterated by this strike, leaving behind only a remnant of his soul to escape to the heart of the endless sea. But alas, though the couple managed to strike at the sea god, only the woman, Li Songyue, returned to the sea tribe and was subsequently crowned as their queen. So this Li Songyue? She is my ancestor, Li Sangyan declared, her eyes shining brightly. Chapter 65, The Bright Moon Over the Sea 8. So this wealthy lady is indeed the princess of the sea tribe. No wonder she can nonchalantly offer 100,000 spirit stones. Chen Anyun blinked, seeing through but not mentioning it, completely oblivious to Li Sangyan, who had inadvertently revealed her true identity, enthusiastically recounting the deeds of her ancestor. After fleeing to the heart of the sea god's remnant soul concealed itself. For the heart of the sea is the deepest part of the endless ocean, even with the shard of the celestial artifact in hand. Their ancestors dared not pursue him further, instead stationing guards to watch over the heart of the sea. Within the heart lay an endless expanse of seawater. Accompanied by immense pressure, any creature entering would be crushed to dust in an instant, and no resources could be found inside. Thus, even though the sea god retained a flicker of life, as long as he remained within the heart, he posed no threat. The shard of the celestial artifact ultimately became the treasured heirloom of the Sea tribe. Your ancestors were indeed righteous figures. Chen Anyun marveled. Do you not see the gallant wanderers, transforming like tigers and dragons in a world fraught with uncertainty, wielding unparalleled strength? Do you not see the guests in the hall of Ilu, feasting on wine and roasted delicacies? A knife worth 1,000 gold hidden within a fish's entrails. And in an instant, the dragon rises with thunderous might. Li Xianxia looked puzzled. What does this mean? This is a poem from the mortal realm. Extolling two assassins who willingly sacrificed themselves for righteousness, Chen Anyun explained. Righteousness? Li Xianxia pondered for a moment before displaying a proud smile. My ancestor truly was a figure of great righteousness. And then? What does this have to do with xianxia? Chen Anyun inquired, voicing his confusion. As for xianxia, Li Xianxia's expression shifted from joy to concern. This matter traces back hundreds of years. At that time, freed from the sea god's shackles, the various tribes flourished, rapidly advancing. Moreover, as the previous generation gradually withdrew, losing the camaraderie that had united them against a common foe, friction inevitably arose among the younger generations. And it was during this time that xianxia emerged. People discovered that whenever the younger generations of the tribes clashed, a mysterious fog would rise over the sea. Initially, this mist merely absorbed the scattered true essence from their skirmishes, but as it thickened, those enveloped by it began to experience various illusions. Consequently, minor disputes often escalated, turning into major conflicts and nearly spiraling into war. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the tribes soon realized the fog was the root cause, and they promptly began to restrain their people and dispatched investigators to trace the source of the mist. Eventually, they discovered that this mist originated from the heart of the sea. Moreover, the guards stationed there had, at some point, succumbed to the illusions brought about by the mist, becoming mere puppets. Once they became puppets, they continuously funneled various spiritual herbs and blood offerings into the heart of the sea, having done so for countless years. It wasn't until a survivor from the earlier battle against the sea god arrived that they learned the sea god had, during his grievous state, inadvertently revealed his true form, a colossal frog. The mist that enveloped the surroundings was the sea deity's innate divine ability, xianxia, as the xianxia thickened. It signified that the sea god was gradually recovering from his injuries with the aid of his puppets. When he re-emerged in the endless sea, it would undoubtedly herald a catastrophe for all races, though several thousand miles still lay between them and the heart of the endless sea. The presence of the xianxia indicated that the sea god's return was imminent. The young girl took a deep breath, casting a sorrowful glance at Chen Anyun before her tone shifted to one of determination. This is not an area under the Sea Clan's jurisdiction. I must return and swiftly inform the higher-ups about the spreading xianxia. Very well, I shall accompany you, Chen Anyun replied without a moment's hesitation. No. Li Xianxia immediately shook her head. I can return on my own. Noticing the bewildered expression on Chen Anyun's face, the girl's tone softened slightly. You are not from the Sea Clan. This matter does not concern you. I apologize. I had hoped to spend more time with you. But the Sea Clan is facing a grave crisis, and I cannot involve you in this. Silently, she offered her apologies within her heart, suppressing the tenderness that threatened to surface, and attempted to adopt a somewhat mocking tone. You, a mere practitioner at the body-forging stage, surely do not wish to meddle in affairs that impact the entirety of the endless sea? Observing the girl's clumsy performance, Chen Anyun sighed, an inexplicable smile breaking across his face. All right then, today I shall prepare your favorite braised fish. After all, such matters are not urgent. We can eat our fill before setting off. How does that sound? Perhaps sensing that her thoughts had been unraveled, the girl turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Don't always be so glum, Chen Anyun said, reaching out to ruffle her long hair, eliciting a glare filled with resentment from the girl. He then spoke sincerely. Even if you return, we shall have opportunities to meet again. These past months spent with you have truly been delightful. Though you did pay for it, I still consider you a friend. I believe I shall cherish this time and our friendship for the rest of my life. Friend. The girl paused at the mention of the word, momentarily taken aback. Was it merely friendship? Chen Anyun, oblivious to her hesitation, rose to his feet and began to paddle the raft back. Sitting at the edge of the raft, the girl suddenly felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. After a long moment of hesitation, she pursed her lips and fiercely kicked at the splashes of water that leaped up from the sea's surface. What a fool. Yet, in the next moment, she softly murmured to herself, having friends is quite wonderful. Indeed, there is nothing better than friendship. Chapter 66. The moon rises over the sea. 9. The moment of parting finally arrived. The night had deepened, and a profound silence enveloped the world, with only the luminous moonlight streaming through the window and bathing the room in its glow. Li Xianxia lay quietly on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. This was the first time she had experienced insomnia since encountering Chen Anyun. She acknowledged her own cowardice and her inability to face the impending separation with fortitude. Thus, she resolved to depart like a deserter, quietly slipping away in the dead of night. Unbeknownst to her, the late hours had crept upon her, and after ensuring there were no disturbances, Li Xianxia cautiously opened the door to her room. Upon stepping outside, she did not immediately leave. Instead, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the black pearl, moored not far off. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, she caught sight of the figure peacefully slumbering within. Li Xianxia stole a few lingering glances, her heart a tumult of emotions. In truth, there were countless words she yearned to express before parting. After a considerable time, she finally averted her gaze, gently gestured with her hands, and in an instant, her body ascended into the air, soaring away like a delicate bird racing towards the horizon. Soon, Li Xiangyin's silhouette diminished in the sky until it vanished entirely. At that moment, however, Chen Anyun, who had been lost in slumber, suddenly stirred and sat up, his eyes reflecting a sense of loss as he gazed in the direction Li Xiangyin had fled. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head and slowly lifted his gaze to the twinkling stars above, a subtle arc forming at the corners of his lips as he murmured, almost as if in a dream, "Fool." Meanwhile, as dawn began to break, Li Xiangyin had already returned to the palace. Along her journey, witnessing the entire city draped in white mourning cloth and the palace adorned with white silk, she found herself momentarily stunned. This is the ceremony of a state funeral. According to the customs of the Sea tribe, a national funeral is reserved solely for kings or those who are the pillars of the nation. Yet, I am merely a princess, and not even the first to have met an untimely demise within the Sea tribe. Am I truly so significant in my mother's heart? A warmth enveloped her. The anguish of parting from Chen Anyun and her worries about the mirage began to fade slightly. However, the thought of being pushed off the cliff by her sister loomed large, leaving her troubled about how to interact with her sibling when they next meet. Little did she expect that upon her arrival at the palace gates, a graceful woman with flowing garments and cascading hair awaited her there. The woman in question is none other than Li Susu, the elder sister of Li Xiangyin. It is evident that Li Susu's expression bears an unusual pallor, tinged with sorrow, and exudes an ineffable weariness. Yet, amidst her features, there lurks an unsettling spark of excitement. Upon catching sight of Li Xiangyin, her gaze deepens with an enigmatic intensity. A sudden heaviness envelopes Li Xiangyin's heart. Just as she prepares to speak, her attention is drawn to a radiant gleam above Li Susu's head. Upon closer inspection, she is astonished to discover that Li Susu is adorned with an exquisitely crafted, diminutive crown. The crown is adorned with resplendent rubies, intricately fashioned into the shape of a phoenix, each gemstone radiating an enchanting brilliance. However, what sent a chill down Li Xiangyin's spine was not the crown's opulence, but rather the symbolic identity it represented. This is the crown of the Sea Clan king. In an instant, Li Xiangyin's heart plunged into an abyss of ice, an indescribable fear surging like a tidal wave. As far as she was aware, the crown of the Sea Clan king was traditionally passed down only after the demise of the previous queen. Yet now, this emblem of supreme power and status was prominently adorning Li Susu's head, coupled with the grand state funeral she had just witnessed, which she had mistakenly believed was meant for her. A horrifying thought exploded in her mind. Could it be? Just as Li Xiangyin was rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events, a gentle yet urgent voice reached her ears. Second princess. It was her maid, Changgu, who had always been by her side, hastily approaching her. What is happening, Changgu? Li Xiangyin inquired anxiously. Changgu bowed slightly before her, then lowered her voice to say, Your Majesty and His Highness the Prince have tragically passed away. Furthermore, Your Highness, you have been missing during this time. The Elder Council has convened and officially appointed the eldest princess as the new queen of the Sea Clan. What? Upon hearing such dreadful news, Li Xiangyin's eyes widened in disbelief, her beautiful red irises clouding over with gray. She paid no heed to the latter part of Chang Ji's statement. All she could hear echoing in her mind was, Your Majesty and His Highness the Prince have tragically passed away. Suddenly, her delicate body tensed, and stepping forward, she grasped Chang Ji's arm, demanding word by word, How did my mother die? Changgu winced in pain and was about to speak, but her gaze involuntarily flickered towards Li Susu. Let me speak, Li Susu interjected as she stepped closer to Li Xiangyin. After several months, the two sisters faced each other once more, yet the girl felt as if she were confronting a stranger. After you went missing, our mother, in search of you, went to the sea with our father. When they returned, only our mother was left, and she was gravely injured. Before she could receive medical attention, her wounds worsened, and she sadly passed away. Stunned by this revelation, Li Xiangyin stood frozen, her arms instinctively falling to her sides, allowing Changgu to finally escape her grasp. So, when the formation in the palace sensed your return, I was overjoyed. I have lost both our father and mother. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Li Susu sighed, then affectionately linked her arm with Li Xiangyin's. To an outsider, it appeared as though the sisters were truly relying on each other in this moment. Yet, Li Xiangyin's body instinctively tensed again, her thoughts spiraling. Wasn't it you who pushed me off the cliff? Though merely months had passed, the current Li Susu felt profoundly unfamiliar and frightening to her. She subtly withdrew her arm, warily reassessing the woman before her. This person, in appearance, voice, and stature, was her sister, yet facing her, Li Xiangyin felt as if she were confronting an indescribable monstrosity, especially when Li Susu displayed a friendly smile and spoke of sisterly affection. It sent chills down her spine. She could not reconcile the sister who had hysterically pushed her off the cliff with the amiable woman before her. It was as though she had been possessed. Suddenly, she felt an urge to flee, to escape this place that instilled fear within her. She remembered she still had something left at sea, intending to retrieve it. Her gaze met Li Susu's dark red eyes, reminiscent of cinnabar, which seemed to conceal an unfathomable terror beneath their thick lashes. Thus, the rest of her words caught in her throat. Why has my sister fallen silent? Li Susu remarked with an ambiguous smile. I understand. My sister must be tired. Changgu, please take the second princess back to rest. Her voice paused momentarily. To her former chamber. Yes. Changgu slightly bowed to Li Susu, then turned to Li Xianxia, gently urging, second princess, let us go. Li Xianxia cast a deep glance at Changgu, remaining silent, and instinctively began walking towards the tower. Upon returning to the familiar tower of her childhood, Li Xianxia felt little sentimentality. As soon as she entered, she anxiously asked, Changgu, tell me, how did my mother truly die? Changgu did not respond immediately. Instead, she cautiously scanned the surroundings before confirming no one was near. Only then did she slowly turn and step inside, swiftly locking the door behind her. With a solemn expression, she approached Li Xianxia and lowered her voice, saying, second princess, there is something amiss with the eldest princess. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxia furrowed her brows, eagerly pressing for details. I have noticed that something is off with Li Susu, but what exactly is happening? Please tell me. Changgu sighed lightly. As if burdened by unspoken worries, she gathered her thoughts and began recounting the events of the past few months. On that day, both you and the eldest princess mysteriously went missing. This news left His Majesty in a state of distress, and he immediately dispatched numerous guards to search for you. However, it was not until 3 days later that the guards found the injured eldest princess on a remote beach. According to her, you both were ambushed by a group of unidentified assailants at the cliff. After being forcibly taken, she managed to escape due to their lax supervision. Not only that, but she also claimed to remember the location where you were held captive. Hearing this, His Majesty was frantic and personally took the eldest princess to search for you. Coincidentally, the prince was present, and together, the three of them went to the place the eldest princess mentioned. 10 days later, only the eldest princess returned, battered and bruised, bringing back the crown of His Majesty, announcing that His Majesty and the prince had perished in a mysterious ambush. The Elder Council, left with no choice, considered appointing a new king, but due to the dwindling royal lineage, they could not find a suitable candidate. At that moment, the eldest princess revealed her full mastery of the Profound Realm, thus naturally ascending to the throne. Profound Realm mastery? My sister? Li Xianxia felt as though she had entered a realm of absurdity, momentarily lost in disbelief. If her sister truly possessed such power, would the events of months ago have transpired? Changgu then inquired, second princess, where have you been these past months? What shall we do now? I was injured and have been recuperating, Li Xianxia replied evasively. As for now, let us not speak of my sister's superior cultivation. After all, she is now the queen of the Sea Clan, and it would be exceedingly easy for her to confine me. We shall take one step at a time. If she truly harbors ill intentions, she will reveal her flaws in due course. Time passed unheeded, and several days slipped by. During this period, aside from Changgu, who consistently arrived on time to deliver meals to the imprisoned Li Xianxia, no one else dared to tread upon this cold tower. The entire Sea Clan, having acclimated to the sorrow of losing their queen, quickly returned to a semblance of tranquility. In contrast to Li Xianxia's expectations, Li Susu did not reveal any vulnerabilities. Instead, she diligently performed all the duties befitting a queen. This current existence made the young girl feel as though she had traversed back to her solitary childhood. The frigid tower remained unchanged, as did the square little window through which she could witness the myriad happenings within the palace. However, the sole difference was that the one who confined her here was no longer her mother, but rather her sister. Li Xianxia could not help but reminisce about Chen Anyun. Despite his modest cultivation, he always maintained an air of composure, seemingly impervious to panic in the face of any predicament. Yet, reason cautioned the girl against involving Chen Anyun in this tumult. After all, he was merely a fledgling practitioner in the body refinement stage. If her suspicions were indeed correct, and it was her sister who had slain their mother, then even if Chen Anyun were to rush in recklessly, he would likely meet a fate fraught with peril. Contemplating this, Li Xianxia couldn't suppress a quiet sigh as she earnestly pondered a solution to her plight. Yet, the human mind is a curious entity. Merely triggered by a fleeting thought, Chen Anyun's figure surged forth in her consciousness like a torrent breaching its dam. The beautiful moments they had shared over the past months flooded her mind, images of their fishing trips, the laughter shared over meals, and their playful banter. Even the memory of her own clumsy attempts at cooking now brought a smile to her face. However, as her gaze slowly drifted around the tower, meeting the cold brick walls and the emptiness of the room, the profound contrast within her heart surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping her entirely. The sensation was overwhelmingly suffocating, leaving her nearly breathless. In a sudden moment of regret, she thought to herself that had she known, she would never have returned. It was so simple to be near that person, allowing her to avoid the complexities of thought and simply embrace a life of joy. Although she was acutely aware that the one she yearned for could not possibly appear before her at that moment. The profound loneliness and helplessness compelled her to whisper, Anyun, where are you, and what should I do now? Then, to her astonishment, a voice, utterly inconceivable at that instant yet intimately familiar, drifted in from outside the window. I'm here. How about you pull me up? Chapter 68, The Moon Rises Over the Sea. 11. The tower was surrounded by smooth wall tiles, devoid of any footholds. Even a cultivator of the body-refining realm would find it arduous to ascend without causing a commotion. Fortunately, the young woman noticed just in time. And as Chen Anyun was on the verge of exhaustion, she extended her hands through the window and pulled him up with a firm grip. Before he could regain his balance, the girl had already nestled herself into his embrace. Chen Anyun instinctively raised his hands, hesitating for only a moment before finally wrapping them around her back. The two stood there, locked in each other's arms, with no superfluous movements between them. When the girl, her cheeks flushed, lifted her head from his embrace, a sudden realization struck her. Her expression shifted as she pushed him towards the window. "What are you doing here? This is not a place for you to be." "Wait, I didn't sneak in," Chen Anyun quickly protested. "If you didn't sneak in, then why did you climb the wall?" Lee Sang-in urged. "I'm begging you, just leave quickly while no one notices. The farther away, the better." "No. Just listen to me." Chen Anyun chuckled at her anxious demeanor, which only fueled her irritation, just as she prepared to retort with some harsh words. She saw him fumbling at his waist, producing a badge to show her. "See this? It's the guest badge of the Sea Clan." "You? A guest?" Lee Sang-in was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she examined the badge. How could the Sea Clan accept a cultivator of the body refining realm as a guest? "Where did you steal this badge?" Then, she noticed the name on the back of the badge, Chen Anyun. "So, what do you think? I told you I didn't sneak in. You really became a guest?" Lee Sang-in asked, her tone tinged with astonishment. "How did you manage that?" "I merely mentioned that I had consumed the Great Law Conch." "And they believed you?" "Of course. They didn't at first. However, after they captured me, they sent an old man with a red beard to sniff around me." "An old man with a red beard? Did he wear a tall, boat-shaped hat?" Yes, it seemed he did wear something so peculiar." "That is the high priest of my clan." "Not some old man with a red beard," Lee Sang-in retorted, though curiosity began to seep in. "And then what happened?" "He ordered them to release me, stating that I had survived the Great Law Conch and was a person of potential. Subsequently, he granted me this badge." "You truly ate the Great Law Conch? You're not deceiving me?" Lee Sang-in exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. "Who knows?" Chen Anyun sighed. "At this point, I can't even tell what that rascal fed me." But the old man seemed to believe it. They fell silent for a moment. "How did you know I was trapped here?" Lee Sang-in asked, her discomfort evident as she truly wished to inquire how he knew her identity. "Is it necessary to ask?" The entire Sea Clan is aware that their second princess is tormented by her parents' demise due to her, secluding herself in the palace tower and weeping daily. Therefore, tell me, what exactly is going on? Chen Anyun inquired with a serious tone. Lee Sang-in gazed at Chen Anyun's face, which bore an air of calm confidence. For some reason, she felt an unexpected surge of courage, as though she had found an anchor amidst the storm. How could he be merely a cultivator of the body refining realm? She mused to herself, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Nevertheless, knowing it was futile to try to send him away now that he had arrived, she resolved to clarify the situation to prevent any unnecessary loss. After contemplating briefly, she recounted everything she knew. When she spoke of Lee Susu pushing her off the cliff, she suddenly felt a gentle hand stroking her hair from above. The warmth radiating from his palm made her involuntarily close her eyes in comfort. Upon narrating the entire ordeal, she felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Oddly enough, despite having no expectations from the person before her, she felt remarkably relieved after sharing her story. "All right, I understand. Leave the rest to me," Chen Anyun nodded. "But you were about to say that I'm a cultivator of the body refining realm?" Chen Anyun guessed her thoughts. "Isn't that the case? Who told you otherwise?" "I've been saying all along that I only consumed that cursed fruit, the Great Law Conch. Regardless, this matter is now mine to handle. Just wait for my news." "All right? Do not act recklessly." That phrase was directed back at her, as she admonished, "You too, don't easily throw your life away." Though deeply concerned, the girl couldn't help but respond defiantly. "Rest assured, I possess a resilient life," Chen Anyun replied with a hint of a smile. It was such a smile that made Lee Sang-in, despite having myriad questions, unconsciously nod in agreement, inexplicably willing to trust his words. "I will take my leave now and return to see you tomorrow." "Wait," the girl abruptly called out, then lowered her head in thought for a moment before removing a ruby-studded earring from her ear. With a somewhat evasive gaze, she handed it to Chen Anyun, saying, "This is a lucky earring from our Sea Clan. It will bring you fortune. You must take good care of it." "Oh, all right." Chen Anyun accepted the earrings without much thought, yet he carefully tucked them into his bosom. He failed to notice that, at that very moment, the young girl's ears had turned crimson. Ultimately, despite repeatedly asserting that he was not in the body refinement realm, Chen Anyun climbed back through the window, under the slightly worried gaze of the girl. It was only after he had silently vanished around a corner that Lee Sang-in withdrew her gaze. When solitude enveloped the high tower, she suddenly realized that the surroundings were not as unbearable as she once thought. A newfound clarity blossomed within her heart. She had come to the realization that she had indeed developed feelings for him. Perhaps it had occurred during a fishing trip or amidst playful banter at dinner. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had quietly settled upon him. Thus, when thoughts of Lee Susu crossed her mind, a sense of unease washed over her. The girl bowed her head, silently praying within her heart. However, what she did not know was that Chen Anyun, the very person she had been longing for, had exited the tower and, once out of her sight, made his way into the grand hall of the palace. Inside the empty hall, there was but a solitary figure, calmly seated upon the cold throne. When the figure's gaze fell upon him, Chen Anyun finally raised his head, revealing a mischievous smile that Li Xiangying had never before witnessed. Well, I did not deceive you, did I? As you can see, your sister has indeed fallen deeply in love with me. After making a statement reminiscent of a rogue, his voice took on a deep, alluring tone. Thus, I understand what you desire, Li Susu. Let us collaborate. As Chen Anyun finished speaking, he stood still like a statue, his eyes fixed upon the elevated throne, seemingly able to perceive every subtle shift in the expression of the person hidden behind the translucent veil. Time slipped by in silence, the grand hall shrouded in stillness, save for the steady, gentle rhythm of Chen Anyun's breathing. After a prolonged moment, a chilling voice finally broke the silence. Do you truly know what my heart yearns for? Naturally, Chen Anyun replied, his demeanor unwavering. Even should you bear the heinous sins of patricide and matricide, what you truly seek is not the throne that symbolizes supreme power. Is it? With that, he boldly met the gaze of the dark crimson eyes concealed beyond the veil. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk graced Chen Anyun's lips as he continued. What you truly desire is to seize everything that belongs to your sister, Li Xiangying, and to watch her become utterly destitute, ultimately perishing in despair and agony. The figure, once seated upon the throne, abruptly rose. As she moved, her flowing black gown cascaded down like an ink-stained waterfall, enveloping her graceful form. Her long, silver-gray hair danced freely in the wind, revealing a beauty that rivaled even Li Xiangying's. Yet, as Chen Anyun beheld the figure exuding an aura of ethereal allure, all he could see were the myriad of vile desires ensconced within. A light chuckle escaped his lips. If that is the case, let us begin by taking away your sister's beloved. The figure upon the throne offered no response, yet Chen Anyun understood that she had no grounds to refuse his proposition. After mimicking the gestures of the sea folk in a slight bow, he turned to leave. At that moment, he heard the voice behind him once more. To gift earrings to one's beloved is a way for sea maidens to express their affection. That pair of earrings was a birthday gift from my mother when I turned 10. The two rubies upon them are known as the eyes of the moon, and they are the only pair in existence. Chen Anyun's pace faltered slightly. The collaboration you mentioned, I agree. With a nod, he exited the grand hall without hesitation. From that day forth, no matter how eagerly Li Xiangying awaited his return, she never saw Chen Anyun again. A month passed, and just as she was about to force her way out of the tower in search of him, she finally encountered the person she had been yearning for throughout that month, but in a guise she could never bring herself to accept. Xiangying, I am to be married. The door of the tower swung open. When Li Xiangying looked over, she was met with the sight of Li Susu clad in black, her face adorned with shyness. The bashful smile hung like clouds upon the rosy cheeks of the girl as Li Susu spoke, lowering her head to gaze at her toes with a hint of trepidation. Married. Li Xiangying was taken aback, her elegant brows arching high. She thought she must have misheard, since the moment she was pushed off the cliff. She had never considered that such a word would escape Li Susu's lips. As if sensing the turmoil within Li Xiangying's heart, Li Susu suddenly spoke with a hint of sadness. It is precisely because our mother and father are no longer with us that I felt compelled to share this with you. My sister. Li Xiangying sighed, silently observing her sister's performance. Although she harbored doubts about Li Susu's narrative, curiosity and a lingering concern for her family compelled her to inquire. Who is the other party? Are they of the sea folk? How did you meet? May I see them? No. Li Susu shook her head vigorously. They are not of the sea folk. In fact, they are merely a low-ranking practitioner of the body refinement realm. A practitioner of the body refinement realm? Li Xiangying paused, a flicker of anxiety stirring within her. Li Susu continued, both playful and earnest. I concealed my identity when I met him. One day, feeling disheartened, I went to the seaside to clear my mind and accidentally came across him. Li Susu animatedly recounted the tale of their encounters. After I ascended to the throne, my days became filled with countless responsibilities. Therefore, in my spare time, I often went to the seaside to unwind. A month ago, I met a young man fishing by the shore. His calm demeanor captivated me, and I could not resist engaging him in conversation. Strangely enough, after speaking with him, my agitation vanished. Thus, whenever I felt troubled, I would return to the seaside, and I always encountered that same fisherman. Do you know? Despite enduring the sun and wind like the other sea folk, he possesses a strikingly fair and handsome visage, more so than our father. Eventually, we began to converse, fish together, and even prepare meals side by side. Oh, and he has a wooden raft, though it is a mere humble craft. He insists on naming it the Pearl. Isn't that amusing? To be with him, fearing I might scare him away, I have kept concealing my identity. However, today he proposed to me. Although we have only known each other for a month, it feels as though we have shared many years together. I could find no one to consult, which is why I have come to you, my sister. I have already accepted his proposal, but how should I reveal my true identity to him? Xiangying, why are you silent? Xiangying, sister, are you listening? Soon, Li Susu finished recounting her story, only to realize that Li Xiangying seemed to be lost in thought. I am listening. For some reason, Li Xiangying felt her throat drying up. Fishing, body refinement realm, fair and handsome, the black pearl. She meticulously mulled over these keywords, feeling an overwhelming discomfort in her heart. Her sister's tale seemed hauntingly familiar, as if she had experienced something similar herself. Could it really be you, Chen Anyun? Suddenly, her eyes brightened, as if grasping a lifeline, recalling the words spoken by Chen Anyun. All right, I understand now. Leave the rest to me. Yes, this must be his scheme, intending to help me by deliberately approaching my sister. It must be so. Chapter 70, The Bright Moon Over the Sea, 13. Yet, as the days passed, the unease in Li Xiangyin's heart only intensified. The absence of news from Chen Anyun made her solitary life feel like an eternity. Until one day, a new visitor arrived at the tower. But it was not the dashing youth she longed for. It was the esteemed Grand Priest of the Sea Clan, Gu Huaixing. Grandpa Gu, what brings you here so suddenly? Li Xiangyun asked, her face displaying surprise. It is important to note that as the Grand Priest of the Sea Clan, Gu Huaixing held a position of great authority, second only to the ruler. Furthermore, in her youthful ignorance, he had once served as a mentor to both her and her sister, imparting his knowledge with great care. What Li Xiangyun never expected was that upon seeing her, the tall, dignified elder would immediately kneel and bow deeply, exclaiming, "Your Highness, calamity has befallen us. Please save the Sea Clan. Grandpa Gu, please rise and speak," Li Xiangyun urged, hastily reaching out to assist the elder. But to her surprise, he remained resolute, stating, "No. Should your Highness refuse my request, I shall remain kneeling." Faced with the elder's stubbornness, Li Xiangyun felt helpless and could only plead, "Grandpa Gu, kneeling like this is not a solution. At the very least, you must tell me what has happened. Since I have been trapped in this tower, I have been completely unaware of the outside world." After much coaxing, Li Xiangyun finally managed to help the elder up and seated him in a chair within the room. "Grandpa Gu, what has transpired? Your Highness, the sea god has returned. Not only that, but he has visited various clans, making no mention of the past war. Instead, he speaks amiably of peaceful coexistence with the clans, treating those who wish to ally with him with respect." Gu Huaixin's revelation struck like a thunderbolt. As the only elder in the Sea Clan to have experienced the era of the sea god, he alone understood the terror that the sea god had instilled. Li Xiangyun smiled wryly, "Grandpa Gu, even you, a formidable being of the eternal realm, could not match the sea god. What can a mere practitioner of the profound realm like me do? No, only you, your Highness, can save the Sea Clan." Li Xiangyun shook her head. "Since the sea god desires peaceful relations with the clans and treats those who align with him with respect, why must we oppose him? You do not understand, your Highness." Gu Huaixing sighed, then revealed a grave secret to the young woman. Although the sea god's power appears to have returned to its peak, it is merely an illusion. His true strength is now merely half a step into the celestial realm, as half of his primordial spirit has been sealed within a fragment of an immortal artifact after being severely wounded by Li Xiangyue. Thus, the sea god is not as fearsome as he seems. While he may currently possess half-step celestial strength, many, including myself, have entered the eternal realm over the years. If we unite, we may not be unable to restrain him. However, if we allow the sea god to regain his full celestial strength, the former horrors will repeat, and the clans across the endless sea will once again become his slaves. But my sister is now the queen of the Sea Clan. Hasn't Grandpa Gu informed her of this? Li Xiangyun furrowed her brow. How could I not? Gu Huaixing chuckled bitterly, the creases on his face deepening with age. I attempted to persuade the crown princess to discreetly contact the leaders of the clans and reveal this secret to them, so we could collectively restrain the sea god. But to my astonishment, the crown princess outright rejected my counsel and publicly declared that the entire sea clan would adhere to the agreement made with the sea god all those years ago, henceforth bowing only to him. Moreover, on her wedding day, she plans to invite the sea god to witness the ceremony and present him with a fragment of the immortal artifact as a token of allegiance. The elder was bewildered by the crown princess's decision, for if the sea god were to regain his celestial strength, no one would be able to counterbalance him across the vast sea. How could my sister Chen Anyun act in such a manner? Li Xiangyun murmured, recalling vividly the moment she shared her ancestor's story with Chen Anyun, who had once smiled and recited, "A dagger worth 1,000 gold lies hidden in the fish's intestines." As the dragon soars in an instant, he had spoken of their ancestor as a person of great righteousness. Therefore, even if Chen Anyun were to be with her sister, she could not believe that he would so easily submit to the sea god. Chen Anyun? Hearing the name from Li Xiangyun's lips, Gu Huaixing inquired, "Who is this person? You do not know?" Li Xiangyun was taken aback but soon realized that the grand priest was preoccupied with his duties. She explained, "Chen Anyun is a guest elder of our clan, a practitioner of the body refinement realm. And it is said that you made an exception to recruit him after he consumed the great conch." Guest elder? Body refinement realm? Consumed the great conch? Gu Huaixin shook his head with a scoff. Impossible. Even a practitioner of the eternal realm would not dare to claim they emerged unscathed after consuming the great conch, let alone someone at the body refinement level. Then why would he deceive me? Li Xiangyun found it hard to believe. At that moment, Gu Huaixing suddenly clapped his hands. I knew that name sounded familiar. No wonder. This person is none other than the crown princess's fiancé. Does the second princess also know him? Where is he? Li Xiangyun raised her head. Grandpa Gu, can you find him? At this moment, she had too many questions to clarify. How difficult can this be? Upon hearing Li Xiangyun's words, Gu Huaixin's brow relaxed. He took her hand, and together they soared out of the tower through the window. Soon, they arrived outside a palace. It was evening, and the night air was refreshing. Silence. Gu Huaixin gestured with a spell, and both he and Li Xiangyun instantly vanished from sight. When they reached the window of the palace, They could finally hear the voices within. Husband, do you think this dress looks good on me? Beautiful, Susu looks exquisite in anything. Yet most enchanting when adorned in nothing. Hearing an incredibly familiar voice within the palace uttering such unfamiliar words, Li Songyin's expression transformed abruptly. Disbelief washing over her as she gazed toward the window. Alas, the window was shut, but even without looking, she could vividly envision the scene within the hall. Was Chen Anyun not merely acting to draw closer to her sister? Clenching her fists, Li Songying bit down on her teeth, oblivious to the fact that her nails had pierced her palm. Then might I request my husband to assist in loosening my garments? In that case, I shall not hold back. Following a series of indecent remarks, the sound of fabric rustling soon echoed within the hall, interspersed with the occasional giggle of a maiden. The subsequent sounds that emanated were utterly unbearable. Li Songying could scarcely recall how she returned to the towering spire. Remaining in a dazed state as Gu Huaixing led her back. Recognizing her demeanor, Gu Huaixing sighed. He had not anticipated that both sisters would be enamored with the same man. It seemed the second prince required time to digest the events of the day. I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow to discuss this matter with you. Gu Huaixing, somewhat disappointed, withdrew. No. However, just as he was about to turn, the chilling voice of the maiden pierced the air. Even if that man stands beside my sister, the sacrifices of our ancestors must never be desecrated. The sea tribe shall never again become the slaves of the sea god. Drawing a deep breath, her gaze grew resolute as she self-deprecatingly remarked. Though I am but a wretched girl ensnared by love, I am also the princess of the sea tribe. Grandfather Gu, tell me what I must do. Chapter 71. The moon rises over the sea. 14. Second prince, the entire elder council currently stands with the great prince. Our forces are feeble. Thus we have but one course of action: steal, Gu Huaixing analyzed. If we can abscond with that fragment of celestial essence, the sea god shall never complete his true form and ascend back to the realm of immortals. Even if we fulfill the great prince's wishes and lead the entire sea tribe to the sea god, without overwhelming power to crush all, even he would be unable to act at will and could only strive to maintain balance. Grandfather, where is that celestial artifact fragment now? Li Songying inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, she had grown up hearing myriad legendary tales of her ancestors, yet few spoke of that fabled fragment. Gu Huaixing sighed softly before responding. As the saying goes, far in the heavens, yet near at hand, the fragment has been concealed within the crown all along. Upon hearing this, Li Songying's expression shifted to one of shock as she exclaimed, What? The celestial fragment is within the crown? How then can we steal it? Gu Huaixing's demeanor turned grave as he replied, Precisely because of this, we have but one opportunity. On the eve of the great prince's grand wedding, she will surely command that the fragment be extracted from the crown. Then, as the sea god graces the event to officiate their union, the fragment will be presented. Continuing in a hushed tone, Gu Huaixing elaborated, Through my investigations, I have discovered that the extracted fragment will be securely housed within the royal treasure vault, overseen by the Elder Council. At that moment, I will first engage and distract the powerful elder, Ji Yuhai. Seize this opportunity to stealthily infiltrate the vault and swap the genuine celestial fragment with the prepared counterfeit. The treasure vault, crafted by Li Songhai himself, was laden with numerous formations, accessible only to the royal bloodline. Otherwise, even an immortal would find it insurmountable to breach. I understand. I shall go. Li Songying's gaze burned with determination. As if ignited by an inner flame, she declared solemnly, Very well, when the time is ripe, I shall return to seek you out. Second prince, Gu Huaixing expressed with a smile of reassurance, The future of the sea tribe rests upon your shoulders. Li Songying nodded earnestly, her tone sincere as she replied, I hope you take care of your health, grandfather, for the future of the sea tribe equally depends on your protection. After Gu Huaixing faded into the distance until he vanished from sight, the towering spire returned to its tranquil state. Li Songying let out a soft sigh. Her steps heavy as she approached the bed and sat down slowly. At that moment, her mind was inundated with the words she had clandestinely overheard in the palace. If Li Susu was the first to bring warmth to her heart, then Chen Anyun was undoubtedly the second. Just moments ago, she had tasted the sweetness of affection for the first time, having resolved to walk alongside her. Had she truly misjudged him? Chen Anyun, tell me. Have I truly misread you? The eve of the grand wedding approached. Second prince, are you prepared? Li Songying, clad in a black night cloak, regarded the palace. Adorned with vibrant decorations, her expression complex. Steeling herself, she nodded, I am ready, Grandfather Gu, let us depart. With Gu Huaixing's cover, the two swiftly arrived at the entrance of the treasure vault. The vault lay within a spacious hall in the northwest corner of the palace. It was eerily silent, seemingly devoid of guards, yet a palpable pressure lingered in the air. Gu Huaixing exclaimed with delight, It seems fortune favors us, with the great prince's wedding tomorrow. All defenses have been redirected to the front hall. I shall draw Ji Yuhai away, and the rest is up to you, second prince. Li Songying nodded, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the vault, her heart racing with trepidation. Gu Huaixing cast one last glance at her before departing. Soon, the oppressive presence enveloping the treasure vault dissipated. Gu Huaixing had succeeded. Clenching her lips, Li Songying moved like lightning, darting into the hall. However, just as she entered, a cold glimmer flashed, hurtling toward her back like a shooting star. Li Songyin's heart raced, a profound sense of danger surging within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she exerted all her strength to evade. Nevertheless, the sharp sword light grazed her sleeve, producing a crisp rip as it tore through the fabric, leaving fragments fluttering in the air. Moments later, 3 figures emerged slowly from the shadows. Clad in matching blue-black tunics, their strides were steady and powerful, each step exuding a heavy pressure. One of them fixed a cold gaze upon Li Songyin, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. His Majesty was indeed correct. A reckless mouse has come to stir trouble tonight. Another's eyes fell upon Li Songyin's dark cloak, scoffing, "Umph. A coward hiding in the shadows dares to covet our treasure vault. Upon returning you, I shall surely peel away this rodent skin of yours to see who possesses such reckless audacity." Upon hearing these words, Li Songyin's heart plummeted into despair. Alas, it is the people from the Elder Council. She inwardly lamented her misfortune. Though she could not recall their names, their appearances and auras were unmistakably familiar, particularly the leader, whose formidable presence unequivocally marked him as a master of the returning origin realm. The other 2 were equally formidable, both accomplished practitioners at the pinnacle of the profound realm. A wave of hopelessness washed over Li Songyin. Could this be the end for her today? As the trio advanced with deliberate steps, her heart grew increasingly frigid. The middle-aged man at the forefront raised his long sword high, launching another lethal strike toward Li Songyin. In an instant, the sword wind howled, sharp and unrelenting. Just as Li Songyin braced herself to evade the attack, a shadow appeared abruptly, like a wraith, wielding a long sword that deftly parried the middle-aged man's deadly blow. A crisp metallic clash resonated throughout the surroundings. Li Songyin, taken aback, focused her gaze and discovered another figure clad in dark attire, arriving just in time to assist her. Could it be that Grandfather Gu had arranged for a backup? With this thought, the tension in Li Songyin's heart eased slightly, and she exhaled in relief. The cloaked figure then exerted tremendous force, channeling power through the sword, which sent the middle-aged man staggering backwards several paces before he regained his footing. Without lingering for a fight, the dark-clad individual turned to Li Songyin, signaling her with his eyes and gesturing for her to flee while he held off their pursuers. Li Songyin felt an inexplicable familiarity in the stranger's gaze, but with urgency at hand, she had no time for contemplation. Gratefully, she nodded, not daring to hesitate, and swiftly sprinted toward the entrance of the Xianxia treasure vault. Upon reaching the door, she unhesitatingly bit her fingertip, crimson blood gushing forth. She quickly pressed her finger against a small circular hole on the vault door, allowing her blood to drip inside. As the blood trickled in, a series of faint clicking sounds echoed, as if a mysterious mechanism was springing to life. The heavy vault door began to slowly open, finally swinging wide. Seeing this, Li Songyin wasted no time and darted into the vault. Inside, her eyes frantically scanned the surroundings. Soon, she noticed an object resting on a stone pedestal at the center of the vault. It was a gemstone shaped like a phoenix, precisely the shard of the celestial artifact that Gu Huaishan had mentioned, previously embedded in the crown. Li Songyin swiftly snapped back to her senses. This was not the time for dawdling. She carefully retrieved the genuine gemstone, tucking it safely away, and then produced a nearly identical counterfeit gemstone from her pocket. Placing it onto the pedestal in haste, having completed her task, she dashed toward the vault's exit. However, at that moment, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon her, forcing her to stumble backward several steps into the vault once more. Then, a man in white entered with an imposing stride. Ji Yunhai. Li Songyin's pupils constricted in shock. As the foremost genius of the Sea clan in the era following Li Songhai, she was certainly well acquainted with him. If Ji Yunhai was here, then where was Grandfather Gu? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced behind Ji Yunhai, as if reading her thoughts. Ji Yunhai sneered. Looking for that old man? He fell victim to my drowning needle. His primordial spirit severely diminished. He is beyond saving. Why not remove your headpiece? Second Prince, so we can have a proper conversation? His smirk indicated he had already recognized her identity. Ji Yunhai, as a member of the Sea clan. Do you willingly submit to the Sea God, becoming his pawn? Li Songyin no longer concealed her identity, shouting at Ji Yunhai. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If he is stronger than me, what is wrong with my submission? As for enslavement, I am an immortal being. How could I compare myself to those mere insects? Moreover, since His Majesty has already chosen a new path for the Sea clan, why must you resist? I am a princess of the Sea clan. My ancestor is Li Songhai. Even in death, I shall not align with you. Li Songyin drew her long sword and charged at Ji Yunhai without hesitation. Foolish. Ji Yunhai scoffed, raising his palm to strike down upon Li Songyin. In that moment, she realized her impending doom, as she faced the finality of her life. Images of Chen Anyun from months ago flooded her mind, memories both bittersweet and painful. Yet, recalling the other's betrayal akin to her sister's, her heart ached, and a strange sense of relief flickered in her eyes. Then, she saw the dark-clad figure who had shielded her from the sword outside the vault reappear before her, one hand pulling her back while the other wielded a sword, cleaving toward the oncoming palm strike. The cloaked individual was struck by the force, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing into the vault wall, causing a portion of it to collapse. Go. Seizing the opportunity, the dark figure grasped Li Songyin from the rubble and, in a hoarse voice, urged her onward. With a surge of power, he propelled her away from the danger. Humph. Ji Yunhai grunted, preparing to pursue, but the cloaked figure intercepted him with a swift strike of his sword, forcing Ji Yuhai to defend himself. The two soon engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Li Xiangyun was flung 100 miles away by the force, and as she landed, a large hand caught her. Startled, she was about to resist when a faint voice called out, "Second Prince, Grandfather Gu." Li Xiangyun's heart surged with surprise and joy, but recalling Ji Yuhai's words, she quickly inquired with concern, "Grandfather Gu, your injuries?" Gu Huan shook his head, silencing her with a look. "This place is not safe. We must leave at once." With that, he grasped Li Xiangyun's hand, and they soared into the distance. This time, it was uncertain how long they had flown until they arrived at a desolate island. Suddenly, Gu Huayin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and, like a kite severed from its string, began to plummet towards the ground. Fortunately, Li Xiangyun reacted swiftly, stabilizing her form, and they both landed safely on the island. "Grandfather Gu, are you all right?" Li Xiangyun inquired urgently. Gu Huayin sank wearily to the ground in that moment. His visage appeared to age several years. "Old minister, it seems I am at my end, your highness. I must share something of great importance," he said. "Grandfather Gu, please do not speak. Let me first find a way to heal your wounds." "No, it is futile. In fact, from the time of the war against the sea god, I have been burnt out, clinging to life solely through my cultivation in the eternal realm." Gu Huayin sat up and coughed up another mouthful of dark blood, yet inexplicably, his complexion improved slightly. However, Li Xiangyun's brows furrowed even deeper, her heart in turmoil. She understood profoundly that this grand priest, who had dedicated his life to the Sea Clan, was now truly nearing the end of his life. "First, listen to me," he continued, his frail and aged voice reaching her ears. She quickly suppressed her chaotic thoughts and patiently listened as Gu Huayin spoke. "Years ago, Li Songyue confided in me that the fragment of this celestial artifact is, in fact, a relic from the legendary Upper Realm, the Zytian Jueching Palace. Do you know why, after obtaining this treasure, she waited until so many lives were lost before finally using it?" Gu Huayin chuckled bitterly. Though it is referred to as a celestial artifact, it could just as well be called a demonic device. For its activation requires not only the cultivation of the eternal realm, but also the heartfelt blood of a beloved. Only through severing all ties and emotions can its true power be unleashed. However, our ancestors were merely at the returning origin realm. That was because Li Songyue took a shortcut. She and her husband had reached an agreement to sacrifice themselves for the Sea Clan. So she sought out the great conch, a divine fruit brimming with innate vital energy, for her husband to consume. Thus, when she used her heartfelt blood, it inherently contained the potency of the eternal realm. Gu Huayin sighed. In truth, Li Songyue had the potential to break through to the eternal realm. Yet after her husband perished, she vowed never to enter it in this lifetime. Before her death, she entrusted me with a message for future generations. The true cost of using this celestial artifact is one's most fervent emotions throughout a lifetime. Its usage must be approached with utmost caution. Now that this celestial artifact has come into your possession, I have fulfilled the promise to that girl. The method of using this celestial artifact lies within the artifact itself. Promise me, you must exercise utmost caution in its use, lest you find yourself regretting it for a lifetime. "I promise you." Li Xiangyun nodded with a hint of sorrow. Upon hearing her words, Gu Huaixing finally revealed a smile of relief before passing into the void. After burying Gu Huaixing's remains, despite having resolved in her heart to take the shards of the celestial artifact and flee to a distant place, Li Xiangyun could not shake the words echoing in her mind. "Great conch, beloved one. Was this all a matter of fate?" She gazed toward the palace, her expression shrouded in ambiguity. Chapter 73, The Bright Moon Over the Sea. 16. On the day of the grand wedding, within the palace, vibrant red silk adorned every corner, accompanied by a bustling crowd, as joyous melodies resonated throughout. In her chamber, Li Susu sat gracefully before a bronze mirror, resembling a blooming flower in all her radiant beauty. Her silken, gray hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering subtly. At that moment, two trained maidens stood beside her, diligently applying her makeup with focused precision. Their skilled hands moved delicately, every stroke executed flawlessly. Li Susu was already aware of the upheaval that had transpired in the Xuanji treasury the previous day. According to Ji Yuhai, the high priest Gu Huaixing had tragically perished, and her sister Li Xiangyun had fled the palace amidst the chaos, seeking refuge overseas. It was likely that Li Xiangyun was now utterly bereft, having lost all support. The only regret was the mysterious figure in black, who had vanished amidst the turmoil. Who would have guessed that the old Gu Huaixing had secretly nurtured a master at the realm of immortality? Nonetheless, for Li Susu, her wishes had been fulfilled. She could have halted the wedding, but through her interactions with Chen Anyun, she gradually realized that this man, initially perceived as merely a fleeting acquaintance, was unexpectedly well-suited to be her husband. Not only was he astute and decisive, but he also possessed a commendable ruthlessness. However, beyond these admirable traits, it was Chen Anyun's strikingly handsome visage that captivated Li Susu the most. Each time she beheld his smile, her heart would involuntarily quicken. Reflecting upon her mother's deep affections for her father, Li Susu felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her. In that moment, she began to comprehend why her mother had been so infatuated with her father. Thus, even though Li Xiangyun had lost everything and sought refuge abroad, Li Susu resolutely chose to proceed with the marriage. At this moment, she gazed into the mirror at her exquisite reflection. the corners of her mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Just then, a palace official approached her with a light step, bowing slightly before announcing, "Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please proceed to the front hall." Li Susu nodded gently, acknowledging the message. Rising slowly, she moved with grace towards the front hall. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately drawn to Chen Anyun, adorned in a red wedding robe, standing handsomely and smiling in anticipation of his bride's arrival. Yet, the most striking figure was the man in white standing at the foremost position. Tall and poised, his ethereal presence rivaled that of the groom. The hall was teeming with guests, yet none dared to approach within 10 feet of him. For he was none other than the sea god who had ruled the boundless seas millennia ago. His presence was not merely as the officiant of this grand wedding, but also to seize the opportunity to reclaim the allegiance of the sea tribes, thus reinstating his dominion over the endless ocean. The ceremony unfolded seamlessly until the newly appointed high priest stepped forward, cradling an intricately carved wooden box. Most guests instinctively tensed, aware that the pivotal moment of the wedding was at hand. Millennia ago, we were all kin of the sea god. After the sea god suffered grievous injuries and fell into the heart of the sea, the tribes developed independently, resulting in a fragmented unity among the endless seas. The high priest proclaimed passionately. He omitted the details of how the sea god entered the sea's depths, and no one in attendance dared to disrupt the solemnity of the moment. Now that the sea god has returned, it is a blessing for all tribes. We, the sea tribe, shall be the first to rejoin the sea god's side. With that, he knelt, elevating the wooden box high. This is the sacred artifact of the sea tribe. We beseech the sea god to accept it. The man in white smiled, extending his hand to receive the box. Then, in the gaze of all, he eagerly opened it, revealing a gemstone shaped like a phoenix. The sea god's face lit up with joy as he clutched the gemstone tightly in his palm, gradually closing his eyes. However, in the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, flames of fury igniting within them as he glared at the assembled crowd. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike, crashing down upon the high priest's head with the force of a tempest. A dull thud echoed. The unfortunate high priest had no time to scream before he was obliterated, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood strewn across the ground. "You insolent ants dare deceive me," the sea god roared, his voice echoing like thunder, deafening all present. Simultaneously, he raised the phoenix-shaped gemstone, fingers tightening around it. With a crisp sound, the invaluable gem shattered into countless fragments, cascading like a radiant meteor shower, vanishing into the ether, leaving only a faint trace of dust. "Very well. Since you refuse to surrender the genuine article, I shall personally come to claim it." The sea god seethed, his words brimming with wrath and murderous intent. As his voice faded, an overwhelming aura surged from him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, releasing torrents of scorching energy that spread in all directions. Many weaker guests collapsed beneath the pressure, gasping for breath, their faces etched with terror. Even the typically self-assured powerful individuals turned pale, sweat beading on their foreheads as they struggled to withstand this formidable force. Yet, before anyone could recover from the astonishing scene, the sea god's figure vanished like a specter. In the next heartbeat, he appeared before Li Susu with the swiftness of lightning. He reached out, seizing her delicate neck effortlessly, lifting her off the ground. "Wretched girl, I have fulfilled all your wishes as you requested. Yet the item you promised me turns out to be a counterfeit. Did you think you could easily deceive me? You possess great audacity to toy with me so." The sea god glared fiercely at the trembling woman before him, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he could reduce her to ashes. "Master, I truly did not deceive you. Please believe me." Li Susu struggled to articulate her defense, but the grip on her throat rendered her breath shallow, allowing her only to utter fragmented words. At that moment, her body quaked with overwhelming fear, her once vibrant face now as pale as parchment. Indeed, she spoke no falsehood. A voice suddenly resonated from the doorway, capturing the attention of all present. "For the true fragment of the celestial artifact lies with me." The sea god carelessly flung Li Susu aside, his dark gaze shifting towards the entrance. Li Xianxia, observing the crumpled figure of Li Susu on the floor, coughed and appeared indifferent as she stated, "I have concealed the item in a place no one can find, but should His Majesty the sea god fulfill my wish, I shall present it to you with both hands." "Intriguing," the sea god replied, his interest piqued as he regarded the woman before him. He suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You sisters are indeed fascinating individuals." He readily consented. "Today, I am in a good mood, and in light of your candor, I accept this transaction. Speak your wish." "I desire that man," Li Xianxia declared, gesturing towards the silent figure of Chen Anyun, who had observed the unfolding events with a calm demeanor. "I wish to marry him in place of my sister, and then I shall reveal the location of the artifact to you. Let us hope you keep your word." "No. Master, you cannot do this," Li Susu cried, her eyes wide with desperation. "Silence." The sea god waved his sleeve, and Li Susu was struck back several meters, collapsing onto the ground. With a radiant smile reminiscent of blooming flowers, Li Xianxia gracefully stepped forward. Her exquisite appearance, accentuated by her splendid attire, surpassed even that of Li Susu, each step seemingly resonating with the hearts of those present. Meanwhile, Chen Anyun stood transfixed, his gaze a complex mixture of emotions as he watched the approaching beauty. At that moment, Li Xianxia stood before Chen Anyun, gazing up at him with longing in her eyes. She gently reached out, taking hold of his somewhat stiff hand. Simultaneously, the sea god raised his hand nonchalantly, pointing at a figure who had just been lying in a pool of blood, once the assistant to the high priest. His voice, icy enough to freeze the surrounding air, commanded, "You preside over this wedding." The named individual trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably as he glanced from the sea god's merciless face to the gruesome corpse of the high priest. Overwhelmed by terror in the face of the sea god's formidable presence, he crawled to the front of Li Xianxia and Chen Anyun. Once he found his footing, he stammered, the new bride and groom must kiss each other. The sea people are known for their unrestrained customs. And in the final segment of the wedding, the groom is expected to embrace the bride and kiss her in front of many guests, symbolizing the unwavering bond of their love. Upon hearing this, Chen Anyun remained silent, not even lifting his head, refusing to meet Li Xianxia's captivating gaze. Seeing his reaction, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Xianxia's eyes, but she quickly regained her gentle demeanor. She slowly raised her hand, tenderly caressing Chen Anyun's cheek, softly asking, "Husband, why will you not look at me? Are you perhaps avoiding something?" As she spoke, she delicately rose on her toes, leaning closer to Chen Anyun's face, her lips parting slightly as she pressed her soft, pink lips against his tightly sealed ones. Then, amidst the gasps of the crowd and under Chen Anyun's composed gaze, a sword pierced through his heart. Chapter 74, The Truth, Interlude. The wedding of the Sea Queen concluded, and the Sea God, who had just declared dominion over the endless sea, fell into silence once more. The guests from various tribes who attended the ceremony remained tight-lipped about the events that transpired. Only one tale surfaced among the people, that Li Xianxia, the Sea Queen, and her royal husband had conspired to assassinate the Sea God at the cost of her husband's life. Restoring tranquility to the endless sea, Li Xianxia naturally ascended as the new queen of the sea people, while Li Susu was confined in a high tower. Following the Sea God's demise, the mirage that had lingered over the endless sea vanished without a trace. After losing the mirage within her, Li Susu not only regressed in her cultivation to the body refinement stage, but also experienced a regression of memory, unable to recall her heinous acts of patricide and matricide from years prior. Regardless of Li Susu's cries and desperate screams for her sister's name, Li Xianxia could no longer view her as the sister she once knew. After all, one must bear the consequences of their transgressions. Thus, Li Susu's remaining days would be spent in the confines of the tower. 15 years later, within the palace of the sea people, Li Xianxia sat upon the cold throne, resembling an immovable iceberg, exuding an intimidating aura. She narrowed her eyes slightly, surveying the subjects below with a sense of dominion, as if all existence lay within her grasp. At that moment, the newly appointed high priest trembled as he reported a series of significant events that had unfolded within the sea tribe. His voice quivered, beads of sweat forming on his brow, each word spoken with meticulous caution, fearful of inciting the wrath of the unyielding queen. Once the high priest concluded his report, the grand hall fell into a brief silence. Subsequently, a softly uttered hymn resonated from above. Though the voice was unremarkable, it struck the high priest's heart like a heavy hammer. Nevertheless, with years of experience, he could discern a faint hint of the sovereign's approval regarding his duties. With this thought, the high priest felt a semblance of peace settle in his previously anxious heart. Yet, even so, before the icy demeanor of the sovereign, he dared not relax or become complacent. For the current ruler was as frigid as a stone devoid of emotion. Since her ascension 15 years ago, the people of the sea tribe had not witnessed a single smile from her. The once gentle and kind princess, imbued with warmth, had vanished, replaced by a distant and unapproachable monarch. No one knew what catalyzed such a profound transformation. All they understood was that the royal palace of the sea tribe now languished under a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Then, the high priest furrowed his brow, as if suddenly reminded of something significant. He stepped forward and respectfully addressed the throne. "Your Majesty, I have one more matter to report. Recently, the Sioux, New Jersey treasury has been prepared for reconstruction at your command, but while the craftsmen were clearing the ruins, they unexpectedly discovered an object that requires your personal judgment." Upon hearing this, the figure seated upon the throne, Li Xianxia, maintained her icy composure, her expression inscrutable, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. However, the chief maid, standing quietly beside her, timely interjected, "Present the item." The high priest nodded eagerly and gently clapped his hands. A graceful maid then approached the grand hall, delicately bearing an exquisite tray. As the tray was placed before the assembly, they discerned a resplendent ruby pendant earring, shimmering brightly at its center. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the previously tranquil hall. The gust of wind arrived with such ferocity that everyone in the hall instinctively swayed, struggling to maintain their balance to avoid falling. When the tempest subsided, the high priest finally steadied himself, only to gaze in astonishment at the tray, which was now entirely devoid of contents. Alarm surged within him, prompting an automatic glance towards the throne. To his dismay, their illustrious sovereign had vanished without a trace, leaving the throne standing desolately in solitude. Years later, Li Xianxia returned to the ruins of the Sioux, New Jersey treasury. The newly constructed treasury stood nearby, while a group of craftsmen diligently cleared the remnants of the wall that had crumbled under the force of the cloaked figure. Upon seeing Li Xianxia, the craftsmen quickly bowed, but she merely waved them off, signaling them to leave. Subsequently, she surveyed the ruins with a tinge of complexity in her expression. Years ago, She had investigated the identity of the person who had aided her escape from the dark-clad assailant, yet no leads had surfaced. She had long believed that the cloaked figure was a remnant of the previous high priest, Gu Huaixing, and with his demise, the matter had faded into obscurity. However, she never anticipated that 15 years later, this very earring would materialize in a place it ought not to have been. Indeed, there remained many enigmas from that time that perplexed her still. For instance, why had Chen Anyun chosen her sister? How could one person undergo such a dramatic transformation? Yet, the urgency to uncover these truths had dissipated. After she had taken Chen Anyun's life with her own hands, those answers had become inconsequential. Her heart, once vibrant, had grown cold. Yet now, that seemingly lifeless heart stirred anew with restless yearning. The chilling truth, long buried, began to resurface after 15 years, revealing but a fragment of the iceberg. Suddenly, a forgotten place came to mind, a place she had long neglected, the very origin of everything. A voice within her screamed to halt her pursuit. Nevertheless, fully aware that the truth could be a bitter draught, she prepared herself to drink deeply. Thus, guided by an inexplicable intuition, she returned once more to the base. 15 years had passed, and upon the rickety wooden dock, the once mighty Black Pearl had been dashed against the reefs, in tatters and unrecognizable. Xianxia bit her lip, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the door that had once haunted her dreams. After rummaging through the remnants, she found nothing but the book she had previously perused. Just as despondency began to envelop her, an empty conch shell on the table suddenly captured her attention. A memory surged forth, echoing the words he had once spoken. This is a phonograph crafted from the principles of a certain object from my homeland, compelled by an unseen force. Xianxia approached the table and gently touched the conch shell. To her astonishment, accompanied by a series of creaks and groans, an aged yet familiar voice emerged. Young Master Chen, as I mentioned earlier, the Sea Clan is now in dire peril, and I know the second prince's temperament well. She would never abandon the Sea Clan to save herself. The speaker was none other than Gu Huaixing, the former high priest of the Sea Clan, who had perished before her eyes. Why was it Gu Grandpa, and how could they possibly know each other? Xianxia distinctly recalled Gu Huaixing stating that he had no knowledge of Chen Anyun. At this moment, the voice urging her to cease once more echoed within her. Yet, Xianxia could not afford to heed it. Gritting her teeth, she continued to listen to the conversations emanating from the conch shell. But if I do this, Xianxia, you will surely be heartbroken. Your temperament resembles that of the girl from Changwei. It was due to her husband's untimely death that she, despite being on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm, remained stagnant in the returning essence realm. You, with such extraordinary talent and limitless potential, wouldn't want to become her stumbling block, would you? Although she may grieve temporarily, it is far better than your self-sacrifice, which would cause her a lifetime of sorrow. I understand. I promise you. What must I do? You only need to. Xianxia stood frozen like a statue, the voice from the phonograph echoing in her ears, replaying incessantly. Time seemed to stand still until the night draped over the sky, shrouding it in darkness. And she slowly emerged from her reverie. A soft patter echoed in the stillness of the room. When Xianxia finally grasped the gravity of the situation, tears cascaded down like a torrent, unstoppable and overwhelming. Each droplet fell relentlessly upon the wooden floor, creating tiny splashes of sorrow. The dam she had painstakingly constructed over 15 years crumbled in an instant. All her strength and pretense evaporated, leaving only an abyss of anguish and despair. Deceiver! 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 She repeated the simple word. How could he make such a choice without ever asking her? On the desolate reef, the sea wind howled, sending waves crashing against the jagged rocks. Xianxia stood alone in the room, weeping openly. Her cries mingled with the wind, dissolving into the vast ocean. Yet, apart from the indifferent sea and the cold night sky, no one could hear her lament, no one could fathom her pain. Time slipped away as she cried. And when her strength finally waned, Xianxia stumbled out of the small dwelling, dazed. She then sat beside the Black Pearl, lost in thought. Occasionally, a smile would break through her sorrow, only to be swallowed once more by sadness. She reminisced about the moments shared with him. But all memories abruptly ceased when the dagger pierced his heart. Fool, how could you not feel pain even when your heart was pierced? She chastised herself, recalling his expression of calm acceptance. Leaning against the mast of the Black Pearl, she gazed into the distance, where a colossal full moon ascended slowly from the sea. Morning dawned. Chen Anyun roused from his flying sword, lazily yawning and stretching. It feels as if I've been lost in a long dream, he mused. Ah. Yesterday's sea breeze was so delightful that I must have dozed off, finding a convenient excuse for his lethargy. Chen Anyun followed the scent of mirage and quickly discovered a small island bustling with ordinary sea folk engaged in trade. So, it seems I couldn't resist the temptation of solitude for long, he remarked, observing the man in white devouring noodles at an ordinary stall. Chen Anyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The frog that would emerge many years later had, unexpectedly, already slipped out from the depths of the sea. It was only natural, for that place was both dull and lonely. Who could resist the allure of the mortal realm? Chen Anyun fully empathized with its actions. With a carefree demeanor, she approached and seated herself beside him. The man in white suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with Chen Anyun's calm gaze. Due to the absence of any concealed aura, he immediately recognized the identity of the seemingly affable man before him, and the noodles in his hand lost all appeal. Heavens, a perfected celestial being. You are Shu. Chen Anyun gestured for silence and then called out to the enthusiastic stall owner. Boss, one bowl of beef noodles, without scallions. Certainly, esteemed guest. A faint smile graced Chen Anyun's lips as she turned to the man in white. Let us make a wager. If the beef noodles arrive sans scallions, I shall spare you. And if they do contain them, then you shall meet your demise. The man in white instinctively swallowed, casting a pleading glance at the stall owner. Chapter 75, Doubt April 5th, Qiming Festival. A delicate curtain of rain descended from the sky, enveloping Lingjin Peak in a gossamer veil. Chen Lingxi sat quietly indoors, her gaze drifting through the window, fixated on the incessant raindrops falling from the eaves. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Anyun had been absent for a month. The apricot trees planted last month had quietly sprouted tender green branches. Gazing at these nascent shoots, Chen Lingxi couldn't help but envision that soon the area would transform into a vast expanse of apricot blossoms, a breathtaking sight of pink and white. Just imagining such beauty was enough to evoke a sense of tranquility within her. After spending some time living at Lingjin Peak, Chen Lingxi gradually adapted to her new surroundings. In contrast to her previous life at Xianxia sect, the disciples here radiated a unique aura that was visibly relaxed. It seemed that the burdens of rules and pressures were lighter, and no one insisted that she regard the sect as everything. Initially, she struggled to adjust to this atmosphere. However, as days turned into weeks, she began to comprehend and embrace her environment. At times, she even found this sense of ease quite delightful. Furthermore, by observing the people of Lingjin Peak, she finally understood why Chen Anyun had developed such a languid and carefree demeanor. Perhaps it was precisely because of his prolonged exposure to such a relaxed and liberated environment that he could embody such a nonchalant spirit. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Chen Lingxi's lips. In fact, after Chen Anyun's disappearance, she had secretly visited Tai's sect to observe for a time. She believed that if Chen Anyun were indeed alive, he would likely return to his own sect. Through the casual conversations of Lingjin Peak's disciples, she gradually pieced together the tale of Chen Anyun, who single-handedly confronted the heavenly demon sect to avenge his younger sister. This also led her to speculate about the reasons behind Chen Anyun's amnesia upon encountering her. Her husband had, prior to their meeting, experienced a profoundly unforgettable romance. If Chen Lingxi claimed she felt no jealousy, it would undoubtedly be a falsehood, especially since she had learned that it was Chu Huairou who had first strayed in affection. The object of this newfound infatuation was none other than Shou Qing, the disciple who had entered alongside her. Thus, during their initial meeting, she could not help but scrutinize Shou Qing, searching for any exceptional qualities he might possess. It was with ease that she arrived at the glaring conclusion that Chu Huairou was indeed blind to both sight and heart. Consequently, she had intended to take no action, to her mind, as long as Chen Anyun remained hers. The other two were better suited as a mismatched pair destined for perpetual companionship. However, to her astonishment, the unfolding events proved to be far more intricate and perplexing than she had ever anticipated. In this lifetime, Chu Huairou's attitude towards Shou Qing is markedly different. She exhibits no interest whatsoever, instead clinging to Chen Anyun like a piece of stubborn toffee. What could have prompted such a sudden transformation? Is it merely the result of the butterfly effect, as once articulated by her late husband? Her intuition incessantly cautioned her that matters were far from simple. Recalling her time in the celestial realm, she remembered having overheard whispers about the Northern Empress. It was said that this formidable sovereign had yet to appoint a consort, and that she harbored a deep, unfulfilled love in the lower realms. In those days, as a fellow sufferer, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Chu Huairou's plight. However, if her current suspicions held any truth, everything would irrevocably change. If the one whom Chu Huairou yearned for, yet could not attain, was indeed her own husband, the situation would be drastically altered. At this thought, an inexplicable fury surged within her. More importantly, both women were powerful figures in the upper realm, and Chen Lingxi could not help but wonder if Chu Huairou, like herself, still retained memories of her past life. In this moment, with her husband absent from Lingjin Peak, Chen Lingxi felt compelled to seize the opportunity to seek out Chu Huairou and uncover the truth. Chapter 76. Candor. It must be said that during their previous interactions, Chen Anyun had been excessively lenient. Chu Huairou, who had ruled decisively for centuries, had endeavored to portray her younger self, yet many subconscious details were difficult to conceal. However, Chen Anyun had chosen to overlook these discrepancies. After several anxious encounters, Chu Huairou developed an unwarranted confidence in her acting prowess, which hindered her from further honing her skills in this domain. Thus, as an astute observer, Chen Lingxi quickly identified numerous illogical aspects of her behavior. Setting aside the palpable coldness Chu Huairou exhibited towards Shou Qing, during their few confrontations, Chen Lingxi often sensed an elusive yet distinct air of authority emanating from her. It was remarkable, considering that in her previous life, she had been a renowned immortal in the upper realm. For her to evoke such feelings was utterly absurd. When Chen Anyun was present, her complete focus had been on him, leading her to overlook many details, but in this moment of clarity, the inconsistencies were glaringly apparent. Chen Lingxi's nature was forthright. Her so-called probing was simply a question of whether Chu Huairou retained memories of her past life, was it not? O Empress of the Northern region? With a sudden splutter, Chu Huairou expelled the honey grapefruit tea she had just sipped, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Chen Lingxi. What are you saying, senior sister Chen? What do you mean by past life and Empress? Ah, your flawed performance might fool my somewhat oblivious husband, but do refrain from self-deception before me. Husband? Who are you calling husband? Chu Huairou leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her gaze turning dangerously towards Chen Lingxi. Refrain from that pitiful display of hostility. Chen Lingxi chuckled lightly. Have you grown so careless that you no longer bother to conceal your true feelings? Chu Huairou clamped her mouth shut, fixating her gaze on Chen Lingxi for a moment before inquiring, word by word, who are you? Why have you come to Tai's sect? Why do you refer to him as husband? Ah, Empress, your memory seems to falter. Did we not meet at the Peach Tree Festival? The Peach Tree Festival, so it was you. The renowned Lingxi, immortal of the Azure Shores. Chen Lingxi chose not to respond, instead sitting down and pouring herself a cup of honey grapefruit tea under Chu Huairou's intense scrutiny, taking a delicate sip. Delightful tea. You have yet to answer my question. Why do you call him husband? Despite harboring a growing suspicion, Chu Huairou could not resist asking again. Why do I call him husband? What a foolish question to pose. Chen Lingxi replied with a gentle smile. We are bound as husband and wife. In love and unwavering trust, I call him husband because I am his beloved, lawfully wed wife. You lie. My senior brother could never marry. Why not? Chen Lingxi retorted mockingly. If you can marry, why can't your senior brother take a wife? If it were not for you, I might never have encountered my husband. Truth be told, I ought to thank you for your role as matchmaker. Ah, that man is admirable in every way, save for his excessive enthusiasm for the marital bed. Oh, pardon me. I heard you nearly perished on your wedding day, having not even reached the bridal chamber. I shouldn't have mentioned such things. Chen Lingxi. Chu Huairou finally reached her breaking point, throwing a punch at Chen Lingxi, who effortlessly evaded it, scoffing. What? You, a mere practitioner of the material realm, wish to engage me in combat? Wait, you missed your mark, and now you remain eerily calm. You are trying to provoke me. Why would I provoke you? You want me to feel ashamed, to abandon my senior brother for you. Chu Huairou sneered. Even if I wronged him in my previous life, that belongs to the past. In this life, I shall make amends without your pity. Then, Chu Huairou suddenly recalled a rumor she had overheard in her previous life. Ah, I remember now. In your past, you told a friend that you had inadvertently caused the death of your beloved, which is why you vowed never to marry. Thus, it stands to reason that my senior brother was the one you harmed. Ah, the Empress is quick to turn the tables, Chen Lingxi sighed. Well, I never expected you to give up so easily. I sought you out merely to ascertain whether you, too, are a reborn soul. You've hit the nail on the head. Chu Huairou retorted, regaining the commanding presence of her previous life, dismissing Chen Lingxi's words. Speak plainly. What is it you truly desire? Do not speak so harshly. I simply wish for a more candid exchange between us. Candid? You are well aware of my relationship with him, yet I know nothing of yours. Whence comes this candor? Rest assured, since I dared to seek you out, I had no intention of concealing my relationship with him. And so, amidst the gentle patter of rain outside, Chen Lingxi recounted her tale with Chen Anyun to Chu Huairou, detail by detail. How dare you? You just accused me, yet you are no better. Chu Huairou exclaimed. You had such a fine husband, yet for the sake of that wretched sect, you allowed him to perish. How could you inflict such harm upon him? Indeed. I am a wretched person, Chen Lingxi candidly admitted. But you are even more despicable. Do you comprehend the distinction between us? Chen Lingxi smiled, her beauty radiant and youthful, exuding the grace of a mature woman with every gesture. And in the face of Chu Huairou's barely contained fury, she softly added, It is merely a matter of taste in choosing a partner. I apologize, but I truly cannot fathom how you could stoop to such depths like Zhou Qing. I have never engaged in any wrongdoing with him. Who could possibly know? I shall end your life. At last. The two women cast aside their long-held FAAs and clashed like mere mortals, grappling with one another. Nevertheless, given their shared bond as sisters in the same sect, they tacitly refrained from utilizing their cultivation powers. Yet, Chen Lingxi, being in the latter stages of the returning origin realm, possessed significantly greater physical strength than Chu Huairou of the object manipulation realm, quickly gaining the upper hand and successfully bestowing upon Chu Huairou a pair of panda eyes. Of course, her meticulously maintained hair was left in disarray, resembling a bird's nest. The two women, panting heavily, eventually ceased their struggle. Henceforth, we shall no longer disturb each other. Matters concerning the senior brother will be handled according to our own abilities. This arrangement suits me perfectly. Additionally, keep your ex-husband at a distance. He has been hovering around me recently, and it is undoubtedly your doing. Upon hearing the term ex-husband, veins bulged on Chu Huairou's forehead. And just as she was about to retort, Chen Lingxi gracefully departed, leaving her with an uncomfortable lump in her throat. Reflecting on the fact that after the senior brother's departure, he fortuitously survived, only to be ensnared by another woman while having lost his memory, filled her heart with even greater distress. I shall not be defeated, Chu Huairou silently encouraged herself. Chapter 77. Lost Memories. The occurrences atop Lingjin Peak were unbeknownst to Chen Anyun, who was far away in the endless sea. At present, he was holding the hind leg of a half-man-high golden toad, soaring rapidly toward the heart of the endless sea. Regrettably, he had not the chance to utter that classic phrase, likely due to being overly occupied, when the proprietor accidentally dropped a bit of scallion into the bowl while adding it to the beef noodles. As Chen Anyun expressionlessly fished out a piece of scallion from the noodles, the sea god took to his heels and, upon being caught, still insisted that the two engage in a duel at the level of the longevity realm. Chen Anyun, in silence, regarded the numerous S-level passives on his skill sheet and readily acquiesced to the challenge. Thus, following a one-sided and intense battle, Chen Anyun remarked, "That was perilously close. I nearly broke a sweat." After casting the toad's carcass far into the sea, he began to discuss the primary objective of this outing with the system. "Dear host, I suggest we avoid unnecessary complications. Since we are utilizing Ming Tianxin's appearance, why not make the most of it and recreate the scene of your first encounter with her?" "Oh, you mean the time I found her in the valley?" Chen Anyun pondered for a moment. "That is indeed a sound approach, but if we proceed in that manner, how shall we design the development of their relationship? It cannot simply be love at first sight. Time will cultivate feelings, dear host. First, let us justify Ming Tianxin's existence. She is undeniably beautiful. Subsequently, we can craft some archetypal romantic scripts, making the gradual development of affection quite reasonable. You present a compelling argument. What about the name? How does Louis Fei sound? Dear host, since her appearance is that of Ming Tianxin, and the encounter is also in the context of Ming Tianxin's narrative, why not name her Ming Tianxin as well? System, I sense you are withholding something from me. How could that be, dear host? I merely propose a logical suggestion. Very well, let me contemplate this further. Understood, dear host. The system sighed inwardly, realizing that even in this new life, the host still could not recall the events that transpired. Days passed. To ensure a complete performance, after leaving the endless sea, Chen Anyun deliberately sought out a secluded valley, where he grilled a few fish by the stream. In his words, this approach would provide a greater sense of immersion, while savoring the sizzling grilled fish. The system surprisingly took the initiative to inquire, "Dear host, do you still remember the events that unfolded before the collapse of the Luofu small world?" What prompted this sudden inquiry? Of course, I remember. Taking a bite of the grilled fish and relishing the flavor, Chen Anyun casually replied. Were we not all present in that small world, playing our final roles together? I portrayed a young gentleman who had just achieved the highest honor and returned home to propose. Exactly. And then what happened? Can your system truly forget events? Chen Anyun could not help but tease, yet under the system's guidance, he found himself recalling the scenes of that time. The first bout of heaven and earth. Chen Anyun turned around, and Ming Tianxin, supported by Ji Yuebai, also turned, their gazes meeting as they bowed their heads simultaneously in a first round of reverence. The second bout of the ancestors. Goodness, I actually played the role of a favored son-in-law for the Baijian sect, Chen Anyun thought. Though 1,000 unwilling sentiments surged within him, he knelt and bowed alongside Ming Tianxin. The couple's bow. They were wed. They were truly to be wed. Chen Anyun mused. Although he had also married Lingxi in his memories, the time was clouded by self-hypnosis. While memories of that moment persisted post-hypnosis, they paled in comparison to the reality he was currently experiencing. Thus, this was the first genuine encounter with marriage throughout his 2 lifetimes. Lost in thought, Chen Anyun turned, half bowing as he and Ming Tianxin exchanged gestures of respect. Ceremony completed, let us escort the bride to the bridal chamber. With this exclamation, the atmosphere surged to a climax. Naturally, Chen Anyun followed suit, effortlessly spinning around and bowing deeply to the assembled guests, expressing his gratitude. He then gently grasped the knot of unity in Ming Tianxin's hand and cautiously stepped forward toward the courtyard. All the while, Chen Anyun's heart raced with the excitement of a small rabbit, pounding wildly within his chest. Finally arriving at the threshold of the bridal chamber, he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart before stepping inside. Once the candles were lit and he beheld the enchanting silhouette draped in a resplendent red wedding gown beside the bed, Chen Anyun felt his heartbeat intensify, his breath quickening. However, as he summoned his courage to gently lift the crimson veil from Ming Tianxin's head with the exquisite scale in his hand, the moment their eyes met seemed to freeze time. He gazed into her eyes, as clear and captivating as autumn waters, sparkling like a myriad of stars. And in that instant, all his unease and restlessness vanished, replaced by an indescribable tranquility and peace. The flickering candlelight in the bridal chamber danced gracefully, elongating their shadows until they converged into one. Then, the entire world began to crumble piece by piece. First, the entire county town gradually dissolved into nothingness, the onlookers' smiling faces transforming into grains of green sand. Next, the Ming family and the disciples of the 100 Swords sect, who were merrily toasting in the hall, turned to stone, ultimately becoming a pile of yellow earth. All the guests, amidst laughter and cheer, crumbled into dust, eventually merging into the void. Only Ji Yuebai was suddenly enveloped by a beam of golden light that descended from above, shooting skyward before disappearing from sight. In the end, as Chen Anyun looked around the bridal chamber, witnessing everything gradually fade into nothingness, he understood that the time for parting had come. Ming Tianxin remained silent, merely casting him a deep glance before herself transforming into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace alongside the emptiness. The world was left in darkness. Thus ended Chen Anyun's recollection. After reminiscing, he contentedly savored his roasted fish while contemplating how best to wield the puppet, hoping to extricate himself from all entanglements with the female protagonists in one fell swoop. Little did he know that within the system's memory, there remained a final segment of this tale. In the midst of the endless darkness, Chen Anyun stood despondently in place until the system's voice resonated. Host, would you like to know the nature of the transaction between Ming Tianxin and the main system? What is it? Chen Anyun sighed. She relinquished an easily attainable victory. Exchanging the lives of countless beings from the small thousand worlds and boundless merits for merely the chance to reunite with you. After a prolonged silence, Chen Anyun finally spoke. System, please seal this memory. Host, why must you do this? Chen Anyun forced a smile. If I do not, I fear I may never be able to complete the forthcoming tasks. Are you certain? Absolutely. Then, host, do you have any further instructions? Well, if we truly meet again, please convey my apologies. Chapter 78. Return to the mountain. Days later, Chen Anyun stealthily returned to his dwelling on Lingjin Peak, secretly bringing out the puppet formed from the colorful stone. The following morning, he boldly presented the puppet at Lingjin Peak. This puppet was naturally controlled by the system. Having rehearsed the entire previous night with Chen Anyun at the foot of the mountain, the senior brother has returned. Senior brother. After exchanging greetings with the junior disciples he encountered along the way, Chen Anyun led the puppet into the main hall amidst their curious gazes. Anyun, you are back. If one were to name the person most concerned about Chen Anyun on Lingjin Peak, it would undoubtedly be Li Wuji. He had been utterly exhausted during this time. And upon seeing his beloved disciple return safely, his excitement was palpable. Greetings, master. Chen Anyun respectfully bowed and then drew the puppet closer. Master, during my journey, aside from seeking the water essence gold, I also fortuitously encountered a junior sister of exceptional talent. I humbly request that you take her under your wing. Oh, such fortunate news. Upon hearing that his disciple had brought back a highly gifted student, Li Wuji's face brightened with delight. Following this, Chen Anyun recounted the story of his encounter with Ming Tianxin as previously rehearsed. Upon learning that the puppet resembled a beggar and had lost most of her memories, Li Wuji could not help but lament. Alas, yet another tragic tale of the human realm. After sighing, Li Wuji turned to the puppet and inquired, do you still recall your name? I am named Ming Tianxin. The puppet responded softly, manipulated by the system. Li Wuji pointed at the puppet's forehead. Ah, a naturally clear heart of Tao, splendid talent. Tianxin, what a beautiful name. From this day forth, you shall be my true disciple on Lingjin Peak. Thank you, master. The puppet gracefully bowed. Li Wuji cast a look of approval at Chen Anyun, marveling at his exceptional son, who could casually pick up a disciple of remarkable talent. Since Tianxin has lost most of her memories, you, as her senior brother, shall take good care of her during this time, Li Wuji instructed. Chen Anyun readily agreed. After exiting the main hall, he took the puppet to the Taiji sect's master hall to handle various mundane affairs such as acquiring sect tokens and training resources. He also commissioned a junior disciple from the Tiangong Peak to construct a new residence on Lingjin Peak. Upon returning to Lingjin Peak, he happened to encounter Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, who had come upon hearing the news. Senior brother. As usual, Chu Huairou attempted to leap into Chen Anyun's embrace. However, just as she took a step forward, she was pulled back by Chen Lingxi beside her. Senior brother has just returned after a month of hard work. It would be best not to trouble him. How am I troubling him? Chu Huairou protested, trying to wriggle free, but the disparity in their cultivation levels made it impossible. Chen Lingxi's grip remained firm, causing her to reveal her vexation with a slight growl. Hey, when did these two become so close? The interaction between the two women, in Chen Anyun's eyes, only served to affirm their closeness. Pondering over it, he could not quite decipher the reason. Luckily, his acting skills had become second nature, and maintaining his persona had become an instinctive reaction. In the blink of an eye, he donned a gentle smile. Sister Chu, Sister Chen, it has been a while. Humph. Why is my name last? Chen Lingxi felt a pang of jealousy but still stepped forward, curiously examining the puppet behind Chen Anyun. Who is this sister? I have never seen her at Lingjin Peak. Oh, she is not just any sister. She is Master S' newly accepted true disciple, named Ming Tianxin. Greetings, Sister Chen. The puppet obediently bowed, speaking little, which was a result of the agreement between Chen Anyun and the system. After all, it was the system's first time acting as a person, lacking experience. It was best to adhere to the principle of speaking less to avoid mistakes. Then, observing Chu Huairou being reluctantly led in front of him by Chen Lingxi, Chen Anyun introduced, this is Sister Chu. Although she entered the sect before you, she once vowed to be the little sister of Lingjin Peak, and Master has agreed, so you may call her Sister Chu. Greetings, Sister Chu. The puppet bowed once more. Ah, a new disciple accepted by Master? Chu Huairou could not help but scrutinize the puppet closely, in an effort to garner the sympathy of her master. The puppet remained unadorned. However, her flawless features exuded a natural beauty that was beyond embellishment. Chu Huairou felt as if she had once again been betrayed by her master. At the tender age of 16, she had yet to fully blossom. Her face still bore the cherubic roundness of youth, a phase where cuteness outweighed beauty. One Chen Lingxi was already sufficient. Where had her master discovered such a captivating individual? Fortunately, the puppet's somewhat awkward demeanor prevented Chu Huairou from discerning any underlying issues. Following the incident with Chen Lingxi, she was particularly sensitive, fearful that her elder brother might produce yet another inexplicable consort. All right, the disciples of Tiangong Peak will soon arrive to construct Sister Ming's residence. So we shall take our leave, Chen Anyun declared, eager to depart. He was wary of allowing the puppet to remain in the company of the two women for too long, having coexisted with the system for millennia. He understood all too well that its thought processes often diverge significantly from human reasoning. Even a moment's inattention could lead to revealing flaws. The two women had come primarily to see him, and upon realizing he had pressing matters, they took their leave amicably. Very well, elder brother. And sister Ming. Welcome to Lingjian Peak. Farewell, elder brother. I shall visit you again this evening. Chen Anyun waved as he ascended the mountain with the puppet in tow. Behind them, indistinct sounds of an argument could be faintly heard. Sister Chu, did you not promise to visit me tonight to admire the apricot blossoms? Are you foolish? How can one see flowers in the pitch darkness of night? Besides, your apricot blossoms have only been planted for a month. The trunks aren't even properly developed yet. Let go of me. Huh, not a chance. Chapter 79. Artificial intelligence after a month apart? Their relationship had seemingly flourished so considerably? System. What is your perspective on this? Host. Which of your eyes perceived their relationship as improved? Isn't it so? In my experience, only those with close ties engage in such playful banter. Chen Anyun's tone was imbued with nostalgic longing. In his previous life, having grown up an orphan, he had formed bonds with several good friends during school. In his recollection, only those with a deep connection would engage in mutual teasing and quarrels. The system acknowledged. You are the host. Your words are absolute. However, Chen Anyun's inquiry had been casual. His mind was predominantly occupied with the operations of this puppet. By the way, what is the farthest distance from which you can control this puppet? Although the system could manipulate the puppet crafted from colorful stones, it did not mean that its essence had departed from Chen Anyun. In truth, the system's core remained with him. I share a sense of perception with you, host. Therefore, theoretically, as long as I am within your sensory range, I can exert control. That is quite advantageous, Chen Anyun mused, nodding in satisfaction. With his current mastery at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he could ascertain not only the color of his sister's undergarments but also the entire expanse of Lingjian Peak. However, host, I have an even better suggestion. Do share. Consider this, you cannot possibly monitor the puppet every hour of every day. What if an urgent matter arises and someone encounters the puppet? You cannot perpetually feign amnesia. If this continues, even if you do not expose yourself, others will gradually perceive the puppet as a simpleton. And no matter how you act, it is implausible to develop affection for an acknowledged fool. You make a valid point. But I could merely hide the puppet when I have matters to attend to. No, host. I recall the tale you once told me about a character named Conan, a dual-faced individual. Whenever his other persona, xianxia, appeared, Conan would vanish. And seldom did anyone connect the two. Surely, you do not believe that those destined women would be so simplistic? Observing Chen Anyun's wavering resolve, the system pressed on. Moreover, consistently extending your perception is no different from the 24-hour surveillance you previously mentioned. Would you not find yourself devoid of any rest? Very well. Although I have sensed your attempts to lead me into a pitfall, your reasoning holds merit. What alternatives do you propose? I shall listen. Ahem, to suggest pitfalls is slanderous. How could I engage in such antics? The system promptly refuted Chen Anyun's baseless suspicions before continuing. My proposal, framed in the context of your world's knowledge, is to create a semblance of artificial intelligence for the puppet. Artificial intelligence? Does your system possess such technological capabilities? Chen Anyun inquired, astonished. The main system is a transcendent entity across countless realms. It is entirely reasonable for a few sci-fi gadgets to appear in the realm of cultivation, the system replied. That makes sense, Chen Anyun remarked thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He had heard the system refer to the main system before, each mention instilling in him a sense of omnipotence. The current proposition seemed unexpectedly plausible, especially since his accumulated regret values had reached astronomical heights, and he had little desire to exchange them for anything else. Name your price and regret values. I shall procure it. In fact, it does not require regret values, the system cautiously clarified. As a system, it was fundamentally incapable of deceiving the host. Not requiring regret values? Chen Anyun narrowed his eyes. From his extensive experiences across 3 lifetimes, he understood that free offerings often demanded extraordinary sacrifices. Indeed, host, the system hastily explained, this artificial intelligence is quite rudimentary. Initially, it will not even be able to speak. It will require gradual instruction in various knowledge and languages, allowing it to learn appropriate responses to different scenarios. Understood. Merely a primitive form of artificial intelligence? Chen Anyun exhaled in relief. No wonder the system was not charging. Such a basic version would hardly warrant his interest even if offered for free in his original world. Nevertheless, the prospect of training an AI in another realm captivated him. He decisively stated, very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall impart knowledge slowly. For time is our most abundant resource. According to the timeline of the previous life, this period marked the first year since his master's disappearance. Although Lingjian Peak fell into a brief chaos due to the absence of its master, it swiftly regained tranquility under his management. Furthermore, this year heralded the decennial Lingjing trial, in which he, acting as the proxy peak master, was unable to participate. Consequently, Lingjian Peak ranked last among the 7 peaks, resulting in its cultivation resources being suppressed by the other peaks for a full decade. The secret realm of the Lingjing trial belonged to the Tai sect. a minor world of its own, posing minimal danger. The challenges and obstacles within were meticulously crafted by the peak masters and elders of the sect. At that time, when Li Wuji went missing, Chen Anyun was still at a nascent stage in his cultivation. Although he held the position of proxy peak master, he lacked the qualifications to partake in the design of the mechanisms, leading to Lingjin Peak being perpetually constrained at each challenge, ultimately relegating it to the last place. However, these were merely regrets of the original self, given Chen Anyun's current level of cultivation. Competing with a group of adept disciples was a sight too splendid for him to bear. Thus, he did not intend to personally rectify this regret for the original self. Nevertheless, Lingjin Peak was now graced by the presence of two prominent female figures, Chu Huairou and Chen Lingxi. What constitutes a prominent female figure? It is akin to a male protagonist dragon hero archetype, effortlessly overcoming challenges and breaking through limits as easily as one consumes a meal. No matter how deeply hidden the opportunities may be, they can unearth them through a series of absurd actions, often by mere happenstance. Why does Chen Anyun wish to escape after the world has been reset? Setting aside the question of whether he could seize the opportunity, does the favored protagonist comprehend the weight of such a destiny? Moreover, from a certain perspective, female narratives can sometimes be even more outrageous than their male counterparts. While male protagonists must adhere to a process to gain strength, even in ancient times, their ascension through consuming sweet potatoes could at least be considered somewhat logical. In contrast, female narratives often defy such reasoning. Returning to the main point, Chen Anyun believed that even if he remained a mere observer during this trial, it would be a simple feat for Lingjin Peak to secure the top position. To digress, these past few years had been uneventful for Lingjin Peak, allowing him to gradually cultivate the artificial intelligence mentioned by the system. Although he did not aspire to compete with those grand models, he at least aimed to reach the level of a certain smartphone's rudimentary AI from his previous life. Once the disciples of Tiangong Peak completed their work and beheld the newly constructed house, Chen Anyun decided to keep the puppet in his wardrobe for the time being. This was not merely a precaution, it was primarily for the convenience of training the artificial intelligence. After bringing the puppet back to his room, he carefully set up an invisible barrier around it, ensuring he would receive timely feedback should anyone approach. After all, the system was correct. Although his current cultivation level meant that extending his perception would incur no significant cost, true rest is best enjoyed without the slightest inconvenience. Alright. Let us install your artificial intelligence on the puppet, Chen Anyun urged. Chapter 80. Training it's already done. So soon? Chen Anyun responded, somewhat perplexed, as he circled the puppet. Is it already installed? As if in answer to Chen Anyun's inquiry, the puppet's long eyelashes fluttered, and its eyes appeared to possess a hint of vitality. System. You're not controlling it, are you? Chen Anyun felt a sudden unease under the puppet's gaze. No, this puppet now possesses its own consciousness. You may attempt to communicate with her, host. Communicate? How do I do that? She seemed somewhat dim-witted. Chen Anyun scratched his head. For instance, you could first tell her your name, the system suggested. That makes sense. Chen Anyun nodded, pointing to himself. Chen Anyun. The puppet hesitated momentarily. After several prompts from Chen Anyun, she appeared to grasp his meaning and awkwardly replied, Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun nodded again, pointing to the puppet. Ming Qianxin. This time, the puppet responded much quicker, albeit still stammering. Subsequently, Chen Anyun pointed to himself and reiterated, Chen Anyun. The puppet echoed, Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun pointed to the puppet once more, Ming Qianxin. After several exchanges, Chen Anyun pointed to himself and remained silent. Then, he heard the puppet say, Chen Anyun. He pointed to the puppet again, Ming Qianxin. Wow, this artificial intelligence is quite clever, he remarked. Indeed, host, the system quickly concurred. Chen Anyun suddenly rediscovered the joy akin to playing with toys in his previous world, becoming increasingly engrossed as he began pointing out various objects around the room, teaching the puppet their names. Before long, whenever he pointed to an object, the puppet would promptly declare its name, and her pronunciation grew increasingly fluent. This filled Chen Anyun with an increasing sense of accomplishment, for which teacher does not cherish an astute pupil. In the end, after a moment of careful contemplation, he recalled the scene from the orphanage in his original world, where the director taught the newly arrived children. Thus, he pointed to his own eyes and said to the puppet, Eyes. The puppet, having become somewhat accustomed to Chen Anyun's actions, naturally echoed, Eyes. Chen Anyun nodded in approval and continued, My eyes. Just as the puppet was about to respond, Chen Anyun shook his head and pointed to the puppet's eyes. Eyes? The puppet replied, a touch befuddled. Chen Anyun nodded and once more pointed to his own eyes, saying, My eyes. Before the puppet could speak, he shook his head again, directing his finger towards the puppet's eyes, guiding it. Your eyes. My eyes? The puppet hesitated, grasping the concept only partially. Chen Anyun nodded and pointed to his own eyes again, prompting the puppet to say, Eyes. He then pointed to the puppet's eyes, and this time, the puppet comprehended, smoothly responding, My eyes. Goodness, look at this. The artificial intelligence can learn just like a human child. Chen Anyun exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, it is remarkably intelligent. The system praised, albeit somewhat hesitantly. However, Chen Anyun was so engrossed in his exhilaration that he paid no heed to the system's peculiarities. With the success of this experience, He soon employed a similar method to swiftly teach the puppet the usage of the other two pronouns, you and he. He toiled away until deep into the night, finally exhaling with satisfaction. Now, he had adeptly taught the puppet to recognize itself in the surrounding world. The puppet's intelligence astonished him. Consequently, he brought the puppet before a mirror, contemplated for a moment, and retrieved a hairpin from his pocket, which he directly inserted into the puppet's flowing hair. This hairpin was purchased by him during his recent visit to the mortal town to acquire a birthday gift for Chu Huairou's 16th birthday. At that moment, he could not distinctly recall the exact appearance of the hairpin he had given to Chu Huairou in his previous life, so he could only rely on his instincts and bought two. Upon returning to Lingjin Peak, he intended to compare them gradually. The hairpin in question was indeed the only one that remained from that time. He wished to test whether the puppet could pass the mirror test. This experiment was a method commonly employed by Chen Anyun in his first life to assess an animal's self-awareness. Only a select few species, such as humans, gorillas, orcas, and elephants, have succeeded in this endeavor. The puppet gazed at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily taken aback. Yet, she quickly reached up to touch the hairpin adorning her head. Remarkably, she had passed the mirror test, which left Chen Anyun exhilarated, mentally exclaiming at the system. The system, however, declined to respond and feigned ignorance. Nevertheless, Chen Anyun merely sought an outlet for his excitement. As dusk approached, he decided to conclude that day's training. He led the puppet to the wardrobe and opened its doors. The puppet obediently stepped inside. Just as Chen Anyun was about to close the cabinet, he noticed the hairpin he had just placed there, and instinctively reached out to retrieve it. Coincidentally, the puppet tilted her head just in time to evade his grasp. Chen Anyun, not giving it much thought, attempted again to take the hairpin when the system suddenly chimed in. Host, impressive indeed. Chen Anyun replied. What? Ah, host. Didn't you just say something about passing the mirror test? Chen Anyun chuckled in irritation. System, your reflexes must be a good 10 kilometers off. Distracted by the system's interruption, Chen Anyun abandoned his initial intention and closed the cabinet. He then erected a series of barriers for soundproofing and protection, ensuring everything was secure before he turned to leave, contemplating what new lessons to teach the next day as he prepared for bed. Inside the cabinet, the puppet stood in the confined space, a sliver of light filtering through the narrow cracks of the cabinet door, casting a gentle glow upon her face. She continued to savor the novel sensation she had just experienced, marveling at the beauty of the hairpin atop her head, which she found pleasing. However, she did not grasp the concepts of beauty or affection. She simply wished to keep it from being taken away. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in her mind. Sorry. Sorry? What does that mean? She pondered. Chapter 81. The lottery morning dawned, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the trees. The canopy shimmered with a delicate, golden hue. The newborn sun scattered its rays across every corner of Lingjin Peak. Through the window of a small house encircled by apricot trees, a beam of sunlight fortuitously illuminated a pair of perfectly flawless feet, reminiscent of white jade. As if scorched by the sunlight, the pale feet, almost translucent, instinctively recoiled, while their owner softly murmured two incomprehensible syllables, without even opening her eyes, merely shifting to a different sleeping position. After a brief interval, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her dark eyes gradually opened. With the last remnants of sleep still lingering, she sat up, stretching languorously, revealing a breathtaking silhouette. Not forgetting to toss aside the rebellious strands of hair that had escaped during her slumber, she remarked to herself, So, I am indeed in the perfected realm. Feeling her current cultivation level was far beneath her peak, she surprisingly wore a contented smile. How wonderful, it was not just a dream. As she stood from the bedside and approached the mirror, she diligently began to groom her appearance. Even in her natural state, she was already stunning enough to captivate the world, but driven by the joy of seeing her beloved daily, she meticulously adorned herself. Once she had finished her preparation and donned a pale yellow dress, she admired her graceful figure in the mirror, silently rewarding herself with an internal compliment. Ah, that bothersome woman had mentioned yesterday that today was the day of the lottery for the spirit realm trial, and she needed to head to the main peak's grand hall. Chen Lingxi, slightly vexed, tapped her head and swiftly retrieved her flying sword, soaring toward the main peak. When she encountered Li Wuji, she had entered Lingjin Peak as a loose cultivator at the late stage of object manipulation. Now, more than 2 months had passed. It was reasonable to assume she had advanced to the profound realm. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity to showcase her abilities before her husband. Having been a disciple for over a month, she had gained some understanding of many matters concerning Tai's sect. The spirit realm trial was a competition among the various peaks, a contest for cultivation resources. Cultivators defy the heavens to seize a glimmer of opportunity, and since resources are inherently limited, despite the deep bonds among disciples of Tai's sect, they would not hesitate to contend fiercely when the time came. Furthermore, if one were to consider the brothers from neighboring peaks as cousins, then those from her own peak were akin to brothers by blood. Of course, aside from sanctioned competitions like the Spirit Realm Trial, Tai's sect imposes severe penalties for internal conflicts, ranging from the complete depletion of cultivation to expulsion from the sect, or even execution on the immortal execution platform, leading to the obliteration of one's soul. Upon reaching the main peak, Chen Lingxi spotted her husband waving to her from the side of the plaza in front of the hall. This moment elevated her spirits to an unprecedented zenith. and the smile gracing her lips was utterly unmistakable, oblivious to the fact that numerous male disciples had been ardently fixated on her since her arrival. Their faces reddened with excitement. Chen Lingxi swiftly directed her flying sword, descending towards her destination, senior brother, although the term she longed to utter remained unspoken. The mere sight of her beloved standing before her was sufficient to fill her heart with contentment. She discreetly lowered the fabric of her attire by an inch, feigning a novice's demeanor while maneuvering the flying sword, hoping to conjure an unexpected mishap. Then, she beheld a cherubic face, somewhat pudgy and adorned with a displeased expression, boldly obstructing Chen Anyun's view and enveloping her in an embrace. Move aside. With a dismissive gesture, she silently mouthed a reprimand, blocking Chen Anyun's line of sight with the other person's head. Absolutely not. Chu Huairou, with her back turned to Chen Anyun, felt no trepidation about being discovered by her senior brother. Besides, in the presence of so many witnesses, she was confident that he would not dare reveal his true prowess, thus steadfastly refusing to budge. Pretending to overlook their antics, Chen Anyun subtly twitched her lips and calmly proposed, "Since junior sister Chen has arrived, let us proceed inside together." The upcoming trial of the spiritual realm is not an event in which every disciple can partake, as it carries certain risks. Thus, those eligible must possess a cultivation level above the profound realm. In the original timeline, although Chu Huairou was exceptionally gifted, her lack of diligence and cultivation left her merely at the mid-stage of the materialization realm. However, in this life, she found herself at a distinct advantage, effortlessly breaking through to the profound realm, particularly as she harbored intentions akin to those of Chen Lingxi. Remarkably, she managed to secure her place in the trial's lottery on the very last day, achieving a breakthrough that transcended two realms. Even the seasoned Li Wuji was left utterly astonished. Fortunately, Chen Lingxi herself was of exceptional aptitude, and the emergence of a prodigy who had broken through two realms was neither unprecedented nor without precedent in the lower realms, making it somewhat palatable. Initially, Li Wuji intended for her to enter seclusion for several days to stabilize her newfound level and refrain from participating in this trial. However, Chu Huairou, undeterred by her actual age, boldly displayed her tenacity before her master, ultimately persuading him to grant her permission to join in this trial of the spirit realm. Apart from Chen Anyun, Chen Lingxi, and Chu Huairou from Lingjin Peak, there are also three disciples, Zhang Lingyun, Du Qishan, and Su Wanqing, who are in the mid-stage of the profound realm, making a total of 6 individuals. This number is neither too few nor too many compared to the other peaks. Unlike in the previous life, when only Zhang Lingyun, Du Qishan, and Su Wanqing participated, and despite the discreet assistance from several elders of Lingjin Peak, they ultimately found themselves at the bottom of the rankings without surprise. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Chen Anyun exchanged pleasantries with the senior disciples from other peaks before standing quietly within the hall, awaiting the drawing of lots. The Spirit Realm trial pairs disciples into teams of 2. In the event of an odd number from any peak, the extra individual forms a team of 1, and they are then randomly teleported to various locations within the Spirit Realm. The competition revolves around the quest for 3 types of scrolls: heaven, earth, and humanity. During the struggle for the scrolls, disciples are permitted to engage in combat with one another. A failure in the contest for the Heaven Scroll results in immediate expulsion from the Spirit Realm, forfeiting any further participation. However, those who fail to obtain the Earth and Humanity Scrolls may continue their search for the remaining scrolls. The successful acquisition of a scroll prohibits further contention for it. The Heaven Scroll is worth 10 points, the Earth Scroll 3 points, and the Humanity Scroll 1 point, culminating in a ranking based on the total points amassed by each peak. Following the drawing of lots, there remains a full month until the Spirit Realm trial officially commences. During this month, to enhance their combat prowess, the disciples grouped together typically spend day and night cultivating joint techniques, leading to numerous instances where male and female disciples, after trials, forge bonds that culminate in partnerships as Dao companions. This is precisely why Chu Huairou chose to abandon her previously low-profile demeanor, seeking to break through 2 realms. Yet neither she nor Chen Lingxi anticipated that the results of the drawing had already been covertly altered by Chen Anyun. As the elder in the Grand Hall proclaimed, Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou form a team. Both women discerned disappointment and disdain reflected in each other's eyes. Humph. Echoed twice as Du Qishan and Su Wanqing were paired together. Senior brother Du, I look forward to your guidance. Haha, Wanqing junior sister, I shall rely on you. Chen Anyun and Zhang Lingyun were also teamed up. Junior brother Zhang, let us strive together. Senior brother, I will do my utmost. Observing Zhang Lingyun's flushed excitement for the upcoming trials, Chen Anyun felt a sense of gratification. This was indeed a commendable disciple of Lingjin Peak. Upon returning to the Grand Hall of Lingjin Peak, Chen Anyun offered further encouragement to his junior disciples participating in the Lingjing trials before preparing to dismiss them. Recently, he had used the excuse of seclusion to secretly train the artificial intelligence of his puppets, which brought him immense joy. Suddenly, he heard Chu Huairou speak up. Senior brother, if we triumph in this trial, could you grant me a request as a reward? Oh, what sort of request? Chen Anyun inquired, considering that if it was a simple matter, he could agree to it, thereby motivating this future empress during the trials. It is merely a trifle for you, senior brother. Just promise me first. Chu Huairou stepped forward, shaking his arm persistently. Fine. Just stop shaking me. As long as it does not contradict my principles, I can agree, Chen Anyun conceded, feeling helpless. Regardless of the circumstances, whether on Earth or in this life, he was never adept at handling a woman's whims. After all, even if they could not be lovers, Chu Huairou had been his little junior sister since childhood. And that bond would remain unchanged. Senior brother, you are the best, Chu Huairou exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she glanced triumphantly at Chen Lingxi. Senior brother, I want one too. Chen Lingxi chimed in, startling Chen Anyun into retreating a step, yet the faint fragrance of apricot blossoms lingered in the air. As my junior sister, you cannot show favoritism. If we succeed, you must also grant me a request. Chen Anyun's feelings for Chen Lingxi were far more complicated than for Chu Huairou. After all, they had been wed in a genuine ceremony. Although he had sealed away his memories at the time, he was still himself. And he could not fathom what madness had driven him to engage in various peculiar antics with her, taking advantage of her innocence. He quickly resolved to dismiss those thoughts. Thus, he reluctantly replied, all right, I suppose that counts as a promise, but let me clarify. 1. It must not violate my personal wishes. 2. It must not breach societal norms. Understood? Understood. Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou responded in unison, surprisingly in sync. Chen Anyun then turned his attention to the remaining 3. You wouldn't want any rewards as well, would you? No. Haha, senior brother. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Du Qingshan chuckled, avoiding eye contact as he made his exit. As he passed Su Wanqing, who stood there with a bemused smile, he promptly pulled her away. What are you doing? I'm taking Wanqing junior sister with me, he replied. And Chen Anyun nodded, watching them depart. Let go. I'm helping you. Observing the commotion between the two, alongside the bewildered expressions of the other 3, Chen Anyun couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. As the saying goes, while you indulge in gossip, the true lovers are above savoring your tales. Du Qingshan and Su Wanqing had joined Tai Yi sect simultaneously and had also become direct disciples under Ling Jian Peak. Eventually, it was revealed that they hailed from the same place and had entered the sect to escape marriage, a fact that would only come to light years later. Regardless, their constant bickering and playful banter had entertained the other disciples of Ling Jian Peak for quite some time. Once their figures vanished, the remaining trio finally redirected their gazes, their lips curling into mysterious smiles. Chen Anyun then turned his attention to Zhang Lingyun. Senior brother, if it's possible. Zhang Lingyun mustered his courage, fumbling for words. Leave. Zhang Lingyun retreated, leaving the grand hall in a flustered state. Upon returning to his quarters, Chen Anyun eagerly shut the windows and set up barriers before opening the wardrobe to release the puppets. At this moment, the puppet's gaze was noticeably more animated than just a few days prior when it had appeared full of wisdom, although a hint of awkwardness still lingered in its movements. It was no longer markedly different from that of an ordinary person. It is worth noting that when Chen Anyun first instructed the puppet to walk autonomously, it struggled to coordinate its arm movements with its legs. Now, however, Chen Anyun reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, allowing the puppet to sit behind him, its delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders. The recent advancements in artificial intelligence had been remarkable, leading Chen Anyun to ponder that continuously referring to it as a puppet might border on disrespect. Indeed, esteemed host, why not simply call her by her name? A name? What name? Chen Anyun paused in surprise. Meng Tianxin, the system cautiously reminded him. As Chen Anyun's expression began to darken, the system hastily advised, consider this. Esteemed host, the colorful stone was born from the demise of the Luofu miniature world, and Meng Tianxin originally embodied the consciousness of that world. Therefore, it might not be unreasonable to regard the colorful stone as the remnant of Meng Tianxin. Sigh, you make a valid point, Chen Anyun conceded. He was well aware that the system spoke truthfully, which is why he had tacitly accepted the suggestion to name the puppet Meng Tianxin from the outset. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thought of a soulless puppet, an artificial intelligence, truly inheriting the name Meng Tianxin stirred a subtle resistance within him. In this new life, there are indeed some matters I must let go of. Chen Anyun sighed once more and addressed the puppet behind him. Tianxin, would you be so kind as to fetch me a cup of tea? This is the first time in several days that he refers to the puppet by that name. Meng Tianxin was initially taken aback, but her expression remained composed. She merely nodded, ceased her previous actions, and began to pour tea for Chen Anyun. After taking a sip of the tea, Chen Anyun, his emotions in turmoil, reclined back into his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling, lost in thought. He was so absorbed that he failed to notice that Meng Tianxin had quietly approached him from behind, without any prompt, and naturally began to massage his shoulders. Chapter 83, Leaving Home in the Dead of Night, amidst the endless sea, within the palace of the Sea Clan. Xianxia, have you truly made your decision? Yes, sister. This matter is of utmost importance to me. I beseech you to keep it a secret for 3 days, no matter what. Li Xianxia, clad in night attire, was diligently packing her belongings. Behind her, Li Susu stood helplessly at the table, worry etched upon her face as she gazed at her sister. The events trace back to a week prior when a colossal toad carcass inexplicably surfaced from the depths of the ocean, only to be dragged onto the island by local fishermen using their nets. The body of the toad, impervious to fire and water, and invulnerable to blades and firearms, quickly became the talk of the endless sea. Various clans sent emissaries to investigate, and the high priest of the Sea Clan, Gu Huaixing, personally ventured forth. Upon his return, he wept profusely, intoxicated, and rambled on for an entire night before the grave of the ancient ancestor, xianxia. Since then, his sister began to exhibit peculiar behavior. First, she developed a penchant for watching the sunset during the full moon. Although the splendid sight of the moon rising over the sea left even her in awe, it was alarming to see her sister weeping and murmuring an indistinct name. Soon after, her sister would frequently lose her focus during cultivation, while reading, and even in conversation, occasionally breaking into a sweet smile, uttering nonsensical phrases like, "It must be him. This time he will surely remember me." Then, on this very night, she abruptly woke her sister to announce her intention to elope and travel to the mainland. "Are you out of your mind?" Mother would be heartbroken. Lisusu attempted to dissuade her sibling. In response, Xianxia gazed at her strangely until Lisusu felt an uncomfortable shiver, then said, "Not at all. As long as you are here, it is enough. After all, Mother cherishes you the most." Hearing this, Lisusu sighed in relief, mistakenly thinking her sister was merely envious. She quickly reassured, "How could that be? Xianxia, your talents are extraordinary. Mother expects you to inherit the throne." Previously, Lisusu would never have uttered such words. Even if she did, her heart would be heavy with sorrow. Yet for reasons unknown, not long ago, during her morning practice, she had suddenly experienced a sharp pain in her head and fainted. Upon awakening, the physicians found no ailments, and she felt inexplicably refreshed, as if many things had suddenly become clear. Whoever desires that throne can have it. Xianxia declared resolutely, then turned to gently grasp her sister's shoulders. "Please, sister, wait 3 days before informing Mother of my whereabouts. Consider it a repayment for what you owe me from our past life." "What past life nonsense?" Lisusu retorted, momentarily speechless. Then, recalling some stories she had written, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Xianxia had been possessed? No, they were cultivators. How could they believe in such foul existences? Those were mere tales spun by mortals to deceive themselves. After dismissing her wild imaginings, Lisusu anxiously watched as Xianxia packed her remaining belongings into her storage bag. "Xianxia, why are you taking so many spirit stones?" "Because he seems rather impoverished," Xianxia replied nonchalantly without turning around. Lisusu was taken aback. Then a far more terrifying suspicion emerged in her mind than the notion of possession. "Xianxia, you can't be planning to elope, can you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Xianxia realized she had let something slip and hastily corrected herself. "Having grown up together, sharing everything, where would I find someone to elope with?" "Well, you have a point." Lisusu nodded unconsciously. "It couldn't be possession, nor could it be elopement. Then what could it be?" Lisusu felt overwhelmed. "Never mind. Once Xianxia leaves, I shall report this to Mother. With her current strength, it would be impossible for her to escape the Sea Clan's territory in a single day. Any talk of hiding for 3 days is merely a ruse. Such a significant matter could not be left to her sister's whim." She agreed to her sister's request merely as a temporary measure, fearing that Xianxia would cease to play with her afterward. Eventually, she would shift all blame to their mother, claiming it was under the duress of their mother's strict questioning that she revealed everything. As Lisusu rationalized her impending betrayal, she suddenly heard Xianxia call out behind her, "Ah, Mother." Instinctively, Lisusu turned around, only to feel a sharp pain at the back of her head, her consciousness fading away. In her last moments of awareness, she heard Xianxia's triumphant voice. "Humph, how naive, sister. Did you think I would let you report me to Mother the moment I left? You might as well lie here for 3 days. Were it not for her fear of their mother taking drastic measures to find her, Xianxia would never have divulged her plan to flee." Once Lisusu was incapacitated, Xianxia tenderly laid her sister on the bed and tucked her in. She had not simply knocked her sister unconscious. The 2 soul-fixing needles embedded in Lisusu's head were the result of her recent tireless efforts. Even a cultivator of the celestial realm would find it impossible to awaken Lisusu for quite some time. Of course, after 3 days, the effects of the needles would fade, and Lisusu would rouse on her own. With great care, Xianxia slipped out, utilizing her familiarity with the palace to navigate her escape, heading straight for the seaside. Upon arrival, she skillfully retrieved a makeshift raft crafted from bamboo and wood, expertly hidden behind a rock. As she had yet to master the art of flight, she had no choice but to rely on the raft to reach the mainland. Yet, as the future queen destined to rule the endless sea for millennia, her knowledge of these waters was unparalleled. Gently pushing the slightly worn raft into the tumultuous waves, Xianxia gazed up at the vast, resplendent starry sky above. Countless twinkling stars sparkled like gems set against the dark canvas of night. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her inner energy to manipulate the rudimentary sail fashioned from coarse cloth. Under her command, the previously drooping sail swelled with the wind, catching the sea breeze. With the force of the wind propelling it forward, the raft sped away like an arrow, swiftly disappearing from the shore. On the boundless, seemingly endless expanse of the sea, Xianxia stood alone on the rocking raft, whispering a jubilant cheer only audible to herself. The Black Pearl set sail. Chapter 84. A wonderful day, have you heard? Recently, a significant incident occurred at the xianxia sect. A disciple of the sect allegedly poisoned the old sect master's medicinal dish, using the long-lost 9-poison xianyu. It is said that this poison is colorless and tasteless, inducing drowsiness, and upon awakening, no signs of affliction can be detected. only for the poison to manifest after 49 days, leading to a painful demise. Given that the poison is colorless and tasteless, and has such a long incubation period, how was it discovered? Rumor has it that after administering the poison, the culprit instinctively tasted the broth for seasoning, only to faint right there in the kitchen. This is what one might call a case of losing the chicken while attempting to steal the rice. What became of that poor fellow in the end? Regardless of whether one can escape death atop the xianxia platform, it is certain that those afflicted by the 9 poison xianyu are beyond salvation. Oh, Brother Wang. Why do you remain silent? Have you perhaps heard of this matter? No, I am merely contemplating why this poison solely causes the lower half of the body to rot. That is indeed a lengthy tale. I happen to possess some knowledge on the subject. As the conversation amongst several disciples from the Lingjin Peak gradually receded into the distance, Zhou Qing withdrew his straining airs. Merely another fool who has failed the trial. While he scoffed internally, he could not help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction. How splendid! A rival eliminated. At this moment, he felt as though he were riding the crest of a wave of success. For in recent days, he believed he had made significant progress towards his coveted goal. At this juncture, he clutched in his hand a century-old xiling flower, an exquisite treasure he had obtained through immense effort, nearly losing his life in the process. This flower serves as a solid foundation for practitioners at the transcendence realm, making it an exceedingly precious elixir. Moreover, this particular purple spirit flower has thrived for over a century, and among its originally purple petals, several have transformed into a delicate shade of pink. The purple spirit flower is renowned for its rarity, often referred to as a touch of pink worth 1,000 gold, which underscores its invaluable nature. Recently, he had ventured to a mundane town and acquired a plethora of intriguing trinkets, only to present them to Chu Huairou with a flourish. To his dismay, she incinerated them on the spot and admonished him to refrain from bringing such trifles to deceive her. This had left him quite perturbed for a considerable time. Was it not said that the female disciples, raised in the mountains, were easily enchanted by the fascinating trinkets of the mortal realm? Why then did this not apply to Chu Huairou? Until one fateful day, he witnessed a man in the mortal world lavishly spending his fortune to elicit a smile from a beauty. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. In this world, friendships are forged with gold. Where gold is scarce, bonds remain shallow. Even if promises are made in the fleeting moment, the heart ultimately wanders on its own path. From that day forth, Zhou Qing devoted himself to the arduous task of collecting precious items and spiritual herbs. Serendipitously, he encountered Chu Huairou, who was in dire need of spiritual herbs to fortify her foundation after breaking through 2 realms to participate in the spirit realm trials. She accepted an 80-year-old snow ginseng from Zhou Qing, which he believed was a sign he had found his true calling. As he approached an exquisite little building with the purple spirit flower in hand, Zhou Qing halted, aware that the owner had set up protective formations around the premises. Although he was not particularly fearful given his true cultivation level, it would be impolite to startle a beauty. What brings you here? A cold voice soon echoed from within the building. Had Zhou Qing been a novice upon his arrival at the mountain, he would have felt disheartened by the frosty demeanor of the voice's owner. However, he had since grown accustomed to it. Junior sister, is that how you address me? He said, my apologies, Chu junior sister. Pray tell, what is the matter? Oh, right. Zhou Qing hastily revealed the century-old purple spirit flower he had in his hand. While taking a stroll yesterday, I chanced upon a green deer and followed it. Set it down. You may leave now. Very well. I shall place the purple spirit flower here. If you require anything further, please do not hesitate to ask, junior sister. No further response came from within the building. Zhou Qing felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly composed himself, placing the century-old purple spirit flower on the ground, glancing back reluctantly with every step. Hee. Witnessing me like this, she must be utterly moved, he thought with a sense of pride. Furthermore, her lack of rejection indicated that she still held some regard for him. With one rival eliminated, he found himself a step closer to the position of Saint Sun. Indeed, today was a splendid day. On the summit of Lingjin Peak, Chen Anyun was intently observing Zhang Lingyun practice his sword techniques, occasionally offering guidance. As he listened to his senior brother's earnest teachings, warmth enveloped Zhang Lingyun's heart. He could not forget how, years ago, upon attaining the status of a scholar, he appeared triumphant yet felt lost. It was that young man who approached him, revealing that life held far more choices. Because of that single statement, he resolutely joined Tai's sect, becoming a true disciple of Lingjin Peak and his junior brother. This revelation had forever etched the young man shadow deep within his heart. In recent days, due to the Lingjing trial, I finally have the opportunity to spend time with my senior brother openly. He diligently remembers his senior brother's guidance, continuously refining his sword techniques. He understands that his aptitude can barely be considered exceptional, yet to stand beside his senior brother in the future, this is far from sufficient. With this thought, Zhang Lingyun's heart swells with determination. At this moment, a graceful figure approaches on a flying sword. Before she arrives, her voice reaches him, senior brother. Observing the happiness on Zhang Lingyun's face, Chu Huairou smirks internally but refrains from revealing his feelings. After all, her senior brother is straightforward. And Zhang Lingyun is not her adversary. Especially now, with a true enemy at hand, it is vital to consolidate allies. With that in mind, Chu Huairou smiles at Zhang Lingyun. So, senior brother Zhang is here too. Upon seeing Chu Huairou, Chen Anyun feels uneasy, as he knows his vulnerabilities are in her grasp, and can only manage a forced smile. "Good morning, junior sister." The gentle smile on Chen Anyun's face radiates warmth as she steps forward and ruffles Chu Huairou's hair. "What brings you here?" "Look at this." Chu Huairou squints her eyes, enjoying the warmth on her head, then proudly pulls out a purple flower from her robe. "This is the rare 100-year-old xiling flower. I heard that senior brother has been in seclusion to stabilize his realm recently. With this flower, your efforts will surely yield twice the result with half the effort." Chen Anyun shakes her head with a smile. "Junior sister, you worry too much. My realm is already quite stable and I have no need for this flower. You should keep it for yourself." "No." Chu Huairou pushes the xiling flower into Chen Anyun's hands. "It's a rare opportunity to assist senior brother. Please do not refuse. I obtained this flower with great difficulty." "Very well, I shall graciously accept it then." Chen Anyun sighs, realizing that given Chu Huairou's current level, even if she possessed foresight, acquiring a spirit herb of such caliber must have demanded considerable effort. With this thought, Chen Anyun no longer declines and accepts the herb. A smile dances on Chu Huairou's lips. "That's more like it. If senior brother needs anything else, just let me know." "Indeed. You have recently just advanced to the Tongxian realm. You must stabilize your own realm quickly, especially since the Lingjing trial is just a few days away," Chen Anyun advises. "I understand, senior brother. I shall take my leave now. Also, take care of yourself, senior brother Zhang." All right, junior sister." Xiang Lingyun responds hurriedly. It is only after Chu Huairou departs on her flying sword that Chen Anyun resumes instructing Xiang Lingyun. Chapter 85, the opening a few days later, within a grand hall. The disciples are reminded, remember, within the Lingjing, although there is no threat to life, many have shattered their resolve due to the trials, forever halting their progress. Assess your own capabilities. We shall strictly adhere to the sect master's decree. Proceed. The Tai sect's decennial Lingjing trial, the most significant competition amongst the peaks, has finally commenced. The peak masters of the 6 peaks are seated in order. After the disciples pay their respects, they enter the teleportation array in small teams. Before the teleportation array of the Lingjin peak, Chu Huairou confidently declares, "Senior brother, I will do my best." "Senior brother, remember our promise." Chen Lingxi's expression is somewhat pale. However, Chen Anyun understands that this is due to her using some secret technique to forcibly suppress her cultivation to the Tongxian realm. After all, disciples of the Guiyuan realm are not permitted to participate in the Lingzhu secret realm. "I shall await your good news." Chen Anyun nods with delight, watching as Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou enter the teleportation array. Then, addressing the somewhat complex-looking Xiang Lingyun, who appears to have suffered some grievance, she says, "Junior brother Zhang, let us depart as well." Having reached the pinnacle of the Tianren realm, he can revert to his true self, and his true essence remains concealed. Thus the formation cannot discern his actual cultivation level. Once Xiang Lingyun and Chen Anyun enter the secret realm, Chen Anyun confides, "Junior brother Zhang, to be honest, I have recently gained some insights and am currently suppressing my realm. Unless it is a critical moment during this trial, I will not intervene. I ask that you take the lead." In the cultivation world, sometimes before breaking through to the next realm, one may gain enlightenment regarding their current level. In such cases, cultivators often cease their practice or intentionally compress their realm to delay their breakthrough, aiming to progress further afterward. Engaging in combat may easily disrupt this state of enlightenment. Rest assured, senior brother. Upon hearing that Chen Anyun has such limitations, Xiang Lingyun feels not anger but joy. That she confided such an important matter to him signifies her trust. With this thought, he feels an immense sense of responsibility, even walking with greater caution. Meanwhile, upon landing, Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou survey their surroundings. One points east, the other west. "Let's go this way." Their gazes simultaneously turn dangerous. Yet, considering their actions are under the watchful eyes of the sect master and the peak masters, they suppress their anger and simultaneously declare, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors." Soon, this round of rock, paper, scissors concludes with Chu Huairou's overwhelming victory. Having finally won a round against Chen Lingxi, her spirits soar, while Chen Lingxi's expression darkens, her already sickly appearance now more sullen. Seeing Chen Lingxi's displeasure, Chu Huairou, despite her joy, kindly explains, in every year's Lingjing trial, the traps and mechanisms are personally arranged by the 6 peak masters. Thus, during the arrangement, each master will provide their disciples with small advantages. This is an unspoken agreement among us. Moreover, the map of the Lingjing trial is a simulation of the real Tai sect, so naturally, the traps in the Lingjin peak are set by our master. Chen Lingxi scoffs, "We both once held names in the upper realm, our cultivation surpassing the Tianren level. For such a minor trial, instead of relying on our strength, we must depend on the rules to achieve victory? You fail to recognize kindness." Chu Huairou remains unfazed. As the saying goes, even the most learned sage may not guess the riddles of the Lantern Festival. Do not underestimate the wisdom of the lower realm sects in nurturing their disciples. After this exchange, the two fall silent, merely focusing on their journey. Soon, they encounter a massive birdcage, within which a mechanical bird flits about rapidly. Both possess keen eyesight and immediately notice that the bird is holding a small, grayish scroll in its beak. This must be the Earth Scroll among the 3 scrolls of heaven, earth, and man in this trial. The purpose of this mechanism is evidently to test the disciples' speed and agility. Shall you proceed, or shall I? Just as Chu Huairou began to speak, Chen Lingxi had already opened the birdcage and stepped inside. Then, with a graceful sway of her body, akin to a startled swan, she matched the speed of the mechanical bird soaring through the air and reached out to grasp it. Yet, just as she was about to succeed, the mechanical bird defied all logic by halting midair before abruptly darting in the opposite direction, leaving Chen Lingxi with nothing but empty air. Haha. I told you not to be complacent, Chu Huairou exclaimed with a sense of schadenfreude. Observing the mechanical bird now moving erratically in a manner that completely disregarded the natural laws governing avian flight, Chen Lingxi silently acknowledged that she had indeed underestimated the intricacies of the realm below. This challenge not only tests one's speed and agility, but also the ability to counter habitual thinking. Countering habits involves temporarily setting aside one's own common sense. Individuals are often deceived by their own preconceived notions. The mechanism is deliberately fashioned in the likeness of a bird, initially moving as a genuine avian creature would, designed to mislead the disciples undergoing the trial into treating it as an ordinary bird. In truth, it is essential to disregard the shape of this mechanical bird and perceive it merely as a sphere capable of erratic movement in all directions. Having grasped this critical understanding, Chen Lingxi once again moved, swiftly catching up to the erratically moving mechanical bird and seizing it once more. This time, the mechanical bird aimed to repeat its previous tactics. After a brief pause, it began to descend once more. However, Chen Lingxi had already prepared herself, with a graceful flick of her jade foot. She managed to catch the falling bird. In a swift motion, she turned her waist and glanced back at the moon, securing the bird firmly in her grasp. She then landed carefully, extracting the scroll from the bird's mouth with utmost caution. Once free from its confines, she tossed it casually towards Chu Huairou, who received it with a smile. At that moment, on one of the stone tablets in the grand hall outside, which bore the inscription of Lingjin Peak, 3 distinct scratches appeared instantly. Lingjin Peak had taken the lead. Chapter 86. Space Rift. The scene shifted to a snowy backdrop in the realm of blades and swords. Suddenly, a long knife was struck from its wielder's grasp, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. I concede, I have lost. My junior sister possesses exceptional swordsmanship. As the trials progressed steadily, the fierce competition among the peaks intensified, gradually entering a state of stalemate. On Lingjin Peak, Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou forged ahead, achieving one success after another. Regrettably, Chen Anyun, the senior brother of Lingjin Peak, appeared rather distracted, his lack of engagement astonishing, coupled with Du Qingshan's limited abilities. Effective support was hard to come by. Consequently, although Lingjin Peak currently held a slight lead, the advantage in points was minimal and insufficient to create a significant gap from the other peaks. Meanwhile, the sect leader and the masters of various peaks were intently focused on the water mirror, closely observing the actions of their disciples within the trial grounds. While the mirror could not convey sound, it meticulously displayed the various skirmishes occurring in the spiritual realm. Upon witnessing Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, the elders nodded in approval, extolling the talents of these 2 disciples. These 2 direct disciples of junior brotherly have limitless potential, they remarked. Not at all, Li Wuji replied, his face lighting up with a childlike grin, the wrinkles on his aged face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Yet, just as everyone was immersed in the thrilling trials, a sudden, violent tremor erupted from the ground without warning. In an instant, the very earth seemed to quake, and even the distant mountains appeared to be affected. Faint sounds of rocks tumbling could be heard. This is bad. The sect leader, Gu Qianxi, was the first to sense the anomaly. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, a soft golden light emanating from him, enveloping the entire hall, which soon calmed the surrounding tremors. The sect leader has advanced in his cultivation. It seems he is but a step away from that realm, the others mused. Just as they sighed in relief, the previously clear image in the water mirror flickered violently, shrinking multiple times before vanishing entirely, leaving only darkness. What is happening? What has occurred? The faces of the peak masters grew grave. While Gu Qianxi first closed his eyes to sense the situation, his expression shifted dramatically. It is a spatial disturbance. A rift has appeared in the spiritual realm. At this moment, the hearts of all sank. The phenomenon of spatial rifts is not uncommon in the lower realms, particularly in areas where high-level cultivators have battled. The other side of a spatial rift could lead to a minor world, the upper realm, or even the star domain inhabited by otherworldly demons. However, the most probable destination is the boundless void. At this moment, the spatial rift would draw in all surrounding beings and objects, sealing the fate of anyone sucked into the boundless void. Regardless of their cultivation level, death was inevitable. The duration of the rift's existence could vary, if fortune favored. It would soon be detected by the heavenly Tao and swiftly repaired. Conversely, if luck was lacking, it might linger for a day or 2, transforming an area into a desolate wasteland. Such occurrences, while not frequent, could certainly arise once every 1 or 200 years. Therefore, when the spatial rift manifested within the spirit realm, everyone found themselves utterly helpless. The spirit realm was an independent space established by the esteemed elders of the Tai sect, transcending the vast world beyond. At this moment, as the space trembled, it had effectively become utterly sealed before the rift could be mended. Whether entering or exiting, anyone could be affected by the spatial turbulence, potentially thrust into the inexorable void. Outside, while the peak masters were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Within the spirit realm, Chen Anyun's previously leisurely movements abruptly halted, his expression shifting dramatically. What the hell? He exclaimed, but by the time Zhang Lingyun turned around, he discovered that his senior brother had vanished without a trace. Above the spirit realm, a figure clad in crimson floated gracefully, exuding an aura that instilled trepidation. Her frosty, emotionless gaze surveyed the landscape below. After a brief pause, it seemed the owner of this figure suddenly became aware of something. Her previously cold eyes erupted like a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder, stirring up waves of fervor. Her gaze ignited with an intense heat, akin to a blazing flame, revealing an uncontrollable fervency. Simultaneously, her luscious crimson lips curled into a slightly deranged smile. A low, chilling laughter escaped her lips, carrying an inexhaustible malice, reminiscent of the legendary Nine Netherhell. At long last, I have found you, master. Quickly think of a way. Can you hide me? Completely concealed, without a trace. Please. Don't panic, host. You must not reveal your memories of rebirth. Ah, right. I've lost my wits. What use is digging a tunnel? Chen Anyun channeled his energy to fill in the freshly dug tunnel. It was crucial to note that the entity arriving from the spatial rift was a genuine powerhouse of the celestial sovereign realm, a level unique to the upper realm above the human celestial realm. Due to various circumstances, she had fallen to the lower realm and had been discovered by him. Unfortunately, in a moment of impulse during a task, he had unwittingly inflicted grievous harm upon her, leading to a catastrophic breakdown before her return to the upper realm, nearly decimating the lower realm in the process and culminating in an early conclusion for the entire world. Upon recalling this, Chen Anyun suddenly steadied himself. Panic was not an option, given her temperament, while she might not annihilate the world. It was certainly not an exaggeration to say she could effortlessly whisk away the entire Tai sect. Moreover, her journey across dimensions would undoubtedly come with limitations. As long as he could stall for time until the heavenly Dao took notice, she would be promptly sent back. Host, hold on. I'm going to summon help from the main system right now. All relies on you. Feeling the familiar presence drawing closer, Chen Anyun took a deep breath and pretended to meditate nonchalantly. His cultivation was concealed by the system, and even though she was a celestial sovereign, there was little chance she could perceive any discrepancies. Yet, despite this thought, unease lingered in his heart, for he knew these tricks might work on other heroines. But for her, he had never considered that the world could be rebooted, making some of his actions seem rather extreme. However, even though she was right behind him, she remained still. Was it to be said she had finally matured? It was until the sound of footsteps echoed behind him that Chen Anyun internally chanted all relies on you 3 times before slowly turning around. With a guarded gaze, he addressed the crimson-clad woman before him. Junior sister, this is my place of cultivation, devoid of any scrolls. I kindly request you seek another location. Simultaneously, gazing upon the long-lost, breathtaking face, Chen Anyun felt a tumult of emotions. It has been a long time, Lioli. Feigning innocence. Lioli regarded the man with a hint of amusement, her voice light as she replied, I see. Then I shall not disturb you, senior brother. With that, she remained rooted in place, silently observing Chen Anyun. Feeling her invasive gaze, Chen Anyun could no longer maintain his composure and cautiously inquired, Junior sister, why do you linger here? Upon witnessing the gentleness in his demeanor, Lioli was momentarily taken aback. Then, an overwhelming fury surged within her. It was precisely this man, in a past life, who had ensnared her with his seemingly harmless exterior and artfully woven words, gradually leading her to her downfall. Now, having finally found him, she was taken aback to discover he intended to employ the same tactics again. The malice in Liuli's eyes intensified, yet her tone grew increasingly gentle. Senior brother, may I borrow something from you? What? Chen Anyun began to respond, but in the next moment, Lioli let out a cold laugh, swiftly seizing his slender neck. What the hell, this lunatic has changed a bit. As the force of her power enveloped his throat, Chen Anyun realized he could not remain passive. Although he was merely at the pinnacle of the human celestial realm, with his extraordinary S-class passive abilities, he might still contend with a celestial sovereign. Yet, recalling all he had done to her, his heart softened against his will. Resignedly, he struggled with a power befitting the late stages of the profound realm, feebly resisting while displaying an expression of pain. Meanwhile, witnessing the torment etched upon Chen Anyun's features, Liuli felt a rush of exhilaration akin to consuming chilled pear soup on a sweltering summer day. Indeed, in a past life, he had once fed her such delights. That exquisite flavor had lingered in her heart for ages, leading her to believe she would remember it for eternity. Yet, alas, she need not go through such complexities anymore. Simply seeing him, merely observing his suffering, was enough to bring her immeasurable joy. Master, how long do you intend to feign? As her grip tightened, Chen Anyun fell silent, his face gradually turning blue from lack of oxygen, as if he might suffocate at any moment. Did she truly intend to kill him? No, if he resisted now, it would all be for naught. Where was the system? Chen Anyun's heart grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, Lioli furrowed her brows, sensing the struggle in her grasp gradually diminishing. Ultimately, she chose to release her hold, allowing Chen Anyun to collapse onto the ground, gasping for fresh air. Her expression reflected a sense of surviving a calamity, and the glance she cast towards Lioli bore a hint of trepidation. Just as the woman before her understood her, She too possessed an intimate understanding of the woman in front of her. This moment of vulnerability only served to further ignite Liuli's desires, preventing her from succumbing to madness and resorting to more terrifying acts. How interesting, Liuli chuckled. Master, even in such a state, you still manage to conceal your true self? Should I commend your mental fortitude, or label you a habitual liar? With that, she slowly placed a hand atop Chen Anyun's head and tightened her grip. Soul-searching technique. To her surprise, Chen Anyun felt a surge of joy rather than alarm. As a man endowed with a system, his thoughts were shielded by it. The soul-searching technique could only uncover what he permitted. Cooperatively, he transmitted the experiences of his original self to Liuli, piece by piece. After a while, Liuli cast the trembling Chen Anyun aside like a rag doll, her face a mask of disbelief. Impossible, it cannot be. Clearly, I have been reborn, yet you remember nothing. She gazed deeply into Chen Anyun's eyes, as if seeking something she desired within them. Regrettably, all she found was wariness, defensiveness, and a sense of humiliation. It's quite all right. Liuli smiled, saying, your denial matters not. The inhabitants of this secret realm are all your fellow disciples. Yes? I shall capture them, and before your very eyes. Eliminate them one by one. Kill me, you madwoman. Just do not touch them. Chen Anyun rasped in a hoarse scream. Kill you? Liuli shook her head. How could I allow you to die so easily, my master? I barely know you. Oh, still pretending? Liuli's gaze turned icy. In that case, I shall start by killing a few to stir the excitement. With those words, she prepared to cast a spell to summon the nearest disciples. But at that moment, a golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping her. The heavenly path? So soon? Liuli, unwilling to relent, attempted to break free from the binding golden light. Yet, regardless of her efforts, the light only tightened its grip, ultimately dragging her into a rift in space. The golden light tossed her into the rift, which began to slowly vanish. Only then did Chen Anyun heave a long sigh of relief. However, a voice echoed from within the rift. Hee, master. Do not think you can escape. I shall return for you. Chapter 88. Cause and Effect. Host, I arrived just in time, did I not? The system's voice promptly resonated within his mind. Indeed, your timely intervention spared me from exposure, Chen Anyun thought, still shaken. While he did not consider himself a virtuous person, he certainly did not wish for anyone to perish for his sake. He had been prepared to act, but at the last moment, the heavenly path intervened and whisked the woman away. Currently, the lower realm does not permit any being with strength exceeding the celestial realm. That woman completely evaded the heavenly path's surveillance, forcibly tearing through the spatial barriers to descend. When will she next possess the ability to elude the heavenly path's oversight and breach the spatial rifts? Chen Anyun inquired. That is difficult to ascertain. After all, the heavenly path does not constantly monitor a single individual. Although she is currently within its sight, being the main character endowed with fortune. It could be as little as 1 or 2 months, or as long as a year, the system analyzed seriously. However, host, according to the original plot, she must be facing significant troubles at this moment, correct? Her appearance here signifies that she has resolved her own issues. Chen Anyun chuckled bitterly. At present, I imagine there is nothing more pressing for her than exacting revenge upon me. He had never anticipated that the entire world would reset, leaving him no escape route. He had only aimed to return to Earth after completing his task. Alas, why did I ever entertain the notion of conducting that experiment? At that time, having just returned from the oceanic tribe, Chen Anyun, out of sheer boredom, sought to explore the origins of regret. He whimsically wondered whether unfulfilled desires constituted regret, and if regretting one's acquaintance could also be deemed as such. Subsequently, he encountered Liuli, whose powers had been entirely stripped away. In a cruel twist, he inflicted harm upon her. Yet, despite this, Liuli ultimately obtained everything she desired. So, what shall we do now, host? The system inquired, concern evident in its tone. She has certainly pinpointed your location through some secret method. Given her nature, she will never relent and will repeatedly seek you out. Recalling Liuli's troublesome disposition, Chen Anyun felt a headache coming on. Let us take it one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I shall reveal my identity and confront her. Driving her out of the lower realm. An upper realm cultivator descending into the lower realm would inevitably face numerous restrictions, even if her cultivation could not advance further. Chen Anyun believed he stood a 90% chance of defeating Liuli under such limitations. Moreover, he had not entirely neglected to leave a few contingencies, but at that time, she had been entirely consumed by hatred, rendering those measures ineffective. As Liuli was expelled from the lower realm by the heavenly path, the entire spiritual realm returned to normalcy. For the disciples participating in the spiritual trial, most were oblivious to the events that had transpired, experiencing only a slight tremor. However, this was not the case for Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, the former celestial sovereign and empress. They could not have missed the recent occurrences. That must be Liuli, the master of the Zytian Jueching Palace. I recall her from the Peach Banquet. She was not far from me, and I still remember her presence. In the realm of the upper world, the Emotionless Palace stands as one of the foremost sects among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, devoted to the path of severing emotions and desires. It is a well-known fact that those who tread this path often carry with them untold stories from their past. Thus, even Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou could not resist the temptation to indulge in some gossip. Could it be that the illustrious Lily Xianxuan is here? Is it possible that the one who led her to forsake her feelings is present as well? Chu Huairou jested heartily. However, she soon noticed that Chen Lingxi did not join in her laughter, but instead regarded her with an enigmatic gaze. What are you staring at me for? Chu Huairou instinctively felt a shiver run down her spine. If Lily Xianxuan truly came in search of the one who caused her to abandon her emotions, who do you think it might be? Realization dawned upon Chu Huairou. The two simultaneously exclaimed, "Husband! Senior brother! Hey! Could you refrain from calling him husband in front of me? After all, what you two had could be considered a matter of a past life," Chu Huairou retorted, visibly displeased. Is this really the moment to concern ourselves with such trivialities? Chen Lingxi shot her a glare, feeling a mixture of frustration and camaraderie even towards her rival. I believe you are overreacting. Lily Xianxuan's appearance here could merely be coincidental. Chu Huairou countered. Did you not claim that senior brother had perished back in that spirit pearl secret realm? Did you not also believe your husband to be dead? Chen Lingxi scoffed. You speak of unyielding loyalty, yet at that time, he had lost all his cultivation and was left with merely a decade of life. Why did you not seek him out then? How could I not have searched? Chu Huairou's eyes reddened as she passionately retorted. You have no idea. I searched everywhere a mortal could traverse in 10 years, every town, every village, but I could not find him. What more could I do? A profound silence enveloped the two. In any case, I sense a palpable aura of menace surrounding Lily Xianxuan. If she truly seeks senior brother, I fear that, given his current state of cultivation, he may not be able to contend with her. Although I noticed the heavenly Tao intervened in time to expel her from the lower realms. We must hasten to locate him. I believe she fell towards the northwest. Let us make our way in that direction. In this rare moment of aligned purpose, the two rivals set forth towards the northwest. Chapter 89, Dantiliuli in the upper realm, within the Ziwei heaven, just outside a magnificent pavilion, a narrow, profound rift unexpectedly tore open in midair, resembling a wound in the fabric of space itself. Following this, a striking crimson figure plummeted through the rift like a shooting star. As she neared the ground, perilously close to crashing, she managed to steady herself at the last moment. Yet, the instant she found her footing, a wave of heat surged up her throat. Instinctively, she covered her mouth. But it was too late. A trickle of crimson blood had already begun to seep from the corner of her lips. Liuli furrowed her brow slightly, acutely aware of the chaotic state of her celestial essence within. The once orderly flow of her celestial energy now resembled a stampede of wild horses, careening out of control and causing her meridians to throb with pain. A bitter smile escaped her lips. The backlash from the heavens far exceeded her expectations. Given the current circumstances, it seemed improbable that she would be able to attempt to shatter the void again for an entire year. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she ultimately let out a resigned sigh. Master, we must wait another year. As this thought crossed her mind, the emotions within her surged fiercely, akin to an uncontrollable blaze. Without hesitation, she settled cross-legged upon the ground, closed her eyes, and began to weave her hands into a series of intricate gestures, initiating her meditative practice. As her cultivation technique unfolded, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged, a refreshing sensation slowly permeating her being, intertwining and melding with the chaotic celestial essence within her. In this rebirth, the relentless path she had cultivated for thousands of years was utterly erased. Yet, like an after effect, the emotions she had long subdued for that person, dormant for a millennium, ignited anew with an intensity far more fervent and perilous than in her previous life. In her last existence, when she believed she had lost everything, that person granted her redemption. Yet, just as she thought she was on the verge of gaining everything, they cruelly snatched it all away once more. Reflecting on this, she sensed a subtle turmoil within her celestial essence. Nonetheless, she harbored no intention of pursuing the relentless path in this life. A year is but a year. Perhaps this time will allow her to focus on resolving the troublesome matters surrounding her once and for all. It seemed as though her thoughts resonated with the very fabric of her reality. At that moment, a maid approached her, her gaze laced with a hint of disdain. And with an indifferent tone, she proclaimed, "Miss, the head of the family requests your presence in the hall within a quarter of an hour to discuss the matter of the second young lady's bone transplant." "I understand," Neely replied calmly with a nod. Indeed, in this second life, she had thought that reliving these events would not stir her emotions, yet she found herself repulsed once more. In her previous life, she was born with a celestial bone, ascending to the realm of a mortal sovereign after centuries of cultivation. The entire Danai family flourished because of her, rising to become a prestigious lineage among the heavens and earth. She had expected her parents to take pride in her, only to discover their bias towards her younger sister. To add insult to injury, her childhood betrothed had long been entangled with her sister. Subsequently, amidst the glaring eyes of the public, she was wrongfully accused of having conspired with her wet nurse to usurp her sister's celestial bone during her youth. In her attempts to clarify the misunderstanding, she was ultimately deceived into unearthing her own celestial bone to prove her innocence, only to realize it was all part of a sinister plot orchestrated by several individuals. They had exploited her affection for family and her concern for the family name, meticulously crafting this entire scheme. Once her sister had received her celestial bone, she naturally soared to great heights. After losing her celestial bone, not only did her cultivation plummet, but her path to immortality was irrevocably severed. She had thought herself blind and foolish, resigned to a wasted life, only to find that they sought to extract the last vestiges of her value by arranging a marriage with the son of the holy master of the floating song sacred land. It was widely known that this young master was a notorious libertine, having harmed countless female cultivators through his depraved practices. Ultimately, she seized an opportunity to leap from the execution platform, believing her demise was imminent. Yet, by some twist of fate, she descended to the mortal realm and encountered that man. Of course, she eventually returned to the upper realm, eliminating all those who had conspired against her without mercy. However, she did not anticipate that the repugnance of her past would resurface in this new life. Yet, would she still be the naive fool who once unearthed her celestial bone to prove her innocence? Thus, Lioli, no, she was still Lioli. And she called out to the haughty maid, who was about to turn away to report back, "You dare to disregard the superior, and for that, I shall impose upon you the penalty of severing an arm." "What did you say?" The maid's pupils constricted in shock, her prideful demeanor faltering. "Do you know who I serve?" "Your allegiance is inconsequential," Lioli retorted coldly. "I am Lioli, the current young mistress of the Danai family, a formidable figure in the realm of the celestial sovereign." With a mocking smile, she added, "Should you dare to retort, your punishment shall be even more severe. You may as well take your own life." Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she amended her words. "Very well. I still require you to return and report to those few, so let us first sever your arm." Before the maid could utter another word, with a mere thought, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, and amidst the maid's agonized screams, a pristine white arm fell to the ground, crimson blood quickly saturating the earth. "Lioli, I am the personal maid of young Master Song Yushu. Do you not fear his wrath, that he may no longer wish to take you as his bride?" "Wrath?" Lioli replied with a beguiling smile. "Whether he would seek to blame me for a mere servant is irrelevant. I am the current celestial sovereign. What right does he have to dictate whether he wishes to marry me? Begone, and let those wretches await my arrival. I have accounts to settle with them." "You are insane. Lioli, you are mad. You will surely regret this." The maid picked up her severed arm and stumbled away, her heart filled with malice as she vowed to speak ill of Lioli before the young master, hoping to end their engagement. Convinced that the second young lady was truly the better match for him, glancing at the maid's spiteful gaze, Lioli could easily surmise her thoughts. However, she remained unperturbed. The maid, known as Chewy, had once gone to great lengths to please the despicable Song Yushu in her previous life, only to find that no matter her efforts, he perpetually deemed her sister more worthy of his affection. In her presence, Song Yushu presented himself as the epitome of a gentleman, a suave and charming figure. Despite their decades-long engagement, their hands had never so much as touched, while he had long been entangled with her sister in secret. Ultimately, the maid met a tragic fate as well. Before she could return to the upper realm to exact her revenge, she became embroiled in a bitter rivalry over Song Yushu, leading to her sister mercilessly severing her hands and feet, gouging out her eyes, and cutting off her tongue, transforming her into a wretched creature. When she later encountered her, the maid was confined within a jar, reduced to nothing more than pitiful whimpers. Chapter 90. Ancient Secrets. Once Lioli had completed her meditation, she gracefully entered the grand hall. At this moment, the rumors surrounding her childhood theft of her sister's celestial bones were reaching a fever pitch. Unlike her previous life, where anxiety gnawed at her heart, she now regarded the assembly of individuals within the hall who appeared poised to accuse her with a hint of amusement. And so, she laughed aloud. "Rebellious daughter, even now, you remain oblivious to your transgressions? How dare you laugh?" Her father, without conducting any investigation, had publicly declared her guilty. "Sister, I believe you would never commit such an act. It must be the secret machinations of that wet nurse," her sister feigned belief. Yet each word was a calculated attempt to cement her culpability. "Lioli, as the elder sister, what harm is there in yielding to your younger sibling?" Her mother incessantly brainwashed her, imposing layer upon layer of shackles upon her identity as the elder sister. "These are the family members I cherished dearly in my previous life. Enough." With a sharp admonition, Lioli unleashed her celestial presence, her voice icy as she declared, "From this day forth, any who dare to speak ill of the celestial master shall face death." Then, noticing her father's somewhat evasive gaze, she smiled and inquired, "Father, are you satisfied with this course of action?" The heavens of the Danai family have transformed. This matter swiftly spread across the heavens and the earth. Lioli first punished several cultivators who disseminated rumors for their disrespect towards the immortal lord, subjecting them to excruciating torment until they hovered between life and death. Only then did she deliver them to the execution platform, where she annihilated their very souls. Subsequently, she publicly declared that from this moment forth, she would assume the role of the head of the Danai family. In the vast expanse of the heavens, the recent events stirred little commotion. After all, as a being of the celestial sovereign realm, any actions taken would invariably be rationalized by learned scholars. It was, however, truly astonishing that, like in her previous life, a being of the heavenly sovereign status could be so constrained within her own home, regarding her parents, having already dispatched them in her last life. Lioli now gazed upon the quaking figures of her remorseful progenitors with a sense of ennui. Thus, she chose to strip them of their powers, allowing them to live as mere mortals. As for her sister, Tang Tai Liuli unexpectedly decided to spare her, merely bestowing upon her a tome of the Severing Affection Sutra. This ancient technique from the Palace of Severed Affections was a cruel gift, should she feel wronged. She could practice it and seek vengeance. To kill her would be too merciful. In her previous life, Tang Tai had endured immense torment while cultivating this very technique. And Tang Tai Liuli wished for her sister to experience the same trials. Tang Tai, with a bitter smile, remarked, "If you wish to end my life, do so swiftly with a single strike." This technique, though named Severing Affection, can be mastered by anyone, not solely those of great love. My motivations are rooted in envy. I desire your power and influence. Even Song Yushu was merely a pawn in my game against you. How could someone as self-serving as I ever possess true love? This technique holds no value for me. Attempting to cultivate it would only lead to madness. How do you know this so precisely? Tang Tai Liuli felt a pang of unease. This technique had been discovered by her in the depths of her family's library in her previous life. It was through this very method that she had managed to ascend once more, exacting her revenge. Ah. It was I who deliberately placed that technique there to guide you towards it, Tang Tai replied. You were stagnating at the pinnacle of the human realm for years. Desperate for a breakthrough, you would have been willing to try any technique that offered a glimmer of hope. Yet, unexpectedly, you managed to break through the barrier without ever needing to practice that sutra. Realization dawned upon Tang Tai Liuli. She had never fathomed that her acquisition of the sutra had stemmed from her sister's design. Moreover, she did indeed consider practicing it before her breakthrough. As she reflected on Tang Tai words, a sudden spark illuminated her thoughts. What do you mean by saying that only those with true love can master this technique? Oh, did you not know? Tang Tai, now resigned to her fate, did not feign ignorance. This is a closely guarded secret of the Palace of Severed Affections, and I learned of it purely by chance. The sutra was crafted by the affectionless immortal, who imposed strict requirements for its mastery. One must first experience the deepest love in the world, then, in a moment of overwhelming obsession, awaken to sever the roots of affection. Failure to do so will lead to madness and suffering beyond measure. What? Tang Tai exclaimed. To experience the greatest love and then, in the height of obsession, sever the ties? How is that even possible? Indeed, it is impossible, Tang Tai scoffed. This is why disciples of the Palace of Severed Affections are so few. Love ensnares them, particularly we women, who are more susceptible. Consequently, to master the Severing Affection Sutra, female disciples devised a cruel plan. They would annihilate an entire family, leaving behind a young man to feign rescue. Through daily interactions, as feelings developed, they would eventually reveal themselves as the murderers. In such anguish, the man would typically choose vengeance, allowing the woman to escape the bonds of affection and attain enlightenment through the act of killing her husband. It was for this reason that the Palace of Severed Affections garnered a notorious reputation, nearly branded as demonic. Only later, through the genius of a gifted individual, was the technique modified, enabling the palace to maintain its standing amidst the realms, lest it be obliterated by rival sections. Suggesting I practice the Severing Affection Sutra is akin to offering me a swift death, Tang Tai concluded, ultimately deciding to strip her sister of her powers and place her in the care of their parents. United by familial love, they would now descend from their lofty status to experience the trials of mortality. Perhaps in their fall, they might rediscover the bonds of kinship. Yet, despite this resolution, the secrets of the Palace of Severed Affections lingered in Tang Tai mind. The image of that man, so devoid of emotion, and the torment he endured, remained vivid. Strangely, as she recalled these memories, a new sentiment arose. Within his eyes, there seemed to dwell an enigmatic depth that eluded her understanding. Thus, what constitutes truth? And what is mere illusion? What is the authentic answer? Enlighten me, Master. Chapter 91. The main threat of the world. While Tang Tai was engrossed in the complexities of her personal affairs, Chen Anyun in the lower realm had just concluded an extended period of meditation and slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, the surveillance within the spirit realm resumed its normal functioning. After much contemplation, Chen Anyun resolved to cease expending energy in search of a reunion with Zhang Lingyun. In this realm of uncertainties, it was commonplace for team members to become separated. However, the recent incident involving Liu Li struck him like a thunderbolt, jolting his previously relaxed demeanor to attention once more. Though he remained unaware of when Liu Li might return, he understood clearly that if he wished to safeguard the spiritual sword peak, he might have to reveal his true identity. With this thought, Chen Anyun could not suppress a long sigh. He reminisced about the first time he encountered Liu Li, her disheveled and pitiable appearance reminiscent of a lost kitten. Yet, who could have predicted that this seemingly fragile woman had already gained renown in the upper realm, commanding great respect before their acquaintance? The celestial sovereign realm, an echelon he had yet to tread. The path connecting the two realms had been severed, and under the laws of the vast world, only those of immense fortune could ascend to the upper realm. Furthermore, if one were to reach the human realm and attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, the ascension process would forcibly commence. Not only would one face the tribulations of lightning, but they would also be compelled to traverse the broken path to ascension. As for the outcome, Chen Anyun had once glimpsed the path to ascension in his previous life. In the cold void, the bodies of fallen cultivators floated aimlessly. These corpses belonged to nearly all the exceptionally gifted individuals since the calamity of the lower realm. In summary, unless one is a protagonist recognized by the heavenly order, who can be directly granted passage to the upper realm, the path to ascension from the lower realm has been irrevocably severed for countless millennia. Within the lower realm, the pinnacle of achievement is the perfected state of the celestial being realm. This is precisely the premise of concealing oneself effectively, ensuring that the celestial order remains oblivious. However, with the assistance of a system, Chen Anyun's life is undeniably far superior to that of those who are genuinely in the realm of transcendent beings. According to the original narrative's framework, the central storyline of this world revolves around the eventual cataclysm of the vast universe and the ultimate catastrophe that befalls heaven and earth. Although this is a tale primarily aimed at a female audience, the world indeed harbors formidable antagonists. This enigmatic B0SS represents the remnants of the ancient demon race, descendants of a bygone calamity that lurked within the vast expanse of the world. It was this faction that, during the previous epic's demise, shattered the path to ascension and subsequently concealed themselves in the lower realms, stirring chaos and turmoil. Ultimately, it was these beings who instigated the cataclysmic upheaval, aspiring to seize the heavenly mandate, offering the boundless lives of the myriad creatures of the world as sacrifices, striving for true enlightenment and ultimate freedom. In the forthcoming days, the formidable heroines will continuously engage in a struggle against this faction. Nearly every heroine will possess a formidable adversary within this group. Through a series of life and death confrontations, they will gradually unveil the full extent of this faction and their insidious schemes. In the climactic battle against the cataclysm, the heroines, resolute in their commitment to the welfare of the world, will selflessly sacrifice their lives, confronting the hidden B0SS in a final, devastating clash. This, however, was the original conclusion of the world. With the arrival of Chen Anyun, the heroines begin to break free from the shackles of their fated destinies. While the overarching narrative of opposing the hidden B0SS remains unchanged, they now possess the autonomy to choose their paths of survival and resistance. Unlike in the previous iteration where the plot dictated their tragic ends, and the foolish author, in a fit of contrived creativity, swallowed many of the established premises, leading to an abundance of absurd plot lines. After the appearance of Chen Anyun, the narrative was inevitably disrupted. However, in the previous life, Chen Anyun did not have the opportunity to await the great calamity of the original world. Although he watched as the female protagonists ascended to the upper realms one after another, ultimately leaving him behind, his thoughts were more preoccupied with how to spend his 10 small goals. Little did he anticipate that he would fall victim to a system scam, resulting in a loss of both wealth and resources, leaving him stranded in this world. Being stranded would have been acceptable. He had initially envisioned a leisurely life. Yet, as the prominent female protagonists began to seek him out one by one, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed. It is important to note that, according to the original narrative, as the story progressed, the increasingly erratic writing of that inept author led to the female protagonists exhibiting increasingly peculiar traits. Lowly, dark transformations, and Yandra personalities became commonplace. Thus, with a resolute determination to safeguard his daily existence, Chen Anyun resolved to expedite his plans. Chapter 92, The Demon Clan July. Lingjin Peak. Why is the senior brother not here today? He has descended the mountain. And Master? Why haven't I seen him? Oh. Master mentioned a few days ago that he was tired of the mountains and wished to see the sea. By now, he must be nearing Binzhou. Master truly has exquisite tastes. Not having found the person she sought, Chu Huairou left the Great Hall in a gloomy mood. It had been over 2 months since the Lingjing trial, and despite some setbacks along the way, thanks to the performances of Chen Lingxi and Chu Huairou, Lingjin Peak had ultimately triumphed. Thus, leveraging her agreement with Chen Anyun, she invited him to descend the mountain and explore the mortal realm during the Mid-Autumn Festival, to which Chen Anyun readily consented. Upon leaving the Great Hall, after taking only a few steps, Chu Huairou spotted an enchanting figure beneath a fruit tree. Gazing intently at the fruits, lost in thought, the senior sister appears to lack intelligence. She is exceptionally beautiful, rivaling even that wicked woman Chen Lingxi. Though her face seems somewhat unfamiliar, Chu Huairou pondered for a moment, recalling that she was the new disciple brought back by the eldest senior brother a few months prior. Known as Meng Tianqing, it was said that during her time on the mountain, she had rarely ventured beyond the confines of her quarters, only attending essential morning lessons. A sheltered young lady of the cultivation world? Curiosity piqued, Chu Huairou greeted her, Sister Meng. What was intended as a simple salutation startled Meng Tianqing, causing her to retreat a couple of steps, finally noticing Chu Huairou's inquisitive gaze. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that this woman had shown her a portrait and should be addressed as Sister Chu. Good morning, she said politely. However, Chu Huairou felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance at Meng Tianqing's courteous demeanor, unable to ascertain the source of her discomfort, attributing it to her own heightened sensitivity. The two had never interacted before, and after exchanging pleasantries, Meng Tianqing began to gaze intently at Chu Huairou. Her eyes, pure and clear, soon made Chu Huairou feel restless. Seeking a conversation, she inquired, "Are you observing this fruit tree?" "Indeed," Meng Tianqing replied earnestly. "I merely wish to discern the differences between a real fruit tree and those depicted in books." Since learning to read, she had been provided with numerous texts and had accumulated a plethora of questions. However, the individual who had been guiding her seemed preoccupied lately, leaving her to seek answers on her own. Yet, she diligently remembered his advice to speak and act less. For reasons unknown, she felt an innate fondness for him, readily accepting every word he spoke. Chu Huairou mused, in all my years, I have never encountered someone whose intellect lags behind the conversation. Especially when confronted with the sincerity and innocence reflected in Meng Tianqin's eyes, the notion that she might be mocking her was swiftly dismissed. Feeling the urge to withdraw, she fabricated an excuse, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any longer. Very well, Sister Chu, farewell, came the earnest reply. As if she genuinely believed Chu Huairou had pressing business. Goodbye. Chu Huairou thought to herself that perhaps this woman was more troublesome than Chen Lingxi. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Tai sect, Chen Anyun deftly flicked his wrist, shaking off the grime from his longsword before sheathing it. Before him lay a headless humanoid creature, which, upon losing its breath, began to swell and ultimately transformed into a massive headless rat. Concurrently, the severed head resumed its rat form. Master, they are indeed members of the demon race, Chen Anyun remarked, furrowing his brow. Days prior, he had sensed shadowy figures lurking near the Tai sect. And this particular creature had met its demise when it attempted to breach the boundaries of Lingzhen Peak. In the lower realms, the demon race was a rare entity. Traditionally, while all things in the cultivation world possess spirit, the emergence of new demons had long ceased, their fortunes obliterated during the last great calamity. The current demons were merely remnants from a bygone era, struggling to survive. Yet, Chen Anyun was aware that the primary antagonist in the original storyline was the demon Emperor Yinglong from the previous epic. Logically, the narrative should not commence for another 2 years, pinning Li Wuji's return to the mountain with Shou Qing. Chu Huairou, as the primary heroine of the author's debut work, would only begin her engagement with the demon race after reaching the return to Origin Realm. However, with Li Wuji missing and Shou Qing arriving 3 years early, the plot had diverged entirely from the original narrative. According to the system, this world had evolved into a tangible reality. Whether the demon race would confront the heroines as they had in the past was beyond Chen Anyun's contemplation. He believed that should calamity strike, the destined ones would rise to the occasion while he, a mere mortal, would prefer to lead a life of ease. Nonetheless, in his previous life, Chen Anyun had indeed interacted with the demon race, most of whom remained entrenched in their past glory of unification and the establishment of a celestial dynasty, often exhibiting an air of superiority that was irksome. He had not anticipated encountering these legendary puppeteers so soon in this life. This undoubtedly exacerbated his troubles. As for the reason, he had his suspicions. After all, 2 months prior, someone had torn through the void from the upper realm into the realm of spirits. Such occurrences would indeed be peculiar if the demon clan, who have long lurked in the shadows, did not dispatch individuals to investigate the matter. Nevertheless, since their claws have already reached the spirit sword peak, it is only natural that he would sever those encroaching appendages without hesitation. In the grand and awe-inspiring palace, a throne towering 1,000 feet and piercing the clouds reverberated with a growl akin to a rolling thunder. In an instant, an indescribable force descended, akin to a surging torrent, sweeping through with a might that crushed all in its path. The chaotic atmosphere that once enveloped the palace was obliterated, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. As tranquility returned to the palace, time seemed to freeze. Finally, the authoritative and cold voice resounded once more, uttering but 2 words, 9 tails. Yes, your majesty. A slender figure approached, bowing gracefully before the throne. She spoke slowly, everyone, please remain calm. Our plans are deeply concealed. The unexpected arrival from the upper realm should be regarded as mere coincidence. I believe we should prioritize stability, remaining patient until the opportune moment for our clan to reemerge. Your Highness, there are flaws in Nine Tails' reasoning. Another robust figure stepped forward, asserting, it has been eons since the upper realm has made its descent. The timing coincides with our clan's recent forging of divine artifacts. Such a coincidence cannot be dismissed. General Qiaowu's assertion was promptly countered by Nine Tails. The location of the upper realm's descent is within the human realm of Zhengzhou, a considerable distance from us. What evidence do you possess to prove that their arrival is aimed at us? Little fox, aside from us, the so-called remnants they speak of. There is little in this lower realm that would pique the upper realm's interest. Surely, it cannot be for mere affection. Ha ha ha, replied another. The assembled demons could not help but reveal faint smiles. The upper realm's forcible breach of the void incurs immense costs. They would not descend lightly unless for matters of great significance. Even the entity upon the throne nodded slightly at this observation, stating, General Qiaowu is correct. The upper realm's descent must signify considerable intent. They may have uncovered some clues, and we cannot afford to be complacent. Hook Serpent, your service is required. At your command, you shall investigate the site of the upper realm's descent thoroughly. Yes, your majesty. Whether Nine Tails accompanies you remains to be discussed. The voice from the throne, usually commanding, softened slightly to reassure. Hook Serpent is a formidable entity of the Demon King realm. In this epic, he is akin to a celestial being. Such a level of power is virtually unrivaled in the lower realm. Sending Hook Serpent forth is a foolproof strategy. Indeed, your majesty. Seeing the determination of the throne's occupant, Nine Tails ceased her counsel. Her fox clan possessed an innate ability to sense fortune and misfortune. For reasons unknown, since hearing of this matter days prior, She had been plagued by ominous premonitions, which intensified upon learning of Hook Serpent's dispatch. It felt as though the phrase omen of great calamity were etched upon her forehead. Yet, premonitions are but whispers of fate. The throne's judgment was sound. With Hook Serpent's prowess, he could navigate the lower realm with ease, even if confronted by concealed ancient monsters. Those beings would hesitate to wield their celestial essence excessively, lest they attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, Hook Serpent's innate abilities were unfathomable. During the last epic's calamity, he had evaded disaster through his extraordinary gifts. Reflecting on this, Ninetales withdrew quietly. The palace returned to a state of serenity. Meanwhile, Chen Anyun, resolute and unyielding, severed the limbs of the demons sent to investigate. After a period of quiet observation, noting the absence of further incursions from the demon clan, he breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that caution still prevailed among some within the demon ranks. While he did not harbor particular fear of the current phase of the demon clan, engaging with them prematurely would be troublesome. It was best left to the heroines of the future. In recent days, the matter of the demons had left him on edge, depriving him of the opportunity to properly instruct Ming Tianqing. Instead, he exchanged some general knowledge books from the system for her to peruse. Subsequently, he began to relax his oversight over Ming Tianqing, allowing her limited interactions with others. Thus far, the results appeared favorable. Under his guidance, Ming Tianqing had blossomed into a polite young lady, albeit somewhat reserved in her demeanor. Yet, who could truly dislike a well-mannered and beautiful girl? Moreover, he was now preparing to embark on an even greater adventure. On this occasion of the Ghost Festival, he planned to find a reason to bring Ming Tianqing along. The events traced back to the spiritual trials 2 months prior, where he was taken aback to discover that both Xianxia and Chu Huairou had expressed the same desire, to celebrate the festival with him in the mortal realm. Unlike the Ghost Festival on Earth, this world's Ghost Festival, being one of the 3 most significant festivals in Taoism, is quite lively even in the ordinary world. People gather to celebrate, releasing fireworks, floating lanterns, and participating in parades, among a myriad of activities. Since neither of the 2 women requested a private meeting, Chen Anyun naturally agreed to the arrangement with delight. Moreover, with 3 of them together, an additional companion would neither be a burden nor a shortage, providing an opportunity for Ming Tianqing to acclimate to the intricate environment, thereby preparing for the next phase of their plans. The system candidly remarked, "Host, you are truly a scoundrel. Indeed, I have always been a wretch, as you know all too well." Chen Anyun wholeheartedly concurred with the system's assessment of him. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the eve of the festival, the 14th day of the 7th month. Chapter 94, The Ghost Festival, Part 1. Xianxia sat gracefully before an exquisite vanity, delicately combing her long, jet-black hair that cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall with a jade comb. Each motion was executed with utmost care, as if she feared disturbing even a single strand. Despite having been a revered immortal for over a millennium in the upper realm, she found it challenging to achieve a tranquil state of mind at this moment. Women adorn themselves for those they cherish, and tonight was of paramount importance. The mirror reflected a visage of ethereal beauty, her bright eyes twinkling like stars, radiating brilliance. Beneath the elegant bridge of her nose, her lips were naturally flushed, her skin, fair as snow, seemed as though it could be pierced with a gentle touch. Even at this level of beauty, Xianxia felt she could enhance her allure further. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a delicate hairpin from her storage pouch and gently secured it in her hair, making her appear even more enchanting. The mere thought of the impending rendezvous caused her heart to race with excitement, the thrill evident in her demeanor. Since her rebirth, this was her first opportunity for such intimate interaction with her husband. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled countless moments of warmth and sweetness shared with him. However, this lifetime seemed to unfold differently. Her husband, despite his admirable qualities, appeared somewhat rigid, approaching emotions with caution. Furthermore, there was that woman named Chu Huairou, who frequently interfered, intentionally complicating her journey towards winning her husband's heart. Fortunately, as a cultivator, time was never an obstacle for Xianxia. Years could gradually soften his heart, allowing her to rekindle the profound bond they once shared in their previous lives. With this thought, she silently encouraged herself once more. Meanwhile, Chu Huairou, seated at her own vanity, furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on her reflection, filled with dissatisfaction. In her former life, she had been a formidable and unparalleled empress. Her captivating beauty had rightfully made her the most stunning woman in the northern region, a land teeming with talent. However, at this moment, although her face retained its ethereal charm, it still bore the innocence of youth. Both her radiant visage and graceful figure required the passage of time to fully blossom in their splendor. Yet, for Chu Huairou, time had become her greatest adversary. The woman in the mirror was indeed adorable, her round face reminiscent of a ripe apple, and her large, sparkling eyes were full of life. Yet, adorable seemed a lackluster descriptor when juxtaposed with truly breathtaking beauty. In her desperation, Chu Huairou sought ways to appear more mature. She reached for her hair, lifting the cascading locks off her shoulders, attempting to convey an air of composure and grace. However, despite her efforts, the outcome remained unsatisfactory. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she sighed softly and rose, carefully inserting a hairpin into her meticulously styled hair. This hairpin held special significance for her, transcending the boundaries of past and present. Beauty fades and bones turn to dust, For a woman, inner beauty is paramount. With this thought, Chu Huairo's previously clouded mood began to brighten. A quarter of an hour later, the two women stood outside Chen Anyun's room, exchanging glances filled with unspoken apprehension. As if sensing the impending unease, they soon saw Chen Anyun appearing with a smile, accompanied by a striking woman in white, who, despite lacking cosmetics, possessed an innate beauty that incited envy, observing them with curiosity. Senior brother, despite having an inkling of the answer, Chu Huairo's expression remained stiff as she inquired. Didn't he both Junior Sister Chu and Junior Sister Chen invite me to the festival? I happened to encounter Junior Sister Meng on my way, and she expressed great curiosity about the Mortal Realms Ghost Festival, so I thought the more, the merrier, and invited her along. Ah, so it is. Both women sighed in unison, raising their heads only to meet each other's disappointed gazes, their hearts swelling with vexation. Senior brother is not at fault. The mistake lies with this woman before us, they thought instinctively. Nevertheless, despite the deviation from their envisioned scenario, the joy of attending the festival with someone they cherished remained a delightful prospect, and the two women quickly adjusted their attitudes. Chen Lingxi discreetly assessed the newcomer, Meng Tianxing. This junior sister entered the sect after her, yet she has consistently maintained a profound yet accessible demeanor, and encounters with her have been rare. Upon their brief meeting just now, an overwhelming sense of wonder struck, inevitably prompting a flicker of caution within. However, observing her genuine enthusiasm for the mundane Mid-Autumn Festival, that vigilance swiftly retreated into the depths of her heart. After all, at this moment, Chu Huairo is her foremost adversary. The four of them commandeered their flying swords, slicing through the sky like shooting stars, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the bustling heights above a nearby earthly town. They circled in the air for a brief moment, scanning below for an inconspicuous corner to descend. Ultimately, they landed steadily in a secluded alleyway. Following this, they employed a minor spell to subtly alter their presence, ensuring they did not draw undue attention. In the realm of cultivation, although not everyone is a paragon of beauty, anyone who has attained the peak of body refinement undergoes a transformative metamorphosis. With impurities expelled from their bodies, their skin becomes fair and smooth, akin to the finest jade. As the saying goes, a single flaw is obscured by a touch of brilliance. Even those of modest appearance now emanate a certain allure. Moreover, the women, blessed with innate beauty, especially Chu Huairo, who straddles the line between girlhood and womanhood, would undoubtedly captivate countless gazes were she to roam among mortals. Her visage truly deserving of the title Peerless Beauty. Indeed, the Mid-Autumn Festival in this world is a spectacle of grandeur. With the entire town enveloped in a vibrant celebratory atmosphere, the sweltering summer heat has done little to dampen the enthusiasm for festivities. The streets are bustling with throngs of people, jostling shoulder to shoulder. The night market glimmers with brilliance, showcasing an array of stalls brimming with delightful goods and culinary treats. The air is rich with enticing aromas, awakening the appetite. Children run joyfully, clutching colorful lanterns. Adults gather in clusters, either captivated by street performers or savoring local delicacies, their faces radiating with joy and contentment. Laughter and cheers intertwine with the crackling sounds of fireworks, composing a harmonious symphony of merriment and tranquility. As the four stroll amidst the throng, curiosity propels their gazes in all directions. The lively spectacle around them rekindles a long-forgotten sense of earthly warmth, lifting their spirits into a state of lightheartedness. Unlike Chu Huairo and Chen Lingxi, who frequently exchanged glances and communicated discreetly, Meng Tianxin was wholly immersed in the vibrant atmosphere. Prior to their arrival, Chen Anyun had thoughtfully provided her with earthly currency, and under Chen Anyun's indulgent gaze, she eagerly indulged her curiosity, purchasing anything that piqued her interest. In no time, she clutched a candied hawthorn skewer in her left hand, a grilled meat skewer in her right, a ghost mask and paper lantern dangling from her arm, and several streamers adorning her neck. Sister Ming, over there is a ghost-catching performance. How about I take you to see it? Chu Huairo was the first to speak. She had been whispering to Chen Lingxi along the way, and Chen Anyun, observing this exchange, chose not to expose their covert agreement. Seeing Meng Tianxin instinctively glance towards her, Chen Anyun's heart raced. Recognizing that it was not the moment to reveal anything, she quickly interjected, Sister Ming, it's a rare opportunity to be invited by our fellow sisters. It would be wonderful to join them. Upon overhearing Chen Anyun's voice, Chu Huairo felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Did her senior brother truly wish to spend time alone with that woman? Nevertheless, having already made plans with Chen Lingxi, she steeled herself and, after receiving a nod of agreement from Meng Tianxin, took her hand and led her away. Let us go and explore that way, she suggested. Meanwhile, Chen Lingxi was filled with unbridled joy, hastening her steps to join Chen Anyun. How wonderful! At last, I can be alone with him. Chapter 95, The Xiangyuan Festival, Part 2. The Ninetales gazed with great enthusiasm at the lanterns before her. As she reached out to grasp one, she suddenly recalled that in this era's mortal realm, a certain currency known as money was required to procure such items. After the imperial audience that day, she could not shake off her concern for the hook snake and decided to discreetly follow behind. However, the hook snake was far too swift, and lacking proficiency in stealth techniques, she found herself unable to keep pace after several days of pursuit. By chance, she then stumbled upon the Xiangyuan Festival. Driven by curiosity, she could not help but blend into the festivities. Unlike other demon tribes, the Ninetales had only recently awakened in this era. To be precise, she had been born as a young fox in the previous era, but fell into a deep slumber until the Demon Emperor summoned her in this lifetime and nurtured her to maturity. Thus, in her heart, the Demon Emperor was both a ruler and a father figure, having not experienced the zenith of the demon race. Her perspective remained remarkably objective and cautious. This is also the reason why the Demon Emperor has consistently advocated for her and entrusted her with significant responsibilities. This time, the machinations of the demon clan saw her significantly involved, although she was considered an anomaly among them. It did not imply that the moral standing of the Ninetales was particularly elevated. With a subtle application of her cunning, her purse swiftly became replete with wealth. Shortly thereafter, she adorned herself with an array of charming trinkets, savoring a candied hawthorn skewer as she strolled along. How delightful it would be if the demon clan could revel in such merriment. Immersed in the festive atmosphere surrounding her, the Ninetales could not help but murmur to herself, lamenting that most members of the demon clan were serious and humorless, perpetually speaking of bygone eras, their expressions marred by a profound sense of grievance. While indulging in the vibrancy of the mortal realm, the Ninetales silently critiqued the somber demeanor of her kin. Suddenly, a jolt of unease coursed through her, prompting her to whirl around in alarm, nearly dropping her sugary treat in the process. Yet, after an extensive search of the bustling crowd behind her, she found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? She pondered, tilting her head in contemplation. "Senior brother, what are you gazing at?" Chen Anyun inquired, walking backward with her hands clasped behind her. Her face lit by a charming smile directed at Chen Anyun. "Oh, I thought I recognized someone," Chen Anyun replied, redirecting his gaze to the enchanting figure before him. "That was a little fox from the demon clan, wasn't it?" He speculated uncertainly in his mind. "Indeed, esteemed host, it is the demon fox, Ninetales," came the reply. "So it is indeed her." A realization washed over Chen Anyun. What was she doing here? Yet, almost instantly, he discerned the answer. She must have come for the matter concerning the descent of beings from the upper realms. He let out a silent sigh. With other members of the demon clan, he could act without restraint. But with Ninetales, it was different. In a past life, for reasons unknown, he had traveled alongside this little fox for an extended period, making her his sole friend among the demon kin. However, from the looks of it, she seemed devoid of memories from their previous existence. Understandably so, for in that life, Ninetales could scarcely be considered a protagonist. She had ultimately perished in the great calamity that befell the heavens and earth. "Senior brother, snap out of it." Just as Chen Anyun was lost in reminiscence, Chen Lingxi waved her slender fingers before him, pulling him from his reverie. Chen Anyun chuckled softly, offering an apologetic smile. "Never mind. We shall address future matters when the time comes." Being alone with Chen Lingxi was not a burdensome affair. On the contrary, she was a woman who cherished the ambience. Even in their previous life, where they shared 3 years as husband and wife, Chen Anyun had never felt a sense of distress. Even in her capriciousness, she always seemed to choose moments when he was in good spirits. Could this be considered a form of talent? "Junior sister, let us go to the riverbank and release floating lanterns," Chen Anyun proposed, extending a gesture of apology. Chen Lingxi readily acquiesced. The two of them meandered through the bustling streets, engaged in casual conversation, their words flowing effortlessly. Yet, to the onlookers, there existed an inexplicable warmth between them, reminiscent of a couple who had been married for many years. Even Chen Anyun and Chen Lingxi themselves found themselves unwittingly enveloped in this comforting atmosphere. Indeed, in her previous life, Chen Lingxi, aware that she had but 3 years to live, harbored an insatiable curiosity, yearning to experience everything, as if she intended to expend her entire passion within that fleeting span. In contrast, the current Chen Lingxi had shed the persistent sense of urgency that once plagued her. It had been replaced by a serene composure and an air of confidence, as though she had everything under her control. One might surmise that in the time following her departure, she had undergone significant growth. After all, although she resided in the mortal realm, the title of Lingxi Xianxia had reached her ears in certain extraordinary moments. She had truly blossomed into a formidable heroine. In summary, Chen Anyun harbored no disdain for her present self. On the contrary, he found her more beautiful and captivating than the bewildered woman she once was. Meanwhile, Chen Lingxi suddenly realized that the man beside her seemed to embody the essence of a husband. How shall I articulate this? Although the senior brother from Lingjian Peak possessed both the outward and inward qualities of a spouse, she could distinctly sense a subtle distance and unfamiliarity lingering between them. This had once caused her prolonged sorrow. Yet, in this moment, that sense of estrangement miraculously vanished. It was as if, at this instant, the person she once knew was right beside her. Chen Lingxi lowered her head, subtly drawing her body closer to him amidst the throng of people. Inadvertently, their arms brushed against one another, and she felt the warmth radiating from his arm. Thus, she reaffirmed that sensation within her heart, for in her previous life, such warmth could only be felt in the depths of night during fleeting dreams. It was not until they reached the riverbank, when Chen Anyun picked up a lotus-shaped lantern and handed it to her, that she regained her composure. As the lantern's glow flickered, she lifted her gaze to meet his smiling face. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time reversed, returning to that quaint little county town. In her past life, she had ascended to the mountain peak, only to glance back amidst the clouds. It was then that she realized all the happiness of her life had been encapsulated in that moment. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Lingxi felt her vision blur slightly. And seizing the opportunity while releasing the lantern, she lowered her head, allowing 2 crystalline droplets to fall onto the water's surface, enticing the river's fish to playfully dart towards them. Then, with the lantern in hand, she uttered the 2 words she had longed to express for millennia, believing she would never have the chance to do so. Thank you, my husband. Chapter 96, The Ghost Festival, Part 3. Chu Huairou languidly reclined in her chair, her gaze vacantly and somewhat wearily fixed upon the men before her. They were all extravagantly adorned, their appearances exaggerated, faces painted in a riot of colors, and clad in bizarre garments as they energetically performed in the center of the stage, flailing their limbs and putting on a spirited display. For Chu Huairou, the entire spectacle held no allure. She found it rather noisy and bothersome. In stark contrast, Meng Xianxia, seated beside her, wore an expression of sheer excitement, her eyes wide and fixated on the performers on stage, as if fearing to miss a single captivating moment. Chu Huairou could not fathom why Meng Xianxia was so enchanted by the performance, and she could not help but slightly turn her head to observe. As expected, she clearly discerned the sparkle in Meng Xianxia's eyes. Was it truly so mesmerizing? Chu Huairou mused silently, shaking her head gently in confusion at Meng Xianxia's reaction. To her, the performances were rather mundane and hardly worthy of such fervor. Yet, since Meng Xianxia appeared to relish it so deeply, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and resolved to patiently endure the moment. When was the last time she attended the Zhongyuan festival? It seemed it was with. Chu Huairou's countenance suddenly fell. How unfortunate. Nevertheless, she had also strolled through the Zhongyuan festival with her senior brother. Unlike the scant memories that eluded her grasp, the abundance of shared experiences made it challenging to pinpoint the specific recollections she sought within the tangled web of her mind. A twinge of sorrow arose in her heart. It dawned on her how many delightful moments they had once shared together. Yet, why had she not recalled these memories back then? If only she could return to her past self, the first thing she would do is deliver a resounding slap to that former version of herself. Thus, it became evident that she had ultimately lost so much in her previous life. In this lifetime, can it truly be reclaimed? At the moment when time just began to reverse, she still harbored hope that Chen Anyun might recall the memories of their past existence. Yet, the emergence of Chen Lingxi instilled within her a profound sense of dread. The senior brother was something she had lost through her own hands. Although Chen Lingxi had also caused him harm, their past as husband and wife placed her at a significant advantage over herself. If the senior brother were to remember everything, would he still choose her? Chu Huairou's heart brimmed with fear. She could scarcely fathom the consequences of losing him once more in this life. Thus, she found herself ensnared in uncertainty yet again. Just then, the ethereal and melodious voice of Meng Tianxin broke through her reverie. They have returned. Returned? Chu Huairou snapped back to reality, only to see her senior brother and Chen Lingxi approaching her. What was the meaning of Chen Lingxi's shy demeanor? Reminiscent of a delicate bride? What had transpired between them? A wave of intense apprehension surged within Chu Huairou. However, she quickly reminded herself to refrain from reckless speculation. It was finally her turn. She immediately shifted her gaze to Chen Lingxi, who, coincidentally, was also looking her way. Their eyes met, and Chen Lingxi suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. A jolt of alarm coursed through Chu Huairou. Surely, this woman was about to backtrack on her promises. Yet, just as Chu Huairou was consumed by despair, Chen Lingxi spoke. Senior brother, the streets are narrow, and it's rather inconvenient for 4 of us to wander together. How about I take Ming Shimi to explore the flower street while you stroll with Xiao Shimi? After saying this, she turned to Chen Anyun and mouthed to the bewildered Chu Huairou. Did you think I would go back on my word? Wretched woman. Perhaps you possess a modicum of conscience. Chu Huairou sighed with relief. As for Chen Anyun, he had anticipated Chen Lingxi's suggestion and naturally did not oppose it. As for Meng Tianxin, she was eager to partake in any enjoyable activity. Thus, amidst the bustling crowd, only Chen Anyun and Chu Huairou remained side by side. Sister, the fireworks are about to commence. Shall we go take a look? For some inexplicable reason, the usually vivacious Chu Huairou appeared somewhat anxious, a rarity indeed. Hence, Chen Anyun took the initiative to extend the invitation. All right, Chu Huairou responded weakly. She was aware that she had become somewhat unlike herself. Despite the fact that they had spent considerable time alone together on Lingjian Peak, at this moment, she was overwhelmed by a sense of uncertainty. Senior brother, where did you and Chen Shimi go just now? After much contemplation, Chu Huairou mustered the courage to ask. Oh, that, Chen Anyun replied nonchalantly. We released river lanterns and wandered for a bit before we spotted you. So that was it. Just releasing river lanterns. Then what was with that wretched woman's shy demeanor? A burden lifted from Chu Huairou's heart, allowing her to feel more like herself again. Soon, the two began to chatter animatedly as they walked. Unlike Chen Lingxi, their relationship had been one of childhood companionship, allowing for a multitude of topics to discuss. Though most of the conversation was led by Chu Huairou, with Chen Anyun listening attentively. Yet, Chu Huairou seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of words. In truth, their bond had always been thus in their previous life. They shared an unspoken understanding. Gradually, they were swept along with the throngs of people until they reached the outskirts of the city. At that moment, a series of sharp, urgent whistles pierced the air, and streaks of light, like meteors, blossomed into magnificent fireworks across the night sky. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens, as if tearing the night asunder. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with a splendid display, dancing, leaping, and swirling in a grand celebration. Almost simultaneously, the two raised their heads, gazing up at the dreamlike heavens. The vibrant fireworks stood out against the dark backdrop, at times resembling exquisite flowers, at others, shimmering stars cascading downwards. How beautiful! Chu Huairou could not help but exclaim. She quietly turned her head to see the fireworks reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in Chen Anyun's eyes. She secretly compared their heights, realizing her head barely reached his shoulder, which inexplicably left her feeling a bit disheartened. She remembered that in her previous life, she had reached his ear. Turning back, she extended her hand, as if to grasp the fireworks in the sky. Yet, the breathtaking beauty that was so close remained elusive, just as it had in her past existence. Fortunately, everything had begun anew. During this period, an indescribable sense of tranquility enveloped her, knowing that her beloved was not far away and that she could see him every day. If it were possible, she would not dare to wish for more, hoping only that such moments could continue indefinitely. Chu Huairou silently made a wish. Chapter 97, The Zhongyuan Festival End. Master. The head of the Dantai family seeks an audience outside the palace. A disciple of the Jiueqing Palace hurriedly rushed into the hall to report this news to the sovereign seated on high. The sovereign furrowed her brows slightly, puzzled. The head of the Dantai family? Is it not the one who has recently been the talk of the town? The disciple nodded vigorously, indeed. It is the renowned Liuli Xianxuan. Upon hearing this name, the sovereign's heart jolted. The head of the Dantai family had become a prominent figure in Xianxia, having achieved the esteemed status of Xianxuan. Since the previous sovereign's disappearance, no such powerful Xianxuan had graced the Jiueqing Palace. With this in mind, the sovereign hastily commanded, quickly, bring the Xianxuan inside. No, I shall personally go to receive her. With that, she rose and strode towards the palace gates. Before long, several disciples of the Jiueqing Palace surrounded an elegant woman of graceful stature, who approached slowly. This woman was Liuli, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that danced like a flickering flame in the wind. Seeing her, the sovereign rushed forward a few steps, clasped her hands in greeting, and said, I have long heard of the esteemed name of Xianxuan. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Please, come in. Liuli smiled gently and replied, Thank you, Master, for your warm invitation. With that, she entered the grand hall alongside the sovereign. Once everyone was seated, the sovereign inquired, Might I ask what brings Xianxuan to our Jiueqing Palace? Liuli delicately pressed her lips together before speaking softly, I have come to seek an answer. The sovereign, taken aback, quickly regained her composure and smiled. Please, Xianxuan, do not hesitate. Whatever is within my capability, I shall do my utmost. Liuli nodded. Having once served as the sovereign of Jiueqing Palace in a past life, she held deep respect for the current sovereign. Her gaze fixed on the sovereign. She pondered the best way to articulate her inquiry. After a moment, she finally spoke. I wish to know the cultivation conditions of the ancient technique, duanqing. At this statement, the sovereign and the disciples present were utterly astonished. They never anticipated that the illustrious Liuli Xianxuan would inquire about matters concerning their sex techniques. However, hearing Liuli's question, the sovereign felt a sense of relief. The duanqing had long been abandoned within the Jiueqing Palace. While its secrets were not meant for outsiders, they were not particularly sensitive either. Yet, the reason behind Xianxuan's inquiry piqued her curiosity, though she understood such matters often involve others' privacy, which she could not meddle in, and thus concealed her curiosity within her heart. The duanqing was created by their founder and served as the foundational technique for entering the path. Legend has it that the founder was an individual of profound emotions who, after suffering heartache, ultimately transcended the concept of love and established this technique. To cultivate this technique, one must first experience emotions to comprehend the path, and then transcend those emotions to enter the way. Unfortunately, later disciples lacked the founder's opportunities, and in their desperation, they harbored sinister thoughts, leading to the technique becoming a topic of fear and trepidation. What precisely constitutes experiencing emotions to comprehend the path and then transcending those emotions? Liuli continued to inquire. The sovereign shook her head with a wry smile. The difficulty lies precisely here, to comprehend through emotions. One must experience true feelings in the world. Yet, if true feelings exist, how can one bear to transcend them? What if a loving individual deliberately wishes for the other to cultivate this technique? The sovereign pondered for a moment and sighed. If that is the case, one could indeed cultivate this technique. However, to transform a loving person into one devoid of emotions, the torment endured would surely be akin to infernal suffering. Who in this world would willingly subject themselves to such folly? After bidding farewell to the sovereign of the Jiueqing Palace, Liuli felt somewhat lost as she flew homeward. Memories of the past surged vividly within her mind after losing the essence of the path devoid of feelings. The sovereign's words echoed repeatedly in her thoughts. Indeed, how could there be such a fool in the world? Yet, perhaps he is just such a fool. As memories flooded back, feeling restless, she was suddenly drawn to the lively scene of a city ahead. Unable to resist, she extended her consciousness to take a glance. Oh, so it is already the Xianxia festival. In her previous life, it was on this very day that she leapt from the Levection stage. A sudden impulse surged within her. A desire to once again tear through the fabric of space, to find him and uncover the truth of that year. Dantaiuli sensed her previous injuries had healed remarkably well. Just a little longer, just a little longer. Master, I shall soon see you again. This time, will you reveal the true answer to me? As the four of them reconvened, the sky had grown dark. The throngs of people in the streets had diminished considerably, and the vendors at the night market had begun to pack up their stalls. Both Chen Lingxi and Chu Huayu appeared to be lost in their own thoughts, while Meng Tianxin wore a contented expression, clearly having enjoyed himself immensely. For some reason, as Chen Anyun observed this scene, he inexplicably thought of Liuli. In his previous life, it was also during a Xianxia festival that he encountered her. Back then, she bore none of the celestial grace that now captivated the world. She was merely a filthy cat, abandoned by her master. As this thought crossed his mind, some long-buried memories suddenly stirred within his consciousness. A faint yet resolute voice seemed to echo in his mind at that moment. Master, indeed, that year's Xianxia festival was as lively as today's gathering. Chapter 98. At that time, the bright moon shone, illuminating the return of the colorful clouds. That year, Chen Anyun had just stepped into the celestial realm. Over 10 years had passed since the turmoil on the endless sea. Perhaps it was a glitch in the system. After Li Sengyin used a celestial weapon stained with his own blood to slay the sea god, his passive skill inexplicably affected the sea god. Absorption. For each enemy slain, one could recover 1 point of life energy from that enemy to heal one's wounds, with a maximum capacity of 20 points. Furthermore, one could additionally gain 1 point of cultivation from that enemy. Although the sea god's cultivation had fallen to the longevity realm by the time of his death, he had indeed been a formidable mid-stage celestial realm powerhouse at his peak. After Chen Anyun acquired 1 point of mid-stage celestial realm cultivation, combined with his already perfected longevity realm skills, he naturally advanced further. Upon entering the celestial realm, his true essence began to gradually transform into celestial essence. Simultaneously, his physical body achieved a state of golden immortality, appearing more genuine and unadorned, exuding an aura akin to that of an ordinary mortal. Having grown up on Earth, Chen Anyun had never truly distinguished between the celestial and the mundane. Rather than seeking solitude atop the mountains, he preferred to immerse himself in the vibrant atmosphere of the bustling markets. On this day, it coincided with the Ghost Festival. The quaint little town where Chen Anyun resided was bustling with the lively celebrations of the occasion, and naturally, he would not miss it. However, beyond this festivity, he had a far more significant task at hand. Casually mingling with the joyful crowd, he arrived at an unremarkable intersection. The system prompted him. Host, the target is within. Chen Anyun paused at the crossroads, gazing into the dark alleyway, yet hesitated to step inside. Host, the heroine's current state is dire. If you do not enter soon, unfortunate events may transpire, the system urged. Yes, I understand, Chen Anyun nodded. His earlier indecision stemmed from whether he should employ the prepared script this time. After several encounters with the heroine, his daily accumulation of regret points had exponentially increased. Coupled with his current celestial cultivation level, the urgency for regret points had diminished. Thus, he intended to conduct a small experiment to ascertain whether regret points could arise purely from hatred. This particular narrative felt somewhat cruel to him, which was why he had lingered in hesitation. Host, the system pressed again. In truth, he could sense another presence in the alley aside from the heroine. A figure who was cornering her. What a glitch scenario, Chen Anyun thought, shaking his head as he stepped inside. Host, do you not require self-hypnosis this time? No. I have exchanged for master-level acting skills, and I plan to conduct a small experiment myself. Time rewound to 15 minutes earlier. Arriving alone and departing solitary. The lips of Dantaiuli, cracked and peeling, whispered with great difficulty. Despite her words, a glimmer of longing could still be discerned in her gaze. Having had her celestial bones excised and being forced to consume a dispelling elixir by her family, all her celestial essence had dissipated, erasing centuries of arduous cultivation in an instant. Leaping from the immortal slaughter platform, she had already possessed a death wish. Yet, by an unexpected twist of fate, she found herself in the mortal realm, which reignited her will to live, albeit faintly. Even the lowliest of creatures strive for survival, how much more so for her? With vengeance yet to be claimed, she did not wish for those who had caused her demise to revel in happiness. Alas, she was already at the end of her tether. There was no need for anyone to lay a hand on her. She could distinctly feel the ebbing of her life force. The cacophony of the crowd outside was faintly audible as she lifted her gaze, peering over the layers of green bricks and red tiles towards the evening glow in the sky. At that moment, the twilight was gradually fading, taking with it her remaining warmth. To think that Dantaiuli, once a revered immortal, would meet her end on the streets of the mortal world. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, and yet, a sense of release began to wash over her. So be it. Reflecting on the desolation of her past, she sighed to return, indifferent to the storms or sunshine. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished, she weakly closed her eyes. Just then, a voice, somewhat hoarse yet filled with excitement, pierced the stillness. The heavens do not forsake me. The purple Taoist, a figure clad in a purple robe, exuding a foul odor, emerged into the alley. His face, marred with sores, bore an expression of ecstatic delight, albeit shadowed by a hint of caution. Only after confirming the woman before him was indeed gravely weakened did he approach with haste. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Ah, this scent is indeed that of a celestial root. It was worth seeing that glimmer of light fall here." The purple Taoist chuckled triumphantly. "Ha, a severely injured celestial root." His face twisted into a deranged grin as he appraised the figure before him. "Though your essence is depleted and cultivation near impossible, you make for an excellent cauldron." He rubbed his hands together, ready to part the woman's hair. "Come, let me see your beauty." Dante struggled to open her eyes, peering through her disheveled locks at the approaching hand, her heart heavy with despair. Thankfully, though her powers were waning, she resolved to muster the last remnants of her celestial essence, determined to end her own life rather than submit. However, just as she prepared to unleash her final flicker of power, a polite young man's voice resonated from nearby. "Excuse me, brother, you are blocking my path. May I request you step aside?" Who? In that moment of distraction, Dante last vestige of celestial essence dissipated, her injuries flaring anew, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Chapter 99. When the moon shone bright, it illuminated the return of colorful clouds. Too, a mere mortal? The purple Taoist squinted, scrutinizing the young man before him. This youth stood tall, his features clean and handsome, exuding an air of distinction. Yet, the purple Taoist inwardly sneered. "Humph, just an ignorant young fool." A cruel smile spread across his grotesque face as he uttered a chilling laugh. "Ah, young one, today is your misfortune. You can only blame your ill fate. In your next life, remember to be more cautious and do not recklessly cross paths with me." Before he could finish his sentence, the purple Taoist lunged forward, extending a skeletal hand, his palm thrumming with energy, creating a powerful suction aimed at the youth. As the terrifying force sought to ensnare him, astonishingly, Chen Anyun stood resolutely, rooted to the spot as if the ground itself held him fast. The purple Taoist froze momentarily before intensifying his energy output. Yet no matter how he channeled his power, Chen Anyun remained unyielding, resembling an immovable mountain, not even the slightest flutter of his garments. "Senior, this is a misunderstanding. I shall depart at once. This exquisite cauldron I shall graciously offer to you." The purple Taoist, wary of Chen Anyun, silently invoked his escape technique. As he activated the technique, he reveled in the rapidly receding scenery, feeling elated. "If he won't fight, then I shan't hold back. Wait, that body seems oddly familiar. And why does it lack a head?" Casting a glance at the head that had rolled several paces away before coming to a stop, Chen Anyun shifted his focus back to the unconscious woman before him. He approached and effortlessly lifted her in his arms. "So light," he mused inwardly. The protagonist's past experiences have already been conveyed to him through the system. It is indeed tragic, and one can only say that it is truly deserving of its place in the realm of female narratives. A dignified celestial being has been driven to such depths by a horde of insignificant creatures. This must be switched to a male-centric narrative. It is not merely a matter of a few fatalities. One fears that even the yolks of the Dante family's eggs have been thoroughly shaken, and the earthworms must be unearthed and sliced upright. Chen Anyun escorted her back to his residence. In recent years, he found himself quite bored in the small town, so he decided to return to his former profession and opened a medical clinic. However, the operation hours depended entirely on his mood. Yet, his exceptional medical skills ensured that whenever he chose to open the doors, a steady stream of patients would flock to his practice. After placing the female protagonist on his bed, Chen Anyun did not linger. He promptly prepared a guest room for her. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bed and illuminating the closed eyes of Dante. As time passed, she gradually opened her eyes, her consciousness slowly emerging from a fog of confusion. Initially disoriented, memories surged back like a tidal wave, recalling the horrifying scenes she had experienced before losing consciousness. At this thought, her heart raced, and a wave of tension coursed through her body. She disregarded everything else and hastily reached out to assess her physical condition. Once she confirmed her clothing was intact, her anxious heart finally eased a little, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. She understood all too well that it was impossible for the seemingly ruthless figure in purple to have spared her out of kindness. Therefore, it must have been the person who came later that saved her. At that moment, the gentle sunlight fell upon her face, enveloping her in a soothing warmth. She slightly squinted her eyes and, after a brief adjustment, began to survey the unfamiliar room. Although the room was simply and modestly decorated, every corner was meticulously arranged and impeccably clean. Wherever her gaze landed, be it the furniture or the bed, everything was perfectly positioned, devoid of any semblance of chaos. Instinctively, she gently tugged at the quilt covering her, and a refreshing scent wafted into her nostrils, a unique fragrance emitted only by pure cotton fabric that had been sun-dried. The familiar and comforting scent seemed to possess a certain enchanting power, gradually easing her previously taut nerves. As the old door creaked open, Chen Anyun entered with a porcelain bowl in hand. He noticed the figure seated on the bed, lost in thought, slowly turning to face him. He endeavored to display a gentle smile. "My dear, your injuries are quite severe. Please drink this bowl of medicine." As soon as his words fell, the unique fragrance of the elixir swiftly permeated every corner of the room. Dantai Lioli twitched her delicate nostrils, recognizing the scent of the falling sunset grass. This rare herb, even in the upper realms, is not something one can encounter easily. Upon recalling the figure of the Taoist in purple robes, she suddenly comprehended that the young man who had saved her must also be a cultivator. This caused a renewed sense of tension within her. After all, just as the Taoist in purple had stated, her cultivation had been entirely obliterated, yet her innate talent remained, making her an exceptional dual cultivation vessel. It was unlikely that anyone would resist such an allure. However, Chen Anyun seemed to disregard her wariness, placing the medicine down and urging her to drink it while it was still warm before taking his leave. Following the betrayal of her family, Dantai Lioli had become reluctant to trust anyone easily. It was only after she heard the footsteps outside gradually fade away that she rose from the bed. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly lifted the medicine bowl. She was indeed in need of the spiritual elixir. Chen Anyun's apparent detachment had significantly diminished her apprehension. Thus, she cautiously sipped a small amount, savoring it on her tongue before consuming it in large gulps. She then sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to regulate her breathing. As the medicinal energy began to circulate within her body, the injuries she had sustained started to mend rapidly. Unfortunately, this spiritual remedy could only heal external wounds. It offered no remedy for her severely damaged qi. She continued her meditative practice until noon, until her body had absorbed all the medicinal potency, at which point she exhaled deeply. Her previously listless spirit had revived considerably. Just then, the sound of the door opening interrupted her thoughts. "Young lady, shall we have a conversation?" Chen Anyun stated directly. "Young lady?" Dantai Lioli scrutinized the youthful visage before her, unable to resist mentally repeating those words. Having cultivated for over 6 centuries, she once held the status of an immortal sovereign and radiated unparalleled grace, to the extent that ordinary men would not dare to gaze upon her for long. Aside from the early years of her cultivation, it had been a long time since anyone had addressed her in such a manner. However, cultivators should not judge by appearances. Now stripped of her powers, she possessed no divine sense to gauge Chen Anyun's cultivation level, but the fact that he had easily rescued her from the Taoist in purple suggested he was certainly formidable. Dantai Lioli quickly made her decision. Very well, let him mistakenly believe that she was merely a fledgling cultivator. After all, her identity as someone from a higher realm would only bring her trouble in this lower world. Furthermore, he had indeed saved her life. With this thought, sincerity seeped into her words. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Seeing the female protagonist begin to display her acting skills, Chen Anyun chose not to expose her. He nodded, saying, "It was but a small gesture, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, I observe that you possess a heavenly spiritual root. Yet your meridians are completely severed, and your qi is damaged. What are your plans for the future?" "Plans?" Dantai Lioli's expression turned vacant as she repeated the word softly. She recalled her former self. Had she merely lost her celestial bones, she would have firmly believed, with her extraordinary spiritual root, that even in the face of adversity, there would still be opportunities to rise again and reclaim her peak. Yet the reality was that her mother and sister, in a bid to maintain control over her, had ruthlessly forced her into a marriage with a debauched scion, even administering a potion that obliterated her spiritual essence. This poison not only devastated her qi, but also turned her years of arduous cultivation into naught. More terrifying was the moment of despair when she leapt from the immortal slaughter platform, thinking it would be an end to her suffering, only to encounter the terrifying chaos of the void. The violent turbulence swept over her like a ferocious beast, tearing apart all her meridians. Now, Dantai Lioli was nothing more than a complete shell of her former self. Her meridians lay shattered, fragile as a fragmented spider's web. Her qi, riddled with holes, resembled a tattered bag, incapable of storing or condensing even a sliver of spiritual essence. At this point, the last flicker of hope within her extinguished, plunging her into profound despair. Thus, she resolved to abandon all pretense, speaking to Chen Anyun with a tone of self-abandonment. "If you have come due to my broken body, feel free to make use of it. Consider it a token of gratitude for rescuing me from that loathsome individual." After uttering these words, she slowly closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate, as if awaiting the final decree of destiny. A vessel was a vessel, and at least this man was pleasing to the eye. Certainly preferable to the Taoist in purple, perhaps she could endure a few more mundane days before her last vestiges of potential were fully exhausted. Dantai Lioli thought bitterly. Chen Anyun was taken aback by her unhesitating willingness to resign herself to despair. However, he could somewhat understand her mindset. After all, the feeling of betrayal from one's closest kin was undeniably painful. As for being a vessel, did he truly appear to be such a person? Rest assured, host. You appear to be the epitome of a virtuous gentleman, gentle as jade. After all, in the realm of female narratives, you are the innate male secondary protagonist. Your character occasionally rivaling that of the male lead. Please refrain from inundating me with such trivial knowledge. Chen Anyun retorted, observing the female protagonist's demeanor of submission. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing his laughter, Dantai Liuli opened her eyes, casting a gloomy glance at him. She was in such a dire state. And yet he dared to laugh? How utterly heartless he must be. Then, she heard Chen Anyun speak earnestly. Everyone has a past. And if you choose not to share yours, I shall not pry. However, I now present you with two choices. Choices? Dantai Liuli felt as though it had been ages since she had heard that word. Her parents and sister had always imposed endless demands upon her, as if she were born to owe them something. Yet here was a stranger offering her choices. A long-lost sense of respect washed over her, and she instinctively turned her gaze to Chen Anyun. I would like to hear more. The first option, should you wish to leave this place. You may do so after today. If you desire my assistance in reaching a destination, feel free to let me know, and I shall escort you part of the way. Dantai Liuli shook her head. I have nowhere to go. Then allow me to present the second option. Chen Anyun's gaze, deep as a tranquil pool, locked onto her, as if he sought to see through all her layers. He began to speak, his voice steady and powerful. Since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have faced countless trials and tribulations, diligently honing my skills until I reached the realm of the transcendent. However, throughout this lengthy journey, I have never taken on a disciple. At this point, Chen Anyun paused slightly, his gaze shifting to her. Dantai Liuli was wholly engrossed in his words, and upon hearing that he had never taken a disciple, a flicker of curiosity and intrigue ignited within her. Chen Anyun continued, your innate qualities are extraordinarily rare, truly one in a million. Moreover, our meeting today must surely signify a rare fate. As the words left his lips, the previously tranquil Dantai Liuli felt her heart skip a beat. An indescribable wave of immense joy surged from the depths of her being. She widened her eyes, gazing in astonishment at the smiling man before her, her heart involuntarily beginning to harbor a subtle anticipation for his forthcoming words. Indeed, the next moment, she heard Chen Anyun assertively propose, why not this? You shall take me as your master, and from this day forth, you will accompany me. Upon hearing these words, Dantai Liuli stood frozen in place, taken aback. She had not expected that in her moment of utmost helplessness and despair, a glimmer of hope would emerge. Though her heart yearned 100 times to comply, the reality of her circumstances led her to hesitantly respond. But her voice faltering as she lowered her gaze, revealing an unmistakable trace of worry in her eyes. The damage to her energy sea and the severance of her meridians meant that even the upper realms would demand an unfathomable cost to repair them. Noticing her distress, Chen Anyun smiled gently and reassured her, you need not fret about this matter. I possess means to address it. All you need do is answer me. Will you or will you not? Upon hearing this, Dantai Liuli was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face shone with determination. Without a hint of hesitation, she knelt before Chen Anyun, bowing 3 times respectfully, and proclaimed loudly, Master, please accept this humble disciple's greeting. Oh, there is no need to rush so. Chen Anyun chuckled softly. We do not even know each other's names. Liuli, Dantai Liuli replied earnestly. My name is Dantai Liuli, Master. You may call me Liuli. From that moment onward, Dantai Liuli resolved to forsake her surname, vowing to sever all ties with her former family. Very well. I am called Chen Anyun. Though I am of the celestial realm, I currently belong to no sect, merely a solitary cultivator. You must consider carefully. If you choose to follow me, there shall be no sect to shield you, and you may encounter hardships. Yes, Master. She had no doubt that Chen Anyun would deceive her. After all, she had nothing left to lose, and the only thing she could offer seemed of little concern to him. A smile graced Dantai Liuli's fair visage for the first time. At this moment, it felt as if a sudden spring breeze had arrived overnight, causing a multitude of pear trees to bloom. It seemed she had momentarily regained some semblance of her former brilliance. Even Chen Anyun was left in a state of astonishment. She did not wish for death. She yearned to live well, even if it meant taking a mortal as her teacher. Chapter 101. The bright moon was present, once illuminating the return of colorful clouds. 4. Liuli. Yes. 2 tails of ephedra, 2 to 3 tails of honey-fried licorice, 1 piece of processed aconite, peeled and broken into 8 slices. Very well. Soon, combine the 3 ingredients with 7 liters of water, first boiling 1 tail of ephedra until it reaches a rolling boil, then skimming off the foam. Add the remaining herbs and boil down to 3 liters, straining out the dregs. Warmly administer 1 liter, 3 times a day. Here you go. Thank you, Dr. Chen. After sending away the last patient, Liuli could not help but inquire, Master, most ailments are merely external injuries. With your capabilities, you could easily restore them with a snap of your fingers. If you wished, extending their lives by decades would be a simple task. Why then resort to mortal medicine? Although spells are convenient, they are not omnipotent. Once a cultivator has refined their body, they become immune to all diseases. thereby rendering healing spells unnecessary in this world. Since we cannot treat everything with spells, it is better to treat all equally with medicine. As Chen Anyun tidied up the clutter on the table, he spoke. It had been over a year since their fateful encounter. Due to her physical condition, Liuli was temporarily unable to cultivate. Thus, Chen Anyun devoted himself to her treatment while arranging for her to assist in the clinic. The damage to her xianxia was not an insurmountable issue. With timely medication and focused nurturing, she should be able to restore it within 7 or 8 years. However, the true challenge lay in the severed meridians, torn apart by chaotic void currents. Chen Anyun exhausted his ingenuity, attempting various methods, yet he could not succeed in reconnecting her meridians. Reluctantly, he had to set aside this matter and concentrate on helping Liuli regulate her xianxia. When Liuli learned of this, her heart initially brimmed with disappointment. Yet soon, she understood that even in the upper realms, spiritual herbs capable of repairing meridians were exceedingly rare and precious. Alongside her disappointment, a profound fear took root within her. She dreaded the possibility of losing her chance to cultivate forever, becoming an inconspicuous individual. She feared even more the prospect of being cast aside by Chen Anyun due to her inability to cultivate. With each thought of this, her heart felt as though it were burdened by a 1,000-pound stone. She was acutely aware of what her celestial root body meant to cultivators of dual cultivation practices, especially considering her beauty. The fate awaiting her could only be one of utter despair. Having been betrayed by her family once, Liuli's heart was exceedingly sensitive. She vividly remembered the endless torment and humiliation she endured in the Dantai household. Ever since her cultivation had been ruthlessly stripped away, she felt as if she had plunged into an abyss, losing all dignity. The once exalted image of the immortal had vanished, replaced by that of a pitiful woman subject to bullying and trampling. Those servants who had once been obsequious before her now dared to insult her openly. They took pleasure in witnessing her fall from grace, while the ignorant children from the Feng family mercilessly hurled stones at her, laughing derisively as they did so. Faced with such cold-hearted treatment, her heart ached as if cut by daggers. She could not comprehend how the entire Dantai family, thriving in their esteemed position, owed it all to her contributions. Even if her parents favored her younger sister, she was still their flesh and blood. This harsh reality plunged her into a profound state of confusion, from which she found it difficult to extricate herself. Initially, she would shed tears, but gradually she realized that the more she cried, the more joy it brought to those who delighted in tormenting her. They reveled in witnessing her tears. Thus, from that moment on, she resolved never to weep again. It was precisely because of her past suffering that, despite the seemingly endless journey to physical recovery, she cherished this tranquil existence deeply. She harbored a fear of being cast aside due to her inability to recover, terrified of leaving the simplicity of her current life. The once exalted celestial lord was but a distant memory. Now, she found an inexplicable contentment in her present circumstances. However, as time wore on, this fear took root and flourished within her heart. Until one fateful day, when Chen Anyun closed the door of the medical clinic and called out to Liuli, who was hastily making her way to the backyard. Liuli, startled, she turned around with a forced smile. Master. Chen Anyun sighed. Do not worry. I shall not cast you away. Liuli's pupils widened as she heard Chen Anyun reassuringly declare, You are my first disciple. Whether it takes 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, I will find a way to restore your health. Feeling the warmth in those words, Liuli's heart was touched. Such warmth, she realized, had long eluded her. Unbeknownst to her, the fears within her heart dissipated. In that moment, she genuinely acknowledged the individual before her, accepting him as her revered master. Thank you, master, Liuli expressed with sincere gratitude, bowing gracefully to Chen Anyun. You may proceed. Chapter 102, When the Bright Moon Was Present. It once illuminated the return of colorful clouds. 5. On New Year's Eve, the sky was shrouded in a somber gray, as if covered by a vast, heavy curtain. Snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, cascaded gently, blanketing the world in a silvery embrace. The streets outside were already concealed beneath a thick layer of snow, with few passers-by. Occasionally, hurried figures appeared, swathed in layers of clothing, revealing only their eyes as they trudged through the snowy landscape. Chen Anyun had closed the medical clinic early. As a cultivator, he was impervious to the chill, yet Liuli's current physical condition resembled that of an ordinary mortal. Thus, he thoughtfully prepared a delicate charcoal stove within the room. As the flames gradually rose, a warm, orange glow began to permeate the space. In no time, the once frigid room transformed into a cozy haven, enveloping them in unparalleled comfort. Clad in thick winter garments, Liuli nestled by the stove, watching Chen Anyun bustling about in the kitchen, while listening quietly to the sounds of children playing joyfully in the adjacent room. Soon, the table was laden with an exquisite array of dishes. The ambience enveloping her rendered her somewhat restless. Gazing at the delectable array of dishes before her, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. During her time at the Dantai household, she had spent the majority of her days in relentless cultivation. Even on New Year's Eve, she would typically be immersed in seclusion, as her parents would never think to send someone to inform her on that day. Whenever she occasionally recalled the prospect of celebrating with them, her parents would dismiss her intentions with remarks such as the eldest daughter of the Dantai family, your focus should be on cultivation. Thus, every New Year's Eve, while she languished in the frigid isolation of her training chamber, they would revel in joyous laughter with her younger sister. Contemplating this, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She observed Chen Anyun bustling about, her desire to assist him rising, yet she was at a loss for how to begin. Her fingers anxiously twirling a lock of hair before her. The prolonged rejection had fostered a sense of disconnection from the festive atmosphere, even stirring a fleeting desire to flee. Come, let us dine, Chen Anyun beckoned, inviting Liuli to take a seat. Although they had spent over a year in each other's company, their last New Year's Eve had been spent apart, as he had been away aiding Liuli in the search for medicinal pills to restore her meridians. Thus, today marked their first celebration of the new year together. Once Liuli was settled, Chen Anyun, with a warm smile, skillfully filled their glasses with wine. Just as he was about to utter a few words of greeting, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Liuli, whose expression was one of dazed bewilderment. Understanding her past, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. A surge of sympathy welled within him, prompting him to select a large, succulent chicken leg from the exquisite dishes on the table, gently placing it in Liuli's bowl while softly saying, "Here, do savor the culinary skills of your master." At these words, Liuli lowered her head, her gaze fixated on the enticing chicken leg emitting a mouth-watering aroma. In that instant, an unprecedented sensation unfurled within her chest, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of emotion cascading outward. "Master," Liuli's voice was as gentle as a breeze caressing the strings of a zither. However, before she could finish her thought, Chen Anyun, perceptive to her hesitation, interjected, "Do not be so formal with me. According to the customs of my homeland, we should clink our glasses together and joyfully exclaim Happy New Year before we can truly indulge in the feast. However, given that tonight's dinner required a bit more time to prepare, I suspect you are already quite hungry. Therefore, let us prioritize filling our bellies." Upon hearing this, Liuli obediently nodded, responding, "Thank you, master." Observing her demeanor, Chen Anyun's smile deepened, and he deftly maneuvered his chopsticks, transferring various delectable dishes into Liuli's bowl. Faced with such enthusiastic gestures, Liuli felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she shyly murmured, I can manage on my own. Master, please eat as well." Chen Anyun paused, gazing at her with a smile. After more than a year of nurturing, the frail and pitiful figure she once was had vanished without a trace. Now, she possessed delicate, fair skin, arched brows, a straight nose, and a small mole at the corner of her eye. Under the flickering candlelight, her slightly slender cheeks and long, delicate eyelashes painted a picture of someone who appeared fragile, seemingly easy to bully, yet she had once been a formidable figure of the celestial realm. No wonder his master enjoyed taking disciples. The experience of nurturing a disciple was not dissimilar to that of raising a daughter, a sentiment expressed by one who had never known the joys of parenthood. As time flowed on, Liuli gradually relaxed, prompting Chen Anyun to finally lift his glass and smile at her. Liuli, well aware of her master's intentions, inhaled deeply and summoned the courage to raise her own glass. Clink. Their glasses met with a cheerful sound. "Happy New Year. Happy New Year, master." Subsequently, Chen Anyun produced a wooden box from his robes, presenting it to Liuli. "This is your New Year gift from me." For me?" Liuli stammered, awkwardly accepting the box. Under Chen Anyun's encouraging gaze, she opened it to reveal a black hairpin nestled within. "This is no ordinary hairpin. It is a spiritual artifact crafted by me. Not only can it automatically protect its owner, but it can also unleash the full power of a perfected practitioner. Even without your cultivation at present, you will be able to activate it." "Thank you, master." Liuli reverently lifted the hairpin, noticing an inscription at the bottom of the box, "A gift from my only and most cherished disciple." She closed the lid, holding the hairpin and the box tightly to her chest. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Chapter 103. The moon shone brightly then, illuminating the return of colorful clouds. 6. Pitter-patter, as the rain intensified, tapping against the tiles. Outside, the scattered beads of rain soon merged into flowing lines. Chen Anyun approached the door, sensing the rhythmic breaths within the room, and instinctively softened his footsteps. Upon opening the door, he found Liuli seated at the table, her eyes half closed, one hand resting on the table while the other propped up her cheek to prevent her from dozing off. Strands of hair playfully cascaded down her forehead, swaying erratically with her movements. Chen Anyun smiled gently and retrieved a thin blanket from his storage space, quietly draping it over her shoulders. He then took a seat at the opposite end of the table, waiting in silence. Since the day they had met, more than 8 years had elapsed. For cultivators, 8 years was but a fleeting moment, yet for the two individuals leading ordinary lives, it was a period laden with significance. Liuli's energy reserves had nearly returned to full capacity, yet due to her meridian issues, she remained unable to resume her cultivation. After extensive inquiries, Chen Anyun learned of a millennia-old shattered heart lotus on the snowy mountain, which was expected to mature within 2 years. This rare herb could be transformed into a precious elixir capable of mending meridians. However, such a treasure was not unguarded. The Heavenly Blade sect atop the snowy mountain was among the foremost orthodox sects, its influence rivaling that of the Tai sect, the leader of the righteous path. The millennia-old shattered heart lotus was the sect's most prized possession, said to have been planted by the founding ancestor of the Heavenly Blade sect. Such a treasure. To obtain it is akin to scaling the heavens. Therefore, after much hesitation, Chen Anyun ultimately resolved to disclose this matter to Lioli. After all, a glimmer of hope is far superior to utter desolation. Time passed unbeknownst to her, and at last, the hand propping up her head could bear the weight no longer, threatening to let her head descend heavily onto the table. Yet in the next moment, she abruptly regained her senses, managing to halt her head just half a foot from the surface. How fortunate! Lioli silently rejoiced, then turned her head to behold her esteemed master's gentle gaze, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Instinctively, she reached to wipe her mouth, only to discover it was perfectly clean, prompting her to exclaim, "Master, you came and did not wake me. I could not bear to awaken you, for you appeared to be sleeping so soundly." Sitting up, she then realized the thin blanket covering her, and her heart swelled with warmth. The exchange between the master and disciple flowed effortlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. After years of companionship, they had long since acclimatized to each other's ways. Over the past 8 years, Chen Anyun, lacking any experience in mentoring disciples, has chosen to raise Lioli as his own daughter due to her temporary inability to cultivate because of her unique physique. He diligently prepares a variety of meals for her each day while simultaneously treating her injuries and guiding her through the cultural landscapes of the mortal realm. From the moment Lioli began to form memories, her existence has largely revolved around cultivation. She yearns for familial affection yet remains oblivious to its true essence. Surprisingly, their interactions harmonize beautifully, and apart from her initial timidness during the first 2 or 3 years, Lioli has gradually opened her heart, willing to reveal her youthful charm in the presence of her esteemed master. Over the years of companionship, Chen Anyun, to her, was less a mentor and more akin to a father or something else entirely. "What brings you to seek me today, master?" Lioli inquired, stretching languidly without reservation, showcasing her exquisite figure. As she sat up, she noticed the thin blanket that had slipped off her shoulders, a wave of sweetness washing over her heart. Chen Anyun cast a glance filled with appreciation before revealing the matter regarding the millennium-broken heart lotus. Upon hearing that a remedy to restore her meridians had been found, Lioli was initially overwhelmed with joy. However, when she learned that this precious herb belonged to a prestigious sect, she couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, "Since it is a treasure of the sect, how could it be easily relinquished? Master, it would be futile to exert effort in this pursuit." Noticing Chen Anyun furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, she felt a surge of emotion within her. "I have always been on the brink of death. Living these additional years has already brought me satisfaction. If I truly cannot cultivate for a lifetime, I would simply wish to spend my remaining days by your side, master. And that alone would suffice." After uttering these heartfelt words, she suddenly recognized their inappropriateness, lowering her head in slight embarrassment while stealing glances at Chen Anyun's reaction. Yet, he remained lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to her sentiments, leaving her heart feeling somewhat hollow. Eventually, Chen Anyun shook his head slowly, a grave expression gracing his features. "Lioli, since I have chosen to share this matter with you, it is to let you know that there exists a faint glimmer of hope. Although I cannot guarantee success in acquiring this herb, there remains a possibility, albeit a slim one." Hearing this, Lioli's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. She assumed it was merely Chen Anyun's attempt to comfort her. Just as she was about to speak again, she was taken aback by Chen Anyun's hearty laughter. "Thus, we shall embark on our journey tomorrow, heading to the great snow mountain to await patiently. After all, it is said that natural treasures belong only to those of virtue. Who can assert that we, as master and disciple, are not fated to be the destined ones? Perhaps, through some fortuitous twist of fate, this herb may indeed fall into our hands." Lioli paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that Chen Anyun was serious, and the flicker of hope within her heart was reignited. She nodded vigorously in agreement, replying, "Yes, master." The following morning, as the eastern sky began to lighten, the master and disciple rose early to prepare. They cautiously secured the doors of the medical hall and posted a conspicuous notice at the entrance. Once everything was in order, Chen Anyun produced a flying shuttle, and together they soared towards the great snow mountain. The speed of the flying shuttle, however, paled in comparison to that of a flying sword. It took them a full 10 days to reach the snow-covered expanse of the Great Snow Mountain. Yet, as they finally stood upon the pristine, white terrain, Chen Anyun suddenly became acutely aware of a grave oversight. He had completely neglected the fact that Lioli had lost all her cultivation. The environment here is harsh beyond imagination. Apart from the howling winds and blizzards, there is virtually nothing. As far as the eye can see, there is not a single town inhabited by mortals within 1,000 miles. This place is utterly desolate, with only the occasional presence of disciples from the Heavenly Blade sect. The reason behind the establishment of the sect here, according to legend, is to temper the indomitable will of its disciples. Faced with such adversity, Chen Anyun had no choice. After disembarking from the flying shuttle, he retrieved a quilt from the system space and wrapped Lioli tightly within it, subsequently carrying her on his back. The extreme lack of oxygen, coupled with the biting cold, made Lioli, who was already somewhat lethargic and drowsy, feel increasingly weary. As her delicate and fragile body rested against Chen Anyun's sturdy back, an unprecedented sense of security surged within her, akin to finding a safe haven from the storm. Before long, Lioli fell into a deep slumber, her breathing gradually becoming steady and gentle. When she finally stirred awake, she felt a slight heaviness in her head, and it took a while for her mind to clear. Once fully awake, she was astonished to discover that she had somehow returned to the flying shuttle. Looking around, she noticed a beautifully crafted stove in the cabin, ablaze and continuously emanating warmth, filling the entire space with a pleasant heat. This flying shuttle was a reward previously granted by the system. After its transformation, it resembled a majestic vessel soaring through the skies, significantly larger than an ordinary shuttle. In the center of the shuttle, there existed an incredibly spacious cabin. At this moment, Lioli surveyed her surroundings and confirmed that she was indeed within this cabin. "Master," she instinctively called out softly. Just as her words faded, the door to the cabin emitted a faint creaking sound, slowly opening. In an instant, a frigid gust accompanied by swirling snowflakes rushed in like a surging tide, enveloping the space in a chilling embrace. Lioli shivered at the sudden cold, instinctively retreating. Once she regained her composure, she focused her gaze and saw Chen Anyun's figure appearing at the door like a specter. With an expressionless face, he turned away, forcefully waving his hands, and the cabin door slammed shut with a heavy thud. "How is it?" After confirming that the door was securely closed, Chen Anyun turned back, speaking with a sense of pride. "This is our temporary home." He had initially intended to find a suitable cave, but after circling for quite some time with Lioli on his back, he had found nothing suitable. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he summoned the flying shuttle again and landed it in a mountain hollow. The heavy snowfall soon buried the upper half of the shuttle, prompting Chen Anyun to place Lioli inside the cabin while he cleared a path outside. After reinforcing it, he returned to the cabin. Upon hearing this, Lioli dashed to the window, and indeed, outside, the snow fell like goose feathers, creating a stark contrast with the warmth and comfort of the cabin, which made her feel unexpectedly content. Then, she suddenly recalled something and nervously asked, "Master, are we going to stay here until the ancient heartbroken lotus blossoms?" "Of course. Having come this far, we must make every effort to seize the opportunity." Chen Anyun nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "That said, you have reminded me. This cabin is indeed spacious, yet it comprises only this one room. Though we are master and disciple, after all, it is customary for men and women to maintain a certain distance." "It's not an issue," Lioli suddenly exclaimed, leaving Chen Anyun momentarily taken aback. Blushing, she lowered her voice. "Once a teacher, always a father. Is it not perfectly normal for a father and daughter to live together? Where is the normalcy in this?" Chen Anyun could not help but scoff internally, feeling a sense of despair at Lioli's lack of common sense. Although he was aware that this girl had essentially been a heartless cultivation machine during her time in the upper realm, he never anticipated that she could be so oblivious. Fortunately, he considered himself a paragon of virtue. One must invite certain individuals over, and one ought to have already contemplated names for the child, Chen Anyun remarked, his expression unusually solemn. "Let it be known, even if our relationship is merely that of master and disciple, or even if we were truly father and daughter, there are boundaries to uphold. As the saying goes, a daughter ought to avoid her father, just as a son should steer clear of his mother." Listening to Chen Anyun's incessant admonishments, Lioli found herself surprisingly calm. She even adjusted her posture into a comfortable position, enabling her to concentrate for an extended period. However, she was not particularly concerned with the essence of Chen Anyun's words. She was not naive enough to be oblivious to such simple truths. Yet, she relished the sensation of being lectured by him. She had not been devoid of parental guidance in her past. During her time in the upper realm, whenever her sister desired something, their parents would emerge, delivering lengthy discourses about how the elders should yield to the younger, and that the elder sister ought to concede to her younger sibling. At that time, she had outwardly shown respect, but inwardly found it tedious. Despite knowing the lessons Chen Anyun imparted, she found herself enchanted by his words, delighting in the repetition. As Chen Anyun grew hoarse from his teachings, he noticed Lioli still sitting attentively, her demeanor earnest. This elicited within him a sense of pride in being a mentor, as well as admiration for his pupil's receptiveness. Then, he heard Lioli inquire, "Has master finished speaking?" "Ah, yes," Chen Anyun nodded instinctively. Lioli straightened herself, gazing into Chen Anyun's eyes with sincerity, and declared, "I comprehend the principles you have articulated, yet." In response to Chen Anyun's bewildered expression, she whispered, "I merely wish to reside together with master." Chen Anyun was at a loss for words. "Lioli, consider this a punishment. You shall transcribe 100 schools of thought 100 times, tenfold." The 100 schools of thought is a foundational text within this realm, expounding universal values and moral principles. Chen Anyun had procured it for Lioli after observing her lack of common knowledge. "Master, even if you compel me to copy it 100 times, my sentiments remain unchanged," Lioli retorted defiantly. Very well, Chen Anyun acquiesced. Embodying the principle of a true gentleman who acts rather than speaks, he retrieved tools from the spatial system and commenced the transformation of the cabin, intending to partition it into 2 small chambers. Since this young lady became acquainted with his temperament, she has grown increasingly unrestrained. When they first met, she appeared quite submissive. Could it be that she truly finds him easy to bully? Chen Anyun reflected on this. Meanwhile, observing her busy master, Liuli couldn't help but quietly stomp her foot. During their time in the upper realm, if it weren't for her engagement, countless suitors would have sought to become her partner. Although she had already lived for over 600 years, nearly 590 of those years were spent in closed-door cultivation. During that period, her progress in cultivation was remarkably swift. Often, her retreats lasted decades, or even centuries. It was only upon emerging that she discovered her household servants had been entirely replaced, realizing she had unknowingly spent a considerable amount of time in seclusion. Thus, despite achieving the revered status of a celestial being with the blessing of her innate heavenly bones, she often felt a profound sense of confusion, sometimes questioning the very purpose of her existence. Now, although she had lost her cultivation and found herself in the mortal realm, for the first time, she truly felt the essence of being alive. Chapter 105. Once the bright moon shone, illuminating the return of colorful clouds in the great snow mountain. If one were to envision it as a person, this perpetually tempestuous and frigid land rarely revealed a hint of gentleness, until today. After months of relentless storms and blizzards, the skies unexpectedly cleared. The cloudless expanse above made the sun appear exceptionally radiant. Its rays reflected off the thick layers of snow, casting a dazzling brilliance. Although the air remained frigid, the absence of harsh weather rendered this cold bearable for ordinary people. Without needing an invitation from Chen Anyun, Liuli eagerly donned her thick cotton garments and stepped out of the cabin to breathe in the fresh air. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been here for over half a year, most of which was spent within the confines of the ship's cabin. However, as cultivators, retreating for cultivation was a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, they were not alone, so feelings of loneliness and isolation did not arise. Yet, regardless of who one is, prolonged confinement in one place can lead to a sense of suffocation. Thus, when the weather finally turned favorable, Liuli was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. However, after an entire day of frolicking in the snow, she soon fell ill. In a state of helplessness, she lay in bed, wrapped tightly in blankets, revealing only her small face, her large eyes blinking with a hint of grievance. After searching his mind, Chen Anyun realized that he was indeed limited to using mundane medical knowledge to treat her. While spells and elixirs could mend external and internal injuries, they proved ineffectual against ailments like colds. According to the principles of cultivation, once a practitioner reached the body refining stage, they were no longer susceptible to illness. Thus, no one bothered to develop spells for such trivial matters. Fortunately, as the proprietor of a medical clinic, Chen Anyun had a plethora of medicinal herbs stored in his system space, and having already acquired medical skills, he easily concocted a remedy. Once prepared, the cabin was filled with the potent aroma of medicine. He placed the concoction in a bowl, set it on the table, and then approached the bed, carefully helping Liuli sit up. Due to her fever, her cheeks bore an unusual flush, and her gaze was somewhat dazed. Just as Chen Anyun helped her up, she leaned sideways and collapsed again. With no alternative, he sat on the edge of the bed, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. In the ensuing moments, feeling the familiar aura and soothing scent beside her, Liuli, in a daze, instinctively nestled closer to Chen Anyun, seeking a position she deemed comfortable, half leaning against his chest. It was only then that she settled down, appearing ready to drift off into slumber. What was initially meant to be a moment to help her drink medicine had turned into a situation where Chen Anyun found himself somewhat restrained, unable to move beyond his arms. He sighed quietly and glanced at the bowl of medicine within arm's reach. Thankfully, this was a world of cultivation. With a wave of his hand, the bowl floated effortlessly into his grasp. He then propped his arm and gently nudged Liuli aside just enough to adopt a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, saying, "Liuli, awaken, drink your medicine before you sleep." With some effort, Liuli stirred slightly, her bewildered eyes meeting Chen Anyun's for a moment before she looked down at the bowl of medicine, then tilted her head back and opened her mouth. Amused, Chen Anyun handed her the spoon, saying, "You can drink it yourself." Liuli shook her head, pulling the blankets up tighter around her, resembling a tightly wrapped chrysalis, and gazed at him with her large, pleading eyes. Noticing her refusal to take the spoon, Chen Anyun adjusted his position slightly, one hand holding the bowl while the other scooped some medicine with the spoon and brought it to her lips. However, the moment the spoon touched her delicate lips, she gasped and jerked her head back, exclaiming, "Master, it's hot." All right, I understand," Chen Anyun replied, blowing on the spoon before successfully feeding her the medicine. Thus, he spent a quarter of an hour, alternating between blowing and feeding, until the entire bowl was finally consumed. Chen Anyun felt that even battling at the Tiandao sect would not be as exhausting as this. After feeding her the medicine, he intended to lay Liuli back down, but noticed her small face scrunching up in discontent. "Master, it's bitter." Sighing internally, Chen Anyun, aware of the warmth and faint fragrance emanating from her, decided to redeem some soft candies from the system shop, placing one delicately in Liuli's mouth. This can be considered one of the system's benefits, as occasionally one can encounter various foods and snacks once found on Earth in the marketplace. The sweet and sour flavors spread across the palate, and Liuli feels an inexplicable sweetness within her heart. Even the medicine she had just consumed seems to transform into a delightful taste. Liuli has never truly comprehended the nature of romantic affection, even in the upper realms. Although she has a so-called fiancé with whom she grew up, their encounters have been few, and their relationship is more a product of parental expectations than genuine connection. Thus, despite the prospect of becoming life partners and his charming demeanor before her, her heart remains largely unmoved. Consequently, even upon discovering his entanglement with her sister, she does not experience the profound heartache one might expect. Instead, it is the betrayal and exploitation by her family that inflicts upon her an indelible wound. Yet, at this moment, although Liuli still does not grasp the essence of romantic feelings, she distinctly senses her heart racing fervently when nestled in her master's embrace. It beats rapidly, and her cheeks burn with heat. Liuli is acutely aware that she is deliberately drawing closer to her master under the pretense of illness. She is not ignorant of propriety, and thus feels an overwhelming sense of shame for her current actions. Fortunately, having already been feverish, she successfully conceals her embarrassment in front of Chen Anyun. If her master were to find out, he would surely reprimand her. Deep down, Liuli is quite self-aware. Yet she yearns to remain by his side indefinitely. Chapter 106. Once the bright moon shone, it illuminated the returning rainbow. 9. A year later. On this day, Chen Anyun and Liuli were seated at the table, casually munching on peanuts while engaged in a game of chess. Suddenly, a series of thunderous rumbles echoed from outside. Had an avalanche occurred? Chen Anyun extended her consciousness outward, and soon a look of joy illuminated her face. It was the tribulation of enlightenment, heralding the emergence of the ancient heart-shattering lotus. In the mortal realm, whenever a being of extraordinary creation emerges, such a tribulation of enlightenment is bound to follow. This is precisely why Chen Anyun decided to arrive early at the Great Snow Mountain. Otherwise, once the tribulation of attaining enlightenment concludes, if the spiritual herb is taken and hidden by others, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate. Meanwhile, Liuli wore a mixed expression of joy and concern. She held little optimism for this endeavor to seize the herbs. Although there were no celestial sovereigns in the lower realms, the ancient sects undoubtedly possessed formidable beings from the heavenly human realm behind them. Furthermore, within these sects, there existed meticulously maintained grand formations that had been in place for over 10,000 years, and even divine artifacts. Thus, for ordinary loose cultivators to contend with truly established sects, it would be an arduous challenge. Chen Anyun's previous solitary challenge against the heavenly demon sect was only possible because they underestimated him due to his apparent weakness. Had they initially sealed their gates and activated their grand formation, he would have found it impossible to even enter their mountain gate, let alone take lives. If he now attempted to seize the herbs with his heavenly human cultivation, the moment they laid eyes on him, they would likely activate their grand formation and summon their ancestors, leaving him no opportunity for any underhanded tactics. After much hesitation, Liuli could not help but inquire, "Master, what are your plans? Since they were a reputable sect, we naturally ought to negotiate." Chen Anyun replied with a smile. Relieved, Liuli felt a weight lifted from her heart. Her greatest fear was that her master would engage in direct conflict with them. However, she soon heard Chen Anyun continue, "Of course, if negotiations fail, we shall have to resort to seizing or stealing." "Well, it seems I have overestimated my master's moral standards." A faint worry appeared on Liuli's face. In truth, she was quite content with her current life. Although she could not cultivate and her physical prowess was hardly superior to that of an ordinary person, the longevity granted by her celestial sovereign status remained. If possible, as long as she could stay with her master, it would be a satisfactory choice. Yet, she was also reluctant to remain in this state, for her master was now in the early stages of the heavenly human realm, and if he continued to cultivate, ascension would inevitably come. Due to the laws of heaven and earth, the lower realm could never reach the celestial sovereign level. Once her master ascended to the upper realm, she would be abruptly cast back to her original form. Moreover, even if her master was willing to remain in this realm for her sake, such selfishness was something she could not endorse. Thus, the best future would be for her to ascend alongside her master. However, she did not wish for her master to be placed in danger on her account. It was a dilemma that left her in a state of inner turmoil. Nevertheless, she followed Chen Anyun to the entrance of the Tiandao sect. Surprisingly, despite living on the Great Snow Mountain for nearly 2 years, it was their first visit to this righteous sect built upon it. The mountain gate of Tiandao sect, forged from fine iron, exuded an imposing grandeur. Several disciples guarding the gate looked at the two with caution, indicating that the matter regarding the 10,000-year heart-shattering lotus was not a secret within the Tiandao sect. Chen Anyun offered no explanation for their arrival and did not enter the mountain gate. Instead, he released his aura and waited outside with Liuli. Sure enough, it was not long before a disciple approached respectfully, saying, "Esteemed elder, our sect's ancestor requests your presence. Please follow me up the mountain." As he spoke, he curiously examined the two. Chen Anyun nodded slightly and, without hesitation, followed him into the Tiandao sect. Upon arriving at a grand hall, the disciple quickly took his leave. After a while, a tall, middle-aged man clad in white entered the hall, accompanied by a beautiful woman in palace attire, her gaze fixed on the man until they entered. When she curiously studied Chen Anyun and Lioli, the middle-aged man wore a gentle expression, but upon seeing Chen Anyun, it gradually turned serious as he straightforwardly asked, "I am Yu Bujing of the Tiandao sect. May I inquire from which sect or school you hail, and what brings you here?" His gaze remained fixed on Chen Anyun, seemingly disregarding Lioli. "Yu Bujing?" Chen Anyun recalled the name and suddenly remarked, "It is said that 1,000 years ago, under the machinations of the demon path ghost immortal sect, an unprecedented avalanche struck the Great Snow Mountain, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake within 1,000 miles. At that time, the master of Tiandao sect, wielding the half-splitting cloud and skyblade, cleaved through the avalanche, slicing off 500 meters from the peak of the Great Snow Mountain to secure the founding grounds of your sect. I heard that esteemed master is surnamed you. Indeed, that would be me. Even a high-level practitioner in the heavenly human realm, who had not concerned himself with worldly matters for years, felt a sense of appreciation for Chen Anyun upon hearing his past glories mentioned. His serious expression softened somewhat. Chen Anyun then revealed his purpose. "I am Chen Anyun, a wandering cultivator without affiliation, here to seek the 10,000-year, heart-shattering lotus." The 10,000-year heart-shattering lotus. Yu Bujing's expression shifted sharply. Indeed. Chen Anyun pointed to Lioli and continued, "I do not dare to hope for the entire herb, merely a petal, to help my disciple reconnect her meridians. Rest assured, I possess several items of equal caliber to the 10,000-year heart-shattering lotus that I can offer in exchange. I hope you will consider my request." "A wandering cultivator? You are perhaps being overly modest. In our realm, there has yet to be a wandering cultivator who has reached the heavenly human realm, let alone one who claims to possess treasures of equal status to the 10,000-year heart-shattering lotus." Yu Bujing was not surprised that Chen Anyun was aware of the 10,000-year heart-shattering lotus, but clearly did not believe his claims. Chen Anyun was unconcerned and casually produced 2 treasures from his system space, addressing Yu Bujing. "Are you familiar with these items?" Yu Bujing focused intently, noting that Chen Anyun held a colorful stone in his left hand, featuring 9 orifices that corresponded with each person. Upon closer inspection, a haze of multicolored light enveloped it. In his right hand, Chen Anyun held an ordinary-looking white herb, yet the moment it was revealed, an exquisite fragrance wafted through the air and dewdrops formed upon it, faintly shimmering with light. "Colorful stone? Extraordinary spirit herb?" Yu Bujing's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Chen Anyun would indeed produce 2 items of equal rank to the 10,000-year heart-shattering lotus so casually. The colorful stone was the essence of the small 1,000 worlds after their destruction, a necessity for cultivating the external incarnation technique. The extraordinary spirit herb could even be transplanted within the human body through secret methods, serving as a top-tier water spiritual root, enabling a complete novice to instantly acquire one of the highest qualifications for cultivation in the immortal realm. These 2 treasures, regardless of which one, are of a value that cannot be less than that of the 10,000-year broken heart lotus, especially the rare spirit herb, whose worth subtly surpasses that of the aforementioned lotus. As long as my esteemed friend nods in agreement, I am willing to exchange either of these for a petal of your 10,000-year broken heart lotus." Chen Anyun spoke earnestly. For Chen Anyun, who possessed a system, the utility of these 2 items was negligible at present, far inferior to the formidable skills that could be acquired through regret value exchange. However, Yu Bujing remained silent for a considerable time before he let out a long sigh and said, "My friend, your presentation of these 2 treasures indeed reflects your sincerity. But alas." Chen Anyun was taken aback. He then observed Yu Bujing making way for his position, revealing the elegantly attired noblewoman who had been quietly listening to their conversation. "Regrettably, the 10,000-year broken heart lotus you seek is right here, as it is my Tao partner." "Not so, my brother. Great deities like Su Xian at least have animals as their partners. To assert that a lotus flower is your Tao partner is rather inappropriate. Is it not? Moreover, the broken heart lotus only emerged today. How can it be your partner after merely a few hours? You seem rather desperate." The atmosphere momentarily descended into an awkward silence. Noticing that Chen Anyun's gaze seemed piercing, Yu Bujing quickly realized the misunderstanding and hastened to clarify, "My friend, you are unaware that 800 years ago, while I was fortunate enough to ascend to the realm of celestial beings, my wife's lifespan came to an end. Our marital bond was profoundly deep, and in desperation, I had no choice but to expend a great cost to forcibly stabilize her primordial spirit." "Stabilize the primordial spirit?" Chen Anyun was taken aback. In the context of this world, the relationship between a person's soul, primordial spirit, and their physical body is distinctly different from that in other common cultivation realms. If we were to liken the world to a sea of suffering, cultivation would be the means to cross that sea. The primordial spirit represents the essence of the individual, while the physical body serves as a fragile boat navigating through the turbulent waters. When one's lifespan is exhausted, it is akin to the boat decaying, and naturally, the person will sink into the sea of suffering. In this world, anything associated with the primordial spirit is considered a priceless treasure. Take, for instance, the artifact that once safeguarded Chu Huairou's primordial spirit. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that although Chu Huairou's spirit had temporarily exited his corporeal form, his physical body remained intact. This enabled a successful re-establishment of his essence. Had his physical body perished, even the most exalted celestial beings would be rendered powerless. Otherwise, if the soul were immortal and capable of wandering the earthly realm at will, the concept of cultivation for immortality would be rendered obsolete. Indeed, observing Chen Anyun's expression, Yu Bujing discerned the intrigue within his heart and proceeded to elucidate. As you well know, once a person's primordial spirit is severed from the nourishment of the physical body, it swiftly descends into the abyss of suffering, dissipating into nothingness. Hence, after anchoring my primordial spirit, I took the perilous step of entrusting it to the heart-shatter lotus. Subsequently, I endured a wait of over 8 centuries, until I finally witnessed the heart-shatter lotus transform after 10 millennia. For me, this signifies the rebirth of my beloved. I humbly seek your understanding. Yu Bujing then drew the elegantly attired woman closer, unperturbed by their surroundings, entwining her hand within his with tender affection, while she gazed back at him. At this moment, it seemed as if both parties could see only themselves. Chen Anyun suddenly experienced the illusion of voraciously consuming dog food. However, he quickly discerned that although the elegant woman in court attire gazed at Yu Bujing with disdain, her eyes appeared devoid of any spark, instead reflecting a hollow emptiness. Within that void, it seemed as if some unknown essence was brewing. In light of this, the two of us shall not intrude any further. Chen Anyun refrained from voicing his observations and instead nodded, expressing, I hope that the esteemed Yu sect leader and your esteemed wife may harmonize like phoenixes, united in flight. Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist. Perceiving Chen Anyun's decisive withdrawal, Yu Bujing also sighed in relief. Both were powerful beings of the celestial realm. Even in his own territory, he did not fear Chen Anyun. However, successfully persuading the other to retreat without conflict was undoubtedly the best outcome. Since you have come to my Dashua mountain, I have yet to extend the hospitality of a host. Would you care to enjoy a cup of tea before departing? No, thank you. Chen Anyun cupped his hands in respect, saying, perhaps we may drink together on another occasion. Yu Bujing took this as a polite refusal and did not insist further, instructing his disciples to see them off. Once they stepped out of the Tiandao sect, Li finally spoke up. Master, shall we return to the medical hall now? She had remained silent earlier, but had attentively listened to their dialogue. Aware that the millennia-old heartbreak lotus had transformed into a human form and was now another's partner, making it inappropriate to pursue. Yet, despite not acquiring the heartbreak lotus, she felt little disappointment, as she had not harbored high hopes. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. She was content to quietly stay by her master's side. No. We are returning to the flying shuttle, Chen Anyun replied, shaking his head. But, Liuli's expression turned perplexed. The other party had made their intentions so clear. Did master still not give up? Was he truly considering theft? Now that the heartbreak lotus had taken human form, would that not mean stealing a person? Her mind raced with chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp pain throbbed at the top of her head. Chen Anyun had playfully given her a light rap. What nonsense are you thinking? Realizing her wild imaginings had been uncovered, Liuli no longer concealed her thoughts and boldly stated, that heartbreak lotus has already taken human form. Does master still have lingering feelings for it? Of course, Chen Anyun affirmed without hesitation. If I previously thought I had only a 30% chance of obtaining that heartbreak lotus, now I believe I have at least a 70% chance. He spoke with unwavering confidence. Is master planning to take it by force? Liuli began to anxiously twirl a strand of hair. But I see how deeply in love they are. If taken by force, it would be rather unseemly. Despite her words, she felt a twinge of emotion. Believing her master was committing such unethical acts for her sake. Who said I planned to take it by force? Chen Anyun laughed lightly. You truly are overthinking. I, your master, most delight in facilitating the happiness of others. How could I engage in the act of breaking up a couple? Then, master, what is your intention? I am here to save someone. Chen Anyun responded earnestly, recalling the expression he had seen in the elegant woman's eyes. Save someone. Liuli was taken aback. You are still young, you will understand in time. Chen Anyun left her hanging, though he himself was not 100% certain. However, after discreetly inquiring with the system, he was at least 70% sure. As for the remaining 30%, it would be left to fate. Thus, when he assured his disciple of a 70% chance, it was not a deception. I am no longer a child, Liuli instinctively puffed out her chest, indignant at her master's insinuation. However, in their time together, Chen Anyun had indeed never inquired about her age, nor had she ever thought to ask him for his true age. In the realm of cultivation, time holds little significance. Age is not a matter of concern. However, should someone take heed, it would be a different story altogether. No longer a child? Chen Anyun chose to overlook Liuli's apparent intentions and teased. Then, may I trouble you to tell me, how old is my disciple now? Since master wishes to know, I shall speak without reservation. Liuli feigned contemplation, seemingly recalling something, then lifted her head, speaking weakly, Master, I have just turned 29 this year. In 720 months, she silently added in her heart. Chapter 108. The moon of years past shines. Once more illuminating the return of colorful clouds within the Tiandao sect, time flowed quietly. Several months had passed since Chen Anyun and Liuli's departure. The Tiandao sect was undeniably a premier sect in the lower realms. Despite the myriad of rumors circulating about the millennia-old heartbreak lotus, no one aside from Chen Anyun dared to venture here seeking the elusive herb, let alone those harboring ulterior motives. After enduring 800 years, Yu Bujing finally reunited with his beloved partner, showering her with unwavering obedience and care. The entire Tiandao sect rejoiced at the successful reunion of their revered ancestor with his beloved, a rare moment of joy and harmony blossoming within a sect renowned for its austere cultivation practices. However, this beautiful scene did not last long. Before long, the disciples of the Tiandao sect became aware that their revered ancestor seemed to have vanished without a trace. Unlike other sects' revered ancestors, who typically operated from the shadows, Yu Bujing had always considered himself a humble member of the Tiandao sect, actively guiding disciples in their cultivation and frequently deliberating on significant matters with the elders. The disciples noted that everything had remained tranquil for the first 2 months following the return of their ancestor's partner. But 6 months ago, Yu Bujing had seemingly evaporated into thin air, disappearing entirely from the sight of the Tiandao disciples. Nevertheless, despite the mystery surrounding him, Yu Bujing was still a formidable being of the celestial realm. The disciples, though puzzled, did not genuinely believe he was in any danger. Some bolder disciples even jested that after 800 years of patience, their ancestor was likely indulging daily in the comforts of companionship to compensate for the loneliness of the past centuries. Unbeknownst to them, within the deepest recesses of the Tiandao sect, at the heart of the Dashua mountain, a shocking transformation was unfolding within Yu Bujing's cave dwelling. Once enveloped in a celestial aura and brimming with spiritual energy, he now appeared to have lost all his power, devoid of even the slightest trace of celestial essence. Not only that, but he was also tightly bound, restrained by ropes to a sturdy pillar, unable to move even a fraction. It is worth noting that the celestial realm is the dream realm for cultivators, a pinnacle of existence granting boundless power. Yet, even such a mighty being is not without vulnerabilities. In this world, there exist some exceedingly peculiar poisons capable of temporarily suppressing the vast prowess of a celestial being. Regrettably, while such toxins possess remarkable efficacy, their limitations are glaringly apparent. Firstly, inducing poisoning in a celestial practitioner is no simple feat. It necessitates prolonged and covert administration. Secondly, the targeted individual must be entirely unsuspecting, even willingly ingesting the poison. Consequently, such poisons are exceedingly rare, with few daring to concoct or employ them, as fulfilling both conditions is nearly impossible. Yet, for Yu Bujing, there exists an individual who can effortlessly achieve this. This person is none other than his recently resurrected partner, Wen Heng, who has returned after 8 centuries. Yu Bujing gazes at his partner with a bitter smile, pondering how the once gentle and devoted woman could betray him. Wen Heng, a master alchemist of the Heavenly Blade sect, has, over the past few months, maintained a facade of affection while secretly soliciting Yu Bujing and the sect's assistance in gathering various herbs. Yu Bujing, oblivious to her intentions, even risked exposure to the heavenly Tao by personally acquiring some herbs. Little did he know that the elixirs crafted from these materials would ultimately be used against him. He gazes at Wen Heng with wide eyes, consumed by confusion over her motives. He is confident that she has not been possessed by another, for the woman before him is undeniably his beloved, her every familiar gesture and intimate expression unmistakably genuine. However, he is perplexed as to why, after experiencing such tender moments together, Wen Heng would turn against him. At this moment, as his powers are being suppressed, she begins to inscribe the seemingly innocuous spirit-snatching array before him, with an intensity that reveals her mastery. He knows that once completed, this array will trigger the latent celestial energy within him, summoning a catastrophic heavenly tribulation. If he becomes ensnared by this tribulation, he will be compelled to risk ascension, a perilous journey fraught with death. It becomes clear that the woman he cherishes has resolutely decided to end his life. Days later, the spirit-snatching array is finally drawn. Witnessing the madness in his beloved's eyes, Yu Bujing once again poses the question he has asked countless times. Why? Indeed, why? He had sacrificed nearly half of his cultivation for her, transferring her essence to the ancient heart fragment lotus, enduring 8 centuries just for this reunion. He had envisioned a future of shared eternity, yet now he realizes she seeks his demise. He anticipates that this inquiry will meet the same silence as before, but unexpectedly. Wen Heng breaks her silence, her voice cold and devoid of warmth. I desire your death, for I harbor hatred towards you. Stunned, Yu Bujing, a being who has lived for millennia and weathered countless storms, feels a surge of joy at her willingness to respond, urgently pressing her for the reason behind her animosity. Wen Heng's expression remains void of the affection that once shone in her eyes, replaced instead by an endless chill and hostility. Through gritted teeth, she reveals, why? Because you and I share an irreconcilable enmity. She recalls the torment of being imprisoned in that dreadful cage, her spirit sealed by his own hand, enduring endless suffering. As she speaks, her body trembles, the haunting memories resurfacing, overwhelming her composure. Do you know? Within that lotus, there was only void. She caresses Yu Bujing's face, mimicking her former self, yet her voice is hollow and frigid, as if recounting a tale of someone else. In the beginning, your image haunted my mind incessantly. Even in the depths of darkness, I clung to thoughts of you, to our shared experiences. The hope of seeing you again banished my fears. Yu Bujing bows his head in anguish. Huh. Wenheng laughs softly, continuing, in the first century, my yearning gradually morphed into fear. I began to dread the thought of never escaping this desolate darkness, of never witnessing your warm smile again, trapped in a frigid world alone. I spoke to myself, striving to dispel my inner terror and solitude. Gradually, I felt my sanity slipping away, as if I were the sole survivor of a world in torment. In the second century, my longing for you persisted. Yet the relentless solitude led me to blame myself for lacking the talent to transcend the barriers of cultivation and attain immortality, thus allowing me to remain by your side. In the third century, my resentment towards you deepened. I cursed you for not allowing me to depart peacefully, for imprisoning me in this sunless cage, forcing me to bear the weight of endless loneliness and pain. I often questioned the heavens, wondering why fate was so cruel. You were free to pursue immortality, while I languished here, tormented and endlessly waiting. At this moment, Yu Bujing raises his gaze, deeply examining the eyes of his once beloved. Only now does he comprehend the emptiness reflected therein. It is not the clarity born of having seen the world's beauty, but rather the hollow despair of a soul stripped of all hope, a mere shell of its former self. Wenheng, undeterred by his scrutiny, continues her lament. From that point onward, my hatred for you only grew. Day by day, year by year, I languished in this confined space, filled with rage and resentment. Why has fate been so merciless? Why was I deprived of the right to choose death? And you, the one I once loved, have now become my greatest enemy. Why? Are you so selfish? This question reverberates within me, a blade that repeatedly pierces my heart. Yet, no matter how much I resent you, no matter how loudly I cry out, I cannot alter the harsh reality before me. I remain ensnared within this cage, enduring the interminable darkness and solitude, awaiting the longed-for reunion that only you desire. Yu Bujing let out a long, heartfelt sigh. He had never anticipated that his selfish wishes would inflict such profound anguish upon his beloved wife. He could vividly imagine the despair and loneliness she had endured over these 8 centuries. I am sorry. Yu Bujing gazed at Wenheng, who resolutely activated the soul-snatching formation. Feeling the celestial essence within him begin to surge. With a calm demeanor, he looked deeply into his wife's eyes, as if wishing to etch her image into his very soul. Then, a languid voice reached his ears. Pardon the interruption, but I possess a method that could satisfy both parties. I wonder if you would care to listen. With a mere gesture, Chen Anyun effortlessly dismantled the soul-snatching formation that Wenheng had meticulously arranged for quite some time. He then appeared abruptly before them, accompanied by Lu Li, seeking death. Wenheng's face hardened with determination as she drew her sword, lunging towards Chen Anyun. Do not harm her. Although Yu Bujing was momentarily bewildered, upon witnessing Wenheng's attack on Chen Anyun, he shouted urgently, Rest assured, Master Yu. Chen Anyun did not even spare a glance at Wenheng, with a casual incantation. The clatter of the sword falling to the ground echoed through the air. Wenheng, her fierce expression frozen in place, remained immobilized. Only then did Yu Bujing exhale in relief. But the next moment, recalling Chen Anyun's previous visit and its purpose, a sense of dread washed over him, and his expression turned urgent. Friend, if it is solely the eternal heartbroken lotus you seek, I implore you to take but a single petal. Do not take her life. I, Yu Bujing, vow by the heavenly Tao to serve you henceforth. Oh, a mere gesture on my part, and I shall have a celestial being at my beck and call. Chen Anyun remarked with evident interest, but to Yu Bujing's bewildered gaze, he continued. I truly came to mediate. With that, he produced a pill, flicking it into Yu Bujing's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, within mere breaths. Yu Bujing felt his celestial essence erupting forth, easily breaking free from his shackles. Thank you for your assistance, my friend, he expressed gratefully to Chen Anyun. At this moment, he completely believed that Chen Anyun was indeed an honorable man, and all his suspicions regarding Chen Anyun and Liu Li dissipated. Had his adversary chosen to take advantage of his vulnerability just moments ago, he would have been utterly defenseless. Just then, Wenheng witnessed Yu Bujing successfully extricating himself from his predicament. The fierce expression that had briefly marred his features instantly reverted to a calm and serene demeanor. It was as though all that had transpired was nothing more than a fleeting illusion, utterly disconnected from her reality. Yu Bujing gazed deeply at Wenheng, and upon seeing her strangely tranquil expression, a wave of guilt surged within him. He could not help but recall the words Chen Anyun had spoken earlier and thus inquired. Friend, you mentioned a method that could achieve a harmonious resolution. Might you elaborate on it for me? Upon hearing Yu Bujing's question, Chen Anyun nodded slightly in acquiescence. He spoke slowly. In truth, this method is not as complex as one might presume. The profound resentment harbored by your esteemed wife is fundamentally rooted in her prolonged imprisonment over the past 8 centuries. Fortunately, I possess a unique and subtle technique that can completely seal away the memories of your wife, confined within the eternal heart lotus. Oh, you possess such wondrous and enigmatic abilities? Yu Bujing's eyes widened in disbelief, as astonishment overtook his countenance. It is well known that spells capable of affecting the soul are exceedingly rare in this realm, and yet this self-proclaimed rogue cultivator had managed to astonish him once more. In response to Yu Bujing's amazement, Chen Anyun exhibited remarkable humility. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand dismissively. Ah, this hardly qualifies as a grand mastery. It is merely a trivial skill. Though he spoke lightly, he was acutely aware that this so-called trivial skill was derived from the system, and he possessed unwavering confidence in its efficacy. He then fixed his intense gaze upon Yu Bujing and continued. So, what do you think, Master Yu? If you could grant me a petal from the eternal heart lotus as compensation, I would immediately employ this technique on your esteemed wife. Yu Bujing hesitated momentarily, glancing towards Wen Hong. Yet, she remained impassive, as if the matter at hand bore no significance to her. A pang of sorrow struck Yu Bujing's heart, and he made his decision. Being a straightforward individual, he declared, Very well, I shall trouble you then, my friend. Agreed, Chen Anyun replied as he approached Wen Hong. Observing the emotionless gaze cast upon him, he inwardly sighed. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome since the moment he first laid eyes on Wen Hong, particularly after consulting the system regarding the implications of confining a person's soul within a spiritual object. The system had informed him that if a person's soul had not yet fused with the spiritual object, then within it, they would be akin to having lost all 5 senses, trapped in a void. Chen Anyun recalled a news story from his past life about an experiment conducted in the UK, where 6 volunteers were isolated in a nearly soundproof chamber, deprived of sight, sound, and touch, to observe the ensuing psychological changes. One of the volunteers, a 37-year-old comedian named Adam Bloom, spent 2 full days and nights in complete darkness and silence, monitored by researchers using night vision cameras. Initially, he spoke to himself and sang, but soon grew weary. After 8 hours, he began to exhibit symptoms of paranoia, weeping uncontrollably. After 30 hours, he paced the confines of his small prison like a caged beast. After 40 hours, he began to hallucinate, descending into despair. By the time he emerged from the chamber, he was nearly exhausted, exclaiming, It was terrifying. I thought I would never laugh again. This was merely the result of 40 hours of isolation. To deprive a mentally sound individual of their senses for an entire 8 centuries without descending into madness is truly an anomaly. Chen Anyun hoped that the max-level hypnosis he had exchanged from the system would prove effective. He was preparing to commence the technique when suddenly, the system's voice rang out urgently in his mind. Host, retreat immediately. Hurry. Without hesitation, driven by his absolute trust in the system, Chen Anyun abandoned the hypnosis he was about to cast, swiftly retreating while ensuring Liu Li was behind him. He continued to back away until he reached the edge of the cave, and only when the system ceased its warnings did he halt, positioning Liu Li protectively behind him. What is it, system? Chen Anyun silently inquired. Host, the heavenly tribulation is approaching, the system replied, betraying a rare hint of tension. Heavenly tribulation? Chen Anyun was taken aback, and the system continued. It is the woman who has provoked the heavenly tribulation. She? But I have already disrupted her spirit-seizing array, have I not? Not quite. This is a case of stealing the heavens to change the fate, the system explained. Every individual has a predetermined lifespan. Only cultivators who break through to the realm of immortality can defy their fates. However, Yu Bujing's act of sealing a person's soul within a spiritual object to extend their life is an affront to the natural order, and thus, the heavens will not overlook it. The world is vast, and if she had chosen to live in obscurity like those in the celestial realm, the heavenly order might not have intervened. However, before our arrival, she revealed her existence to the heavenly order, which will inevitably respond with punishment. So, she never intended to survive. Her plan all along was to perish alongside her partner? Chen Anyun gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. 8 centuries of solitude, who could remain sane? Just at that critical juncture, Yu Bujing's keen senses detected an unusual aura. Having had the poison purged by Chen Anyun, his powers fully restored, he felt a powerful surge of consciousness sweeping towards the heavens. In an instant, the roiling dark clouds of tribulation loomed above him, vividly etched in his mind. Simultaneously, as the ominous clouds cast a heavy and oppressive atmosphere over the entire Tiandao sect, it became clear, dark clouds loomed ominously, threatening to obliterate the city. This is the terrifying might of the heavens. The disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect were engulfed in sheer panic, utterly at a loss. The current sect master, too, felt a tremor in his heart, his face betraying shock. Could it be that the ancestor was on the verge of transcending the tribulation and ascending? Hunger, why have you chosen this path? Yu Bujing gazed sorrowfully at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman before him. Having dared to engage in such subversive acts, how could she hope to conceal it from the heavenly principles? He had long been prepared for this eventuality. However, what he could never have anticipated was that his beloved wife would resolutely expose everything herself. In this moment, living felt no different from being dead. Wen Heng's voice was as tranquil as water, as if everything occurring around her was utterly irrelevant. From beginning to end, she remained composed, as though nothing in the world could shake her heart, which had long since succumbed to silence. I should have perished 800 years ago. No, I will not allow you to die. Yu Bujing's eyes reddened, filled with fury. His body trembled with rage. The profound love he held for his wife igniting into an inferno of wrath. The blade comes. a dazzling silver light suddenly surged forth from the depths of the cave, racing into his hand with the swiftness of lightning. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a long sword that glimmered with a chilling silver sheen. The words "Open the Heavens" were inscribed upon its blade, its length astounding, the edge impossibly sharp, radiating a cold light that sent shivers down the spine. Grasping the sword, he swung it upward with sudden force, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as an ephemeral silver dragon manifested, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged toward the cave's opening. In an instant, a crisp crack echoed as the solid rock above parted like tofu, revealing a vast chasm. Simultaneously, an unending tempest of snow and wind surged in like a flood, swiftly filling the entire cave. In that moment, the howling wind and swirling snow enveloped them, the biting chill assailing them. Yet, Chen Anyun remained unperturbed, opening his arms to draw the delicate Lioli close. At the same time, he formed a seal with his left hand, gradually enveloping them both in a faint barrier of light, isolating them from the surrounding cold. Meanwhile, Yu Bujing had transformed into a streak of light, merging with his sword, resembling a meteor suspended in the sky, charging boldly into the storm clouds of tribulation. Chapter 111. The bright moon of yesteryears, once illuminating the returning clouds. 14. In the sky, black clouds as dark as ink roiled and surged. An endless power of thunder gathering with ferocity, intertwining and erupting into deafening roars that instilled terror. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the storm clouds, akin to an invisible hand, locking onto Wenheng below. Sensing this formidable force, Wenheng remained unflinching, calmly observing the celestial phenomena above. Before long, the first bolt of lightning was born. A colossal flash of lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the sky, descending with cataclysmic force, hurtling toward Wenheng's position. Yet, in that critical moment, Yu Bujing gripped his sword tightly across his chest, every muscle tensed, refusing to yield as he stood before the oncoming lightning. A thunderous explosion ensued, sparks flying from the blade, as lightning cascaded around him. The upper half of Yu Bujing's garments disintegrated into ashes under the onslaught, revealing his solid, muscular physique. Veins bulged beneath each muscle, brimming with explosive power. His body exuded plumes of heat, his vitality surging like smoke in the desert, reaching for the heavens. However, before he could catch his breath, the second bolt of lightning roared towards him like a rampaging dragon. The relentless onslaught of lightning ignited Yu Bujing's fighting spirit. His eyes held no fear as he swayed slightly, instantly reappearing in the path of the impending strike, his sword held aloft, celestial energy surging forth, cleaving the lightning into a myriad of silver serpents. Simultaneously, the third bolt of lightning had already coalesced within the storm clouds, ready to descend once more. As time progressed, one after another, powerful bolts of lightning rained down incessantly. Despite the formidable might of Yu Bujing's heavenly blade, he visibly struggled against the relentless barrage. The once straight surge of his vitality began to warp under the pressure of the tribulations. Soon, the ninth bolt of lightning descended. The entire sky shifted hues, as the previously brilliant lightning coalesced into a colossal elephant. This giant elephant towered thousands of feet high, its trunk raised like a towering pillar, bearing the inexorable might of destruction as it plummeted from the heavens. Come forth. Yu Bujing let out a thunderous roar. In that instant, a more ferocious aura erupted from his being as he wielded his long blade, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp blade energies that wove into an impenetrable net of steel. The blades of energy intertwined and merged, ultimately coalescing into a colossal arc of light, hurtling fiercely towards the thunderous figure. A resounding boom echoed as this formidable strike, unleashed with all of Yu Bujing's might, not only pierced through the seemingly indestructible thunder manifestation from head to toe, but also augmented in ferocity, ascending defiantly into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, even the oppressive, sun-blocking storm clouds were cleaved asunder by this extraordinary blow, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered across the sky. Yu Bujing, through sheer force of will alone, had audaciously dispersed Wenheng's heavenly tribulation. The scene of humanity triumphing over the heavens incited frenzied cheers from the disciples of the Tiandao sect witnessing it all. Yet, at that moment, Chen Anyun's countenance, which had remained solemn since the onset of the heavenly tribulation, grew increasingly grave. This was due to his profound perception, which revealed that as Yu Bujing exerted every ounce of his strength to cleave through the ominous tribulation clouds, a far more terrifying heavenly calamity was silently brewing high above the nine heavens, beyond the sight of ordinary cultivators. This time, the target locked by the heavenly will was none other than Yu Bujing himself. Despite his success in dissipating Wenheng's heavenly tribulation, the exposure of his celestial essence allowed the heavenly will to capture his aura and secure its grip upon him. In an instant, a more horrifying and dread-inducing tribulation cloud manifested in the sky once again. The overwhelming force of thunder surged forth as if heralding the apocalypse, threatening to annihilate the entire world. At this very moment, even those cultivators situated thousands of miles away could distinctly perceive the chilling and awe-inspiring might of the heavens. Undoubtedly, this serves as a solemn warning from the heavens to all practitioners in this realm. Should one dare to defy fate and persist in their path of cultivation, they shall inevitably encounter such a harrowing tribulation. This is the legendary trial of ascension. At this very moment, high above the nine heavens, the clouds are thick and dark as ink, casting an oppressive gloom. Brilliant flashes of lightning dart through the layers of cloud, akin to countless silver dragons swirling and frolicking within the heavy blackness. Before the boundless might of the heavens, Yu Bujing, standing with his sword in the ether, appears even more diminutive and frail. In his quest to stabilize Wen Heng's primordial spirit, he resolutely sacrificed half of his cultivation, rendering his foundation exceedingly unstable compared to other practitioners of the celestial realm. Just moments ago, he had exerted every ounce of his strength to cleave through Wen Heng's tribulation, leaving him utterly depleted of celestial essence. It seems he has foreseen the tragic fate that awaits him, yet amidst this overwhelming terror of life and death, there is no trace of retreat or fear upon Yu Bujing's face. He merely bows his head slowly, his gaze penetrating the howling winds and swirling goose-feather snow descending from the towering snowy peaks, deeply focusing on Wen Heng below. His eyes brim with tenderness and reluctance. His lips move slightly, as if uttering something. But in the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air, and countless resplendent silver dragons surge forth from the depths of the dark clouds, cascading down like a torrential flood, engulfing the solitary figure in the skies. In the blink of an eye, Yu Bujing is completely consumed by this tumultuous torrent of silver dragons, vanishing into the vast expanse of the heavens. Chapter 112. When the bright moon shone, it illuminated the return of the colorful clouds. 15. He asked me to convey his apologies, Chen Anyun said calmly. At this moment, the once dense and oppressive tribulation clouds, which seemed poised to crush everything, began to disperse like a disturbed swarm of bees. This also signifies that the target of the heavenly tribulation has vanished. A profound consciousness of the Tao lingered in the surroundings, hesitating momentarily when it settled upon Chen Anyun before departing without a second thought. In the midst of that harrowing thunderstorm, only Chen Anyun could perceive the words spoken by Yu Bujing. However, regardless of whether those words stemmed from Yu Bujing's true intentions, Chen Anyun was indifferent to the role of a mere echo. After all, for him, it was but a trivial effort. As the ominous clouds gradually dissipated, a miraculous stillness enveloped the once raging blizzard atop the great snow mountain. Radiant sunlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, cascading down like golden beams, illuminating the entire mountain in a resplendent glow. Is he dead? Wen Heng inquired softly, her tone tinged with confusion. Chen Anyun did not respond immediately, for he understood that Wen Heng's question was not directed at him for an answer, but rather a means of self-reflection. Indeed, moments later, Wen Heng slowly turned to Chen Anyun, offering a graceful bow as she spoke. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your care towards my husband and me. Strangely, it was only at this moment that Chen Anyun realized he had finally caught a glimpse of genuine human essence in the countenance of this woman before him. Previously, Wen Heng had always exuded an air of detachment, as if she were a spectator well-versed in the unfolding drama. Yet, at this instant, upon her beautiful, albeit slightly haggard face, Chen Anyun distinctly perceived a blend of sorrow and a subtle hint of liberation intertwining. At this moment, Liu, who had been silently observing the entire scene, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Do you not harbor any hatred towards him? He is dead. How could I still hate him?" Wen Heng's face revealed a rare smile, yet for some inexplicable reason, Liu felt a chill run down her spine. But what significance remains in death? He has passed, yet he shall forever be my husband. Liu sensed that her inquiry had been futile. Noticing Liu's silence, Wen Heng was not offended. Instead, she turned to Chen Anyun and said, "You have come in search of the millennia heartbroken lotus, have you not?" Chen Anyun instinctively nodded. Wen Heng continued, "I kindly ask you to wait a moment. Once I have settled my husband's affairs, I shall present the millennia heartbroken lotus to you. Please accept my condolences." When Taoist, Chen Anyun hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and eventually sighed softly. Moments later, the current leader of the Tiandao sect sought an audience outside the cave. Faced with the leader's confusion, Wen Heng maintained her composure and informed him that Yu Bujing had resolved his final concerns upon their reunion, achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation, which enabled him to ascend. No wonder we have not seen the master ancestor these past few months, the Tiandao sect leader thought. For the affection between the master ancestor and ancestress was a cherished tale within the sect. Wen Heng added, "I plan to leave the Tiandao sect tomorrow to travel for a time and witness the changes that have occurred over the years." "As you wish, ancestress." The Tiandao sect leader respectfully took his leave. Soon, news of the master ancestor's successful tribulation and ascension spread throughout the Tiandao sect. The following day, a grand celebration was organized in honor of this event. For millennia, the master ancestor's contributions to the Tiandao sect had instilled deep gratitude in the hearts of the elders and disciples alike. After everything was settled, Chen Anyun and Liu followed Wen Heng into the depths of Yu Bujing's cave. To their surprise, they discovered an enchanting open-air hot spring. Wen Heng's expression turned nostalgic as she smiled and said, "It was here that my husband and I first met. At that time, he had just become an inner disciple. While I was the sole daughter of the elder in charge of the alchemy chamber, he had taken a wrong turn and stumbled upon me bathing." As she recalled that moment, Liu felt her cheeks flush slightly. Wen Heng continued, "My husband, though appearing bold and forthright, was quite dull-witted. He had seen nothing that day. Yet from that moment on, he relentlessly pursued me, claiming he would take responsibility for me. It infuriated my father, who gave him a sound beating, but within days, he was back, insisting on his affections. I remember when we became partners. I asked him to vow to hold my hand and grow old together. Yet he insisted on saying, I do not wish for us to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year. I only wish for us to die on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. I thought it merely a jest, but little did I know he held it close to his heart all along. Listening to her, Chen Anyun felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, in truth, he would have preferred that you continue to live well. Ever since Yu Bujing's demise, Chen Anyun had sensed a faint aura of death surrounding Wenheng, which had grown increasingly palpable over time, now nearly visible to the naked eye. Before her stood a person, truly devoted to the pursuit of death, devoid of any lingering thoughts of life. Upon hearing Chen Anyun's words, Wenheng smiled faintly. Had she not just stated, we do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, but rather to die together on the same day? Her husband's words were not to be dismissed lightly. At this moment, a playful smile surfaced on her lips, revealing her true character. Chen Anyun understood that this was the essence of Wenheng. Subsequently, she extended her hand, and a pristine lotus flower, emanating an ethereal glow, suddenly appeared before Chen Anyun. This was the legendary heartbroken lotus of 10,000 years. Chen Anyun hesitated, stating, in truth, we only require a single petal of this flower. There is no need for further persuasion. This is rightfully yours, and I believe it aligns with your husband's wishes. With a sigh, Chen Anyun accepted the lotus. He then observed as Wenheng, her expression serene, stepped steadily into the hot spring, gradually dissipating into a flicker of light. Master, he murmured, she has departed. Chen Anyun realized that from the moment the heartbroken lotus manifested, what remained of Wenheng before him was merely her primordial spirit. Luli remained silent. Despite having acquired the coveted elixir to mend her meridians, joy eluded her, leaving her heart weighed down with sorrow. Let us return, she suggested. As they traveled upon the flying shuttle, Luli absent-mindedly gazed at the swiftly retreating clouds. What troubles you? Are you still pondering? Chen Anyun, intrigued by this rare display from Luli, felt compelled to offer words of comfort. Yet, Luli posed a question. Master, if two individuals are in love, why not abandon their hatred and simply be together? If hatred exists, why does it dissipate after death, allowing them to follow one another instead? Why can they not share life, but can share death? Chen Anyun contemplated this, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to formulate a response. Recognizing that such inquiries lack definitive answers, as each person's understanding of love and hate varies. Finally, inexplicably, he countered, what of you? Luli turned to him, her gaze fixed intently upon Chen Anyun. It was only when he could no longer bear the intensity of her stare that she spoke softly, Master, regardless of love or hate, my resolve remains unaltered. In the distant mountains, before the medical clinic, stood a graceful woman with a captivating visage. Her beautiful eyes were fixed upon the weathered sign above the clinic's entrance, boldly inscribed with the words, a healer as compassion. Strangely, those bustling about seemed oblivious to her presence, preoccupied with their own affairs as they navigated the streets. Since Ling Shizi had departed from the Lingzhu secret realm, she had embarked on a solitary journey. Her appearance in this small town was merely a product of chance. Yet, upon encountering this seemingly ordinary clinic, a profound sense of familiarity surged within her. The clinic's door stood firmly shut, barricaded by an uneven array of wooden planks, suggesting a state of disrepair. Thick gray spiderwebs adorned the eaves, silently narrating tales of abandonment. A notice once affixed to the door now remained a mere fragment, fluttering gently in the breeze. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that its owner had seemingly ventured far and had yet to return. Ling Shizi instinctively raised her hand, yearning to push open the door. However, just as her fingers were about to make contact, she halted, a self-mocking smile gracing her lips. She understood all too well that the person she longed to see had long since passed, a truth confirmed by the spirit of the celestial artifact. There could be no doubt. What lay before her was merely a manifestation of her unyielding obsession. Her travels were not in search of him, but rather an exploration of the places they had once shared. After lingering at the entrance for a moment, Ling Shizi sighed softly and merged back into the throng of passers-by. 2 days later, in the stillness of night, the bright moon hung high amidst a tapestry of stars. Chen Anyun and Luli finally arrived at the clinic they had not seen for a decade, though the passage of time seemed irrelevant in the realm of cultivation. Witnessing the dilapidated state of the clinic made them acutely aware of the years that had slipped by. Fatigue etched their features from the journey, and Chen Anyun took a deep breath, methodically removing the boards nailed to the door before gently pushing it open. As the door creaked, an air of antiquity enveloped him. Yet instead of discomfort, it ignited a long-forgotten sense of nostalgia. After all, aside from Lingjian Mountain, this place had been his second home for many years. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Chen Anyun waved his sleeve casually, releasing a faint glow that swept through the clinic like a gentle spring breeze. In an instant, the once dusty and worn-out clinic transformed, rejuvenated. Tables and chairs were neatly arranged, the windows clear, and even the mottled marks on the walls had vanished. Satisfied with the scene before him, Chen Anyun nodded, a subtle smile gracing his countenance. He then strode confidently through the clinic to the backyard, where the surroundings remained unchanged, almost as if frozen in time. However, amidst the cracks of the paving stones, tender green shoots had somehow emerged, swaying gently in the breeze as though narrating the passage of time. Observing this, Chen Anyun chuckled. It seems the good reputation I built during my time here has deterred even the local ruffians from encroaching upon this place. Quite fortunate. It spares us a great deal of trouble. Lu Li nodded, her eyes bright. For her, whether in the snow-capped mountains or the clinic, as long as her master was present, the distinction was negligible. Previously, the heartbroken lotus had been refined into a medicinal pill by Chen Anyun during their journey and administered to her. Under the powerful effects of this elixir, her meridians absorbed the healing properties as if parched earth were receiving much-needed rain, beginning to mend themselves slowly. The damaged pathways gradually healed, flourishing with vitality. At this pace, she would likely fully recover within a year or two and resume her cultivation journey. As time sped by, 2 fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye. Master, I slept soundly last night, and upon waking, I found myself in the Xian realm. Indeed, one cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary talent of Tianlingen, Chen Anyun mused. Were it not for her own fortuitous advantages, she would surely find herself envious of this girl's remarkable pace of cultivation. It is worth noting that Liu Li had only resumed her training 3 months prior. Since that pivotal moment, she had truly exemplified the notion of breakthroughs occurring as effortlessly as one eats or drinks, especially during the initial stages of her lower realm. It seemed she could ascend another level merely by walking. The phenomenon was nothing short of astonishing. However, considering that she had once stood as a formidable figure at the celestial sovereign level, all of this appears rather logical. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Li found herself ensnared in a struggle. What Chen Anyun imparted to her was an authentic Taoist cultivation technique known as the Tai Yinhua Sutra. This particular technique is undoubtedly regarded as exceptional in the lower realm. However, in the eyes of Liu Li, who once resided in the higher realm, this method appears somewhat rudimentary, albeit not entirely devoid of merit. Its advantages lie in its foundation as an orthodox Taoist practice, minimizing the risk of falling into the abyss of madness and ensuring a smoother transition to superior techniques upon ascension to the higher realm. Yet, the drawback is its sluggish pace. The excessive emphasis on solidifying the fundamentals renders it rather mediocre. Liu Li is acutely aware that even in the higher realm, adversaries await her. Her sister, having inherited her celestial bone, is likely advancing at an extraordinary rate. Should she return to the higher realm and be detected by them, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation, potentially jeopardizing her revered master as well. No, she must not involve her master. With this thought, her gaze shifted to another scripture in her hands, the Duanqing Sutra. This martial art was inadvertently discovered by her during her time at the Dantai family, while she sought to transcend to the celestial sovereign realm by gathering various techniques. Initially, she believed it to be a technique of the second-rate sect, the Emotionless Palace, which resided in the perilous offshore skies. However, upon further examination, she found that this dispassionate scripture diverged greatly from the Emotionless Palace's doctrines that emphasized the severance of feelings and love. Instead, it advocated for the integration of emotion into the path, and its profound insights left her astounded, providing her with immense benefits at that time. Consequently, she decided to take this technique with her, contemplating that if her aspirations for breaking through to the celestial sovereign realm were in vain, she could pivot to this method and make another attempt. Fortunately, she ultimately succeeded in her breakthrough to the celestial sovereign realm, and thus, this technique remained in use. Kept close to her. When he leapt from the immortal slaughter platform all those years ago, it was perhaps by coincidence that everything was obliterated. Yet this particular technique remained intact. However, the practice of this art, once commenced, could not be interrupted, otherwise, the path would be irreparably lost. Which was the reason for her repeated hesitations. Yet, reflecting on the myriad pains she had endured in the higher realms, Liu Li ultimately steeled her resolve and quietly opened the dispassionate scripture. Chapter 114. The bright moon of yesteryear shone upon the returning colorful clouds. 17. Standing before the heavenly mirror, Chen Anyun's face was etched with desolation and helplessness, and he could only let out a long sigh. Are we not human beings, akin to mere grass and wood, capable of being devoid of feelings? He somewhat regretted not having employed self-hypnosis. For many years, he had been by Liu Li's side day and night, meticulously guiding her, witnessing her transformation from a persecuted, pitiable girl to a self-assured and vibrant individual. Throughout this protracted period, Chen Anyun had long regarded Liu Li as his most esteemed disciple, his affection for her stemming from genuine concern. The meticulously devised plan had gradually slipped from his mind, and he had secretly resolved that when Liu Li successfully ascended to the higher realms, he would feign a failed ascension, leaving her with a hint of regret. Thus, he would hastily conclude their master-disciple relationship, bringing this chapter of their story to a close. However, Chen Anyun could never have anticipated that Liu Li would choose to embark on that path herself, the path of severing emotions. Severing emotions does not imply a lack of feeling from the outset. Rather, it necessitates enduring a profound and deeply ingrained affection before transcending it to grasp its true essence. At this moment, Chen Anyun's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with concern for Liu Li's future and reluctance to let go of the past. After a brief pause, he slowly put away the Haotian mirror and softly said, "Master, As per our usual practice, I entrust everything that follows to you. Host, are you once again going to? Chen Anyun nodded. Let us proceed according to the original plan. Meanwhile, Lu Li's aptitude for cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. Within a mere 600 years in the higher realms, she had ascended to the rank of celestial sovereign, an achievement that was not solely reliant on her innate celestial bone. Both her comprehension and spiritual roots were exceptionally rare. The smooth progression of her cultivation journey imbued Lu Li with immense confidence, bordering on arrogance. In just one afternoon, she successfully transformed all her Taoist true essence in accordance with the teachings of the path of severing emotions. As night fell and the lanterns illuminated the surroundings, Lu Li concluded her cultivation and stepped into the courtyard, where she unexpectedly encountered Chen Anyun, who seemed to have just returned from the medical hall. Master, my revered teacher. Lu Li exclaimed with joy, eager to approach him, yet an undercurrent of anxiety surged within her. After all, she had secretly transformed the very techniques he had imparted. Fortunately, Chen Anyun appeared blissfully unaware of any peculiarities, continuing to inquire about her progress with the same warmth as always. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief as their conversation flowed pleasantly. However, as they parted ways, an inexplicable feeling arose within her. Today, her master seemed somewhat different. Slightly odd. Yet, upon reflecting on every detail of their earlier meeting, she could not pinpoint the source of this strangeness. Ultimately, she could only resign herself to the notion that perhaps it was merely her own nervousness stemming from concealing her practice of the path of severing emotions. Thus, she quietly reassured herself, I must be overthinking, it's probably just my nerves. In the blink of an eye, 5 fleeting years had passed. Lu Li had successfully stepped into the realm of returning to origin. This should have been a matter of great joy, yet she displayed not the slightest hint of elation. Ever since she entered the realm of return to origin, Liu Li was astonished to find that her cultivation seemed to have been ensnared by an immobilizing spell, coming to a complete standstill, with no progress whatsoever. Each time she endeavored to circulate the true essence within her body, an inexplicable surge of heat would rush forth, enveloping her entirely in an instant. The sudden surge of heat was unbearable for her, causing her to involuntarily interrupt her cultivation process. In the face of such adversity, Liu Li did not readily concede defeat. She repeatedly attempted various methods to surmount this challenge, yet the results were consistently disheartening. Whether it was adjusting her breathing rhythm, altering the circulation route of her energy, or extending her practice duration, none proved effective. One day, an idea struck her. She decided to immerse herself in frigid water during her training, hoping the coldness would suppress the intense heat. Initially, this approach seemed somewhat effective. But before long, even the previously icy water appeared to ignite, rapidly warming to an unbearable temperature. The series of failures led Liu Li to question the validity of the techniques she had been practicing. Was there a flaw in her method? Or had she erred in her cultivation process? Countless doubts swirled in her mind, unsettling her spirit. Fortunately, in other respects, she had recently reaped significant rewards, particularly in her relationship with Chen Anyun. In truth, Liu Li had sensed long ago that her feelings for her master were perhaps not as innocent as she had initially believed. Reflecting on the past, she recalled a time when her inability to cultivate had left her deeply entwined with feelings of inferiority, compelling her to bury her profound emotions deep within. However, as her cultivation gradually improved, her confidence blossomed like tender shoots breaking through the earth in spring, growing ever stronger. Thus, she found herself able to calm her mind and earnestly ponder a question. Was her bond with her master merely one of teacher and disciple? Perhaps. Even back in that secluded alley during the Zhongyuan festival, when he appeared before her in her most wretched state, akin to a celestial being descending to her aid, and unhesitatingly took her to his clinic for care. Or perhaps it was from the moment he gently requested her to call him master that his image had been inscribed in her heart. Consequently, she began to subtly gauge her master's feelings. From occasional, seemingly accidental physical contact to playful teasing reminiscent of lovers. She was delighted to discover that her master did not seem entirely indifferent to her. Yet, she was also aware that despite his open-mindedness, a thin veil still separated the teacher and student. Therefore, while her cultivation stagnated, it afforded her the time to contemplate how to break through that invisible barrier. As the days passed, Liu Li engaged in her routine at the clinic. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion bowed repeatedly, thanking Chen Anyun as he received the prepared herbs from Liu Li. 2 prescriptions. Take good care of them, she instructed. Thank you, Madam Chen, he replied, retreating to the door with repeated thanks before departing. Of late, they all call me Madam Chen, Liu Li remarked playfully to her master, her smile radiant. Chen Anyun paused, chuckling as he shook his head and continued organizing his prescriptions. Having operated the clinic together for many years, their initial patients believed in their genuine master-disciple relationship. As Liu Li's beauty caught the eye of many suitors, she had firmly rejected all attempts at matchmaking. Over the years, as the townsfolk observed the two of them, one unmarried and the other not seeking marriage, cohabiting as solitary man and woman, they began to draw their own conclusions. Thus, the villagers had long regarded them as a married couple, though the union of a teacher and student raised eyebrows. Chen Anyun's impeccable reputation as a physician ensured that no scandal arose. Instead, The townspeople mostly expressed their blessings. Noticing Chen Anyun's disinterest in her, Liuli boldly positioned herself at his table, gazing down at him and elongating her tone. Are you not concerned that others might see and gossip, tarnishing your reputation? Chen Anyun inquired, lifting his gaze. Can those who pursue the path of cultivation be constrained by mundane conventions? Liuli responded, her words laced with implication. She then smiled lightly. And besides, I do not mind their address. Chen Anyun, wise enough not to inquire why she was unfazed, simply observed the enchanting figure before him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He then shifted the topic. Why have you not been secluding yourself in cultivation these past few days? Have you encountered a bottleneck? At the mention of cultivation, Liuli's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. She pouted slightly, her brow furrowed. I have encountered some peculiar occurrences lately. Although she had concealed the changes in her cultivation for a time, she could not keep it hidden forever. She had already confided in Chen Anyun. Claiming it was a family legacy, Chen Anyun, disinterested, had not pressed further. What peculiar occurrences? He inquired naturally. Liuli pondered how to articulate her experience, finally suggesting. Perhaps you could assist me during my evening practice? Very well, Chen Anyun replied without hesitation, for Liuli remained his disciple, regardless of the circumstances. That evening, in Liuli's chamber, she felt a flutter of nervousness as she addressed Chen Anyun. Master, may I begin? Yes, you may proceed, he replied, eager to discern the nature of the situation that had perplexed his exceptionally perceptive disciple. Since Liuli commenced her cultivation, she had rarely caused him concern. Thus, encountering a challenge was a rare opportunity for him to embrace the responsibilities of a mentor. As the reassuring sound of his voice enveloped her, Liuli steadied herself and began circulating her inner energy. Though her master was nearby, the path of cultivation demanded her utmost seriousness. As her energy flowed, she soon sensed her body temperature rising once more. That familiar heat surged within her. Previously, she would have ceased her practice at this point, but with her master present, she gritted her teeth and resolved to endure the discomfort, hoping to maintain the energy flow long enough for him to discern the root of her stagnation. However, as time passed, her elevated body temperature began to cloud her thoughts, gradually causing her to forget her objective and even to neglect halting the circulation of her energy. As the heat intensified, her consciousness blurred, leading her to unconsciously tug at her garments, seeking relief from the rising temperature. It was only at this moment that Chen Anyun noticed something amiss. Yet, by the time he reacted, Liuli had already loosened part of her clothing, revealing her delicate undergarment and a hint of her shoulder. Liuli, stop at once, Chen Anyun exclaimed, his expression grave as he averted his gaze from his exposed disciple. Calling her name repeatedly, he grew anxious when she did not respond, prompting him to approach her. The instant he made contact, he realized her body was alarmingly hot. Awaken, Liuli. Liuli seemed to have completely lost touch with the outside world, allowing her cultivation technique to operate autonomously. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her slightly parted lips exhaled waves of heated fragrance that enveloped Chen Anyun's face. Alarm bells rang in Chen Anyun's mind. Although he had yet to ascertain the cause of Liuli's unusual state, his intuition warned him that if this continued, she risked succumbing to the perils of her own fervor. He recited a few calming incantations silently, extending his hands to rest upon Liuli's exquisite porcelain-like skin, intending to forcibly channel his celestial energy into her to disrupt her cultivation process. However, the silky smoothness of her skin stirred something within him, compelling him to bite down on his resolve as he began to infuse his energy. Meanwhile, the already restless Liuli suddenly sensed a wave of coolness approaching and instinctively pressed herself against it. The rising heat within her urged her to find an outlet to release the mounting intensity. With her arms restrained, she could only lean forward, desperately seeking a way to relieve the pent-up heat. Her lips began to explore, inching upward in search of a soothing escape. As she felt the cool presence subtly retreating from her touch, frustration welled up within her. After a series of attempts, she finally encountered a soft spot, and in a moment of elation, she bit down, her delicate tongue slipping in to release the heat that surged within her. The pleasure overwhelmed her senses. Yet soon she realized that this small outlet was insufficient. The warmth continued to build, prompting her to embrace the cool figure fully, seeking to press closer. Her hands began to wander downward, guided by an instinctual voice urging her to explore further for a more substantial release. Just as she felt she was on the verge of discovery, a deep sigh echoed in the air. Who could it be? Her mind, clouded in confusion, began to ponder. And suddenly, everything spun. She felt herself pushed onto the bed, the cool sensation swiftly gliding over her body, teasingly peeling away her garments, lingering tantalizingly along her legs. Ultimately, with a sigh of satisfaction, the heat within her surged forth like a torrential flood, eliciting a soft moan of comfort. Inside the room, the atmosphere was warm and inviting, spring's essence thickening. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle and warm glow throughout the chamber. Liuli stirred awake, blinking her long lashes to adjust to the soft light. As her vision cleared, the first thing she beheld was a pair of deep, dark eyes that resembled the night sky. Yet, instead of panic, a smile played at the corners of her lips as she reached out her delicate hand, drawing the owner of those eyes closer, unhesitatingly offering her luscious lips in a kiss. Reflecting on the previous night, She recalled how she had initially been a passive participant. But as the hours passed, she had awakened, turning the tides and initiating a fervent counterattack. Their passion ignited like a blazing fire, intertwining as they unleashed the primal desires and impulses buried deep within. They explored each other's bodies tirelessly, feeling the heat radiating from one another and the urgency in their breaths. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, they finally paused their fervent clash, falling into each other's arms in slumber. As the kiss ended, Lioli nestled like a contented kitten against Chen Anyun's broad chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, unable to suppress a soft murmur. Memories of the previous night's events flooded her mind, and she instinctively scanned within herself, exhilarated to realize she had broken through to the mid-stage of the return to origin realm. Try circulating your energy again, Chen Anyun suggested, shaking his head to dispel the surreal feeling that lingered after the night's unexpected turn of events. Despite the suddenness, he felt no regret, for his bond with Lioli had already coalesced into a flowing river, merely breaking through that final barrier. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned that the peculiar circumstances from the previous night likely stemmed from Lioli's unique cultivation technique. At that moment, Lioli obediently sat up, the silk blanket slipping away to reveal a wave of spring beauty before him. Initially taken aback, her thoughts drifted back to the wild scenes of the night before, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She shot Chen Anyun a playful glare, a mix of shyness and indignation swirling within her, before hastily grabbing a garment to shield her exposed form, steeling herself to cultivate. Before long, Lioli's eyes flew open, astonished. It's truly gone. In that instant, she felt her true essence flowing smoothly within her, as if a once treacherous mountain path had transformed into a smooth highway. The discomforting heat that had plagued her vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Lioli pondered, could this broken emotion technique harbor some secrets of dual cultivation? Yet, realizing her partner in this endeavor was her beloved, her heart swelled with sweetness. Once they had washed and tidied themselves, as Chen Anyun prepared to return to his own quarters, Lioli stepped forward, blocking his path with a shy expression. Master, let me assist you, she said softly. Chen Anyun paused, bewildered. Assist me with what? He inquired, his gaze lingering on her, puzzled. Lowering her head in bashfulness, she fidgeted with a lock of her lustrous hair and replied, of course, to help you carry your things. Now that we are so close. You wouldn't still want to stay in separate rooms, would you? At her words, her cheeks flushed even more, resembling a ripe apple. Chen Anyun felt a stirring in his heart, gently reaching out to caress her hair, momentarily lost in thought. Master? She prompted. Feeling the gentle touch above her head. Lioli cautiously inquired, what are you thinking about? With a sigh, Chen Anyun replied earnestly, I am contemplating how to best celebrate our union with a splendid bridal ceremony. Before he could finish, Lioli could not help but exclaim, ah, clearly astonished by Chen Anyun's words. Immediately, she lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Anyun, and playfully chided, Master, you are being excessively rigid and conventional. Both of us are wandering cultivators, devoid of sects or families. There is no need for the trivial formalities of the mundane world. Moreover, as she continued, her voice gradually fell to a whisper, and a hint of shyness graced her cheeks. Compared to a husband, I still prefer to call you master. Why? Chen Anyun asked, puzzled, at a loss for how to assess Lioli's peculiar thought process. Is this the true worth of a person of high stature? Addressing you as my master evokes a sense of being cherished. Lioli gently takes Chen Anyun's hand, and their fingers intertwine effortlessly. Very well. Chen Anyun smiles indulgently and embraces Lioli. Then let it be as you wish. The two stand quietly in the courtyard, wrapped in each other's arms. Master. 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 Chapter 117. In the years of brilliant moonlight, it once illuminated the return of the colorful clouds. Over the subsequent decade, undoubtedly, these were the most joyous moments of Lioli's life since she became aware of the world. After managing their small clinic for 2 full years, they bid farewell to Yuan County and embarked on an extended journey. However, rather than a mere journey, it was more aptly described as a whimsical exploration of mountains and waters. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, scaled perilous peaks, and waded through crystal-clear streams. They admired the vividly blooming flowers of spring, listened to the symphony of croaking frogs and chirping insects on summer nights, felt the gentle chill brought by autumn breezes sweeping through golden rice fields, and reveled in the enchanting world created by dancing snowflakes in winter. For Lioli, Chen Anyun was nothing short of a flawless gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. His nature was exceedingly gentle and warm, attending to her every need with meticulous care. It was as if, at any moment, wherever she might be, he would appear by her side the instant she called. Thus, Lioli often felt as though she were ensconced in a splendid dream, fearing that a moment's inattention might awaken her from this sweet illusion. Each morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and bathed the bed, Lioli would open her eyes to behold the familiar and beloved visage of her partner peacefully slumbering beside her. The profound sense of security derived from being accompanied by her beloved filled her heart with an abundance of happiness and tranquility. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon and dusk gradually enveloped the world, Lioli would nestle in Chen Anyun's embrace, together gazing at the vibrant hues of the sunset. her heart brimming with fervent anticipation and boundless daydreams of the beautiful moments to come. Thus, after enduring countless storms and witnessing innumerable landscapes along their journey, they finally began to feel a tinge of fatigue. Consequently, after a period of searching, they made the decision to settle in a tranquil valley adorned with blooming flowers. Leading a life of serene contentment, free from worldly strife. Liuli had believed that such blissful times would persist indefinitely. However, where am I? Liuli slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually emerging from the fog of confusion. She felt a dizzying sensation, akin to the remnants of a hangover. As her vision began to sharpen, she realized she was in a strange and dimly lit place. Attempting to move her body, she was instantly struck by the heaviness in her limbs, a harbinger of dire circumstances. Looking down, she saw her hands and feet shackled by dark, unyielding chains. The shackles glimmered with a sheen reminiscent of dragon scales, their material hard and cold, evidently not of mundane origin. Surveying her surroundings, the room, if it could be called that, appeared exceedingly cramped and oppressive. The walls were mottled and exuded a damp, decaying odor. The ceiling hung low, almost stifling, while the ground was rough, scattered with dust and debris. To describe this place as a room would be a disservice. It resembled more a narrow cage. The windows were firmly nailed shut with thick wooden planks, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. The sole source of illumination in this dismal space was an aged oil lamp in the corner, flickering alone and tirelessly casting a dim, hazy glow, shrouding everything within in a veil of indistinct shadows. Clenching her teeth, Liuli endured the discomfort and attempted to rise. However, when she sought to summon her inner energy, she was aghast to discover that no matter how hard she tried, she could not sense even the slightest trace of her vital essence. At that moment, the only sound that filled her ears was the dull clinking of iron chains, reverberating endlessly in the stillness. Her master's voice echoed in desperation, resonating through the vast emptiness, yet it garnered no response. At this moment, silence enveloped her, with only the rapid cadence of her own breaths and heartbeat intertwining in the still air. In a fleeting moment, she felt as though she had returned to the dark days spent at the Dantai household. It seemed that with a mere tilt of her head, she could once again see her mother's seemingly kind, yet hypocritical smile, along with her sister's feigned innocence, concealing treachery beneath her facade. These images surged into her mind like a relentless tide, submerging her completely. For years, she believed she had buried this painful memory deep within her heart. However, at this moment, a profound sense of terror began to sprout wildly within her, akin to untamed weeds. Liuli's body trembled involuntarily, and she instinctively recoiled into a corner, as if seeking to conceal herself from the horrors surrounding her. How did I end up here? Where's my master? Countless questions swirled in Liuli's mind, refusing to dissipate. Fortunately, her memories resurfaced just in time, reminding her of the events that had transpired. It had been over a decade since she and Chen Anyun had shattered the delicate veil that separated master from disciple. Since that fateful day, their relationship had evolved into one that transcended mere mentorship, transforming into a bond akin to that of partners in the Tao. 7 years prior, they had departed from Yuanshan County, retreating to a valley blooming with a myriad of flowers. After all, maintaining an unchanging appearance for decades is a notion too outrageous for mortals, and it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. After years of arduous cultivation, she finally succeeded in breaking through the barrier of the returning origin realm, stepping into the long-life realm that was long coveted by lower realm practitioners. Yet, she soon encountered another bottleneck. Unlike the previous time, this new obstacle brought with it an icy chill rather than an unbearable heat. Whenever she practiced, her body was enveloped in a coldness reminiscent of a frigid cellar. This chill seemed to penetrate her very bones, reaching deep into her soul. And as time passed and her endurance waned, it became increasingly unbearable, chilling her to the marrow and instilling an unshakable dread. Helpless, she turned to Chen Anyun to voice her frustrations regarding her cultivation troubles. Much like the last time she faced a bottleneck, Chen Anyun remained by her side, silently observing her practice. With her master's presence, Liuli gritted her teeth, resolutely enduring the piercing cold with unwavering willpower, persistently circulating her inner vital energy. However, the prolonged torment eventually exceeded her limits. Ultimately, after a dizzying spell, darkness engulfed her, and she fainted. Upon awakening, she found herself in her current predicament. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Liuli's mind. Could it be that her master's enemies had come to attack? A deep sense of worry surged within her. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps echoed from outside the tightly shut door. The door creaked open slowly. As the gap widened, an exceedingly familiar face emerged before Liuli. Gazing at her with a complex expression, compassionate at first, but ultimately fixating into a sinister glare. This visage once radiated warmth, each contour indelibly etched in Liuli's memory. Yet, the expression that now graces Chen Anyun's face is beyond her wildest imaginings. Master, Liuli's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the figure before her, cautiously uttering a sound, hoping fervently that this was merely a horrid prank. Perhaps in the next moment, the man would revert to his former gentleness, smiling and assuring her that it was all just a jest. Liuli, you have awakened? His voice, cold as ice, sent shivers down her spine. Master, what is happening? Lu Li's gaze remained fixed upon this man, desperately searching for a trace of the familiar tenderness that once characterized him. Alas, the man before her merely scoffed, his laughter akin to a chilling wind on a frigid night, enveloping Lu Li in a blanket of dread. This, indeed, is as you see it. Chen Anyun advanced step by step towards Lu Li. He extended his right hand, seemingly intending to caress her cheek as he once did. Yet, as his fingers neared her skin, Lu Li instinctively recoiled. His hand hung suspended in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Nevertheless, he displayed no sign of embarrassment. Retracting his hand nonchalantly, his next words plunged Lu Li's heart into despair. You are from the upper realm, are you not? She jolted her head up, fixing her gaze on the man before her, while Chen Anyun continued in a flat tone. If so, surrender the method of positioning. I may spare your life. The fact that no cultivators had ascended from the lower realm for an extended period was no secret in the upper realm. Due to the collapse of the path to the heavens, cultivators from below, save for a few fortunate souls blessed with extraordinary fate, were likely to become lost in the endless void during their ascent. Such formidable challenges, akin to an insurmountable chasm for those in the lower realm, posed little inconvenience to the practitioners of the upper realm. For the upper realm comprises 19 independent spaces suspended in the infinite void, facilitating exchanges between them. For the upper echelons of these realms, traversing the boundless void was hardly a daunting endeavor. Numerous methods existed to locate other spaces within this vast emptiness. The inability of upper realm cultivators to reach the lower realm stemmed solely from the barriers between realms. In truth, Lu Li had never intended to conceal this secret, as it bore no significance worthy of secrecy for her. She had faith in her master's character. Lu Li had always envisioned that after she achieved the celestial realm, she would ascend to the upper realm alongside Chen Anyun. It was unfathomable to her that he had long been aware of her identity and resorted to such a method to extract the means of navigation through the endless void. Master, you are deceiving me, are you not? A heart-wrenching smile graced Lu Li's lips as she softly inquired, her beautiful eyes searching the man before her for any sign of a crack in his demeanor, hoping to affirm that this was but a terrible nightmare. Yet, his frigid expression pierced her heart like a sharp blade, leaving her in profound anguish. Did he truly not comprehend the significance of his place in her heart? If only he had asked, she would have unreservedly entrusted her sincerity to him. Why then, must he choose such a cruel method to confront her? Confusion and resentment swirled within Lu Li, tears welling in her eyes, yet she fought to keep them from spilling. Though the harsh truths bore down upon her like a heavy stone, suffocating her, she remained unwilling to accept that all of this was real. She preferred to dwell in the beautiful memories of yore, feigning that nothing had changed. At that moment, as if he had glimpsed the depths of her soul, Chen Anyun gazed at her expressionlessly and spoke in an icy tone. I did not deceive you. From the outset, I patiently indulged in this so-called Dao companion game. I had hoped that once you broke through to the celestial realm, we could ascend together, drawing upon your strength. After all, a person of your exceptional beauty and compliant nature would yield no loss for me. He paused briefly before continuing. Regrettably, fate is unpredictable. Who could have foreseen that one with such heavenly roots would falter in her cultivation, reducing herself to this pitiful state? Such a remarkable talent wasted. Under Lu Li's despondent gaze, Chen Anyun recounted this as if narrating an event entirely unrelated to himself, his expression unyielding. I have long assessed your condition. You believe your cultivation has gone awry, that advancement is now beyond your reach. With your feelings for me, could you bear to see me ascend alone? At this juncture, you can only blame your naivete. After all, for cultivators like us who pursue the Tao, the importance of seeking the supreme path far surpasses any notions of romantic entanglement. Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt as though her heart were being torn asunder. She shook her head sorrowfully, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, it cannot be. How could it be this way? If you truly wish to ascend alone, I would never obstruct you. However, before Lu Li could finish her plea, she was coldly interrupted by Chen Anyun. I cannot risk believing your promises. It is far more prudent to seize this rare opportunity to secure a being from the upper realm within my grasp and extract the vital method from you. I grant you 3 days to contemplate. Should you willingly divulge the method of ascension, there will still be a chance for you to savor the path of eternal life. Otherwise, at this point, Chen Anyun's voice trailed off, leaving an unspoken threat hanging in the air. His unfinished sentence and the resolute silhouette he left behind were enough to envelop Lu Li in a profound chill and despair. As the door closed behind him, his cold words echoed in her ears. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you did not belong to the lower realm. Everything I have done over the years was merely for your benefit. In that instant, Lu Li's heart turned to ash. Chapter 119. The bright moon of yesteryear cast its light on the returning clouds. 22. A combined chapter. The dim, damp room was suffused with the scent of mildew. Water droplets slowly formed on the ceiling, then fell with a crisp sound. It must be raining outside. Lu Li curled up in the cold corner, trembling as her vacant gaze betrayed a soul lost. The past 3 days have felt to Liu Li like an interminable and terrifying nightmare. She has entirely lost track of time, remaining ensconced in a realm of anguish and despair. Memories surge within her mind like a relentless tide, each fragment a cherished moment shared with Chen Anyun. Those once sweet smiles, tender words, and heartfelt embraces have transformed into daggers that pierce her soul. The man she loved so dearly has audaciously revealed to her that it was all merely an elaborate ruse. Every action he took was aimed at ascending to a higher realm, all while orchestrating a deceitful performance before her eyes. This brutal truth struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Lioli's world to crumble in an instant. Despite this, she found herself unable to accept the reality. Even knowing it was but a performance, she had become too deeply enmeshed in the role. Even if she suspected it might merely be a meticulously crafted conspiracy, she preferred to indulge in self-deception rather than confront the harsh truth. However, her surroundings incessantly reminded her that all was not an illusion. The heavy chains binding her limbs glimmered ominously. These chains were no ordinary items, but were crafted from precious spiritual materials, possessing formidable power that could effectively seal her cultivation, rendering her like a caged bird, utterly unable to escape. The tightly shut door creaked open once more with a subtle sound. Chen Anyun appeared at the threshold, his expression impassive, his deep gaze coldly scrutinizing the woman before him who, nearly 3 days had passed, had become exceedingly haggard, as if she were an entirely different person. Despite his efforts to conceal it, a fleeting glimmer of unperceived anguish flickered in the depths of his eyes. Yet, when he spoke, his voice was as frigid as the frost of winter. The time has come. Have you made up your mind? Lioli, hearing his voice, struggled to lift her head, her gaze locking onto the man before her. Her lips pressed tightly together, stubbornly refusing to utter a word. Observing her state, Chen Anyun's expression shifted slightly. He abruptly extended a hand, and in an instant, the heavy chains encircling Lioli surged, as if imbued with life, swiftly unfurling in all directions. In the blink of an eye, these chains forcibly lifted her from the cold ground, stretching her body into a stark, taut form. A muffled groan of pain escaped Lioli's lips. At this moment, her already pale face twisted further in agony. Yet, she continued to bite her lip, her gaze unwavering as she stared defiantly at Chen Anyun. Chen Anyun's eyes followed the graceful contours of Lioli's form, finally settling upon her exquisite yet resolute face. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, his tone icy. Do not attempt to test my patience. I shall ask you once more, will you speak, or will you remain silent? Master Lioli gazed intently at the man before her, struggling to reconcile the grotesque demeanor with his striking visage. In a pleading tone, she softly implored, if you have any grievances, why not share them? We can find a way together. Grievances? Chen Anyun replied with a seemingly sardonic smile. Do you truly believe that? Indeed, Lioli's gaze hardened. Though you strive to masquerade as a villain, my heart tells me you are deceiving me. Chen Anyun slowly lowered his head, concealing the complex emotions swirling within his eyes beneath a veil of shadow. At that moment, his mind once again revisited the myriad knowledge pertaining to the severing of emotional ties. This cultivation technique, originating from the ancient and unfeeling palace of the upper realm, embodies principles that are both harmonious and self-consistent. Even practitioners at the celestial sovereign level would be astonished at first glance. Those who engage in this practice not only progress more swiftly than their contemporaries, but also establish an exceptionally profound foundation, truly deserving of the title of a peerless skill. However, despite its enduring legacy, few have successfully mastered it, primarily due to the existence of two formidable barriers akin to insurmountable chasms. The first barrier requires the practitioner to enter the path through emotion, signifying that one must personally experience a love so profound and unforgettable. Only through such genuine encounters can one truly grasp the essence of the emotion-severing technique. Yet, should one fail to transcend this stage, reaching the return to the primordial realm would result not only in stagnation but, if one were to forcibly continue, in the agonizing fate of being consumed by searing flames, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. The second barrier is even more arduous, demanding the breaking of emotional obstructions. This entails that after undergoing the baptism of profound love, the practitioner must resolutely extricate themselves from it. Furthermore, this crucial step must be completed before attaining the longevity realm. Otherwise, not only will one's cultivation stagnate entirely, but one will also be afflicted by a dreadful cold poison. This poison will erode the body day by day, night after night, bringing endless torment until the flame of life is extinguished and the soul dissipates. Currently, Lioli finds herself at the second barrier, grappling with the task of breaking through her emotional constraints. If she continues to cultivate in this manner, not only will she be unable to achieve mastery and return to the upper realm, but her very existence may be extinguished at any moment. Given Lioli's nature, completing this step seems nearly impossible. Contemplating this, Chen Anyun raised his gaze once more, the emotions in his eyes having vanished, leaving only a chilling coldness. In response to Lioli's hopeful eyes, he produced a crimson whip. By a stroke of fate, he had once acquired a punitive artifact known as the fire whip from the Xianxia palace. This whip, ablaze with a flame that is neither ordinary fire nor the spiritual fire employed by cultivators, is a peculiar entity called fire. This type of flame does not consume the flesh but sears the tendons and meridians, and once it touches the skin, it persists for 10 days without abating. Suddenly, a sharp and chilling crack echoed through the room, sending shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, the anguished screams of Lioli pierced the air, resonating hauntingly for an extended duration. Chen Anyun's visage contorted with malevolence as he gripped the fire whip tightly, raising it high above his head. With each swing of his arm, the whip descended with a fierce whoosh, striking mercilessly upon Liuli's delicate form. Each lash left behind a ghastly trail of crimson upon her snow-white skin, the blood seeping forth instantly, staining the garments around her. Furthermore, with every strike of the whip against Liuli, a cascade of dark purple sparks erupted from the wounds, akin to venomous serpents swiftly burrowing into her body, wantonly devouring her flesh and sinew. The agony she endured was beyond description. Liuli could only grit her teeth, desperately resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. One lash followed another, and Chen Anyun showed no signs of mercy. After a relentless 20 strikes, he finally ceased his assault. By this point, Liuli's body was a tapestry of wounds, her clothing tattered, revealing glimpses of her vulnerability. Her voice had become hoarse, the excruciating pain clouded her senses. Yet she stubbornly refused to divert her gaze from the man before her. In stark contrast, Chen Anyun merely smiled coldly at the sight of the battered woman he had wrought, a glimmer of disdain and mockery evident in his eyes. Even so, you still persist. Do you truly believe I am deceiving you? Liuli struggled, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to reply, you are indeed deceiving me. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, the resolve embedded within her words was unmistakable. At this, Chen Anyun's expression darkened further. With a swift motion, he lashed the whip once more, delivering a cruel strike to Liuli. The crack echoed sharply, eliciting a pain groan from her feeble form. He continued until her body was marred with a myriad of wounds, leaving scarcely a patch of unbroken skin. Only then did Chen Anyun, with a sinister smile reminiscent of a creature from the abyss, retract the whip. I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate your decision. Should you remain unwilling to divulge the method of locating it, what awaits you will be far more horrific and wretched than your current torment. I advise against harboring any illusions of hope or indulging in unrealistic fantasies. With that, he turned away, leaving Liuli with a chillingly resolute silhouette. A cold voice pierced her consciousness. The one you have loved has never been me. It has merely been a meticulously crafted illusion, a fade that aligns with your desires. This phrase echoed in Liuli's ears like an incantation, piercing her already shattered heart. As dusk descended, the sunset bled crimson, casting soft hues of orange-red through the gaps between the wooden slats of the window, creating a breathtaking spectacle within the room. Yet for Liuli, this moment of beauty felt akin to a nightmare. At that moment, she lay quietly on her bed, her body trembling slightly. A strange and terrifying sensation surged within her, as if thousands of tiny ants were crawling recklessly through her veins. The ants swarmed incessantly, countless in number, mercilessly gnawing at Liuli's very being, inducing waves of excruciating pain. This torment surged like the relentless tide, rendering her incapable of slumber. She clenched her teeth tightly, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her hands gripping the sheets in a desperate bid to withstand the unending anguish. Nevertheless, the pain clung to her like a shadow, showing no sign of abating. In this crucible of suffering, thoughts of Chen Anyun surged unbidden in her mind. As the agony intensified, the image of the once idealized person began to fracture within her heart, like a mirror shattering inch by inch. The cherished moments shared with Chen Anyun, once believed to be etched in her memory forever, now blurred and faded alongside her torment. The warm smiles, the caring glances, and the sweet words seemed to drift farther away, ultimately vanishing into the depths of darkness. A wave of despair and helplessness washed over Liuli. She could not fathom why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand, subjecting her to this immense suffering. She recalled her time at the Dantai household, where she had endured similar torment. She had thought that after encountering her master, all past suffering would transform into something of value. Yet, in the throes of unbearable pain, the ghosts of her past traumas re-emerged from the abyss of her memory, mocking her pitiful state. What a profound hatred it was. Like a long-suppressed volcano finding its outlet, it erupted with overwhelming force. This hatred, once buried deep within the recesses of her heart, now surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, relentlessly eroding Liuli's already fragile spirit. 3 days later, Chen Anyun appeared before Liuli, precisely as promised. At that moment, Liuli's once vibrant eyes, which sparkled with life, had become hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling 2 desolate wells, stripped of all vitality and brilliance. Standing there, she seemed to revert to the lifeless state she had exhibited during her initial encounter with Chen Anyun. As he stepped into the room, a fleeting glimmer of light momentarily sparked in her otherwise lifeless gaze, only to be extinguished almost immediately. Chen Anyun's expression was as cold as ice as he slowly retrieved a small, exquisite porcelain vial from his pocket. He raised it high before Liuli, addressing her in a tone both frigid and laced with mockery, the heart-eating powder. Surely, you have heard of this poison? Liuli remained silent. Chen Anyun, unfazed, proceeded to elaborate on the potency of the toxin. Anyone who ingests it would endure agonizing pain every 15 minutes, as if swarms of venomous insects were gnawing at their heart. Such suffering was beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. After delivering this sinister information, he feigned a sigh, continuing to manipulate her. My dear disciple, if you simply divulge the information I seek, you need not endure such torment. Liuli emitted a dry, rasping laugh that echoed ominously in the air. She then clenched her jaw stubbornly, resolutely sealing her lips. Observing her obstinacy, Chen Anyun's expression darkened, and he swiftly seized her delicate face. Liuli struggled fiercely against his grasp, yet her efforts were futile against his overwhelming strength. Without hesitation, Chen Anyun uncorked the vial and forcefully administered the noxious black liquid into her mouth. The bitter, unpalatable concoction swiftly coursed down her throat, vanishing in an instant. In those long, torturous 3 days, the poison ravaged Liuli's body like a demon, each moment a harrowing ordeal. Yet, despite the relentless torment, her determination only intensified. She remained resolutely silent, unwilling to utter a single word. Chen Anyun noticed. There was still a flicker of light in her eyes. Even if it was but a faint glow, like a candle flickering in the wind, it persisted. Chen Anyun, however, sought to extinguish that light as swiftly as possible. Time passed quietly, and before long, half a year had slipped away. During this period, Chen Anyun relentlessly tormented Liuli both physically and mentally. One fateful day, he wielded a sharp sword and, without hesitation, lunged towards Liuli's feet. A piercing scream echoed as the blade expertly severed the tendons in her feet. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the ground beneath her. Chen Anyun's eyes widened, fixated on Liuli's face, contorted in agony. Finally, as he observed her once bright eyes gradually lose their luster and fade into dullness, he realized that the last flicker of light had extinguished. I shall grant you 3 days. Should you remain obstinate, a far more excruciating torment awaits you thereafter. After delivering his usual menacing proclamation, Chen Anyun did not retreat far this time. Instead, he discreetly concealed himself in the shadows nearby. Before long, he witnessed a swaying figure, stumbling and laboriously crawling out from the confines of the room. Each movement forward was fraught with immense effort, as if she bore an unbearable burden. Simultaneously, she crawled cautiously, glancing around vigilantly to discern any signs of danger. Her unremarkable eyes swiftly scanned every corner of her surroundings. Once she confirmed that no one had detected her presence, she exhaled a sigh of relief, propping herself up with trembling hands, and gradually stood. After stabilizing herself, she paused momentarily before reciting an incantation. Soon, a gust of wind enveloped her, lifting her into the air. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. Only after confirming Liuli's departure did Chen Anyun approach the room, where he indeed discovered the broken black hairpin lying on the ground. He sighed. Liuli believed this to be his oversight, unaware that it was, in fact, a key he had intentionally left by her side. Now, this key had finally been utilized. Host, what shall we do next? Once Liuli had left, Chen Anyun's self-hypnosis was automatically lifted. Wait, he responded with a bitter smile. Wait for what? Wait for death. Reflecting on the myriad of torments he had inflicted upon Liuli, cold sweat broke out on his brow. System, is there any skill to block pain? Yes, there is. The system replied promptly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's exchange. System prompt. Would you like to use 10,000 regret points to exchange for A-level active skill, death-like state? Death-like state. Upon activation, enter a state of apparent death, automatically blocking pain. This effect lasts for 24 hours, and then automatically. Understood. Chen Anyun immediately equipped the skill. Though this skill may not be classified as S-rank, when paired with a renowned blade, it becomes a divine technique for evading death. Sovereign, how much time do we have left? Approximately a decade. As long as one can unravel the entanglements of emotion and sever the ties of sentiment, this world's most formidable and unparalleled technique shall be at one's disposal. Within 10 years, one can ascend once more to the realm of the celestials. Chen Anyun nodded slightly, pondering inwardly. Given that there remains a full decade, it would be wise to seek a secluded haven for retreat. In doing so, should Liuli fail to discover her own path, she might very well relinquish herself and ascend directly to the higher realms. Subsequently, several months later, in an unremarkable small county, a brand new medical clinic quietly commenced operations. The proprietor of this medical establishment is none other than Chen Anyun. He has resumed a regular routine of working from 9 to 5. When he does not wish to attend to patients, he leisurely strolls to a corner of the city, seeking out a quaint little shop where he can order a pot of fine wine, savoring its exquisite flavors and tranquility. When the mood strikes him, he even lends an ear to the delicate melodies sung by the women within the establishment, becoming ensnared in the enchanting and lyrical tunes, utterly content and at ease. In such leisurely and delightful days, time passed by day after day, year after year. Gradually, Chen Anyun began to feel that he might have escaped a calamity. However, on this particular day, just as he was about to close the door of his clinic as usual, a faint knock echoed unexpectedly. Come in. Chen Anyun presumed that the visitor was merely a patient seeking medical aid, and without much thought, he instinctively turned back to his desk, sat upright, and extended his right hand, ready to diagnose the ailment. Yet, after a prolonged silence, he heard no response. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Raising his head, a gentle smile met his gaze. Master, we meet again. Startled, Chen Anyun instinctively turned to flee from the place. However, just as he began to move, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, akin to a colossal mountain, crashing down upon the modest clinic. This force rapidly permeated every corner of the room, enveloping Chen Anyun as if he were ensnared by an invisible hand, compelling his body to sink down heavily onto the table and chairs. rendering him immobile despite his desperate struggles. In that moment, he felt akin to an insect caught in a spider's web, helplessly witnessing the unfolding events before him. At that juncture, Liuli gracefully approached Chen Anyun, leaning in slightly. With her lips parted, she whispered softly in his ear, "I have some unfortunate news for you." Her voice was melodic, yet the coldness it carried sent shivers down his spine. A faint smile graced her lips, but her beautiful eyes sparkled with a chilling light, devoid of warmth. Chen Anyun struggled to lift his gaze to meet hers, and upon seeing the indifference within her eyes, he trembled involuntarily. "I have reached the realm of the celestial sovereign," Liuli stated calmly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. "Indeed," Chen Anyun sighed internally, feigning astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. Akin to a bolt from the blue, as he stared at Liuli, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. It took a considerable time for him to regain his composure from the shock. With a deep sigh, he managed a bitter smile and said to Liuli, "Congratulations." Liuli, after uttering those words, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. He had foreseen such a scenario and the potential outcome he might face many years ago, yet he had not anticipated that this moment would arrive so suddenly. "Yes, I have finally awaited this day, Master," Liuli said through gritted teeth, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury and hatred. In an instant, she lunged forward, her hand moving with ghostly swiftness, and before he knew it, she had tightly grasped Chen Anyun. Accompanied by a flicker of dim light, they vanished from the clinic in an instant. When Chen Anyun emerged from his daze, he found himself in that very room where Liuli had once endured torment. A stale, decaying atmosphere enveloped him, suffocating and oppressive. Chains glimmering with a sinister sheen coiled around the walls like vicious serpents. These chains were evidently arranged with meticulous care, forming a complex array that firmly sealed Chen Anyun's cultivation, leaving him utterly immobilized. Before he could scrutinize the chains, his attention was drawn to a long, dark whip that had suddenly appeared in Liuli's hand. The long whip, entirely black and gleaming, was adorned with sharp barbs that emanated a chilling aura. "The whip that had once struck me was nowhere to be found, and thus I had to resort to this one." Liuli chuckled softly, yet her smile bore no warmth. Chen Anyun gazed at Liuli before him, a tinge of bitterness welling up within him. In that moment, he could only remain silent. Much like Liuli had once done, he understood well that any words he might utter regarding his past actions towards her would merely serve as feeble justifications. Consequently, he closed his eyes and activated his ability, simulated death. Let the storm come with greater ferocity, he mused, before succumbing to unconsciousness. However, contrary to his expectations, Liuli displayed an unusual patience this time. In the days that followed, she meticulously inflicted upon Chen Anyun every torment she had endured, drop by drop. Even with his simulated death ability activated, he struggled to endure. Liuli soon discovered that each time she subjected him to her cruelty, he would swiftly slip into a state of unconsciousness. Determined that he should experience fully the agony she had once faced, she patiently endeavored to rouse him time and again. Even upon realizing that he seemed to be lifeless, she remained unhurried, steadfastly waiting for the cool down of his ability before resuming her torment. In order to keep Liuli from uncovering the secret of his simulated death, Chen Anyun dared not employ it again. He could only rely on his resilience to withstand the pain. Yet, the damage was insignificant compared to the absence of the ability's effect that dulled his senses to pain. Thus, Chen Anyun truly felt the entirety of the suffering Liuli had endured. Fortunately, the system intervened just in time, allowing him to exchange for a passive ability that halved his pain. Otherwise, he was uncertain whether he could endure such a prolonged ordeal. Finally, after 6 months, Liuli severed the tendons in his feet, halting her relentless cycle of torment. Chen Anyun recognized that his true opportunity for escape had arrived. In the evening, Liuli approached him, her gaze fixed upon the man, now unrecognizable from the torment he had suffered. The glimmer of triumphant revenge sparkled in her eyes. "Master, how have you fared these past 6 months?" she inquired. "In my life," Chen Anyun gasped, barely clinging to consciousness. Even with the halved pain effect, he was nearing his limits. For the first time, he questioned his choices in this task. "You think I wouldn't kill you?" Liuli unsheathed her longsword, delicately tracing it against his chest. "No, I fully deserve this," Chen Anyun replied sincerely. "Hurry, pierce it through." "Oh, do you truly regret your actions?" Liuli scoffed. Yet for some reason, the murderous intent surrounding her had considerably diminished. "This is unacceptable." Chen Anyun grew anxious. If she did not kill herself, would she be bound and tortured for several more months? Thus, Chen Anyun proclaimed, "Victory and defeat are merely the whims of fate. As practitioners of the path, we must prioritize our cultivation. Though I am deserving of my fate, I harbor no regrets for my choices." "You shall die?" Liuli exclaimed, her fury igniting as she thrust the sword forward, pressing it against Chen Anyun's chest. Yet, inexplicably, she hesitated to strike. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Anyun unleashed the last vestiges of his potential, lunging forward to collide with her. The long sword slid along his chest, piercing through his heart. Thankfully, the position was impeccably precise. As he felt the activation of his famed blade technique, he exhaled deeply, finally liberated. Chapter 122. The bright moon of yesteryear shone upon the returning colorful clouds. 25. Liuli's eyes widened, fixated on the man before her, her entire being momentarily stunned. Countless methods of tormenting him had played out in her mind, each capable of rendering him more miserable than death itself. Yet, amidst these myriad imaginings, the thought of personally ending his life had never crossed her mind. The most brutal fate she had envisioned was to strip him of all his cultivation and abandon him to languish in this world, left to fend for himself. After all, despite his ulterior motives, it was undeniable that he had once saved her life at a critical moment. Liuli had always prided herself on her clear sense of justice and retribution. However, she could never have anticipated Chen Anyun's resolute decision to charge towards her blade. Embracing death with such determination, Liuli watched in disbelief as the once handsome visage of Chen Anyun now bore a subtle expression of relief, even as she distinctly felt the long sword penetrating his heart. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though time had come to a standstill. Ever since ascending to the revered realm, Liuli's heart, once as tranquil as a placid lake, began to tremble ever so slightly. A vague and indescribable pain gradually spreading within her. Master, do you truly yearn so desperately to evade me? To perish thus seems a boon for you. The inner workings of her cultivation automatically resumed, and Liuli's heart swiftly returned to its former serenity. She dragged Chen Anyun's lifeless body out of the room. Once her beloved and mentor, he was now nothing more than a trivial corpse in her eyes. With a gentle sweep of her arm, a seemingly bottomless pit abruptly appeared before her. Without hesitation, Liuli kicked Chen Anyun's body into the abyss, then waved her jade-like hand once more. And in the blink of an eye, the ground reverted to its initial state, smooth as a mirror, with not a blade of grass disturbed. It was as if nothing had transpired. In Liuli's gaze, there was naught but a profound indifference and weariness, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Whenever her emotions threatened to rise, the celestial essence within her would automatically quell them in an instant. Thus, she stood silently, gazing at the freshly filled earth. Is this the sensation one ought to feel after avenging oneself? Slowly, she extended her right hand, gently caressing her chest, seeking a spark of excitement or exhilaration. Yet to her surprise, she found only a tranquil indifference deep within her soul. If so, then so be it, Liuli murmured softly. Though her vengeance had been fulfilled, she was acutely aware that this journey of retribution had merely begun. Her enemies were not limited to Chen Anyun alone. In the higher realms, within the Dantai family, many others awaited their reckoning at her hands, each one a sworn foe. Just as she prepared to take flight, a sudden thought struck her. With another wave of her hand, a broken wooden plank was thrust into the ground where Chen Anyun's body had been buried. With a sweep of her sleeve, a few small words appeared on the plank, grave of former Master Chen Anyun. She stared at the rudimentary tombstone, took 2 steps back, then paused once more. After a brief hesitation, she suddenly let out a soft snort. In an instant, the wooden plank splintered into pieces. Liuli then sneered coldly and departed without looking back. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, an entire day had passed. In the pitch darkness, Chen Anyun slowly opened his eyes. Swiftly grasping the situation, he found himself in within mere seconds. Yet, at that moment, he resembled a startled bird, fearful of even the slightest movement. For he understood all too well that any misstep, any sound, or any sign of disturbance could plunge him into an irreversible abyss. Fortunately, he still had a tether. Thus, he urgently called upon the system within his mind. System, has that woman departed? Being suppressed in power was truly dreadful. The reach of her divine consciousness far exceeded his own. Should he act recklessly and inadvertently stumble into Liuli's trap, the consequences would be dire, potentially leading to his utter ruin. Thankfully, the system swiftly responded. Esteemed host, rest assured, she ascended to the higher realm without hesitation right after burying you yesterday. Good. Upon hearing this news, Chen Anyun's anxiously suspended heart finally found its rest. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, a figure erupted from the earth like lightning, landing steadily upon the ground. However, when he looked down to see the fragmented wooden plaque at his feet, the joy that had adorned his face instantly froze, replaced by an expression of indescribable bitterness. Alas, they couldn't even leave behind a proper tombstone for me. His feelings towards Liuli were complex. This was the first time he had interacted with the world's leading lady without resorting to self-hypnosis. As the fated child, her allure was undeniable. Even Chen Anyun had to concede that there had been a fleeting moment when he entertained the notion of spending eternity with her. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. His rich past experiences had left his heart as cold as iron, making it difficult for him to easily love again. In truth, he had prepared contingencies for this very situation. Unfortunately, judging by Liuli's demeanor, none of these precautions had been perceived by her. After all, having perfected the art of severing emotional ties, how could she concern herself with the details that only those with intentions would notice? This martial art is, indeed, a path of severing emotions recognized by the heavenly Tao. Following the original development of the narrative, Liuli will return to Zaiwaishan, personally eliminate the entire Dantai family, and subsequently renounce the Dantai surname, adopting Liuli as her own. In the course of her travels, through a series of fortuitous mishaps, she unwittingly joins the Palace of Heartlessness, ultimately rising to become its sovereign. She rejuvenates the Palace of Heartlessness, which had languished as a second-rate power, restoring it to the pinnacle of the upper realm. However, all of this is no longer relevant to Chen Anyun. After enduring 6 months of torment, despite the system alleviating his physical suffering, the toll on his spirit is undeniably substantial. Now, he longs for a place to reside, to indulge in a warm bath, and to savor a pot of fine wine accompanied by a sumptuous feast. Let the past remain in the past. Life is still long ahead, even if the bright moon of yesteryears once illuminated the return of colorful clouds. Chapter 123. Liuli, Interlude. As Liuli once again felt the celestial bone within her, continuously exuding a gentle and nurturing power, she confirmed that she had indeed been reborn. When she had taken the life of her own sister, she had shattered this very celestial bone before their eyes. Yet, having regained what was lost, she felt no overwhelming joy. For in her previous life, there appeared to be little regret. She had ruled over the entirety of Xianxia as a celestial sovereign, and all her enemies had been vanquished by her own hand. Such a life, even if it were to be repeated, what significance would it hold? Unless, at this moment, there existed someone dear to oneself. But is there? The path of severed emotions, maintained for a millennium, has been stripped back to its essence, stirring within her heart a long-forgotten turmoil regarding past events. Lazily rising, she stretched widely, surveying her modest chamber. In her recollection, she once envied her sister's expansive and luxurious room, only to be easily dismissed by their mother's insistence on prioritizing cultivation. Liuli approached the bronze mirror, gazing at her reflection, idly toying with the hairpin on the table, momentarily lost in thought. This hairpin, in essence, was merely a token bestowed upon her by her betrothed. If memory serves her right, it was on the very night he gifted her this hairpin that he entered her sister's chamber. The echoes of bygone memories began to stir within Liuli's mind. As she gazed at the ornament, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over her. It seemed she possessed an identical hairpin. Suddenly, she recalled that it was Chen Anyun who had presented her with a hairpin just like this one. Chen Anyun, this person, whom she ought to despise with fervor, had somehow faded from her thoughts for an inexplicable duration. The dissolution of her emotional detachment had rendered her once tranquil mind tumultuous. Numerous questions that ought to have surfaced in the past now intrusively lingered in her consciousness. First, how could it be that the hairpin gifted by Chen Anyun bore an uncanny resemblance to the one presented by Song Yushu? Could such coincidences truly exist? Furthermore, Chen Anyun had claimed to know from the outset that she was of celestial lineage, yet there was no connection between the upper and lower realms. How then was he privy to this knowledge? Lastly, despite encountering 2 significant obstacles in her cultivation of the emotion-severing technique, she had managed to transcend both, coincidentally facilitated by him. Was this mere happenstance? If not, how could he possess such an intimate understanding of an ancient technique from the upper realm? Could he too have been from that celestial domain? Yet, if he originated from the upper realm, why would he press her for methods to navigate the boundless void? Ultimately, it was through the very hairpin he had gifted her that she had effortlessly escaped. In her earlier arrogance, she had believed him to be overly confident, with a single oversight. Reflecting now, as a mere practitioner of the longevity realm at that time, could she have truly evaded someone who had already attained the celestial being realm? Moreover, he had consistently exhibited meticulousness in her presence, yet had brazenly disregarded the hairpin adorning her head. Liuli's heart became tumultuous. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Anyun's plan was far from flawless. In fact, to secure certain contingencies, he had deliberately left some details exceedingly crude. His hope had been that, upon her return to the celestial sovereign realm, she would discern these incongruities and grant him clemency. However, he had grossly underestimated the impact of the emotion-severing technique on Liuli. At this moment, as Liuli was reborn and the culmination of her millennia-long cultivation of the emotion-severing path lay in ruins, the buried anomalies from millennia past began to surface one after another. Without the emotion-severing technique, a long-lost fervent emotion surged within her heart. Now, an overwhelming desire compelled her to seek out Chen Anyun immediately to unravel these mysteries. She invoked the spells she would later acquire in the Destiny Palace. Attempting to divine Chen Anyun's current whereabouts, and without hesitation, she tore through the fabric of space. As she beheld the chaotic currents of the void within the rift, Liuli hesitated for a moment. The distance to her past, when combined with the present, spanned several millennia. Moreover, Chen Anyun had long since perished at her hands. Such a lengthy passage of time. Has the emotion truly not been extinguished within her being? She caressed her chest and smiled. Of course, it had not. Rather, as the suppressive effects of severing emotional ties dissipated, the sentiments within her heart appeared to burn even more fervently. Thus, she felt compelled to uncover the truth. As if in response to her determination, memories of the past began to resurface in her mind. Suddenly, Liuli recalled the moment on the Great Snow Mountain when Chen Anyun had posed a question to her, and her response at that time. What if it were you? Master, regardless of love or hate, my loyalty remains unwavering. With that thought, she stepped into the rift in space. Chapter 124, her Mid-Autumn Festival. Liuli's narrative concludes. The main storyline continues, gently shaking her head to dispel the myriad of memories. Chen Anyun began to bid farewell to her junior sister. Senior brother, we shall take our leave now. Please take care of Meng junior sister. That is only fitting. With a reluctant glance back at Chen Anyun, Chu Huairou sought an excuse to linger a little longer, yet was mercilessly pinched on the cheek by Chun Lingxi, compelling her to depart. The two exchanged playful banter while flying on their swords. Even as their figures faded from view, Chu Huairou's impotent fury could still be heard from afar. Their bond was truly commendable, Chen Anyun thought with envy. Meng Tianxin, still a novice in cultivation, was unable to fly on a sword. And with Chu Huairou and Chen Lingxi needing to keep an eye on one another, it fell to Chen Anyun to escort her back to the mountain. Just as Chen Anyun prepared to summon his flying sword, he noticed a small hand tugging at his garment, accompanied by a pair of sorrowful, watery eyes gazing up at him. The Mid-Autumn Festival occurs annually. I will bring you next time. Although aware that Meng Tianxin was an artificial intelligence, he couldn't help but offer words of comfort. Meng Tianxin shook her head and replied, "You were with them just now, but not with me." System, is she truly an A? Why does she seem so intelligent? She can even make requests? Imitation, dear host, this is mere imitation. Moreover, has artificial intelligence not evolved this way over the years? It seemed there was some merit to that. Chen Anyun suddenly recalled the initial intention behind bringing Meng Tianxin out. He had become so engrossed in his encounters with Chu Huairou and Chen Lingxi that he had forgotten the original purpose. Scanning the skies to confirm that Chu Huairou and Chen Lingxi had indeed departed, he nodded and said, "Very well, shall we explore a bit more?" Meng Tianxin readily agreed. Thus, the two ambled leisurely along the now increasingly desolate streets. Suddenly, Chen Anyun noticed that the remaining crowd appeared to be converging towards a particular direction. It was for the final fireworks display. Meng Tianxin, as if sensing Chen Anyun's confusion, gently explained, "They will ignite all the remaining fireworks." "Ah, it seems that during this Mid-Autumn Festival celebration, you are the only one truly engaged in the festivities." Chen Anyun smiled slightly, "Then let us enjoy the show before returning." The two blended into the bustling throng, moving at a pace that matched the surrounding pedestrians. However, after not wandering far, Chen Anyun felt a warmth emanating from his palm. Almost immediately, a delicate hand, as smooth and white as mutton fat jade, slipped like a nimble serpent into his spacious grip. Chen Anyun instinctively tightened his hold on that small hand, feeling as though he were grasping a piece of exquisite silk, fine and supple. Yet in the next moment, he felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being jolting rigidly. A mix of fear and confusion coursed through him, compelling him to turn his head towards the person beside him. As his gaze met Meng Tianxin's innocent and bright eyes, the tumultuous thoughts that had just surged within him receded like the tide. Meng Tianxin blinked her clear, water-like eyes, seemingly oblivious to her actions, displaying a look of natural acceptance. They all do this. Upon hearing this, Chen Anyun was momentarily taken aback, then followed the direction of Meng Tianxin's outstretched finger. Sure enough, amidst the crowded throng, numerous daring young couples were discreetly holding hands, shielded by the bustling crowd. They exchanged affectionate glances or whispered sweet nothings to one another, lost in a realm of shared intimacy. System, is this also imitation? Of course, after all, she is an A, the system replied with conviction. Chen Anyun resignedly exhaled, allowing Meng Tianxin to lead him. After all, with so many people around, they would not lose each other. Feeling the warmth transmitted through their hands, Meng Tianxin found herself reassured. For reasons unknown, despite her recent existence, she felt as though this scene had occurred somewhere before. She strained to recall. Gradually, as her thoughts wandered, a figure wielding a long sword, positioned protectively before her, began to materialize in her mind. Is it him? Meng Tianxin desperately tried to grasp the elusive shadow, yearning to discern the face within. At that moment, Chen Anyun, who walked ahead, suddenly halted, oblivious to her presence, and collided with his shoulder, abruptly breaking her train of thought. The figure that had just materialized in her mind vanished without a trace, and a subtle sense of loss welled up within her heart. Concurrently, she experienced an intense emotion that yearned for release. Unfamiliar with articulating her feelings, Meng Tianxin raised her gaze to meet Chen Anyun's eyes, which sparkled with warmth, and in an instant, her fleeting sense of loss and tumult dissipated. Following the direction of Chen Anyun's finger, she looked skyward, where the vibrant hues of dawn intertwined with the dispersing mist, revealing a celestial tapestry of scattered stars. The splendid scenery illuminated her dark pupils in a heartbeat. Chapter 125. Sword cultivation time slipped by unnoticed, marking the arrival of August. Several days had passed since the Zhongyuan festival, and Lingjian Peak had returned to its customary serenity. However, as Chen Anyun emerged from a routine examination with her junior disciples, she suddenly realized that her master had been missing for quite some time. Oh, right, her master had mentioned a trip to Benhai to see the sea. It was likely that he had encountered some promising prospects along the way. Familiar with her master's tendencies, Chen Anyun sighed inwardly, unaware that her irresponsible mentor was currently embroiled in a significant predicament. Endless sea. Upon a grand treasure ship, a casually dressed figure stood at the bow, donning a black robe adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of dishevelment. His gaunt visage featured high cheekbones, and beneath his thick brows lay a pair of exceptionally profound black eyes, in stark contrast to the menacing individuals armed with long knives behind him. His demeanor appeared remarkably relaxed. He even rested his hands casually on the ship's railing, a blade of unidentifiable grass held between his lips. My apologies for the interruption, but I require assistance with a minor matter, he declared nonchalantly, facing away from the crowd on the deck, genuinely dismissive of the individuals aboard the treasure ship. Is there truly someone daring enough to rob the Sea Dragon Merchant Association's vessel in the endless sea? Do you have a death wish? A regal woman scoffed, her tone dripping with derision. The passengers on the deck remained at ease, evidently unconcerned about the sudden appearance of nameless pirates. As one of the most formidable sects in the endless sea, the Sea Dragon Merchant Association monopolized nearly 70% of the trade between the endless sea and the 13 prefectures, rivaling the strength of many mid-sized sections. Although the majority of the guests aboard the Sea Dragon's vessel were low-tier cultivators with merchant backgrounds, this also meant that the ship's security comprised skilled experts hired at great expense by the association. Consequently, the woman's remarks received unanimous agreement from the crowd. It was only when the figure at the bow turned to reveal a grotesque sea creature tattoo adorning his cheek that the woman fell silent, momentarily taken aback. She had intended to continue speaking, relishing the attention she had commanded, but her words were abruptly curtailed by her husband. Unlike his wife, who managed the family estate, her husband, a seasoned merchant of the sea, recognized that such a sea creature tattoo was not something just anyone could possess. This signifies that the individual before me was, at least at one time, a top-tier master once imprisoned by the Penglai Blessed Land. The Penglai Blessed Land occupies a unique location, as its sect resides on a drifting island situated between the endless sea and the continent. Its power is regarded as one of the foremost sects even among the 13 states. Due to its distinctive position, it wields a certain degree of influence in the endless sea. As for why this individual is considered a top master, it is because those who are not among the elite have already perished during the pursuit. The practitioners of the Penglai Blessed Land embody a profound sense of righteousness. Even when disciples apprehend malevolent individuals while acting heroically, they do not execute them on the spot, but instead imprison them in the sect's demon suppression tower. Of course, while they do not relish killing, the practitioners are far from naive and fully comprehend the principle of combating evil with evil. The vast majority of nefarious characters spend their lifetimes confined within the demon suppression tower, living out their remaining days in despair. Only the most formidable among the wicked may seize opportunities to escape during moments of negligence by the disciples guarding the tower. Thus, he swiftly intervened to prevent his companion from further provoking the man before them. My apologies. I have only just escaped from the demon suppression tower to this endless sea and have yet to inquire about the power dynamics here. Truly, I beg your pardon, said the figure at the bow of the ship nonchalantly, his words slightly muffled by the blade of grass clenched in his mouth. My name is Su Wuming. Su Wuming? The 100-foot demon sword Su Wuming? The traitor of the Penglai Blessed Land? A few voices in the crowd gasped in hushed astonishment. A ripple of commotion swiftly spread across the deck. Su Wuming was no nameless individual. He was the son of an elder from the Penglai Blessed Land, a true scion of celestial lineage. Not only that, but due to his extraordinary aptitude for swordsmanship, it was said that within merely 30 years, he had mastered all the sword techniques of the Penglai Blessed Land, becoming the strongest swordsman of his generation. Yet, this promising young man, born from the most principled sect, turned out to be a genuine madman. During one of his travels, he inadvertently acquired a formidable demonic sword technique and did not hesitate to cultivate it. This sword technique requires the sacrifice of the closest kin in one's bloodline to attain mastery. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to slay his father and abandon his sect, an act that sent shockwaves through Binzhou and much of the endless sea. Moreover, before fleeing, he callously cast aside the daughter of the master of the Penglai Blessed Land, his own junior sister. As a result, the master of Penglai offered a bounty of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for his life. However, under the repeated pleas of his unremarkable daughter, the bounty was altered to 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for his sword-wielding right hand. Countless rogue cultivators began to flock towards him. Yet, regrettably, throughout the years, those who pursued him met with certain death at his hands, leading to a gradual decline in interest for the bounty. After all, while spirit stones are desirable, one must possess life to spend them. Unlike typical demonic cultivators, this individual shunned the company of women and violence. All his endeavors, whether in establishing a faction or engaging in combat, were solely for the purpose of forging a sharper sword and mastering a more powerful sword technique. His practice of this sword technique, once unleashed, manifested as a blood-red glow that stretched for 100 feet, earning him the moniker of the 100-foot demon sword. In truth, he was not the leader of the group of pirates before him, but rather an incidental encounter on his quest for this treasure ship. Out of boredom, he had slain the captain with a single stroke and taken these unfortunate pirates aboard the Sea Dragon Merchant Association as treasure vessel. Now, appearing on this ship, he was naturally drawn to a precious item being transported. Upon hearing his nickname called out, Su Wuming bowed theatrically to the crowd on the deck, displaying a smile as he proudly showcased his right hand before them. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the right hand worth 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Gasped the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, one among them, who had shown no interest in his name from the very beginning, suddenly raised his head upon hearing the mention of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. For many years, Li Wuji had been troubled by the burdens of gambling debts and wine expenses, when suddenly, a multitude of spirit stone symbols flickered in his eyes. That was not merely a hand. It was the largest denomination of chips at the gambling table. It represented the finest wines renowned in the realm of cultivation. However, the expression on Li Wuji's face quickly turned grave. For indeed, it was a hand, long and powerful. Li Wuji was convinced that such a hand wielding a sword would be extraordinarily fitting. Furthermore, he could not discern the cultivation level of this individual. Yet he noted that the man named Su Wuming, despite his casual attire and unkempt appearance, possessed remarkably clean hands, devoid of even the slightest dirt beneath his nails. The palms bore thin, evenly distributed calluses. His hands were dry, and such hands would undoubtedly hold a sword firmly, impervious to being easily disarmed. Li Wuji lowered his gaze to his own hands. His hands bore a striking resemblance to Su Wuming's, equally long fingers, similarly dry palms. And even the distribution of calluses mirrored one another. Even though cultivators could leverage their astonishing self-healing abilities to render their skin flawless, for sword cultivators, preserving the marks left by their sword training before becoming a cultivator was an essential part of their self-reflection. Thus, Li Wuji suppressed the impulse for the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 126. The events leading to this moment began several days prior. On that day, in a fit of contemplation, Li Wuji whimsically traveled thousands of miles to Binzhou to gaze upon the sea. After enjoying the view, he intended to return to the mountain on his sword, but inadvertently overheard merchants discussing the moon rising over the sea spectacle above the endless sea. Enchanted by the thought, Li Wuji promptly soared towards the endless sea. That night, the sky was as dark as ink, dotted with countless stars scattered across the vast ocean. A bright full moon slowly ascended from the horizon, resembling a dazzling pearl embedded in the sky. He reclined comfortably on his shimmering sword, half closing his eyes to savor the breathtaking beauty of the moonlit sea. The sea breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing coolness and a hint of saltiness. Such a magnificent sight was truly intoxicating. Unable to contain his delight, he raised his wine jug and took a hearty swig of the exquisite wine. The cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat, igniting a fervor within his heart. Thus, he indulged in the moonlight and the sea, drinking heartily until he fell into a drunken stupor. When he awoke once more, the harsh sunlight made him squint. Looking around in astonishment, he discovered he was in an unfamiliar expanse of sea, utterly oblivious to where the waves had carried him. Although Li Wuji was a prodigy of the sword path with remarkable prowess, he was utterly ignorant of the art of astrology. Adrift in the boundless ocean, he floundered like a headless fly for several days, unable to find his bearings. Just as despair began to set in, he fortuitously encountered a treasure ship from the Sea Dragon Chamber of Commerce bound for land. Li Wuji, unwilling to rely on his status, and having spent all his spirit stones on wine during the journey, had no choice but to temporarily pledge his flying sword, Wu Sui, as collateral, intending to retrieve it after returning to Tai Sect to procure more spirit stones. At this moment, without a sword in hand, he felt akin to a tiger with its teeth extracted, thus opting to observe the unfolding events. Yet, Li Wuji's inaction did not prevent others from taking action. Just as Su Wuming was about to interrogate him about his desires, someone interrupted him. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Very well. That sum has been claimed by Su Xianfeng of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Su Wuming turned to regard the speaker, his expression one of surprise. The speaker was a striking young man clad in white, adorned with a sword at his waist. His attire was impeccably tailored, indicating that he was likely a direct